Righto, good morning everybody out there watching the broadcast. It is 7:30 a.m. down here in South Sumatra, Krui. It is the beach called Tanjung Setia, and we are looking at the Pro Junior Women's here this morning. So the juniors get a start, that's all good news. The waves look pretty decent, and Giada Lagati, good morning.
Good morning to you too. Very exciting stuff. You know, finally we're going to get to see the Pro Junior Women's out there. And, you know, the waves are looking great. It's a tad smaller, I think, than the other few days.
Yep, it is a tad smaller, I would guess, overall, so that's a good observation. Still a little bit of that sort of morning wobble through it. We imagine that'll clean up pretty quick smart. So we're looking at Mirai Aikida out of Japan in red, Kyla Whitfield in blue from Australia, Charlie Hurst from Australia in white, and green from Indonesia is Dia Lestari. There we go. The format has been set. After these first four heats, we then cross over to the Pro Junior boys, guys, men's, whatever you want to call them. There's 8 heats of those, and then we are going to bounce into women's and men's quarterfinals.
Very exciting stuff, you know, as we inch closer to finals day, and it's going to be really good. I'm excited. Yeah,
so day 6, everybody, of a 7-day waiting period. We've still got quite a few heats to get through, so another long day. I think we have 20 heats penciled into today's format. So for the crew online, stick around. These heats, mind you, for the Pro Juniors are scheduled at 20 minutes. So they'll fly through pretty thick and fast, given the fact we're used to the 25-minute clock. But juniors paddle fast. They tend to catch a lot of waves. So
got a lot of energy.
They do. They've got a little bit too much. And so 20 minutes, let's see how they deal with that.
So here we go. Has not started just yet, but as we see our surfers out there.
I think it has. There we go. Siren just went. Boom. We are on. So there is our live Heat 1 contestants. 20 minutes on the clock. There are still some big sets every now and then. They're not that frequent, but they are still a little bit wobbly and a little bit dodgy when they do come through. They tend to clean up most of the lineup. So
this wave reminds me a little bit of Ulu's, how it also suffers of that morning sickness.
Yep.
So we're just going to wait for that wind to just go offshore, and then it'll clear everything up.
So when you're at home in Bali in the mornings, what do you do first up? Do you go surf straight away, or do you do your coffee thing or a bit of stretching? What's the program?
I'm definitely more of a coffee first type of person, and I struggle waking up quite early. So I drink my coffee, I take my time, I do a little
what's a wake up
stretch.
time? What are we talking? 8, 9, 7?
It's 7:38.
Which sometimes pushes into 8:30.
Yeah, can eventually turn into 9.
All right.
But yeah, I do my morning stretch and I check the waves, and then decide where and when I'm gonna go surf. If it's not that, if the waves are not great, which is very rare back in Indo.
In Bali.
Yeah, in Bali. Sorry, I go to the gym.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, this is us. My name is Mark Clift. Good morning.
I'm Giada Lagati, and good morning to everyone watching us at the webcast.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Let's just have a little look while there's no action going on. We'll just have a little through the draw. We have Sai Maniwa coming up in the next heat, Rina Matsunaga, Liliana Bowery and Ali Harrison for the crew online. Heat 3, we have Hanasuri Jabrick, Sumomo Sato, Willow Hardy, Raya Campbell, and in Heat 4 a little later on, Kokona Kawasi, Nixie Ryan, Amelie Burke, and Ella McCaffrey. So that's who we can expect to see in the first hour and 20 minutes before we cross to the Pro Junior boys.
It's going to be a great day full of action as well, hoping that this afternoon doesn't wind and blow out like yesterday.
Here
as we
Charlie.
See Charlie Hurst, the first wave ridden today. You know, she's setting the standards of what the scores are going to be like.
Yeah. So a pretty worthy ride. She gets a little bit of an inside track, decides to save the big long paddle out, so not a bad theory in a 20-minute heat. That'll help her confidence, and that will set the scale for this morning's women's round.
Yep, great start for Charlie. And, you know, since it is smaller, the paddle back out is not as difficult as it has been the first few days of competition.
No, definitely it's trimmed off about 3 foot off the size of what was going on yesterday. We did finish pretty early, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and lots of free surfing options on the cards yesterday. So what did you get up to?
I actually took a break. I went swimming and hung out at the beach a little bit.
Cool. From one beach to another beach.
Yeah. What about yourself?
I'll tell you in a moment. We'll just watch the replay right here of Charlie. It wasn't too bad. So the judges will maybe sit on this for a little while. They generally like to watch a wave or two in the morning before they throw a first number, and just make sure they're comfortable with where it sits in the 0 to 10 scale. What did I do? I went, I went over and checked some waves across the road from our joint, and went for a bit of a walk, checked the beach, came back, had one little frosty around the pool with some friends, and then jumped on a motorbike, went up and checked out the Mandiri beaches, watched a few crews surf. It looked pretty good, but it was a little bit busy. Everybody seemed to pick the same peak, and it did look pretty good though.
Definitely heard a few people going down to Mandiri yesterday afternoon.
There was a lot.
Yeah, so
that's a good option.
Guessing it must have been really good.
Well, I heard out here was also pretty good.
Yes,
late in the
out
arvo.
here it was really good. As soon as there was a little bit more water on that reef, it turned out to be really good.
All right, well.
And no one out.
So those quarterfinals of the men's that we sort of pushed back to today, that will be the last thing on our program for today, women's quarterfinals in our Krui Pro 5000. We'll bounce down in the afternoon, and we will finish with our men's quarterfinals that were scheduled for yesterday as our last division here, the Sabo. So a lot of surfing to get through, 20 odd heats. It's probably going to be another 8 or 9 hour day, everybody. So it'll be a 4:30, 5 o'clock finish here at the Krui Pro.
Yep. As you said, the judges are waiting to see a few more waves before they drop the first scores to get an idea of what today is going to be like.
Yep, and you can imagine Kyla Whitfield's number won't be much. Caught a bit of a closeout. Charlie's wave will be the wave in question, and here she goes again. So on a bit of a roll. This wave may beat her. She's hanging in there. Yep, and a little dismount. So just 2 low scores, but 1 reasonable score for Charlie, which the judges are probably thinking about and working on where it sits.
Yep, just a quick 2 little closeouts. As I did notice this wave goes much faster on the higher tide than it does on the lower. So just breaking a little away from the reef.
And it seems to have a little bit more wonk on it as well with that high tide. So as we get through, I believe high tide is exactly about now, like 7:40 in the morning, which is what it is here at in southern Sumatra, running on Jakarta time. There it is, a 535 sitting right in the middle of the scale for Charlie, so plenty of room to go up on that judging scale and plenty of room to go under. Well, a 4.5. So her 2 numbers are in.
Yeah, just waiting. She was definitely going to be wanting to improve on that 0.85. As we saw the conditions yesterday afternoon, it was actually really challenging to find that second score sometimes. Yeah, that women's round did start to get a little difficult, and then the rain squall hit and the decision was made to pull the plug and go home. So Kyla now, wave number 2, doesn't go to plan as well, so a second fall off there for Kyla. Yep. So the 4.50 for Charlie's starting to turn into a pretty smart decision, that opening ride. Yeah. It looks like the girls are still trying to figure out the lineup out there, where to sit and where... Tough one. We spoke about this every morning. That first heat, you were the first heat a number of days ago. It's kind of like, we're the guinea pig. Everybody's watching. Nobody's really clear on how a 20-minute heat pans out here because it's the first 20-minute heat we've seen. Yeah, for sure. So the shoreline is pretty stacked with juniors and dads and coaches watching and kind of get their head around the consistency, the scores. Yeah, definitely saw a few juniors just came in from the morning surf before their heat, and everyone's looking really excited. You know, they've been waiting a while for this. Day 6. Yep, day 6, especially the women's and the pro juniors. Oh man, you want to see the grommets froth as well. They have to be remuzzled once they've come out of their free surf because they froth pretty hard. And every day when they're, are we on? No, you're off. Like, oh. And they've had to cop five of those calls. Yeah. Day 6, they are on. Even though we did see the first round of the juniors yesterday, which some of them were really killing it out there. Oh my God, that was such a tough first round. You thought, okay, pro junior men's all right, first round could be just like I was calling it a trials round. 100% wrong. There were some Aussie boys that have showed up that without ratings, Jamie Thompson and
a bunch of others that are just out there blowing up.
Yeah, going into the 8s and 6s and 7s, it was insane.
Big, strong lads.
Yeah.
Rocking beards and mows, and you're like, what?
You're still a junior?
Well, the age group did go to 20 and under, I think.
Yeah.
So that gave a couple of kids, a la Kean Martin, a bit of a lifeline, who thought his junior career was over.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I remember talking to Kean. He was really bummed he didn't get to do his last year as a pro junior. Now getting the second chance, he gave him life again. You know, he was excited, wanted a chance to get into that in Taiwan, the World Juniors, and it looks like this is his second chance.
So a lot of these juniors did double up and went in the men's round as well, and a lot of them did really quite well.
Yeah.
Leo Casal, who's coming up a little later on, the Brazilian. Jamie Thompson had a fair outing, and a few other boys. I can't think of their names off the top of my head, but there is some strong performance coming up in our pro junior men's, but we're also expecting some pretty good performances out of our pro junior women's.
For sure. For sure. As I've seen Charlie Hurst, a few heats of her as well in the QS in the women's. She did really well as well. And towards the last heat, we're going to see Ellen McCaffrey, another amazing surfer. Wow. Her
So
backside out here is great.
There's our lineup, what we're looking at this morning. So this piece of reef is Ujung Bocor. The ridge and the mountain line in the background is out towards Krui Town. Some good old waves up around the other end of that peninsula.
Yeah.
So, and there's an island out there I believe is pretty worthy as well. There's waves the other side of where we're sitting, down towards the south, because this camera angle's panning north. So for all the people online, we are in the southern province of Lampung, the west coast province. It is South Sumatra. This area, the Krui area, is well known for really good surf. It's really just starting to be opened up the last few years. A lot of people had the hush-hush vibe going on this spot for a long time, and had this to themselves. Miles of beach breaks. A lot of people surfed yesterday afternoon, a lot of the staff and competitors.
Yeah, you know, it's such a great spot because with that really long beach break, you can always find your own little peak. You don't have to go where everyone is, you know.
Well, everyone went and sat on top of each other on the same
Well,
rip bowl
yeah,
yesterday.
no one was feeling adventurous and wanted to find their own spot, but
it did look pretty good. It was
Yeah.
the first available spot we sort of saw once you got over that last bridge, got
Yeah.
to see the beaches, and then it's like, oh, hang on, car, motorbike, 25 people. I guess this is the spot, so I pulled up and just watched for a little while.
it's
Saw a few good barrels going on,
yeah.
lots of paddling, some pretty good hits, a couple of airs. It was worthy.
it's great to see how, you know, a few hundred meters difference and how much the scenery changes as well. Here we have that reef and white sand, and down there, as you guys see on the screen right now,
Tell us what we're looking at.
this is our judges tower as well as the athletes area, as you see some of the juniors checking out some of the waves.
Check out that tide again.
Yeah,
High
just
tide.
Just over there we see in the corner Ropik, one of our cameramen, hoping that wave doesn't reach his camera.
Yeah, he's just to the very right of screen in that little blue setup there at the front. One of our production team filmers. Meanwhile, Kyla Whitfield, wave number 3. This will be her best score, starting to find a little bit of open face and at least clicking a couple of manoeuvres together. So well done. We seem to have had red and green a little bit MIA. They're not in the priority rotation at the moment, so they might be sitting a little too wide of the peak.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe just a little less experienced than the two Aussies.
Yes.
Maybe a little fearful of what they've seen the last couple of days. We still haven't seen a big set roll through this morning since we've started competition, so they must have seen something they didn't like in this morning's free surf, sitting a little off screen, and at this stage that's a big advantage to the two Aussies, having a bit of a red hot crack on the peak. So there we go, a couple of scores very similar for the two Australian girls, in the 4-point range. Backups are still quite low, and 7 minutes 40 to get a result here in Heat 1.
Yep, as we see our surfer Charlie Hurst, this is the heat leader for now, trying to improve on a 0.87, which I think she already has.
Yeah, this was a nice way to kick off your wave, Charlie. Well done. Some convincing rail work. You know, the judges like to see surfers generating their own speed and drive. It always indicates good use of the rails. A really well-structured wave there for Charlie. This will definitely set the scale now for the next 3 heats, because I reckon that's the first real good number today, and she's definitely got her teeth stuck into some solid rail work. Good work.
Yeah, great wave surfed by Charlie. Definitely an insider, as we see. Those are the girls in the current heat.
I imagine that's red. That's Miss Akita, sitting just a little wide. Or maybe that could potentially be heat 2, because I did see white sitting there and
Yeah,
Charlie's just
I
ridden
do
away.
too.
Maybe that is heat 2. Anyway, our drone cameraman there, Ryan, down there up and working early, getting all the camera angles. The drone footage is pretty cool.
Yeah, especially in the lower tide where you can see all the reef and all the beach out there, and everyone surfing. It's great to see.
Then we've got Ropic and Ochim either side of the judging tower, putting together some angles for our production team.
Great work from everyone. You know, they've been working so hard, hours on end, just standing there.
Putting together a bit of a TV production, basically, which is the benefit of all the crew online this morning.
Yeah.
Thanks for tuning in. Day 6, the 625. There we go. That is the best number of the morning. Well done, Charlie Hurst.
Yep.
And she'll be happy. Her coach will go, it's a pretty smart heat. If she can improve on the 450, that will just be tick, tick, tick. A well-structured heat to this point with 5 minutes still remaining. So she's only surfed for 14 minutes. Got a couple of good numbers she can hang on to. Here goes the replay again, everybody. Have a look at this, Giada.
Here is Charlie. This is the best wave of the heat. You know, a really great selected wave. She didn't waste any time between the turns, and we see as it just got out of screen.
Cameraman hasn't quite had his second coffee yet. Just surfing off screen. Doesn't matter. We saw it the first time in a 625, the result.
Here we see our surfer in the next heat just waiting.
Okay, so that's Ella Harrison waiting the next heat.
Ellie Harrison, a very strong and mature surfer that, you know, she has also turned a few heads in a few heats in the QS Women's.
Cool. Up next, so I think we have 2 Australians and 2 Japanese surfers in heat 2. They'll be out there on the sidelines watching the lineup. Is our camera angle from, I imagine, sort of the Caddy area where the next heat kind of sits down here.
Yeah.
There they are, surfers in the second heat. Looking
Great.
up the point. When it really gets its act together, it starts breaking right up about where that first bit of foam is now. Comes all the way down to our current heat, which is sitting about halfway in the middle of your screen there for everybody online. Then the Caddy zone, the wide point is down where the next heat is sitting, and it is a pretty long stretch of reef.
Yep. I don't think they'll be using any caddies today, but never say never.
Well, you know, I did see one of the dads paddle out with Charlie. All right, so I imagine there is a few caddies that will be utilised. Bit of support, the spare board, those sort of things. It's not actually as life-threatening as the last few days, but you never know. So if the option's there, why not use one, and just in case.
It would be a very long swim in if you had to change your board on the beach.
Some of the caddies have had to swim in.
Yep, and that's why it was so difficult to find a caddy the last few days.
I'm sure the handbook of excuses came out when it's like, hey, can you just caddy for me? Left the light on in my room, got to go. Forgot my fin key. No, sorry, bro.
Oh, I'm not feeling so well.
Yeah, all of a sudden the stomach bug kicks in.
Yeah,
No,
oh,
I'm not that
belly.
flash. Anyway, it's a good bit of camera work here on the drone side of life. Charlie Hurst, the 2 Aussies are just sharing the rotation on the priority as Akita and Lastari in red and green.
As it does seem like it was a 2-man heat at the end.
Well, I don't know if they're even out there, but
Yeah,
they have not
exactly.
appeared on our priority rotation. Billy is right here. Maybe he can give us a thumbs up or thumbs down. Did the red and green check in for the last heat? Do we have any idea? Reddy's sick. Okay, and Surfer in green is a bit of a peewee, a tiny little charger who I think balked at the issue. So a 2-person heat going on here effectively. Charlie will be happy about that. She's really got a groove on.
As this is her 3rd or 4th wave ridden in this heat, looking like a really good score as well. Just gets unstuck, the whitewash takes her off her board.
So what we should do at the end of this heat, nice and early, we'll get Billy in here with me, and let's grab. Can you grab Charlie?
I will.
Let's hear from her and
I'll
give the
grab
girls
Charlie.
some airplay, the youngsters, and find out what it's like to be featuring in that very first heat.
Yes, of course. I'll go and find Charlie straight after heat and bring her here.
Perfect.
It'll be a great little interview and to be able to catch up with her. As we see the heat replay from Charlie Hurst. This is our current heat leader. Trying to improve on a 4-5. Just falls on the second turn here.
Ooh, she might get credit for that. Well, no, once the number drops. If it doesn't drop, our tablet's still not quite up and running. If the number doesn't appear higher than a 450, it won't pop up on our monitor. 90 seconds to go. She probably may not have got any credit for that end move, so it might not factor in, I think, Giada.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it will be joining in her 2 highest heat scores. So, as we confirmed, it is a 2-man heat.
2-person heat, we'll call it.
2 women heat.
2 women heat. So Kyla Whitfield sitting there with the whole line up to herself for the last 90 seconds of this heat. She'll be hoping she can just burn off that 1-1-2.
Yeah, and as we go down to the last minute of this heat, and the other girls are already out there from heat 2, weighing gets started. This is the round of 24, heat 1 of the Pro Junior Women here in Krui. Day 1 for them.
Day 1 for the Groms, day 6 on our 7-day roster.
Yeah.
I think we still have 36 or so heats remaining to finish this year's event.
Yep, still a lot of heats to get done today and a lot of action to see. So everyone stay tuned as we're gonna count this one down soon.
Yep, 20 seconds, a job well done, Charlie Hurst. I like the way she uses a rail. She picked good waves right then in a no pressure 2-person heat. She'll be quite stoked just having that little walkthrough pretty much and a little dress rehearsal for the next round, which is not on our schedule for today.
Yep.
So she'll be at least happy. She's got the rashi on. She performed well. She's through to the next round. Well done, Charlie and Kyla. We will just throw to a quick ad for 1 minute. We'll be right back with heat 2. Thank you. Good work. Thanks for being around and ready. Everybody, look at this piece of reef, Ujung Buchor. It is heat 2, the Pro Junior Women's, and welcome into the booth, Billy Hangen. How are?
Good morning, mate. It's great to see you again. Haven't seen you since,
Since you first opened your eyes this morning, sharing a room down there at Lavina, which is Karaoke Central, and it was definitely a fair bit of a concert going on there last night. Everybody seemed to be influenced by the full moon. There was definitely some performing going on, but who we got?
Rina Matsunaga. My pronunciation is absolutely atrocious. From Japan in the blue, Sai Maniwa from Japan in the red, Liliana Bowery from Australia in the white, and Ellie Harrison rounds out this heat in green. She is also from Australia.
Seen a lot of this sort of stuff going on with a couple of Australians, a couple of Japanese per heat, due to the fact the region includes Japan, it's the Asian region, Japan, Philippines, Australians. It's a dual sanctioned region event, so the Australians get a crack, the Kiwis get invited, all the Asian nations, including as far as the Philippines, and a lot of Japanese have made their way down here. We've been saying that over the last week because there's tons of them here, and also in the Pro Junior Women's. So you've been there, you had to clear the water again, Billy, which is never easy. What did you make of the free surfing this morning and your take on the surf?
Lack of those big clean-up sets. It's consistent though. there's heaps of those, what would have been the medium to smaller ones yesterday. They're quite consistent, but the big the clean-up sets that are mowing down towards Caddy Corner, not much of those happening.
That's good. So it will dismiss some fear amongst the juniors, and you know, there was really some serious waves up around 10 foot the last couple of days. It's been quite a random active ocean. It's still just a little grumpy this morning, but we know the wind generally comes up and kicks around, and the dropping tide, which we are on that side of at the moment, will clean things up for sure.
Another great thing about Indonesia, not many of the waves are really good first thing in the morning, so get to have a sleep in.
You
it's
do.
like man-made for for surfers.
Lazy surfers. No, I'm up early most mornings anyway. But check out the drone angle. Ryan's killing it with these sort of angles and giving everybody a good look at this piece of reef. It is white, Liliana Bowery.
Yep, she's busy. That's her second wave. She's a quick up and down to begin with. Ellie Harrison there with a 4.05 and a 3.50. Really getting a groove on early.
Good stuff. Well, they're only 20-minute heats. We know that. So the theory is grommets generally paddle pretty fast. They froth out hard, and they just will ride anything that moves out there today. 4 heats of the Pro Junior Women's before we cross to the 8-heat round of 32 for the Pro Junior Men's.
That's going to be exciting.
It will be.
If you could bottle that froth, you'd power your car for a month.
Yeah, they've been hard to contain every day when they get called off. They're just, you know, disappointed. They want in. They've taken, you know, an extra 5 sleeps before they get to pull their rashie on. And here we are on day 6.
Mate, I was up checking out the action from El Salvador. Want to go through the first round winners?
Go for it.
Yago came up with a 9. You should have seen this thing that he...
Obviously, there was an air involved.
Oh, yeah. My, it was tweaked, and you could see the whole back of his surfboard and his fins towards the beach. It was incredible. I think it was a 1 maneuver wave. He got that 9. So Yago was a first round winner. Kanoa, Jack Robinson, who's got the new hairdo, the full Billy Idol look, you know, going on.
Yeah.
Felipe Jackson Baker took out Italo
I noticed.
and Kolohe.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Kaio, Gabby, Baramamea back and in the swing of things.
In the winner's circle.
Lakey Courts took out Carissa, Isabella and Sally. They are first round results. And of course Carissa went on to get into the quarterfinals.
Sai Maniwa.
Yeah, she's been a strong performer in the Open Women's, and she's going to carry on that form through to the Pro Junior. That's a really good third turn. I tell you what, this is the best surfing we've seen all day, I reckon.
Well, right till that point, but that was insane. Look, the first snap, we're going to see the replay this way. The first snap, right up there under the lip. The second turn just had strength and power written all over it. A really well-structured wave. I'm sure the judges are going to throw a big number at this. I think I see Charlie on the way in here to have a chat with us, so Billy will just step out for a moment. We'll get the headphones on this one. And I'm going to say, hello, Charlie. My name's Mark. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. Okay, so winner of the first heat, a no-pressure 2-person heat. Give us your thoughts on what went down.
Yeah, it was like not as stressful just being 2-person. And so it was good to have the lineup with just one other person as well. And yeah, just got to have a bit of fun as well and find some good ones, yeah. All
right, well, we've just seen a really strong wave ridden by the girl in red, Maniwa, so Sai Maniwa. So when that replay comes up, I'll get you to have a look at it and give us your thoughts. But who's this in blue? Do you know much about this surfer?
I don't know.
Matsunaga is the name, Rina. So it's strong representation in this heat from the Japanese girls, looking at what Maniwa did on her first wave. We'll talk more about your heat in a moment, but the live action is looking pretty good. You were out there, paddled out early, these 20-minute heats. I noticed, did you take your dad out there with you? Was that what happened?
I did, yeah. Dad came out as a board caddy with me, so it was actually good to paddle out with him and see him on the way back out.
Okay, how is the lineup this morning? Is the bumps much of an issue, or what's it like?
It actually is a little bit tricky. There is a little bit of a bump on it, and you really got to get under them to get into it. But super fun when you find a good one.
And where are you from, Charlie?
I'm from Port Kembla, which is like 15 minutes
Right.
south of Wollongong.
Okay. Here we go. So have a look at
So,
this. I
yeah.
want you to tell me what you like about this wave.
I like how she's staying really close in the pocket and just squaring it up. She's got a really good style, like really low and low center of gravity, and yeah, that's a really good wave actually.
Yeah, it is a really good wave. And I'll just get my phone off. It was really good, that first snap. You're saying she's doing everything in the pocket. Well, you
Yeah.
can't get more
No,
pockety
yeah.
than snapping under the lip on that first turn. So
Yeah.
I'm expecting, we did see a 6.25 for your wave, which was pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, I reckon this goes
I
a fair bit
I
better.
think so too. It was like the wave had a good size, and yeah, she really attacked it.
Okay. So Port Campbell, you were saying, who do you hang out with? What goes on down there?
A lot of surfing, mainly hanging out with the family. Got all my cousins down there, and fam surfing with
There you are, look.
dad and my sister. But yeah,
Someone's
good.
watching. There's some friends online, so while we're on the screen, why don't you just give somebody a shout out?
I'm sure mum's watching, and my sister, and my grandparents, and all my family and friends at home. So hi to everyone. I miss you all, and yeah, see you soon.
All right, so the Hurst clan. Look at that. Have a look at that. There you are. So this is me. I'm Mark Clift. You are
Charlie.
Charlie Hurst. Look at those scoreline, a 6.25, a 4.5, pretty good. 20-minute heats, is that enough time for you lot out there this morning, you reckon?
It actually went pretty quick, but I think it's still definitely enough time to get a few scores. So
All right,
yeah.
well done. And looking through the draw, who do you reckon are some of the favourites from here on in, that some of the real strong ones that you might have to get over to win this event?
Honestly, I think everybody is ripping, so I think it's going to be really hard. Willow Hardy did amazing in the QS, so I think she's definitely one to watch for. But all the girls, yeah.
All right, and you got some sponsors you'd like to shout out to?
Yeah, all my sponsors, Billabong, CI Boards, Ocean Earth and Dragon, thanks for all the support.
Unreal. So you've got to do that because they
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah.
So good work. All right, well, listen, Charlie, I'm going to shake your hand one more time and say a job well done.
Thank
And
you.
you may not be surfing again today, so
Yeah.
see you tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thanks
Thank
very
you.
much. Good on you, Charlie Hurst. What a ripper. Okay, see ya. There's the overview. A 6.25 locks in for Maniwa, so it goes right exactly where Charlie's wave did. And even she suggested maybe it was better than her ride. It looked really good. Had she not fallen, I was suggesting that could have gone into the excellent range, because for me, it was really strong surfing. Billy, back.
Yes,
Look at
sir.
this. Look at our work site.
That's not so bad, is it?
On Buckinda is the camp right there in the foreground of this overview. The Judges Tower right behind those big major trees. That is the Ujong Bachorda Reef. The beach itself is Tanjung Setia in the southern province, the western coast province of Lampung. Day 6, everybody's off and racing with some scores here in the first 10 minutes. And Charlie suggested 20 minutes. Yep, that's enough time. Even though she only had a 2-person heat, I'd say she's still feeling the groove that juniors fair playing field.
Yeah, they got a lot of energy and they paddle real fast. So 20 minutes, no worries. The main focus of our competition here is these QS 5000s, but it is such a good concept to get these pro juniors a bit of exposure and that competition experience.
And try and get them to the World Juniors
You bet.
coming out of this region. So that's what all the fuss is about with the pro juniors, men's and women's. They're trying to get in on the big world title and set themselves up for a career beyond being a junior. And some of the juniors that are in our draw, there's a few of them staying down at our joint. Jamie Thompson, he looked really strong yesterday in the men's. Who else have we got down there that was blowing up yesterday? There's Jamie. I saw Marlon do a really good job.
Yeah, he's
Saxon Reba, Zane Assink, that Leo Casal, he somehow surfed in the first round and almost made the quarters in the men's. Some strong performers in the juniors coming up a little later on. Meanwhile, pretty good job here from Liliana.
Yeah, that was a good wave when she took off, but it's really decreased in size. Maybe she'll get a bit of a speed run through, and it's getting bigger now. So it's gone big, small, big. This lineup at
Oops. Finishes with the face plant.
yeah.
Green. So Ali Harrison in the lead, courtesy of pair of 4. She won't be happy with that last number. We're trying to delete the 405. I'd say she's probably already done that. Always trying to improve on that 2-wave total. Her third ride in 12 minutes, so she's got a good read on the lineup. And once again, she's got a grower as well.
Yeah, for sure. This is a bonus little section, but again, just like Liliana, not able to capitalise on that end section. Judges love it when you complete a wave.
Pretty long wave though. Maybe that's got something to do with it here, because they're stringing together 4 to 6 moves by the time they get down to the end bowl. Maybe just a little fatigue kicking in as well. Rina, another strong wave for her.
Another strong wave in the face, and the texture on that thing looked absolutely perfect. Just as I start to sprout on, she finds a hole to fall in.
So for me, that wave of Maniwa's, the 625, still easily the best wave of the heat. Super strong, that first snap under the lip. I probably would have thought that was worth 5 points in its own, but it fits into the scale. It's still being scored as the best wave of the heat, and should she just stand up, I reckon she'll go straight into first. There's our shoreline. There's the high tide slapping up against the break wall. Around this next little point here, this next little bit of concrete, is our ombak inda, where we are set up, a judging tower there, and the blue scaffolding at the very front. Our replays of all that last set. What do you make of all this, Billy?
Yeah, not quite cranking it all the way over on that first turn as Liliana. I'm not sure the judges are going to dig that first turn. And like we said, the wave almost disappeared through that full section, but she did really well to keep that speed and that high line until it developed into another hittable section. She just pearled on the end there, which is a real pity.
Pearled. That's a term I haven't heard for a long time.
Americans love it.
Face plant.
I've been hanging out with too many Americans.
It's still a face plant, regardless of the way you want to put it. Pearl, face plant, I don't know. Either way, a little error, and a pretty good wave here as well for blue. Until this point where she just hit that fluffy, the ribs coming up the face, couldn't quite hang on. Some scores yet to confirm where everybody sits.
Yeah, you can see that high tide wobble just ripping through the lineup there. Conditions will change and most likely improve through the day.
Ooh, a little bit of argy-bargy now, so green just taking this wave in the replay. She must have had priority over red, I think that was. So this is Ali's last wave.
It's a better looking one for her, really stringing those turns together. Opening the wings, which I love. Those hands are out there. Rattled off 5 or 6 turns on this one. In for the bonus section. Can she develop enough speed so she can hit that section really easily?
No, let's
not quite.
Replay the face plan as well that we saw previously. So either way, that's probably going to improve her scoreline. The judges are still having to think about it. Meanwhile, Rina picks up top priority. Maniwa's been sitting there for some time. I can't see where red's gone. She's dropped off the priority radar. She must have ridden a wave. Or maybe lost priority paddling for that last wave. 4 minutes to sort it out anyway.
Now, have we wished Mardo Joey a happy birthday yet?
Well, I haven't gone up and shook his hand.
That's his
turns 18.
18, he's street legal today. And what a week he's had. He's become a viral internet superstar.
He got crushed
Yep.
on that monster day the other day.
And now he's 18.
He served 2 divisions. He's up there still getting all the numbers out to the competitors as our beach announcer, so good work. Maniwa drops down a spot as the surfer in blue moved up. So Rina, a job well done right there. No big numbers, so Maniwa doesn't need much to overtake her. But the surfer in blue with priority over red. Only 3 minutes on the clock. That is the brutal thing for Maniwa. Ali Harrison, the Australian, a couple of scores, both the same. So she did improve on her second number, only just, but enough to be fending off Rina, chasing a mid-5. I'm really interested and hoping that Sai Maniwa can scoop up another wave. She needs a takeoff on a bottom turn to move into second. An outstanding performance on the one wave she did get this morning. She also surfed the only women's heat the other day when it was monstrous and got through and charged in the big stuff. So here she goes. I imagine she's already gone to second. So didn't really see all of that wave. The smaller inside wave, she's probably just working on the theory. I've got to get a second wave. She would have heard the number, knowing it's quite a low score. So let's see, she'll definitely go to second. Was it a 3 and a bit to get up into the lead? That's what the judges are thinking about right now. So, okay, so this is the entire wave now, replay.
Yeah, kind of caught behind that white water, not being able to really spread her wings and get that first turn going. Same with the second, and yeah, well, that's going to be touch and go for the first position.
No, just enough to get to second though, so she'll be happy with that. That's all that matters. Here goes Ali. Goes to the lead with the 3-6.
Wow, we know nothing. There go Ellie Harrison now, looking really strong. She is looking for that mid-range score as well to take that first position back. Pretty good looking wave, and comes unstuck on the final turn again. So that's something she'll go away and work on for the next round for the lady
Good
in
looking
green.
lineup, mate. Liliana, right? Yep, Liliana in 4th. Needs the wave of the heat pretty much, or close to it, to get out of trouble here. So needs some good work. The wave grows, but it does shut down, and she'll go 90 seconds, not ideal.
Yeah, what a pity. She would have loved to have that in the first 5 minutes of this heat, because she's surfing really well.
There's the caddies down there, waiting, I imagine, for either the next heat to start or just looking at these charges in this heat. Blue now, Rina, needs a mid-5.
Wow, everyone really stepping up in the last 90 seconds of this heat. That's going to keep the judges busy.
Just a minute.
Now the back mark, another one.
Yeah, red dropping into a bomb. So Maniwa, she did go to the lead, the 3-6. I didn't see the 3-6 coming, but it was enough for the lead. So this tidy snap there. She got another section. Oops, pivots around on her face.
Nice.
Makes the second move. But a solid heat. I reckon the 6.25 for me was every bit of a 7. So she deservedly holds on to the win. A strong performance. BOG this morning, Maniwa. Regardless of where this back score goes, I'd love that. The 6.25, which for me, easily wave of the morning. A strong effort, and charging through to the round of 16. All right, so that's a no-brainer. Maniwa will win. Ali, it looks like she'll be into second, into the round of 16. We'll leave it at that. We'll throw to a break and be back with Heat 3. Now, that's 6.25. So.
Okay, welcome back everyone, wherever you're tuning in around the world. This is the Krui Pro 2022 as Sai Maniwa carries her good form into the Pro Juniors. She took out that heat number 2, and there are the results right there. Sai coming up with a 6.25 and a 5.90. Ellie Harrison coming into second from Australia. Commiserations to Rina and Liliana. A very well surfed heat, but this is the cutthroat action of QS surfing. Giada, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Billy, and I'm very excited to see this heat. So we're into the heat 3 of the Pro Junior Women's.
Heat 3 of the Pro Junior Women's. It is Suri Jubrik in the red, Sumomo Sato in the blue, and Willow Hardy in the green, and for the Willow Hardy for the white, rather, and for the green is Raya Campbell.
Wow, what a great heat that is.
Oh, there it is. Right on. Welcome everyone. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. It's great fun bringing it to it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone around the world.
Yes, it's great fun and so great to be in here as well in the AC with the hot South Sumatran sun.
It is. It's it's going on just 8:15, and it's still pretty hot out there already.
Yes, it is really hot. You know, you really feel the humidity, especially after that rain from yesterday. You know.
Yeah, for sure. And Raya Campbell getting off to an early start there. And this girl, Willow Hardy, will be looking to stamp her authority on this heat. She was not really upset yesterday with her fall out of the Open Women's, but as you would imagine, not happy.
Yeah, of course, you know, such a young age still and so much time ahead. She must be really proud of what she did accomplish.
You bet. And this is exciting. I get to speak to the winner of the last heat, which is Sai Maniwa. She is going to step in. I'll ask you to step out, and we'll catch you in a little while, Jada. Sai Maniwa, winner of the last heat. Congratulations. I am Billy.
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Sai. Nice to meet you.
Right on. Now, we have seen you perform in the women's division, and now you're in the Pro Junior Women's division. Conditions have changed. They've gone from big to kind of medium size. Yeah. Are you enjoying these conditions or the larger conditions better?
I love both waves because like big waves is fun to ride, but like small waves is fun to like do vertical turns. So
Right on.
yeah.
Now, how long have you been surfing?
8 years.
8 years?
Yes.
Very impressive. And you have a coach in Japan?
Oh no, I have coach. Do you know Coach Crispy?
Yes.
Yeah, in Australia.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
Righto. Would you like to look at that camera and say a big hello to him and a thank you?
Hello, Crispy.
Awesome.
Yeah, probably he's watching, so.
Ah, good,
Yeah.
good. Have you spent much time in Australia?
Yes, I'm living in Australia now,
Whereabouts?
like Gold Coast.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Wowee. And you enjoying Australia?
Yeah, I really love, Australia.
The food's okay?
Yeah, so good.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Good news.
But I
'Cause,
can't eat Vegemite though.
come on.
Yeah.
It's going to take you a good 10 years in
Yes,
Australia
yes.
to like Vegemite,
Yeah.
but that's okay. It's an acquired taste.
Yeah, but it's good. Yeah.
Right on. And running through the women in the junior women, in this round and in the seeded round next one coming up, any dangerous women that you've already looked at and have a strategy to come over?
Like everyone.
Everyone in the heat?
Everyone,
Yep.
so it's good. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a common answer that when we ask
Yeah.
that question.
But I like to focus on my surfing. So so I don't really care about that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't control what other people do, can you? You can
Yeah.
only control what you do.
Yeah, myself. So.
100%. Look at these conditions out there. Looking pretty good on the broadcast.
Yeah. Oh,
Who we got? Willow Hardy. Have you seen her going around?
who?
Willow Hardy,
Oh yeah,
a surfer
Willow.
in white.
Yeah.
Yep.
She surfs really good, like especially on the big waves.
Yeah, she's from
surfs
that
so powerful.
southwest region of Australia.
Yes.
And there are some big, powerful waves down there. Have you
Yeah.
ventured down that way yet? Not
no,
yet?
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, well,
But I would love to go there.
when you do, give Willow a call because
Oh, yes, definitely.
her family is very famous down there and they know everything about the Southwest.
Oh, yes.
So there you go.
So,
You've
I
made a
would not
friend.
die, yeah.
Right on. And how long have you been in Australia for, living there?
For 3 years. And
Great.
then I went to the Palm Beach Columbia High School. Yeah, which like Mick Fanning went. So
And Oni Onwar, I think.
yeah.
That's
only
right.
one,
Yeah.
yeah.
And what are your aspirations with pro surfing? You've moved countries and you're going to a foreign high school. What are your goals in pro surfing?
Or my goals for
Yeah.
surfing. Or I want to be on tour, like CT tour. And then I would like to get the world champion, like world title.
You want to be a world champion?
Yes.
Give me that. I love it when people just, that's my vision, that's what I
Yeah.
want to do, and I'm setting goals and I'm taking steps to do it.
Yeah, but I have so many things to like improve still. So just step by step. Getting better.
Yeah.
Learning everything from everything. So
Well, you've done so well in this competition already. A really strong campaign in the women's division. Now the junior women's division, you are looking like you're going to do very well as well. You're through to the next round already, and a really strong performance. I'm going to shake your hand, say very well done.
thank
and
you so much.
Thank you for your time, and
Yes.
no doubt we'll talk again because your surfing has been fantastic.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay,
I will
thank-
do my best. In
Thank
that
you,
next
Si.
one.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good
Thank you.
campaign.
Yeah, you too.
All right, that was the winner of the heat number 2, Sai Maniwa. That is a name you're going to get used to and you're going to see more often. All right, I welcome back to the microphone Giada
Thank you for having me back.
Legati.
Yes.
Is that the correct pronunciation?
Legati, yes.
Legati, okay.
Very Italian.
I like it. I like it. Let's have a look at this heat number 3. It is Willow Hardy out to that lead just via solitary 4. And so Raya and our surfer in blue.
Here goes our surfer in green, Raya Campbell. You know, looking for just a .76 to go to first. That was probably not what she was looking for, but
Right, here
still-
goes Willow again on her second wave. Giada, that's a good looking one, a medium size but a bit of a runner, a strong looking cutback into the whitewater. She'll be
Yep.
looking to get going through this full section, but no, that wave is not offering anything down the end, so she'll pull out, get out the back and try and find some solid sets.
as we see our Japanese surfer on her backside, just carving that all the way down to back to the whitewash. Looking for this wave to give her a little more to work with. We just missed the first part, but we will wait for the replay as this just gets stuck over the back. I'll be excited to see what she did in the beginning of the wave.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot today, haven't we? Surfers are not able to complete on that last section, and I think it's costing them in the scoreline.
Must be quite wobbly and a lot of water out there.
Yeah, I agree.
As we see Suri Jabrik, she is on her backside as well. We have a goofy versus regular heat here. Suri is such a star. Amazing person in and out of the water. She is a really great surfer as well.
She's a really great surfer. She's young and she's going to get a whole lot better. Good bloodlines of surfing with her old man. He's an incredible surfer and also a fantastic guy.
Yes.
I can't wait to see she offers in a couple of years.
Yes.
And I guarantee though she's got a big smile on her face all the time around the competition side, a little bit like Tiana. And it's fantastic to be around those sort of people. Here's that big drop from our surfer in blue, Sumomo.
Wow, great way to start her heat. What a great section she hit. 2 waves, not wasting any times, just battling with those bumps on the wave as the tide is still very high. And looking again, waiting for this inside section to give her a little more. Wasn't exactly what she was hoping for to finish off with, but definitely going to be the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, that
As
was cool.
This is our surfer in red, Suri Jabrik, on her backside as well.
Yeah, that's a replay from that last wave. But that first turn from Sumomo, I tell you what, that was really strong.
Yeah.
Looks like a bit of live action here, and no, replay again.
Our
And that is,
replay from
yeah,
the
it's a little
surfer
confusing, but
in
it's okay.
white.
Yeah, that is our Willow Hardy. Yeah, just wiggling away through that wave number 3. Not sure it's going to factor in, but it's good to keep busy.
Yeah.
It's good to work out this lineup. Every wave you catch is
I'll be excited to see. Oh, and there comes our wave from our Japanese surfer in blue, a 6-point ride.
Oh, look out.
Was a very well-ridden wave from our regular surfer from Japan.
Yeah, that first turn was much deserved for that 6-point ride. Probably bulk of the score coming through that first turn, and then garnishing a few down the line. So bang, the Japanese surfer off to a strong start. There's only 8.5 minutes left in this heat. They are 20-minute heats in the Pro Junior division.
Yep.
So we want to get those grommets out there, get them busy, and get some scores on the board.
Yeah.
It's not a bad strategy to have, even when you're in the women's and the men's. Get out there, get busy, get some scores on the board.
You know, even if they are just 20 minutes heats, these girls are catching lots of waves in between. So it's a great sign. It means that it has come down a little bit for the juniors. And the paddle back is much easier, as we see Willow Hardy.
Yep, Willow Hardy from Margaret River, really hooking it under the lip that time. She means business on this wave number 4. The getting a bit soupy and a little bit lumpy through this midsection. She going to stick with it? We don't know. Yep, looks like she's going to be patient and look for that bonus inside section where she can get a couple of more points, half a point or something. That could be the difference. But that looked pretty good from Willow, didn't it?
Yep, it looked really, really great. As behind is Rhea Campbell. But that was looking like a really great wave from Willow, trying to prove a 3.75. Will she get that score, Billy?
Well, I've been guessing all yesterday and today, and every guess has been wrong. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut, and then I won't look so foolish. Yeah, so much egg on my face I could make an omelette. But
Willow Hardy does improve her score. Her last wave came in at a 5.25.
That's right. Awesome.
Improving her score, but the Japanese surfer only looking for a 3.25, which, judging from her last wave, she can definitely do it. Here we have Green's replay of the last wave.
That is Rhea Campbell, our surfer in green. Strong performer yesterday. She's carrying it over into the Pro Junior division. And this is just a recap of that last exchange. I like this first turn.
Great surfing from Willow Hardy, both in the QS and now the Pro Junior. As she takes this one all the way down, trying to get as many points out of it as possible.
Yeah, well, yesterday we saw that section breaking into the part where we saw Willow pull off just there, and that was providing a really good section to click off a couple of extra points at the end.
Yep.
So no doubt the girls will stick with that, and hopefully the conditions will change with that dropping tide.
Yes, as we see Suri Jabrik and our surfer in blue,
Somomo
Sato. Yep.
It's a kind of little popular one in Australia, but it is a pretty cool name. Her sister is Olive Hardy. I think we were talking about this yesterday. You just shrink Willow down, and that's Olive. A couple of feet. Really good surfer too. Seeing her way around the state rounds and all the contests in Australia. So keep an eye out for Olive. She will be on your radar in the next couple of years for sure.
Yes, I'm very excited to see all of the next generation. Hopefully we'll see them here in Krui, as we do hope they will continue the juniors.
Yeah, come on.
As we reach our 5-minute mark of this heat, almost all surfers have 2 waves ridden.
Yep, looks like Samomo in the driver's seat with priority. She only needs a 3.25 with under 5 minutes remaining. Raya, not in a bad position either. She does have third priority, however. She's looking for that 4.61. She's quite capable of delivering that at any time, given the right wave.
Yep.
And Suri Jubrik, her wave coming in at a 2.55. Let's hope she gets another priority, another opportunity to show us what she's got.
Yep, she'll be looking for a wave maybe a little bit bigger than her last one. And all she needs to do is find it. And she has all to her favor. Now sitting out there with second priority, and with first priority is our Japanese surfer. Taking a look at this one.
Yeah, Samomo now, she is kind of passed on that priority. No worries, she won't lose it. She hasn't paddled for it or indicated that she was interested at all.
Yep. Great heats coming up and another great day of surfing. Still underway as our surfer Raya Campbell now catching this one a little more on the outside as this wave starts to stand up for her on the inside, only looking for a 4.61 to move into second. 3 minutes left on this heat. You know, this wave continues to give as she's hoping to get that inside section to finish it off, and she does.
Ooh, there must be a little
falls off.
black magic down there or something. No one can manage to complete that final maneuver and get those couple of little extra points or half a point, which could make all the difference. So,
Wow.
yeah, something's going on down at that end section.
Yeah, something is, and it must be super difficult because we have seen heat after heat, people just find it very difficult to just tap it finished.
Yeah.
And we do see that when they do, the reward comes in very high. So it's definitely a bonus section.
Yeah, let's have a look at Raya. That's a really nice drop. You're pretty happy with this if you're just free surfing. That first turn though, not too exciting, nothing too much in that. The second one was a lot better. And then we get into that full section of the wave here. You need to generate a bit of momentum and a bit of speed to get through to that bonus click inside section. She does that really well with that little cuddy. And here it comes, just needs to deliver, and the black magic has taken effect down there at the end section. All right, let's go through the runnings of today. This is the round of 24 for the Pro Junior women. This will be followed by the round of 32 of the Pro Junior men. All these heats are 20 minutes long. After that, it is the quarterfinals of the women and then the quarterfinals of the men.
Yep.
So deleting those heats off pretty quickly as we watch Willow Hardy in the last 90 seconds of this heat. Two absolutely beautiful turns to start this off. And the wave continued to deliver down the line. Another little wrapping cuddy. Is she going to stick with this? Why not? You might as well get a taxi ride all the way to the beach with less, just over a minute to go.
Just
and
falls
again.
that black magic. You know, you're starting to convince me.
But those first two turns from Willow Hardy there really,
Yeah.
really convincingly high scoring.
Yeah, you are actually really starting to convince me with that whole magic talk. Now that we've seen it over and over again, but she's gonna be feeling really good after that wave when we see the replay. Those two first turns were superb. She will be feeling really good.
Okay, 24 seconds remaining in this one. Mark Clift and his grandson Rajo Barrel have just entered the commentary booth. It's like Elvis has entered the building. 9 seconds ago. It looked like that will be the result. Willow Hardy out in front. That's 6.75 and the 5.25, and it looks like Samomo in second position. We will throw to an ad break, and we'll be back for heat number 4 of the Pro Junior Women's. Stay with us, folks.
right, here we are, everybody. We are live back at the Krui Pro. This is the Pro Junior Women's Round we are watching, and it is heat number 4. Meanwhile, after this heat, we do boost into the men's Pro Juniors, and I've got a very special little guest with me, everybody. If we can come into the room, I want to introduce to the world this little fella who is an absolute ripper. I love him so much. His name is Rajo Barrel. So Rajo, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, how old you are and where you live?
I live at Sumbawa, and then I'm 12 years old, from Lecky Peak.
All right, and you're surfing in the Pro Juniors in a little bit?
Yeah,
All right, have you done many of these sort of contests before?
this is my second time.
Okay, all right. So tell us about Lakey Peak, Sumbawa. What is your favourite wave there?
My favorite wave is Lecky Peak.
Okay, how big? What size is the perfect size? What is the perfect size Lakey Peak for you? What do you prefer?
5 foot, 6 foot,
6
perfect.
foot? Okay, and what about your next favourite little wave that's just around the corner from there across the channel called Lakey Pipe?
Oh yeah.
You like that one?
Yeah, that's my favorite wave too.
Have a look there. There's Rakeko. How cool. All right, so you live at Lakey Peak in Sumbawa, and I'm lucky enough to live with you and your family. So why don't you tell us a little bit who your dad and your mum and your sisters are? Let's go there.
My dad is Joy Barrel, or Joy. Then my mom is Hada.
Yeah.
And then my sister, Sulis, Sukaina, Ima, and then,
And Mia, Hajmia?
yeah.
All right, so it's all good. How long have you been surfing, Rajo? How many years?
I've been surfing for 10 years.
I know, and it's amazing, everybody, because he turns 13 next month, surfing for 10 years. And I can vouch for this, 100% this is a true stat. This little fella here sitting next to me got his first barrel when he was 4 years old, came out of a tube at 4, yeah? True
Yeah.
story? All right, and then I saw him get your first double barrel when you were 5 at Lakey Pipe. Remember that day?
I don't remember.
That was a long time ago, wasn't it? But you turned 13 next month. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
July 9.
Yep, July the 9th. I remember. So you've got a heat coming up. What do you think are the important things to do in your heat, Rajo?
Do strong turn and then join you heat, enjoy it, and then
Yeah, have fun.
do surf smart.
Surf smart. You've got some sponsors. Who would you like to thank for supporting Rajo Barrel?
Thank you for Quicksilver, Channel Island, and then I have new sponsor, FTS.
FCS. All right. And some good surfers here, mate. So you're travelling with Jeff. Why don't you thank Jeff and Rosa? They help you out a lot as well, don't they?
Yeah, they help me so many with school, sponsor, many.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's give Mum and Dad another wave and another shout out, and I'll let you get going because you've got a heat coming up shortly. So why don't you just say, hi Mum and Dad, see ya, something like that. Say something to your folks.
Hello Mama, hello Papa, and then support me for this heat, please.
They'll be supporting you, mate, don't worry. I hope there's some crew at Lakey Peak watching as well, because here goes little Rajo Barrel. Everyone in the world, remember this name. This kid's amazing. He is a genius in the tube. Good luck, Rajo.
Thank you.
You know I love you, and best of luck for your heat. Woohoo! Thanks, Ra. I had to do that, folks. I had to do that because I live with this little guy. I love him. I've surfed with him his whole life. And from one cute little kid over to another cute little commentator here in Jess Starling. Good morning, Jess. Welcome into the commentary booth. How's your day going?
Good morning. Yeah, my day's going really good. Had a surf this morning. Actually got a couple waves. It was great. Yeah.
All right. Now, you've been sitting on the sidelines as an alternate. Are you
Yes.
getting a spot? What's going on?
So I actually got a spot in this heat, but unfortunately there was an issue with insurance. So if I competed in this event, I wouldn't be covered for the NEAS 5000. So it was just a matter of choice and what event I wanted insurance in. And yeah, QS points definitely mean more. So yeah, I decided to jump back in the booth and hold on to my insurance for NEAS.
All right. When we head off there Saturday morning, We'll probably arrive there Sunday. I think the event starts around about Tuesday or something like that, so that's going to be a wicked time. Meanwhile, this surfer in red, how sick are these turns?
Yeah, 2 beautiful turns just to start off this wave into a beautiful carve. She's just looking like, oh, I jinxed her. She was looking really confident on that wave, just hitting those sections, and that comes in at a 9-point right, that last one.
I'm definitely going to write that down on the highlights reel. So why don't you tell everybody exactly who that was, and do you know much about this surfer?
So that was Kokona Kawase. I actually don't know much about her. I've had a few surfs with her at Krui left, and we just smile. Like there's a little bit of a language barrier. Okay. But we just smile, and I think we're friends. But I don't know too much about her, but I do know that she surfs amazing, and you can tell by the 9-point ride she got in her last wave.
All right, well, I think we are going to bring Willow Hardy in for a quick little rev up on how her heat went. We'll get back to you in a moment, Jess. So, okay, so let's have a little chat here. And all the Margaret River crew online on the west side in WA. Let me see, it's 9:42 a.m. in Margaret River. Good morning, Willow Hardy. I had that heat off. So why don't you tell me how it went and what your scores were?
Well, the conditions have definitely cleaned up, so I think I paddled out. I got an okay first one, but I kind of didn't really hit the end. I probably should have regretted it after, but paddled back out. Think I got a couple more. I think my last wave, I'm not really sure what the score was. It's pretty hard to hear out there.
Okay, all right.
But I got a nice last one to finish on.
All right, and I believe you changed the board, or you riding something different this morning? Would you like to tell us about that?
Yeah, I'm riding a smaller board today, just a bit sharper, a lot better for these waves.
What sort of board?
It's a 5.5, pintail DNA.
Okay, unreal. Here we are, we're on live right here. So I imagine there's some people in Margaret River watching you and me, Mark Cliff, Willow Hardy. Why don't you look down the camera and give some crew a shout out back home in Margs?
Well, Mum and Olive just flew to Bali.
Oh!
No, I had their first surf this morning. Hey Mum, hey Olive.
All right, and what about some friends that may be, I don't know, at school or on school holidays, or what's going on in Margies? But why don't you give us a shout out to some of your buddies at home?
Oh yeah, hey everyone, thanks for tuning in and watching. Hopefully you're getting some waves in the cold.
There's your scores right there, 675, a 525. So who are your crew, your regular gang that you roll with in Margies that you might want to mention their names?
Loey, Sasha, Demi, school friends. Normally just surf with Olive.
All right, your sister, your younger
Yeah.
sister. All right, when is Olive going to start coming to some of these events? She needs to, because she's at that standard.
She would be shredding out here. We're actually thinking that her backhand, I reckon she could make a couple of heats maybe if she's on the right waves.
For sure. And then Nia, she'd be on a forehand.
Yeah.
Have a look at what's going on in this heat, Willow. Look at these numbers.
9.
A 9 and an 8.65. Stop it in the same heat. All right, so the Pro Junior Women's, there's some really good shredders here. Obviously, you are through now to the round of 16. So what do you do? You're probably not going to compete again today, but what do you do to keep yourself fired up and in the zone and in some winning form?
I think at this comp it's pretty easy because the waves are so pumping. Getting fired up, that's definitely not a problem. I'm just so frothed to get out there. Probably just making sure I don't over surf.
And don't over froth?
Yeah, not over frothing. I know, it's so hard. Dad's I'll just try and get 2 good ones, but I just kept going waves. It's so good. Yeah,
well, you're lucky, and they're only 20-minute heats, but let's face it, juniors paddle a lot. They paddle fast. They ride just about anything. So, in your experience, is 20 minutes enough time out there?
I reckon today it probably is, but when it was bigger, 25 was definitely the right thing.
All right, so here is our heat leader. This is the surf that owns the 9-point wave, so we'll be definitely having a chat with her, I think, later on. A 9 and an 8.65 in the same heat. My goodness, that's amazing. And your dad's here with you. You guys have come from El Salvador. Tell me about your world title experience over there in the juniors.
Yeah, El Salvador was amazing. We were surfing the best waves. We were surfing, it was double banked for the whole ISA competition. And overall, Australia came second, which was really good.
And what was your personal ranking after that event?
I think I got an equal 9th.
Out of 100 odd people, or 96 people in your division, I believe?
Yeah, I actually got knocked into the repos pretty early, ended up surfing 8 repo heats.
Wow.
Which I was pretty stoked with.
Going about it the hard way.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of heat practice, so it's serving you well here at the Krui Pro. So Willow Hardy, I'm going to say a job well done. I'm glad you're surfing so well because I've seen you all your career and I reckon you're a dead set shredder.
Oh, thank you so much.
Well done, Willow Hardy. We'll let you go and get changed, etc. We'll bring Jess back in. So thanks for having a chat with me. There goes Willow. Here comes Jess.
All right, back in the booth.
All right, she's cool. I love
Yes,
Willow.
she is.
Yep, and she speaks well. She always expands on her questions and her answers, and very cool. Got a lot to like about the Willow, the Hardy clan, and where they're heading. How's our drone footage? Look at the reef.
Absolutely beautiful. If honestly, any of you out there, if you have a chance to get to Krui, it is honestly one of the most remarkable places I've ever been to. The people are lovely. The waves are pumping everywhere you look. There's beaches, right-hand points, barrels, left-hand points. It's definitely a place to come to. Definitely add it to your bucket list.
All right, so 7 minutes and a little bit remaining in this heat 4 before we cross to the Pro Junior men's. Tell us, you and your sister rock a online surfing magazine. Let's give that a hit again.
Yeah, so my sister True and I started Murmur Mag about 2 years ago, and it's pretty much just been growing since then. And what we do is we showcase every female surfer and give them a platform where they can express themselves and feel noticed. And yeah, we just found that there wasn't really a platform for female surfers out there at all.
All right.
So yeah, we've created Murmur Mag.
Really well done. And who is coming up in, say, the next episode or features? Who can we
Yeah.
expect to see shortly?
Our next feature we have is on Shannon Hayes, Shannon Hughes, sorry. She is a commentator for the WSL, and we talk more about the longboarding side of things.
All right.
And then we also have Patcha Light jumping in, and maybe next week, and we're talking about sustainable surfing.
Have you been doing any little interviews or some background homework while you've been here on some of the young surfers getting around?
Yeah, I've been doing a few little interviews. I've got a couple of questions I've been asking all the girls around here, and my sister's ripping into a couple today as well, and we're making some cool little reels out of them. So
Unreal.
stay tuned.
Good stuff. And how long have you been doing the Murmur project?
About 2 years, yeah. It's when we're competing, it's a little hard to keep it as consistent as we like, especially when we're in remote areas and the Wi-Fi drops in and out. But yeah, we really love it, and it's both of our passion outside of surfing. So if we can make a career out of that, that would be amazing too.
Cool as. Meanwhile, this heat has just been blockbuster stuff. When you look at these score lines, Jess, 9 and an 8.65, the two biggest numbers that I've seen thrown down during the whole event. They've happened in the same heat, and they've happened at the very first opportunity the Pro Junior Women's has had. This is nuts.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show that the juniors are just getting better and better. I'm a little gutted I didn't get a good run in the juniors, but looking at what the performances the girls are putting on out there, I think it's safe to say we're in good hands. We're a good show. And,
quite happy to sit in here and watch. And
I'd love to be a part of that heat, trying to throw my hat in the ring.
All right.
Get a couple nines, try.
Now, how do you find your time, say, doing this role? Do you reckon it helps you perhaps the next time or in the future, next time you get a contest ratio on and you're competing and you've got the opportunity to watch your squillion heats and comment on rides and scores and all that, you reckon that's going to help you?
Yeah, I actually think commentating helps me a lot understand heat surfing, and it's good to analyse the way other people surf in the heat, both women and men, and try and take little things from that as well. And I really enjoy beach commentary too, and I find sitting near the judges and just getting kind of the feel for up there also helps when I'm competing, because I know exactly what they're looking for, and you just get a bit more of a feel, so once you're out there you can tick all the right boxes.
I reckon really well said, because there's a lot of learning that can happen from breaking down heats, breaking down rides, listening to the judges, the way they talk about rides before they even throw a score down, etc. I think it is a really strong way to help you compete. And Yeah, so I could recommend to anybody out there, if you're ever thinking of sort of getting in on some judging, or you get the opportunity, because let's face it, there's a lot of ways you can win a heat, and there's squillions of ways you can lose a heat.
Yeah, you're not wrong on that one. As we see the replay of Ella's, I believe this is her 8.65.
Yeah, it has to
so
be. Look at
two
these.
great turns to open up. The wave just flattening out a little bit, steepening up again, and gets room for one more, maybe another. Really powerful backhand surfing from Ella McCaffrey, so a well-deserved 8.65, a little stand tall at the end of that
how was
one.
it? Stare down to the
stare
tower.
down. Give me a score, is what
Well,
she said.
if that was how good green went, imagine how good red went to get the
Yeah.
9.
And here we see red up and riding, so
Kawasi, I'm not sure how we say this name. We'd definitely be interested to interview this surfer perhaps at the end of the heat if she should win. Looking at what she's done, she's somebody we really need to know more about. So
100%.
her backup number's still pretty good as well, the 5.25, with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this heat. I'm not sure what's happened to blue or white. Did they get a start? Did they front up? Do you know, Jess?
No, unfortunately they weren't able to make their heats this morning. Nixie Ryan and Amelie Burke, both extremely talented surfers, but unfortunately, weren't able to get down here this morning to surf their heats, but hopefully we'll see them at NIAS.
All right, so there's another 2-person heat. I think the first heat of the morning was that as well. So a no pressure heat. So for the surfer in red and the surfer in green, absolutely going nuts in this heat. They've had it their own way, and it could have been a whole lot different should there have been the other 2 competitors out there and put a bit of pressure, and having 4 Rasfes in the lineup. So
Yeah, I think it would be pretty special to surf a 2-man heat out there.
2-person heat for sure would be great. So either way, Ella, and let's have a look at this first name, see if I can get my head around it. It is Kokona Kawasi. I don't know, maybe we'll ask her if that's at the pronunciation, but she's got the 9, Ella's got the 8.65. Blockbuster heat going on here as the last heat before we cross over to the Pro Junior men's.
Well, looking at it, Ella only needs a 5.61, so there's a minute and a half to go, and if Ella can find an opportunity with the surfing she did on that 8.65, I think she could get a
Here she
5.61
goes.
in her sleep.
Take us through this one, Jess.
Great looking wave. Strong first turn. She's just a really powerful backhand surfer. Just back to the power source to try and find a little more momentum. Great third turn, and won't get a chance for a fourth, but that is a great wave, and we'll have to wait and see what it comes in at.
Yes, a very good last opportunity right there. Took every section and gave it a good backhand crack. So a very interesting heat. The goofy footer from red. In fact, Al does move up into the lead. Ella, via this wave, it turned into a 5, something I think a 5.75. I just got a brief glimpse at it. So it was all pretty sick. I loved it. We've got the Pro Junior men's coming up in a moment. I'll let you and Billy go through the motions of Heat 1 as well, of the men's. I'm really enjoying my morning down here. Day 6 of the Krui Pro. Red's last little answer back to try and regain the lead, needing a 5.4.
Yeah, a little flurry of action towards the end of this heat. Red just getting a couple carves in. This wave looking like it might fizzle out a little bit towards the inside.
Wow, after a heat like this, I feel like we should just about interview both these surfers.
Yeah.
But I reckon we'll definitely get the opportunity as they'll both move through to the round of 16, and we drag the winners only up here for chats. So either way, it's going to be Ella, who we've had a good chat with a bunch of times, and Kawasi in second position. With a score to drop, we'll get back to that result in a moment. We'll just kick over to a break.
Welcome everyone back to day 6 of the Krui Pro 2022. I'm joined by Narrabeen's Jess Starling. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. How are you?
I'm going great. Now the junior women first round is done and dusted. Now we're moving on to the pro junior men. Let's have a look at these people here. Have you heard of Tenchi? He is from Bali.
I haven't. The only person I've heard of in this heat is Jamie Thompson. He's actually one of my good friends.
Well, let's have a look at him there. Jamie Thompson has been ripping this whole contest. Oscar Glossop, he is down from that Lakey Peak way. February Agriawan from Indonesia also. And Tenchi Iwami, he is son of one of the great surfers in Bali, Davis Ratif. So this should be a ripper. All these little Indo kids are used to surfing these big long lefts. And Jamie Thompson, of course, wow, his form has been nothing but impressive through this whole contest.
Yeah, Jamie's from my hometown of Narrabeen as well, so he's not shy of a left-hander himself. But yeah, I think with the waves as good as they have been this morning for the women, I reckon we'll see some pretty great surfing from all the pro junior men. And most of them have been competing in the QS as well, so it's great to see people double dipping in both pro junior and QS divisions. Seeing how they go, and
yeah, if you're going to come all this way, you might as well have 2 dips.
100%, couldn't agree more.
I was speaking to, can't remember whose father it was yesterday, but they were saying maybe when they come back to Krui, they'll just do the pro junior because there's so much to see and do around here. As a Nias, it's quite compressed, and you've got a couple of waves, so you want to stay busy there.
Yeah, I haven't been to Nias yet, but I've heard that there's not a lot of waves to surf around there.
No.
And it's a little bit more remote than here. Yep. But I'm excited.
Yeah, come on, it's a pretty famous wave, isn't it?
Oh, and we actually, one of the Australian girls is over there already, Osha Curtis, and she dropped a pretty crazy clip last night, getting barreled off her brain and then coming out and doing a carve, so it was great to see.
That is cool.
As we see the surfer in blue taking off on the first wave of this heat.
Yep, February.
Surfer. Great looking surfing from him. Beautiful layback. And just another carve back to the pocket, looking for that finishing section. Flying down the line.
Oh, Angry R1 really coming to life in the later part of this wave. How was that last turn, Jess?
Wow, what a great wave from the surfer in blue. As we see Jamie Thompson up and riding on his first wave as well. Beautiful second turn, straight back into the pocket for the third. Just teeing off on these long left-handers. It just looks so playful out there. Great surfing from Jamie. A little bit smaller today, so I feel like the surfers are able to get on their shortboards and maybe be a little bit more comfortable out there. Unfortunately, Jamie just not sticking the landing on that last one.
Yeah, that was great surfing from Jamie Thompson, but he is going to have his hands full with surfing from February Angriawan. That was really impressive stuff. I've never seen him surf before.
Yeah, me neither. I was quite impressed actually, and he just didn't even look like he was going to fall on any of his turns, and he was hitting some pretty steep sections out there. So I think we've got a heat on our hands.
You betcha. I think this will be the case for all of these 8 heats of the Pro Junior Men's.
Yep, definitely agree with that one, and I love the international field we have on this event as well, just adding to the action. So 5 minutes have gone past, and that first wave for blue locks in at a 6.75, and Jamie Thompson's first wave locked in at a 6-point ride. And it looks like white is looking in on this wave. And we are going to get the winner of the last heat in for an interview. Second place of the last heat, Kokona Kawase. And she's going to jump in with me for a little interview.
Yeah, that's great. We've spoken to Ella quite often. Ella McCaffrey, she did win that last heat. So this is a great thing to do. And we'll welcome her in right now.
How you going?
I'm good.
Good. And correct me if I'm wrong. Is it Kokona? Is that how you pronounce your name?
My name is Kokona.
Kokona.
Yeah.
Beautiful name. And how was it out there? Were the waves fun?
It is fun wave.
Fun wave.
Yeah.
Long lefts.
Yes.
And you got a 9. Tell us how that felt.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, excited.
Yes.
And you can say anything in Japanese back to anyone home if you wish.
Okay. インサイドブレイク、インサイドの方でのブレイクだったんですけど、すごいいい波が来て、自分の岸から見ている時の波に乗れることができたので、すごく楽しかったです。
And you can say hi, we're on the screen, wave to everyone back home. And how will you prepare for your next heat?
次のヒートも自分のベストを出して勝ちたいです。
Alright, amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and we'll see you in the next one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, that was our second place getter in Heat 4 of round 1 of the Pro Junior Women. That was Kokona Kawase. She got a 9-point ride in her heat and was an extremely strong surfer. And it looks like with almost halfway down in this heat, we see Blue locking in a second ride of potentially a 4 to get him up in that double digits range.
How are you enjoying the international flavour, Jess? These interviews in Japanese responses, I really dig it.
I really enjoy it. It's yeah, I want to make them feel as comfortable as possible. So if you can speak in your home language, go for it.
Well, we are in the Asian region.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
You know, English is the second language of all of these regions. So bring it on, I reckon. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I really enjoy listening to it too, and it makes me want to learn more languages. As we see a replay of our surfer in white, great crack off that first turn, just getting a little bit caught behind and unfortunately coming unstuck.
Yeah,
as that wave ran off a little bit.
That is Oscar Glossop.
I've actually seen him at Krui left the last few weeks, putting in some work and training out there.
Cheeky, isn't he?
Yeah. Him, I believe he has a little brother as well.
He does.
Yeah, both of them. Quite cheeky.
Yeah, the old man's here. He's Australian, and Mama, Indonesian. So he's a bit of those Chumpall kids, and it's a really good mix.
And tell me, is there anyone in the men's draw that you're excited to watch with the seeded surfers now in round 2?
The open men's?
In the Pro Junior.
Oh, the Pro Junior? I am really looking forward to, because, you know, we've seen the likes of Jamie before, who was absolutely awesome. But, of course, Mark Cliff's grandson, Rajo Barrel, he's been just talking about nothing else but for the last 2 years about this, but his grandson. So I'm really looking forward to see if he can deliver under pressure, because I've seen him free surf and he's spot on for such a little dude. And just going through the list of names here, Leo Castle, he's really surprised me. Haven't seen him before. He was in the open men's and now he's in the junior, so it's hard to think of him not going to dominate. Saxon Reba, of course, all good. Just going through the list of names that we haven't seen. Oscar Berry, he's going to go really well. Wow. Yeah. Half of these kids I thought were like 23, 24. They're in the Pro Junior division.
Yeah, there's a big group of us that are in our last year, Oscar and Saxon.
Bronson Maedi, he's going to look forward to that as well. Listen, Bronson comes up against Ryuki Waeda and Zane Asik. So, wow, that's going to be a blockbuster heat. Number 7.
A great heat.
Yep.
Ryuki did well in the QS as well, made a couple rounds, so he was surfing really good. And here's that log in the lineup on that drone footage.
I think that's a little palm frond. Yep.
Yeah, it's been crazy having trees just drifting through the lineup the last few days. On some of the bigger days, it was a little bit scary.
Yeah, there's Jamie having a little poke over to see what it is. If you surf in Canada, it's the same.
Really?
Really?
But it's not little palm fronds, it's massive pine trees and stuff like that floating through the lineup.
Oh, and it's not tropical and warm in Canada either.
Oh my goodness, no. Yeah, it's I've surfed out there at Tofino on the west coast of Vancouver Island. Beautiful part of the world, but yeah, real cold. Great waves.
Yeah, I'd love to get there one day and put on a 5'4", booties, gloves and a hood. Try my best to move out there. Looks like White having a look, and Red using his priority. So taking this wave off Oscar Glossop to open up his account. Great looking first turn. Straight into a second. I believe this surfer, so this is Tenchi Iwami. I believe he has been surfing, if it is who I'm thinking, he's been surfing in a wetsuit, free surfing in a wetsuit, so that when he gets in heats, it loosens up.
Oh, right on. I like that. Yeah, it's like swimming with a bucket behind you, right?
Yep.
Yep. Perfect. I like it. That's a good a good training technique. I love it.
Yeah, I've seen him a few spots as well, and he's been surfing really strong. So hopefully he can get a couple waves in the last 8 minutes. As we see Oscar Glossop up on his second wave. Wow, that would have been pretty impressive if he could have ridden out of that one. That was a pretty meaty section. And it looks like blue.
Yep, this is February. Really impressive style for this young man. I'm so surprised I haven't heard of him. Love the way he puts that right hand in the wave as he's cutting back. Touching the water, it's always an important thing to do, and these young kids are really excelling at that little layback so he didn't nosedive on the way down. Follows it up with another impressive snap, and this kid is just on fire. Looks at the judge's towel, say, give me a bit of love. Who is he?
That was amazing.
Yep, if you don't know who he is, that is February Anguriawan.
He has just come out guns blazing in this heat.
I'd love to have a talk with him after this is completed.
Yeah, I would love to chat to him too. He just does not look like he's falling. He's got a little bit of a wider stance and just making sure he's sticking those end sections. As we see a replay of this last wave. Yeah, I love what you're talking about. That hand back in the water. Provide a little bit of stability when he's coming back around to the pocket. Beautiful bottom turn.
Look at this one. Whoop.
It's this next turn I love.
Yeah.
Great looking turn, and then this end section.
A little bit of out of control, but that's what we like. Love pushing the limits. Jamie Thompson is never out of control. Look at the precise nature of his surfing. Coming unstuck on the second one. No, bang, riding out.
That was pretty impressive surfing from Jamie. What are you thinking with the likes of multiple turns linked together or 2 turns from Jamie?
It's hard to go past those 2 turns from green.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were
pretty impressive.
You know, part of the criteria is control,
and
Jamie showed a whole lot through those 2 turns. February just going at it and not really hanging on, but just throwing all his marbles at that wave. As Jamie looks like he's in a lot of control.
Maybe a little bit of a paddle battle.
Yes, so February has picked up a 6.75. He's going to be super stoked with that. Pair that with his 4, and he is second. Jamie,
9.60.
Wow.
You couldn't really go past that turn. It was pretty amazing surfing, and both turns in the critical part of the wave.
Well, I'd written him off after that. The first turn I loved. I'd written him off after he disappeared into the white water on the second one, and nope, he came out, rode out front of it, and that's the critical nature that the judges are looking for in turns. So Jamie Thompson continuing to impress. I've got to write that down.
Here's the replay of that wave. That
Bang.
first turn was just so critical and in the pocket, and that second one gets a little bit of release, disappears, and then comes back out. Looks like he was smiling at the end of that turn.
Oh, why wouldn't you?
9.6. He was throwing away massive scores yesterday, so he's definitely been one of the standout surfers so far in the Pro Junior event. We are still early in the draw, but right now I think Jamie's looking pretty good to make this heat.
Oh, wow.
With just under 5 minutes, I think Red and White have a little bit of work cut out for them. Unfortunately, Red not getting a quick start off the back of this heat. Only got a 4.9 for that last one and then a 0.9, so he's looking for a 7.4, which is
well within his talent and range, and Oscar Glossop looking for a little bit more of a substantial score of a 9.5. But I'm sure he watched that last wave of Jamie and said, okay, that's what you have to do for excellent surfing.
That's what I'm going to give it a crack.
Yeah.
Just looking at our high scores through the contest, it's Rio with that 9.50. How can you forget that? Jamie's just bettered it.
9.6. Yeah, I would say he'd be pretty happy about that wave, and I'm excited to get him in here for a bit of a chat. He is a cheeky man. But he's always good fun to have a chat with. I had a free surf with him this morning, and yeah, he was looking strong in the free surf, so I was pretty excited to see how he was going to go in his heat today.
Well, Jamie Thompson continues on his merry way through this contest. Can't help but be impressed by this young man, and I can't help but be surprised by February Angri Awan.
Wow, just a pan of some of the left-handers rolling through. So many waves go unridden, the small to medium-sized ones, because we're all looking for the sets in the heat. But yeah, sometimes it's hard to watch. Just mind surfing.
Yeah, I mean, I brought my boards here to Krui, and you can kind of sneak away and get a wave away from the pack. And there's 200 odd surfers here, all rip. So for a bald old man from Western Australia, it's hard to get a wave. But it's going to be even worse at Nias.
I know. Nias is going to be hard work, but try our best over there to try and get a few waves in. Will you be heading over to Nias?
I won't miss it. Of course I will.
I'm very excited to get there.
All right, just over 2 minutes remaining. This one, it looks like our surfers in green and blue. February and Jamie looking the goods. It is Tenchi with the work to do, a 7.40 within 2 minutes now, and Oscar with a massive 9.50 to get that second position. Whew, it's been exciting. Here goes Oscar. Really shoves it in the pocket. That's a good looking style and a lovely place to do a turn. Finds a bit of an edge on that second turn also, but this wave almost disappearing into nothing. That could be Oscar's best wave on banking, but I don't think it's anywhere near that 9.50.
No, I think he'll definitely lower his requirements. So didn't look like the longest wave, so he could probably get out there and try and get amongst it for one more. If he's lucky, he will be number 4th in priority, so might be a little bit harder to attain that, but I'm sure he'll give it a go. And yeah, we have Tenchi with priority, so unfortunately he hasn't really got going in this heat with only a minute remaining, looking for a 7.4. Doable.
Of course it's doable.
Heat's not over till the hooter goes.
Gianna has been saying it's not over until it's over. And that's exactly the attitude you've got to have. We're thinking of adopting it as our official motto for this little mini tour.
I love it. Let's do it. Heat's not over till it's over. As we see Tenchi having a look at this one. He's got great style on him, Tenchi.
Oh, yes, look at that.
Beautiful. First turn straight into lip, cracks it up again, but just comes unstuck and a little maybe pushed too hard that he came off the back on that last one. But with 20 seconds remaining, we see our friend in blue. Great first turn for him. Beautiful second turn. And he'll just try and take this one all the way to the beach and get himself a score to make it a little bit harder for white and red.
Just don't you love to see the young surfers throwing everything they have at these heats? Watch this finishing maneuver. Oh, he's got another little bonus section on the inside, wrapping it around. The hooter is gone in the background. He will be loving his life at the moment. That is February Angori Awan. Looks like he may have come in second. I'm pretty sure he has. We'll see the results of that heat in a little while. We will cut to an ad now and see you here for heat number 2 of the Pro Junior Men's. Stick with us, folks. Welcome everyone back to the Krui Pro 2022. Mark, I've lost my tongue, but it's good to have you back in the booth. Everyone looking forward to the Pro Junior men's, but no one more than you, I reckon.
Well,
where are you going to be at heat number
next
4?
No. Well,
where are you going to be at heat number 4?
I'm going to make sure I'm in here. But right now we have Western Hurst. There's another Lakey boy. He's there in red. I know his dad's watching online, so g'day Troy, g'day Uni. Woohoo! Go Western Hurst. All right, also Taki Kanazawa out of Japan in the blue. Jarvis, oh my God, BOG. Keep your eye on that name, everybody. He's a man on the move. He's in white out of Australia. And Noah Caps, Great Britain, in the green. So it's all going on. There's a lot of heats in this round. There are 8 heats, the round of 32 for the Pro Juniors. Points up for grabs should they happen to bomb out here and cop a 4th. That's only 150 points. It's 200 for a 3rd placing and an equal 17th. But I'm sure everybody's got their eyes on the prize. There's a lot on offer here at Krui. So go the young Pro Juniors. A pretty good start for Mr. Kanazawa in the blue. Jarvis Earl, I can't say enough good things about the guy in white, everybody. I'm trying to remain unbiased, but it's impossible when you see the surfing that young man has brought to the Krui men's 5,000. He's in the quarterfinals. He's been the only surfer to beat Jesse Mendez and Billy Hangen. Watch this space, Jarvis Earl in this heat, everybody. Wow.
Yeah, he has really impressed, especially a couple of dudes like us who've never seen him before. What was impressive, Mark Cliff, where you weren't in the booth last heat, was this 9.60 from Jamie Thompson.
Well, Jamie is a very confident young lad. We've seen him strutting around Lavina, where we live. Doesn't mind a coconut or two every afternoon. Does some good work around the pool. He's pretty handy on the pool table. Loves a bit of karaoke as well, and he's a dead set lad. I think he's sponsored by Billabong and a few other hefty companies there. So, also keep your eye on Jamie Thompson. I couldn't believe that he was in that first round yesterday, him and a couple of the other boys, because they're that good. They just don't have a ranking at this point.
Yeah. The depth of Australian surfing is finally getting deeper and deeper.
Oscar Berry was another one yesterday that started in the men's first round. Marlon Harrison, Tane Dobbin, Saxon Reba, all in the same heat there. That was pretty good. And Zane Asink and Leo Cassell are 2 other standouts that somehow ended up in that very first round yesterday. Meanwhile, Caps up and down. Here goes Jamie. We've just been giving him props. I'll get him to sit in here with you and have a chat. What a lad he is. So let's bring in Jamie Thompson, owner of a 9.6. Get out of here. That's the best score during our whole week.
Yeah, for sure. We will keep the Lavina love going in the broadcast booth. Jamie, put it there, buddy.
Oh, thank you.
Good to have you on board.
Oh, it's good to be here again.
Now, Rio Wade got a 9.50 for this smashing wave to bits yesterday. You've just bested him with a 9.60 for those 2 turns, and I've got to admit, I love the first turn that you did. When you came down for the second one, I've written you off. Couldn't quite complete it, and then you rode out of the whitewater. It was super exciting. How was that last turn? Was it just hit and hope, or did you?
I had my eyes closed. I had no idea where I was going, and then I just kind of felt me in the foam, and then I got them open. I was like, "Oh, come on!" and then it just went out. So I was lucky. It was all luck.
I don't agree. I don't believe that for 1 second.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Now you were a little bit under the weather a couple of nights ago. A bit of a fever and a rapid weight loss system, as we call it here in Indonesia.
Yeah.
And then you bounce back after a couple of hours. You feeling okay now?
Feeling pretty good. Yeah. It came back yesterday at one stage, and then today I'm sweet, 100%. Got into some karaoke and stuff last night.
Yeah, you got a pretty good voice.
Yeah. Sing some good songs. Went to bed not too late. Didn't keep all the boys up, so...
Yes, we appreciate that too. Now, you reckon you've lost a couple of kilos. Are you noticing that?
No, I've gotten really skinny. Yep. My ribs have started sticking out. I'm starting to get bruised ribs. Got to start eating more.
Yep.
Might go see if there's a Macca's or something around here, eh?
There are no Macca's. I think there's a Indomart up the road. You can get yourself some pop mee goreng. That is the answer to Macca's here in Indonesia. Now, Mark Clift and I haven't seen you before around the circuits. We can't believe because of the standard of surfing. Can you kind of look down that camera and tell us where you're from and a bit about yourself?
from North Narrabeen, 20 years old, and guess I just surf and work at my dad's surf shop, so kind of the classic teenage surfer boy.
Awesome.
But yeah, I have a pretty good life at the moment, especially travelling around here for a few months. Go to the Mentawis later on, and got a pretty good year ahead, so pretty excited.
Now, what is the name of your dad's surf shop? Give him a bit of a plug.
The Wick Surf Shop in Collaroy on the northern beaches of Sydney. Good little shop. Been there for quite a while. Got a pretty good crew working there.
Alrighty, are you going to give me and Mark a bit of a discount if we walk in?
I'm sure we can help the boys out, eh?
That is awesome, mate. Why don't you sit in for a little while and see what we look at while we're watching your heats.
Yeah.
It looks like our surfer in blue off to an early start, a 4.5 and a 6.0. And Jarvis Earl, you impressed with this kid? Do you know him?
Pretty sure he's going to beat my 9.6 at some stage.
Oh.
I feel like he's got a 10 coming pretty soon.
No. And have you surfed against him much in your junior career?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's smoked me probably 10-0, but yeah. No, he's one of the best kids probably out of Australia, so I'm sure he's going to get some big scores during this comp.
Well, there he is, banked in a 6.75. He'll be looking at as a backup, really, won't he? Here it is now.
Yeah, it's going to be a throwaway.
Talk us through this.
Yeah, that was nice. Kind of slid out a little bit, but then I watched these last couple turns, and they were pretty good. Especially this one, that was perfect.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that was super nice to watch.
Yeah, we saw a few people kind of struggling to finish on that end section, but it's super important, and then, you can get up well into the good range if you do finish that.
Yeah.
Noah Caps, you know much about him?
No, I'm pretty sure I had a heat with him before. Yeah, we had a good little heat before. He got a few waves. We both got washed in at the end of the heat and called it quits with like a few minutes to go.
Oh, yeah, well, why not? That was like the 7 or 8 minute paddle out the other day, wasn't it? So, yeah, why not?
Yeah, I got smoked. The other day in my heat, I didn't even get out in time. I was on the dry rocks, and my heat pretty much started, and I was all the way down the point. So I was pretty rattling. All my feet were bleeding, cut open. Yeah.
I think Noah is representing Great Britain.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
On the app. Yeah, that's pretty exciting. I think he said he's been here for a while or something.
Right on. Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. His stuff's pretty good though. I saw some of his waves yesterday. He got some nice long ones.
Western Hurst has some wraps on him for about the last 5 years. He's been absolutely dominating down there in Sumbawa. You see much of him getting around?
No, not
He's
really.
only a young kid, mate, but keep your eye open for that name, Western Hurst. He got an absolute bomb at Desert Point just before the pandemic.
Ooh, that's a scary wave, isn't it?
Yeah, it was like the biggest it can hold and still tube, so you're looking around, the double head.
Yeah.
And Western really established himself in the Indonesian surfing world when he took off on that thing and made it through. So yeah, so keep your eye out for him. And Ty just our surfer in blue coming unstuck on that last one is 0.90.
That's still pretty close. Jarvis has really got the only proper score so far, so might be a good little end half of the heat.
Yeah, it's usually gone that way. They've started, backwards and forwards. And here he goes again. I'm pretty sure this is a live heat. Yep, that's a good looking rebound. Chucks in a little twirl at the end just for fun.
Yeah, he's having fun.
Don't know if he's done a couple of turns before then, but we'll have a look on the replay. Yeah, this is Noah.
Yeah, this is a good little wave.
Our Englishman, if you don't mind. Good looking waves now. They're lining up through to the inside section a bit better, aren't they?
Yeah, this inside part doubles up pretty good.
Is it still bumpy on the way up and way down?
Yeah, it's gotten a fair bit better since this morning. This morning it was super bumpy, really hard to surf. And then as the day goes on, it kind of cleans up a bit and it's a little bit easier. But yeah, that was a pretty good wave.
Yeah, that's going to be handy. We'll see where it comes in comparison to Jarvis's 6.75. But yeah, Noel's going to be happy with that. He was on his way to taking that second position. All important for progressing into the next round.
There's a little replay. This first one was pretty nice as well.
You'd be happy if you came to Krui and scored these waves all the time you're here, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, it's so good surfing in the heat.
Just 3 other dudes.
You kind of want to take off on every wave, but you got to kind of be a little bit patient and wait for a better one.
Well, that's the funny thing we've been noticing about the local Indonesian kids from this area. When they're in a heat, they can't just paddle up your inside and take any wave they want. Like, I've got to give a wave to a white guy. You're kidding me?
No, they've all been pretty good while we've been here. It seems like everyone's taking turns. You know, no one's really hassling that bad or snaking. It's their wave, so
Yeah,
guess
that's
they can-
100% right.
yeah, they
I
can get whatever
imagine-
wave they want, but they've been pretty good.
You'd be the same at North Narrow, wouldn't you?
If I was one of them, I'd be getting every bomb. So yeah,
That was,
thanks to all the local boys. It's been super helpful. Let
Yeah.
everyone get some waves.
Nice one. That is Taki Kanazawa. Looks like his third wave.
There's Noah's one, 4.9.
Yeah, look at that. Wow, bit of a shake-up.
Ooh.
Ooh, a big shake-up there. 4.50 that last from our surfer in blue at Japanese, Taki Kanazawa. Cool names, these Japanese, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they got some good ones. I wouldn't be no good at pronouncing any of them, but
Better that
I'll leave that to you.
Jamie and Bill. It's kind of boring, aren't they?
Easy as, yeah. No, this is a pretty tight heat though. This last 8 minutes, I don't know, it might change up quite a bit. You know, even Jarvis isn't just safe yet, so I don't know, we'll see if some of the boys can get some pretty good waves.
Jarvis only with that 2.15. He looks like he was playing around a little on that cutback rebound. That might come back to bite him in the heels later on.
It could. Yeah, he always ends up getting 2 bombs no matter what, so.
He does sit out with a priority though. First in priority and first in the scoring is a great place to be. You enjoyed your time here at Krui?
Oh, it's been awesome, yeah.
Yep.
Probably
First
the
time?
best-
Second time?
First time, yeah.
Yep.
It's probably the best place I've ever been, to be honest. You
Oh,
know?
right on.
I surf out here in the morning and then I get on the scooter and head up and find some other waves and then come back here in the Arvo. It's been pretty good every day.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
Now,
so-
what about the production crew and their karaoke carry-ons every evening?
Whoa.
It's entertaining, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. I've heard some shocking songs, but some of them have been half alright. And yeah, you know, even Jesse Mendez was there last night.
Was he
You
having
know,
a sing?
No, he wasn't having a sing. He was just there watching, getting into it. You know, he's loving it.
All right,
Yeah,
well,
so maybe tonight he'll get into it. I
maybe
don't know.
that should be our goal, is to get the former CT surfer up there on the gold karaoke mic.
We're getting him into one song.
All right, well, things are rattling down here towards the end of the heat. Jamie, I'm going to shake your hand and say well done again. Let's
Thank
keep
you,
the
thank you.
Lavina love going, and good best of luck in the rest of the campaign. We're going to bring in Mark Clift for the remaining 6 minutes and 20 seconds of heat number 2, round of 32, Pro Junior Boys. Well, Mark, there's something about those Narrabeen girls and guys.
Yeah, he's a good fella, isn't he? As we watch this fella, we've heaped a lot of praise on him for obvious reasons, folks. You know, watch this space. He's a Red Bull team rider. You can see the Hurley sticker there. Those companies do not muck around when they throw sponsorships out. So, but yeah, back to Jamie. What a lad. We were saying, oh, hang on.
He's your boy.
Oh, I've got to stick with Weston. That's a
Oh.
bummer. Real strong surfer, Weston. You know, he's got his mum's a Lakey local through and through. Dad's out of NZ, so he's got some pretty strong genes. He's a pretty big lad considering he's 1 year older than Rajo, who's about 1.5 foot shorter and about 20 kilos less.
He's got those
in
barrel genes.
in stature. But Weston, I love the way he goes about it, mate. I've surfed the peak with him when it's been really strong a number of times, and he will surf for 4 hours. It won't go in. He's not shy to have a crack. Unfortunately, overcooked that move. It moves him into second place. He's now only got to get a 3.41 to win or upgrade a 3.35. So he's doing a pretty good job considering he's 13, about to turn 14, I think, in August. And considering this is a 20s and under, he's going to be in this
Wow.
event for another 6 years.
Well, that's a really good point. He doesn't surf like he's got another 5 or so years left in this division, but wow.
Yeah, he definitely surfs out of his weight category. And same with my little buddy coming up in Heat 4, who I interviewed earlier, Rajo Barrel. But there's a lot to like about this Jarvis Earl, a 6.75 and a 6. You know, BOG, one of the absolute standouts of the whole men's side of the draw. Coming up in a quarterfinal later on today. We've got the quarters there. I think he's in the first quarterfinal by memory.
Just on the replay there, I think that is Taki Kanazawa. I'd written him off on the second turn, but I think he rode out of it just as the drone was panning out there. So hold the phone. That could be enough to get him into second place.
So back to what Jamie was saying as well, you know, our place is kind of party central at the night time. They're down at Lavina. I'm glad he sort of threw in the comment that the karaoke is well below par as far as people trying to get on the voice program around the world. Everybody thinks they're killing it after 5 or 6 sherbets, but I'm glad Jamie brought it back to reality and going, oh, there's some songs that are okay. Sammy's given me the thumbs down over there at the corner, so is Toto. But it's kind of fun. It's a pretty cool scene down there. And last night, the concert was rolling.
Mate, I had to go.
Stop it. There we go. That's what we're talking about, some pretty bad singing. when you're bringing in Billy Hangen and relying on his voice, you know you're struggling for talent.
All right, well, I'm looking at production man Sam
He's
Norwood here.
He's got, what do you mean it's ordinary?
And we've agreed that our mission this campaign is to get Mark Clift up there to sing at least one song.
And let me guess, the most famous song going around at Lavina, Country Road.
All right, here we go. We digress. 3 minutes to go.
Country Road, how many country roads can there be?
I don't know, but they all take you home.
They all lead to Lavina, I'm telling you.
All right, back to the surfing.
Yep.
2 minutes 44. Jarvisell has just backed his 6.75 up with a flat 6. He was on a bit freestyle in a couple of ways beforehand. I was commenting to Jamie, maybe that might come back to bite him in the heels, but look at that. He can just pull out 6s and 7s at the drop of a hat. Jarvisell continuing to impress through this Krui Pro 2022.
Western Hurst in second, mate. I'm hoping the young fella can hold on here. To track down a 7.25 is a big number, but I reckon he can easily improve on his 3.35. Another shout out to Troy. His dad makes his boards. He's been a board builder for years through Indonesia and a great surfing buddy of mine. So go Troy and Uni. Here's your boy on the inside. He doesn't have priority, but it doesn't matter. He says, get out of the way, you fellas. What a pity. Little wasted opportunity maybe, but there's just under 2 minutes. The boy's trying to track him down. It looks like the surfer in green caps is probably as close as he can get. With about a 4 needed and a low 4 for Tanazawa.
Yeah, he didn't have priority, but one of the other guys could have dropped in on him then. Could have taken that wave away, but that could have been a really strategic move to take off on the inside. Then maybe the other guys will hesitate to go because he has to stop. Kanazaki getting that 4.36 and Noah can get him that 3.96.
Noah's on the hunt here. He's got top priority. I just saw him paddle over a little further. He's looking at this wave. This spells danger for Western. Here he goes now. So Noah Caps out of Great Britain. Let's see what the big Englishman can do here this time. One decent first manoeuvre. Tags at a second time. He's needing a high 3, bordering on 4 points. He's done some okay work. I haven't watched this whole heat. Billy, does he get that number?
Touch and go. Very touch and go. 44 seconds remaining. It's going to be yes or it's going to be no. We have predicted scores all the way through yesterday and today, so I think we're going to put a cap on that.
Oh,
but there we go. 3.55, not enough.
I see what you did there, putting a cap on that. Up into third is Caps. 20 seconds to go. Western hangs on for now. There's half a point, less than half a point separating him and Noah Caps. Kanazawa, there's a wave coming, needs a mid-range sort of 4, so this is blue. Western keeps him honest, has a look over his shoulder and goes, yeah, but I'm an Indo. Come on, I'm an Indonesian. Wow. What are you doing?
What's going to happen there?
I reckon that was a tough learning curve for Western. I think there might be an announcement out of all that, mate.
Well, they will shake the dice up there in the judging tower and see what happens with that last interference call. But we'll cut to an ad break, have a shuffle around on the commentators' chairs, and be back with heat number 3. Stick with us, folks.
everyone, and we are back with more action down here at Onjongbocho. We're here for the Krui Pro. We currently have the men's Pro Junior out in the water. My name is Jess Starling, and I'm joined by my good friend Giada.
Hello everyone and welcome to the round of 32 Heat 3. We have Monojo Yohagi from Japan, Philip Duke from Indonesia, Ono Raiha from Japan, and Oscar Berry from Australia. A little bit of a hard pronunciation. I hope I pronounced everything well and that I didn't make a mistake.
You did a better job than what I could have done. Yeah, we saw Oscar out there yesterday put on a pretty amazing performance. I think we
did.
called
We
that
were in
heat
the same
together.
heat. Look at you, Oscar, always
Ladies lounge.
always getting the ladies lounge. That is great. Yeah, he put up a great performance yesterday.
Yeah, he
I'm
had,
not
I
wrong.
believe, 2 high 8s or a high 8 and a high 6.
Our surfer from Australia. This is the only surfer I know well here is Philip Duke. I see him around my home break sometimes in Canggu or surfing around the Bukit in Bali as we have the first ride, Oscar Berry. Jessie, want to talk us through?
Yeah, just that first time was pretty crisp off the top, and the second one getting him back down the line and into a third. So great way to start Oscar's heat. I'm sure he'll be looking to improve and get the momentum going. And we have our surfer in white up again for his first wave. So the boys getting started early out there. Great style from our surfer in white from Japan, I believe.
And the conditions have changed a lot. We're doing now 20 minute heats as it's much smaller and it is much easier to paddle back out into the lineup. The waves are still pumping out there. Perfect conditions for any contest. I'll take this over anything any other day.
Yeah, it's a little different to the surf we had yesterday afternoon. It was getting a little bit hard to see and the wind was coming up, so to wake up this morning to some fun 3 to 4 foot nice wind, left-handers. Can't really complain.
As the morning sickness has backed down a little bit from the first few heats, which is great news. So everything's going to start clearing up. And as we have a really big day of competition today, another full day, we're excited to see what's to come.
Yeah, massive day today to decide who's in finals day tomorrow. I know the Pro Juniors will have a few more rounds to surf in both the men and women's division tomorrow, but by the end of the day we'll have the semi-finalists confirmed for both men and women QS 5000 out there. So this is just the replay of our surfer in white. He just tagged a bunch of turns off on this left, ticked all the boxes, and got...
We're not sure if he did right out of that. I think he did. Yeah. I guess we'll see from the score he gets. He got a 5 for that last ride. As we see our little Indonesian ripper, Philip Duke. What a personality. I see him back at home all the time, as I've said. Always with a big smile on his face and catching some really good waves. So it's good to see him out in the jersey for the first time.
For the first time?
Yep, I've never seen him compete. I always see him out in the free surf.
Oh, that's epic. I love seeing people getting in the rashi and falling in love with competitive surfing. I believe I've had a few surfs with him, maybe at Krui left the last few days. And yeah, he's been absolutely ripping, popping a couple little airs as well.
Yeah, he is a great surfer. We both ride for Onboard Store, our surfboard sponsor, which help us so much in giving us the best quality surfboards. So he definitely deserves that, and you can see in his surfing that, he has the best under his feet.
And was it Rip Curl he was with as well?
Yes, he is with Rip Curl as well. One of the young talents coming up in Indonesia. So definitely keep an eye out for Philip Duke, as he will be taking the world by storm.
And I have a question for you. There was a surfer in Heat 1 who we'd never heard of, but he came out firing. It was February Angriawan. Have you ever heard of him before?
I don't think so, actually. Maybe a local boy from Krui.
Yeah, he came and we were really impressed by his surfing. And I'm excited to see him surf another heat in the next round. as we see that first score dropping for Oscar to 5.25. So the judges liking that one, just ticking all the boxes. Here he goes again on his second ride. Great first turn, straight into a second, and then back into a third. And speaking of great surfing, we're going to get last heats winner Jarvis Earl in for an interview. We'll get him to jump in the booth. How you going, Jarvis?
Yeah, good. The waves are pretty fun, so I was stoked to get through another heat.
And I don't think you've dropped a heat this event, have you?
Yeah, I'm still going in the QS as well, so yeah, I haven't lost yet, so hopefully I can keep it going.
And some of us Australians have a little running joke going that where you take off from, we've been calling it Jarvis Ledge.
Yeah, I like the little deep double up one, so I've been surfing there in the free surf a lot, and then trying to get up there in my heats as well.
And do you get much practice on left hand, like reefs or anything back at home, or is it mostly right-handers?
Yeah, I'm from Cronulla in Sydney, so there's a pretty good variation of like little slabs and stuff. We don't have any point breaks and stuff, but it's not a hard wave to learn to surf.
Yeah, 100%. And is there anyone you want to say hi to back at home?
I had a mum and everyone watching back in Cronulla, and yeah.
Yeah, amazing. And what's the afternoon looking like for you? Got another heat coming up?
Yeah, I have the QS quarterfinal up, I think around 1 o'clock, so I'll probably just chill until then.
All right, amazing. Well, good luck in your quarterfinal, and we look forward to seeing you back out there soon.
Thank you.
That was our last heat winner, Jarvis Earl. Absolutely ripping, and the smiling assassin, we call him. And he's been charging out there on all the big days as well. So great to see him take another heat win out there. We saw Oscar Berry drop a 6-point ride for his last wave. So strong committed surfing. The judges liked that one. White currently sitting in second with a 5-point ride. He just went up and over the falls, unfortunately, on that last one.
Yes, a great ride from our surfer Oscar Berry, a 6-point ride. He must be feeling pretty confident right now.
Yeah, he would be. I know him and Jarvis are good friends as well, so I'm sure they're giving each other little tips out there in the lineup. Yeah, Jarvis is one of Australia's best surfers coming through the ranks right now.
Wow,
so
what a great surfer and such a nice kid. He always has a smile on his face.
We call him the smiling assassin. He is always smiling. Everyone loves Jarvis. No one can say a bad word about Jarvis.
He is a very polite young kid as well, for what I have seen in and around Krui.
Yeah, both his parents, super supportive, lovely people, so shout out to them watching. I know his dad's here travelling with him, so, and Jarvis is a great barrel rider, so he'll be great at NIAS as well.
Wow, he must be frothing to get there too. As we are seeing the scores drop, I would love to see... Did we already get the replay of Oscar Berry's 6?
I believe we did during our interview with Jarvis. It was 3 pretty crisp turns off the top, and he got one in a really critical part of the wave. As we see the surfer in white take us through this one, Gianna.
This is our Japanese surfer on his backside as well. Just the lip just flattening out a little bit on him, but a little bit of whitewash on this face as he takes this one down to the inside, hoping for it to give him something more to work with. And as he finishes this off, really sharp surfing from our Japanese surfer and precise. You know, I see that a lot in their style. The Japanese surfers are very in sync with these waves.
Yeah, they have great technique and great competitive technique as well. And I was touching on it yesterday. I think we can all take a lot out of the Japanese surfers. As we see Oscar up on his third wave, great opening turn, and just can't find another section. So a bit unfortunate because that was on its way to being another great score for Oscar.
Something I love about Oscar surfing is that he always throws so much water in all of his turns. And you see little Philip Duke on a bomb. 2 great turns, not wasting any time to go to the third and just get stuck on the back of the wave. What great beginning though from our surfer Philip Duke.
Only needing a 271 at this stage. I do believe we have another score locking in for white, so that requirement might go up a little bit.
Yep.
But he will definitely be improving his scoreline. Size of wave, turns in the pocket. I'm sure he'll get a good score for that last wave.
Yep, I'm positive he will be improving on his 0.4, which is definitely not a keeper in a heat like this with so much talent.
Yeah, definitely, and down to the halfway mark, so I'm sure the boys would want to be getting a little bit of a wriggle on. You know, Oscar, he has a 6 and a 5.25, but I'm sure he knows that the talent goes pretty deep in this heat, so he might want to be getting another couple of waves just to solidify his spot at number 1, and he's already out the back with priority, so best case scenario for him right now.
For sure, I agree. He must be feeling pretty confident that this heat is going his way, but with talent like that, you can never really know. So we see a great talent pool coming up today in the, what is this, round of 32? No, yeah. Today, round of 32, the junior men's, as we see Phillips replay, a great looking wave from our Indonesian surfer. Just getting unstuck a little bit to finish it off. We'll be waiting for that score to come in. As we're still waiting for a few scores so we can see how the situation is going in this heat 3 of the round of 32.
And you know what I love about, you know, obviously COVID ending and getting back here, and I just really have been enjoying the international fields, and obviously it's a dual event, so Australians can come over and take the points home from the QS, but this isn't an Asian regional event, but it's been really great to be able to take away little bits from the Asian surfers, and
yes, it's great to see everyone come together after such a long time and see fresh new faces, you know. So it's great to see the Japanese community as well come in, and the Australians. I know I haven't seen you guys in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a few years.
You guys have definitely been at home for a while. You know, that was quite a situation you were in.
Yeah, we got pretty lucky with Australia. Obviously, I think we're one of the first countries to shut down. But yeah, Australia kind of turned in, and it was great. Everyone had a pretty good time. The community came together, and everyone became really strong, and we got really good waves during the 2 years as well, so that definitely helped.
I can imagine.
As we see the replay of Oscar's, I believe,
just a quick up and down.
Looked like a little bit of an awkward fall for Oscar. But yes, so it was a great time in Australia, and good to get the regional series back up and running this year and see everyone's progress and strength. And
yeah, I've seen lots of improvement from all the surfers, especially since last time I saw many were still juniors. So it's great to see the QS and everyone growing up and improving, maturing their surfing and competition side. So I agree, it's nice to have an international field again. And getting competitions up and running, because it has been a while. I remember last year a few contests were cancelled due to COVID as well, and the fact that many people couldn't come into Indonesia, so it's great to see everyone here again.
Yeah, it is paradise over here as we see our surfer in red just trying to get something going in this heat. He's come unstuck a few times. Great surfer, definitely talented, but unfortunately I think that is his third wave coming unstuck on his second turn, but nonetheless getting almost 4-point rides for one turn. So if he can connect a few together, that is a bit of a confidence booster for him, knowing that if he can get 2 of those, we'll be looking up into a higher range.
Indeed, great surfing for what we've seen, but just not being able to complete his turns, which we hope he does to get back into his heat. He's not looking for a big score of 5.45 to move into second, so he'll be definitely looking for that before the heat ends.
Yeah, it's been almost a little bit of a slow heat as well. We haven't seen any of those amazing bombs come through yet that we saw Jamie Thompson tee off on a couple, as we see our surfer in red unfortunately coming unstuck again. So Oscar Berry out the back with priority, a surfer in white getting a great first maneuver on that section into a second, looking for a third, but unfortunately that wave shuts down on him, and Oscar Berry, this looks like potentially the back end of his wave. So I'll be interested to see what he got going at the start, but a great floater to finish off that wave.
Yeah, the surfers in blue and white getting the best of those waves and making sure they use priority well. And we'll be seeing if our surfer in white does improve in his situation. As this is our Japanese surfer again, he will be trying to complete this wave. Just a one turn.
It was a great turn at that, and hopefully he can build a little bit of momentum on this now and take a little bit of confidence out of it.
Yeah. No, he did the turn. Now he just needs to come back in the last 4 minutes of this heat and get the job done to pass.
Yeah, nothing's more frustrating than knowing you have the talent, but just sometimes you just can't get your rhythm together in heats, as we see Oscar Berry with a foam climb straight into a powerful second carve, and he's looking to finish off this wave, which yesterday he had his finishes on dial. So we'll see if he can do the same again today. Looking like he might get one more section on offer.
Very strong backside. I do really enjoy his style. He's a great server to watch, and he has been going very well in his heats, even in the QS.
Yeah, he has really found the formula this year. He kind of didn't. Everyone always knew about Oscar Berry, but this year he's kind of came out swinging, and he has just blown us all away. He unfortunately didn't make the cut for the Challenger Series this year, but got a run in the Snapper Challenger anyway from winning the Pro Junior beforehand, and I believe he made potentially the round of 16 or quarters.
Wow, that is a big result for a Challenger Series, especially being the first time.
Yeah.
Wow, great on Oscar Berry. He definitely looks like he's on a roll and that no one can stop him, especially in the last two heats of the juniors. We saw him yesterday coming out with great heat scores. So hopefully we'll be seeing some more of him in the future.
Yeah, I know he's traveling with a pretty good crew of people as well, being the Sunny Coast crew, like-minded friends who he's grown up with and trained with, I'm sure. So they've all been caddying for each other and hanging out, and the loveliest group of boys, as you know, Cooper Davies, Alistair Reginato, and Noel Stocker.
Yeah, very friendly group of boys. Always have a smile on their faces. Always saying hello, and very, very funny little group over there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're definitely cheeky.
As the last score of white did come in at a 6.5, taking the lead over Oscar Berry. Yet we are still waiting for the last score of our surfer in green to decide the situation. He'll be needing a 5.51, so we're just waiting for that to drop before we continue on.
Yeah, only 2 minutes remaining, so the 20-minute heat's feeling like they're flying by a lot faster. Those extra 5 minutes do actually come into play so much with heats, but as you touched on before, due to the smaller conditions, it is a lot easier to get out the back today. Still a fair paddle if you're all the way down where Oscar pulled off on his last wave.
Yep.
And Oscar's last score locking in at a 6.05, so putting him back up in the lead.
Wow, what a great heat, you know. Many sixes, many fives getting dropped. And you're right, those extra 5 minutes really are much longer than you'd expect. Maybe for us in the water, those extra 5 minutes go flying past, as this is Oscar's last wave that came in at a 6.05.
Yeah, it was a great opening maneuver, straight into a second and then a carving, and then he kind of just tees off a couple more carves down the line. Bit of a foamy section down the end, and where he is down there, he has a long paddle in front of him, so he'll be happy to come in, I'm sure, with a 6.05 and a 6-point ride in his lineup. As we see Philip, it looks like.
Philip Duke, our little surfer. Waves look double overhead on him. Such great talent, and just not quite getting it in rhythm in this heat, but I'm sure he will be taking a lot from this contest and bringing it to the next one.
Yeah, as you said, it's great to see people get in the jersey for the first time, and Philip, obviously a very talented surfer, and I'm sure we'll see him back in a jersey soon. He got a great crack off the top on that last one, but it looks like he's going to make his way in, take this one to the shore. He was looking for a big number of an 8-point ride.
I'm not quite sure he got it. And with that, we're going to go on a quick break until we get into our next heat. Thank you for joining us.
All right, everybody, and here we are back in the hot seat. There is Tanjung Setia, the beach, and our Ombak Indah, where we are located, running this year's Krui Pro. We are at the men's round. This is Heat 4, the Pro Juniors. It is Varun Tanjung out of Bali in the red. It is Rajo Barrel in the blue. Alan Marcos out of the Philippines in white, and Bodie Williams green, Australia. So, Jess, another strong heat coming up.
Yeah, another great heat. I'm sure we'll get plenty of action throughout this exchange. Another international field, so it's great to see so many surfers getting out there and competing against each other, getting a feel for, you know, different types of competition surfing as we see the opening wave for the
Yep,
surfer in
so
red.
that's Varun, son of Rizal. I'm sure Rizal's watching in Bali, so good morning, Riz and family. And then my little fella out of Lakey, Rajo Saputra. That is Rajo Barrel we're going to roll with, because that's what I've known him as his whole life. And he's a little tube genius, trust me. And we have the surfer in white out of the Philippines, probably one of their remaining 2 juniors, I think, still in the draw. And Bodie Williams, who kind of blew up pretty big time yesterday. So here's our work site. Ombak Indah is the name of our camp we're working out of. There's the tower, and it's a pretty groovy work site at that, isn't it, Jess?
It's probably one of the coolest events I've ever been to. It's just even the community getting around, and there's the athletes area to the right of the priority board there, and it's great to have so many people just hanging out with each other, and the food's great from Ombak Indah Resort as well, and I know a lot of the judges are loving the cool setup a bit higher up than everyone else, fans going, so it's really paradise over here.
It's pretty cool. So obviously during our little break, Rajo's boosted into a wave, a 4-point ride, and got back out there somehow and got priority. I know he's a little surf machine. His dad and mum and sisters will be watching down there in Lakey. So good morning to Joey Barrel, who used to be the best tube rider in the world. It probably still is, but his son Rajo is catching up in a hurry, I've got to tell you. And Hada, hello gang, I love you guys, and I hope things are going well for the family down there. I'll be back in about 10 days.
As we see the heat winner of the last heat, Oscar Bray, just walking up the beach, and this is Varun from Bali, I believe you said.
Yep,
on
yeah, he
his
is. Yep,
second wave.
So you would have heard of his dad before, Rizal. He was one of the former generations that were leading the Indo charge through the world rankings, and every time the pros come to town, they always hook up with Riz and Co. and Bertet and all that little posse, and do the rounds and go to all the best waves and absolutely rule. So Varun is got some good genes in him, as does Rajo, as I was saying, being son of Joey Barrel. He was born with this innate ability to thread and read tubes. We may not see it so much at this venue, but trust me, when you put the little guy in a barrel, he'll be the standout of the day.
Yeah, I got shown some Instagram clips. It's just outside not too long ago, and I was pretty blown away. He has great air game on him as well.
Well, he does, and believe it or not, true story, got his first tube when he was 4 years old and came out. It's a hard stat to get your head around, but I can vouch for the fact that it is true. So it's going to be hard for me to remain neutral during this heat, Jesse. So sorry if I'm seem to be buffing Ra a lot here, but geez, I love him. Here he goes. My little fella, out of all the crew I've ever... Oh, he's going to get a tube for sure. 100%. Out of all the people I've ever seen surfing, that's a rare error from Ra. The tube was good. Out of all the kids I've ever, coached and seen and watched grow up, he's got to be one of the fastest learners I've ever laid my eyes on. He's incredible.
Yeah, I actually saw him out there in the free surf this morning, and I was pretty impressed. And he's obviously a smaller guy as well, so the waves looked double overhead on him out there, but he was just absolutely going for it in the meatiest section. But
and I was going to say earlier, I'm going to put money on the fact that Rajo will get tubed out here today, and he sort of beat me to making the comment. But I was thinking it before the heat started, and I was going to bring it up at some point. But there you go. Ra's beaten me to the call, and he's locked in what I'm going to call is the first tube today. I don't know. Have you seen any?
I think it might be the first tube today. Yeah, I haven't seen any yet. We see his first wave locked in at a 4-point ride. Bodie Williams with a 4.35. And our surfer in white out of the Philippines has just two scores of a 2.35 and a 2.25. And Varun still waiting for one of his scores to lock in, which I'm sure will better his situation.
Yep, for sure. So the heat is only 5 minutes into. The better number so far sits with Ra, being the 4-3 for Varun. So that score just dropped in. So it is the Indonesian boys in the 1-2 position at this stage. I think Ra locked in a 4.25 for that squeaky little barrel.
Yeah, the carve he did after it was pretty amazing as well. Unfortunately, coming unstuck at the end, I'm sure that would have added a couple extra points.
It would have, and he'll be a little bummed that he fell there. And I mean, he's got to have a touch of the nerves. The kid's 12. He's surfing in a 20 and under division here. And I was saying how Western Hurst has still got 6 years in this event. He'll turn 14, I think, in August. Rajo's got 7 years remaining in this division. So try and get your head around that. And at this stage, he's leading all the big boys. There's plenty of time for everyone else to charge back. There's been no real devastating scores lock in yet, so...
Yeah, pretty low-scoring affair so far. Bodie Williams sitting with priority out the back. So for anyone that doesn't know what the little P next to Bodie Williams' name it means that he has first choice of every wave out there. So if you have priority, you get to choose what wave you want over the other surfers, and so on. So second gets second priority, third with third, and fourth with fourth. As soon as Bodie takes a wave, we'll see Raj a little P next to his name, and he will have the privilege of choosing any wave he likes out there.
Well, he's used to doing that at Lakey Peak and Lakey Pipe. Every time he sits up on his board, he's got priority. He's a little demon, and being a local, that's kind of what happens when you surf your local spots. So I'd like to thank Jeff and Rosa for putting in a lot of time into Rajo's development as well, and bringing him to this event was Jeff. Here goes Bodie Williams. So the goofy footer.
Out of Australia.
Good looking wave.
Bodie puts in so much work. He actually recently just moved up to Lennox Head from Victoria just to get up there and start working and be in one of the best places in the world to be a surfer, especially on the far north coast of New South Wales. If you want to excel in your surfing, I feel like you have to be around that area. So he's put himself in the mix, works a full-time job, still...
That'd be rare these days for somebody that's a semi-pro surfer.
You'd be surprised. I have 2 jobs. A lot of people work 2 jobs to afford to be able to come over here and even just do the regional series.
Well, in stark contrast to me, I've never had a full-time job. I've got to say I'm one of the laziest people I know, and this sort of work suits me because I could do some work and then have the rest of the year off. Anyway, Bodie goes into the lead with a 5 and the 4.35. Speaking about Bodie moving to Lennox, a good mate of mine, Skinny. Hope your recovery's going well, Skin Dog. And sending him a mojo, buddy. Same with Johnny Tucker, another fellow who's speaking with Jarvis Earl before. I just tapped in having a chat with his dad, and his dad said he went to school with Johnny. So I'm digressing a little bit here, but some shout outs to some friends that have had some health issues in recent times. Thinking of you boys.
Yeah, we are sending good vibes your way, and good waves to the surfers in this heat. Hopefully they can get a couple more. Bodie, this is just the replay of his 5-point ride, so just a foam climb up in that first section into a wrap, almost comes unstuck on that turn, and then finishes pretty beautifully at the end here. So a really powerful goofy footer, and he's definitely has some reef cuts over him. He has been absolutely sending it out there, even on the bigger days.
Cool. All right, so let's have a look at this now. My little fella has top priority, Varun second, and the man in red, Mr. Margos, out of the Philippines. His first name is Alan. So I'm sure probably James and Marja and the team over there in Siargao are watching this one pretty closely. I'm pretty sure they had 2 juniors in this Pro Junior division, and they're the only remaining Filipinos still in the draw. Special mention to Neil Sanchez, who did a pretty good job in the men's out of the Philippines, which is a rising nation, and their efforts have been well noted here at this year's Krui Pro, and they've still got more opportunity to impress next week when we move to the NIAS Pro.
Yeah, speaking of Philippines, they have some pretty great barrels over there.
Sure
there
do.
was an event there for a little while. Just a perfect barreling right.
Yep, Cloud9. So let's hope that comes back onto the radar, because it was a really favourite stop for a lot of people. It ended up being a couple of years as a 5,000. So the government and their mayor Jaime really loved his pro surfing. He was all over it. So all the crew up there in the Philos, we love your work. Let's get back there. So that was a quick up and down sort of wave there for Aileen Margos.
Yeah, that first turn throwing heaps of spray, obviously a little bit of a back-footed surfer on his backhand. I love he's almost got a bit of an old school style the way he approaches his turns. But yeah, maybe the smaller waves do have a little bit of foam on them, so he's just come a little unstuck on his second turn. Nonetheless, he'll get back out there and potentially establish third priority. Just depends if green gets out there first.
Now there's my man in the blue, the little fella, Rajo. Once again, I'm rapping on about him, but he's my little surf buddy down there. I take him surfing every day, and he keeps his eye on me. And he's really cool. He's like my bodyguard. But it's really cool because he's such a surf machine. This is how our surfs end. We're out there together and we're surfing, and I go, Rajo, I think I might get 1 more. And he goes, yeah, all right, I'll just get 4 more. And that's about our ratio. It's 4 to 1. I tell you, that's just what he does. And his dad, Joey Barrel, as I was saying earlier, everybody that goes to Lakey knows exactly who Joey Barrel is. Amazing tube rider. His son's been born with the tube riding eye. So I'm going to say Rajo gets another barrel in the back end of this heat. So here he goes, folks. Let's stick with the little 12-year-old. He loves blowing the fins out. He loves bussing an air, and particularly riding a tube. We watched a movie one night together when John put out his last movie, and Rajo was glued to the screen. He watched it intently. When we're riding home on my push bike, he looks at me and he goes, I now know what I have to do tomorrow, which is learn airs. And off he went.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of clips of him popping some huge frontside air revs in some pretty meaty sections. So yeah, he's definitely got a massive future ahead of him. Unfortunately coming unstuck on his last turn, but nonetheless still a great ride from
So
Rajo.
Varun, let's talk about the son of Rizal here. A much different style of surfing, obviously a natural footer. Some big powerful turns out of the lanky Varun, who rolls around with Bronson as one of his surfing partners. Bronson's coming up in a heat a little bit later on. I'm sure most of the surfing will know about Bronson after his bio clip he put out earlier on in the year. And this heat is still, as opposed to what else we've seen through this round, there's still been no huge scores. The 5 for Bodie is holding him into the lead, but he'll be feeling a little nervous, having the young Indos breathing down his neck and the Filipino surfer right there in the mix.
Yeah, it's a pretty close scoring affair in this heat. Bodie just with that 5-point ride to keep him out in front, as we see the replay from our surfer in blue. As you said, he loves to blow the fins out. Got that done on the first turn. And we're just, there we go, we're back with him. And then great style of young Raj. And unfortunately couldn't stick the landing.
It's all right, he's going okay. I'm tipping he'd probably improve on his total, as we just watched Bodie now trying to delete a 4.35, and you can just see the difference, you know, like a big, strong, goofy footer that's probably 6 years older. The confidence, the amount of spray that flies around when Bodie does a turn. Look at the chook feathers are just flying all over the place. So being a 20 and under division, you know, there's guys like Bodie throughout the draw that are just blowing this place to pieces, a la Jamie Thompson. We've got Asink coming up. We've had Oscar Berry, who won the last heat. It is really a strong division, as you would expect in the under 20s.
Yeah, 100%. And it's just been a really great event to watch so far, and yeah, I'm excited for the upcoming heats. There's a couple great matchups. I believe heat number 7 is a really great matchup, which is coming up soon with Bronson Mady, Ryuki Waida, Kanoa Palmiano, and Zaina Sink. So I believe that'll be a pretty strong matchup. But back to the action right now, we have Varun, beautiful looking turn. You can see the way he extends.
It's just a pity he falls
through
here.
his body and then just comes unstuck. And this
actually turned into, I think, a 5-7-5. I got a quick glimpse of the scoreline before we cut to the replay. But he's the big power monger in this heat. Obviously, he's got a bit of age and experience on his side as a polished surfer.
Yeah, I think we give the younger ones a few more years, and then we might be saying the same thing about them. Bodie is on the older age of the pro junior side, but still.
The thing about watching juniors and junior divisions and junior events I've been to throughout the world, juniors improve incredibly fast. So from one year to the next, the biggest improvers in world surfing generally come from the junior divisions because they've got room to improve. They're quick learners, they're growing up. Once the established pros get up and start in their groove, you watch minor increments of improvement. But at junior level, you watch massive increments in improvement.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed competing on the junior series myself, and just figuring out heat surfing as well. I think there's more room for error on the juniors than there is on the QS, even though it is still cutthroat. I just think learning how to surf a heat and how you like to structure a heat is really important, and yeah, I feel really lucky to be able to have done both divisions this year, both the QS and the Pro Junior, and after the NIAS event we go home, and about a week later we have another Pro Junior down at Lennox Head there, so straight back into it. It is potentially the deciding Pro Junior for Worlds, so it should be a great event.
All right, well, we wish everybody involved in that one all the best, but at the moment in the Krui region, everybody, we're in South Sumatra. This is the Pesisir Barat province of Lampung, which means the west coast province of Lampung. South Sumatra, Krui area, obviously, and this beach is Tanjung Setia. Great location for an event. Wave breaks every day. We've had almost a touch too much swell on some days. This is what we're going to call the smallest day of competition we've had so far, Jess, and it's still pretty worthy.
Yeah, it was super fun out there this morning for the free surf, and I think now that the wind has dropped off a little bit, it's potentially picking up a little bit more now, but we still have great waves on offer. The smaller waves have allowed for more shortboard surfing, which we haven't seen too much of. Everyone's been on their step-ups from the majority of the event window so far, so it's great to see some of the boys and girls out there just, you know, getting comfortable with their shortboards, being able to push a little bit harder on the smaller waves, and yeah, as you said, get those fantails going.
That's it. The big turns, the big hits, when you see the spray flying around, generally a good indication that they've timed it perfectly. So this heat is quite interesting. We have the Filipino surfer in fourth spot, does have priority. Here goes young Rajo. He's generally a dial a wave a minute. Just like to take the opportunity to thank Fraser and the boys there in Bali that jumped on Rajo almost exactly a year ago now and put the first sticker on a surfboard. Then along came CI and put some good blades under his feet as well, and he's recently had gained the attention of FCS. So there's a fair bit going on. His dad and his mum are watching. His sisters are very cool. Sulis, Sukaina, Ema Chong, and their adoptee in Ajmer. I love you guys. I live with his family. I live with 10 Indos, and yeah, they're a big family. And Joey's brother Harul and his missus. There goes Bodie waving at us. G'day, Bodie. But we do live down there with the crew in Lakey, and there it is a dead set breeding ground of young goofy foot frothers. Are everywhere. I reckon the ratio is 90% goofies, 10% naturals down there, Jess.
Wow, it's a bit different up on the Gold Coast. It's about 90% naturals, 10% goofies. Snapper rocks up there, but it's just I know I've touched it before, but I've just really enjoyed seeing, you know, all the internationals and how much everyone has improved, and it's great to have everyone back together. Okay,
Varun, an important wave for Varun as we're coming down to just over a minute remaining. He needs close to 4 points out of this wave to get Rajo out of a qualifying spot, so he hits the rebound. He's hanging in there. The wave goes a little flat, but he's trying to get something else. He looks over his shoulder and goes, nah, not much more going on. So the Filipino here, Margos, he's trying to track down a mid-range 5. Whoops, grabs a little bit of a rail. Nice recovery. I need something else out of this. I think Bodie must have caught a wave or paddle and a miss for Bodie's dropped off the radar of priority. Rajo with top priority now, 35 seconds. Does he get another wave? I'm not sure what's going on out the back. Margos looks over his shoulder as well, and he gives himself a little double fist pump.
Yeah, only 20 seconds to go, so a little flurry of action towards the back end of this heat as we see Varun finishing a turn on that last wave. It will be interesting to see what he got done before the end, but with only 8 seconds to go. Looks like...
So still not sure of the result, but what we'll do is we'll cut to a break right about now. We'll come back and find out exactly who got through Heat 4. Thanks, Jess. Welcome back, everybody. G'day, good morning. It is just after 10 a.m. down here in the province of Krui, and we are watching Heat 5 of the Pro Juniors. I think as my mate Billy joins me, we're going to get a little flash on those results of that last heat. Toto's assured me we're going to just find out exactly what went on in that last wave of Varun's. Just a quick little time out, and we'll get to that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those judges are still flopping those scores around, Mark. But good to be back.
And who we got in this heat? Yeah,
Kian Martin is red for this heat. Heat number 5 for the round of 32. So Matsubara is our surfer in blue. Kai Morikiri is in white, and Marlon Harrison for the green.
All right, so out of all that lot, I really heavily rate Kian Martin for what he's done. He's been a competitive surfer for probably more than 10 years. You know, when we flash back to our Pro Juniors and stuff, and he used to roll down, the TAR Small Prize, and roll down and represent down there. That seems like an eternity ago. It was got to be at least a decade, so he's well versed in how to surf with the rash vest on. Marlon Harrison, we met him yesterday, and he won his heat to be in this position, so good on him. Don't know much about Moruki or Sho, the Japanese surfers, so we'll have to just let this one roll out and see what they've got.
Yeah, the Japanese surfers have continued to impress. I don't think it'll be a surprise, but continue to impress through these rounds.
And it does appear
Sabar, Pak. Sabar.
All right, so we're still yet to learn the outcome of Heat 4. I've got to say I'm a bit nervous. I'm sure Joey is as well.
Yeah, I didn't hear the last heat, mate, but I trust you stayed neutral in your commentary.
As if. No way. Downtown Lakey just got buffed to the max. Joey Barrel, Harder, my clan I live with down there. Love you guys. Home in about 10 days. For the crew, our other home, let's quickly put some shout-outs to the SWA crew.
Yes.
Surfing WA, Justin Majex, Mark Lane, all our work posse down there in SWA. You got any other names you might want to add to that?
Oh, Tim Thirsk, of course. The Johnny Diamond. Dobbo, come on, let's give Dobbo a shout out. What a little legend he is.
Matty
and
Wilson, Karcher.
Our life coach, Jerry Burciano.
Jerry Peru.
Yep, Jerry Peru.
72 years of age, been our, thereabouts, he's been our beach marshal forever and nobody still understands the thing he says. Somehow he still gets a roll because we love Daddy boy.
Yeah, and all the admin crew there. Thanks for your time, Katya, and who else we got at the front desk there? Rayleigh.
Rayleigh.
All around Australia there is the Surfing Victoria and so on through the states, and Surfing Australia. It's a really strong pathway for a young man or a young woman who wants to pursue a career in pro surfing. Courtney Conalog commenting to me that she is really impressed by the Australian infrastructure of surfing, from young kids to all the way up to Morgan Siblix and stuff like that.
Leads me to something else I was going to say earlier, so thanks for the little segue. Matt Cattle is here doing a whole bunch of coaching out of North Narrabeen. He did the rounds with me a long time ago. Other people I've spoken to that are very interested in what's going on here at Krui, good morning, and good on you, Robbie Sherwell. Mark Richardson, these guys coach high profile athletes. There's a bunch of them here. Oh, Rajo went down. Look at that, it was a tie. It was a tie for second, but he lost due to the fact that Varun had a 4-3, Ra had a 4-2-5. So Joey and Hutter and the family probably just saw that result. A tie for second, losing on a count back.
And Bodie Williams won.
And Bodie Williams won. So what happens there is, when there is a tie, everybody, instead of using the best two waves, they go to best wave. You can see Varun's 4-3, so Rizal will breathe a sigh of relief there as well. Ra surfed a pretty good heat. Had he got that turn out after the barrel, you didn't see it, but I digress. That is the result, and well done to Bodie and Varun. We'll see those two in the round of 16. And who else? There was Gary Cruikshank has been a big part of the coaching infrastructure in Australia. I'm sure Crook's probably watching as well. So for all those people I mentioned, they're all about out of my era and some really strong legendary coaches. Good on you, boys.
Yeah, it's good to see people giving back after their competitive career is over. You know, like you see on the CT, Luke Egan's still getting around, and the great Tommy Whitaker really just giving back to pro surfing, and what a great job he does.
And of course, Jake Patterson did the rounds for a lot of years. He's put the coaching hat away for the time being. It's never in retirement though, that coaching hat. I'm sure at some point the snake will be still barking the orders and cracking the whip.
And throwing the orange towel around, stripping down to his undies to paddle out a backup board.
I'm not sure we really want to see that, but we probably will.
All right, so the judges were having a good think about Heat 4 because this heat has just kicked off. It's only 2 and a bit minutes old. So, there would have been a lot of discussion about that last score. Kean Martin looking to impress in this Pro Junior round. He has got some runs on the board, even at the man of such young years. Marlon Harrison really impressed us yesterday. And the two Japanese surfers, Matsubara and Mokoki. Don't know too much about them, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they have to offer in this heat.
Strong challenge being mounted at this year's event by the Japanese. Both sides, well, on all divisions, to be honest, really, Billy. The men's were very impressive. I don't think they've got anyone through to the men's quarterfinals, but they did turn a lot of heads. Team Japan, good effort. The women's side of the draw, we saw some pretty bossy surfing this morning. That Kokona that came in, the surfer in red that got the 9-point ride this morning. The biggest number on the women's side of the draw so far keep your eye out for her. She's going to go a fair way through this draw, I'm pretty confident. And we're now in the Pro Junior Men's. We've got 2 Japanese juniors here. No scores to talk about. So let's see what happens in the next 16 minutes.
Yeah, a couple of lines coming in. I think it might be heading down towards Caddy corner there, Mark, as you've
haven't seen too many blowouts go through the Caddy area though today, so I'm sure it's probably a little easier to find a Caddy today.
Yeah.
There were some broken boards, crew just sitting in the channel on a spare board. The spare board became non-existent, getting clobbered down there. A tough gig, as you said, getting a Caddy the last few days. So the ocean has mellowed, the waves are still really good for a competition, and when you consider this is easily the smallest day surf we've had out of our 6-day waiting period, Billy, it's just testament to how strong the Indian Ocean has been and what it's throwing at Indonesia.
Alright, the boys having a little paddle around here, looking around like 4 meerkats.
Hang on.
Dinner time.
Here goes the top meerkat, Kian Martin, to refer to earlier. Seems to have been competing for like 10 years, you know, and that's no exaggeration. I'd like to get some stats out of Kian, but I reckon that's a fair enough call. Thought his junior career was over, but these pro juniors popped on the radar. They went to under 20s, or 20 and under, I believe, and he got a little lifeline.
Yep, here is Kai, our surfer in white from Japan. First time we've seen him in action. Nice and tight in the pocket there for that first one. Beautiful, that right hand in the face of the wave for that cutback. He's not going to hang around and see if this wave has anything to offer. He's going to get out the back, try and get a good priority listing, and get on with things with just under 15 minutes remaining in this one.
Kai Moriki.
Yeah.
He'll go to first place after that wave, I think.
Cool little fishing boat going along the back there. It's a great part of the world. Pesisir Barat in the region of Lampung.
Well, I went for a little walk along the beach yesterday, mate, down to where that river mouth is, about 300 or 400 metres to the north of where we're positioned, just for something to do and have a look around. There's, you know, a squillion of those little things down there. It is a heavy little fishing region, and every morning there's another one out the back. We see those little putt-putts head out there and do their work. They've probably been out there most of the night, some of them.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, righty, so that is Kai on his first wave, bit of a replay.
Looks like he can lay some rail.
Yep.
Fairly impressive on a non-impressive wave, but can see that he knows what he's doing, so he's gone into the lead with the 350.
Yep, 6.5 gone. It is our Japanese surfer out in front just by that one solitary wave. Kian, the only other surfer to bother the scorers at the moment. One kind of check turn off the top, the 2.25.
All right, so wave number 2 now for Moriki, the 350. So the benefit out of riding that last wave was that he was sitting a little wider than the other boys. Scooping up a uncontested wave there to put his second score down in a wave-starved heat, a very good move, and Matsubara will be a little disappointed he fell on that very first wave, the surfer in blue, but his teammate starting to string it together, so it will be a considerable lead once Moriki's second ride locks in.
Now I'm just wondering how we saw Marlon Harrison in the men's draw yesterday. I wonder if he has to adjust to the 20-minute heats today. You can't get out there and drop anchor.
No.
Anything comes through, go at it.
You've got to stay a bit busy. It's definitely a bit of a decrease, but you know, in the time. But the waves have dropped down. The grommets paddle pretty fast. I've spoken to a few of them and asked them what they reckon about the 20-minute thing, and they all seem to think fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Here's our surfer in blue, just rattling off a couple of turns before the fall. This is Sho Matsubara, and this is live action by the looks of it. Kian Martin getting going on this one. A bit more determination in his eyes and a bit more flow to his surfing. This wave petering out into nothing, but that could be Kian's best wave.
For sure. Plenty of time to work on it. Lots of experience under the red rashy. Green now upside down belt from Marlon Harrison. Marzi, I believe his mates were calling him yesterday, and he did a really good job to win the round yesterday. We did have a chat with him as well. Strong lad, Quicksilver team rider. We still have no indication of Mariki's last wave, but that'll be a good wave there for green.
Right on.
Yep. Probably wave of the heat so far, so good work. There's the caddies down there. Sitting wide, behaving themselves. Good stuff. $11 minutes. Let's have a look at our very next heat, Billy, and see if we can let everyone in on what's going on next. Roy Kanazawa out of Japan. Made Ariana, the Indonesian. We had another Philippine surfer in Toby Espajon. And Saxon Reba. Heat 6 coming next. Following Heat 8 in this round, we do cross to person-on-person quarterfinals, Billy, in the big divisions. I think the women's quarters kick off first, and the Krui Pro 5,000 on the women's side of the draw. The men's 5,000 will kick off after that with some quarterfinal action, all two-man heats. So I reckon for all the crew out there on the broadcast watching in, those heats will go up and extend to 30-minute jobs. So stick around. It's going to be a blockbuster way to finish day 6. Matsubara's chewed off a big, wide, probably one of the biggest waves of the day, pushed well down towards the Caddy region. Got a bit frothy and a little burgery out there, but I'm not sure what he did beforehand. Either way, the two Japanese are in first and second.
Wow. We are waiting on that score from Kian Martin. And there it is.
And Marlon as well. I'm sure he's got a number to drop.
Yep, that is a 6.75 from Kian's last wave. Bangs him up there into second place. 6.75 total, correction, 4.50 the score for his last wave.
Yeah, well, noting that Green probably has the best result, the best single wave score, so yet to confirm that, claim.
He could go straight to second here.
Mm.
Pretty impressive surfing.
It was. Strong wave from Marzi. Kian, wave number 3. Starting to get his groove on. Punching it straight through the lip right there, oozing with confidence. Look at this section again. Boom, repeats the dose. Fin waft. Judges will love that. Again, a third pretty strong hit. The first two super spicy. A little wrap cut back just to hang in there. He knows the job's done. Those first two hits will garnish a lot of points. His backup number is Gonski. His previous best wave being the 4.5 will become his backup score, because I reckon that's Kian's best wave.
Geez, he's got a beautiful style, hasn't he?
Oh my goodness.
Lovely AI, relaxed bottom turn.
Man, he got a wave at Lakey. We were surfing together at the peak one day. It was really strong, really big, being a bit grumpy and nasty, and he got this thing paddling out after a right-hander and took off on this left that was, it was so heavy and so full on. It was the wave of the day. It was the wave of their trip. For their filmers saw it, they caught it all, and they said, yep, Kian has a habit of always getting the best wave on film trips. Deserts, doesn't matter where they go, they said, he always does that. And I said, well, he did it today. And they said, my God, didn't he what? So he's good in this fluffy stuff. He's a demon when the waves get real bossy. And we were saying how good he is with the contest rashi on. So the hype is starting to be believed. He'll go to first place once that score locks in. Harry's, check out Harrison's 6.5.
Yeah, 6.50 from Harrison. Bodie Williams is down with Oni Onwa, the winner of the last heat. Let's see what he's got to say.
Okay, we got the winner of last heat, Bodie Williams. How are you, brother? Yeah, good. It's real good. Just want to shout out my mom. It's her birthday today, so happy birthday, Mom, and hope you're doing well. All right, happy birthday, Mama. And so now you're in the Pro Junior. So what's your plan for your next heat? Just try and stay busy and catch the real steep ones, because there's a lot of fat ones out there, and you gotta try and pick the real good ones. It's really hard to find those really nice ones. So just pick the good ones and do good surfing. And how is the wave today? It's really fun. It's like really good size. It's better than those really big days, so really enjoy this kind of size.
All right, well, congratulations, and see you next round.
Thank you.
Righto, Oni, doing some good work down there, and Bodie Williams, another of the Lovina team riders down there, rocking a pretty good result. Where's that number going for Kian?
590 for Kian. Pair that with his 450, and he is in the lead and pretty happy with things right now.
Probably 5 of those points out of the first 2 turns. Big fin bus, 12 o'clock hits. The judges obviously still, you know, they've thrown some 9s today, and I think Jamie Thompson got a 9.6.
Yep.
So they're still remembering those rides, and they're still comparing all these other waves to what happened earlier on in the round. Hence, only a 5.9 for someone like Kian. Harry's only a 6.50. Although they were ripping waves, compared to Jamie Thompson's 9.6, they're well under that.
Yeah, they probably put in the criticalness factor of the scoring. Kian's turns were really good, but they were pretty safe. This is Show.
Matsubara chasing a 6.4. Strong bottom turn, doesn't quite get the extension above. I think it has a tube. Thinks he's Rajo Barrel. Tuck it in there. But there's not too many of the tubes on offer out there today. It's a light onshore. Given the fact that the men's quarterfinals are coming up a little later on, and we've seen 2 amazing tubes throughout this event, to Jarvis Earl and Jesse Mendez, both featuring in the men's quarters. I'm pretty sure they're on the same half of the draw as well.
Wow.
So should they both get through, we're gazing into the crystal ball and looking a fair way ahead. Should they both get through, they will feature in a very similar, the same semi-final. Anyway, we digress. Moriki.
Yep, Kite pulling the priority card, and he's squeezing 1.5 turns out of that wave. Now Kian has a big smile on his face because he has first priority, but he's not too happy with that 6.25 that Marlon has picked up and taken him right into first place. So it is first Marlon Harrison, second Kian Martin. The 2 Japanese surfers find themselves with the work to do with 4.5 minutes remaining. Matsubaru needing a 6.40 and Kite needing that 5.16. Very gettable scores, and Kian looking to get rid of that 4.50.
It's been a really competitive heat for my money, Billy, because everybody's got a pretty good number. Harry, Marlon's got the best backup, and the positionings on our leaderboard, as you can see, given their second numbers, drop in line with their second numbers. So they've all had some sort of start. There are probably 3 surfers that really want to improve their second scores, being red, white, blue. Kian needs the high 6 to go into first, only a low 5 needed for Moriki, and a mid 6 for Matsubara. One of the caddies just making their way into position out there, probably for the next heat. 20-minute heats rolling out here. Heat 5, 3 more of these heats, and then we ramp it up to 30-minute person-on-person quarterfinals.
Surfer on surfer. Yep. Bring it on.
There'll be 8 of those today, so that's 4 hours of entertainment to get us through this afternoon, starting with the women's quarters a little bit later on. Must say the Pro Juniors have been mighty impressive this morning, Billy.
Impressive and entertaining down there in the competitors area. You've never seen so many rock stars. Got the sunnies on, got the sponsors' hats, strutting around with their shirts off and all buffed up. It's rock and roll time once the Pro Juniors get their chance.
Coaches and dads and all sorts of filmers, and there's lots of tripods out catching the action, mate. I can see it's like pretty much Kodak Corner down there as well in the competitors area. So Harry surfed really well, a 12.75, picking up where he left off yesterday. Kian has given us glimpses of his brilliance without being surfing a famous heat, just getting the job done. The 2 Japanese surfers well within striking distance, and unfortunately for them, Kian does have second spot and top priority.
Yeah, and 2 minutes 15 remaining on the clock. It's a good position to be in, but it's nowhere near home and hosed.
He'll have an eye on the horizon looking for sets, and also an eye on these 2 Japanese surfers, and hoping to keep them within range of being able to take a good wave off him and use his priority wisely.
I'm sure the gang will be watching from Chengdu, David, his dad, and the rest of the Martin gang. Interrupting their morning surf down at Chungu. Racing home, getting a coconut, watching Kian's heat.
I'm sure they won't mind one bit because it's quite entertaining. It's been a big campaign for Kian. He was in the Opens as well. Didn't get the result he wanted there, but this is his last season as a junior. He'll be coming, no doubt, to the NIAS Pro as well. So a couple more rolls of the dice as a pro junior. And given his skill set, I'm sure he can impress up there in the men's round when we do get to NIAS. The forecast looks great for that event. Just over 1 minute though to round out day 6 here at the Krui Pro, everybody. You can see the sun's out. There's still plenty of motion out the back there in the lineup. The ocean has toned down a touch. Indian Ocean has just belted this reef over the last 5 days. The smallest surf on offer at the Krui Pro, Billy, is today, and for me it still looks pretty good.
Oh yeah, you'd be out there if it was free surf time.
All right, so Moriki needs a low 5. Starts off well. Nice little fin drift also to set up third turn, pretty good. Once again, good strong use of the rails from Moriki. This wave's offering him a lot of sections. He's doing a really well-measured wave here. Lots of work, 5 or 6 pretty good turns. He started this wave well, Billy. He's ended it with some pretty good eye-catching manoeuvres. Just a little bit of a bunny hop here to get himself out of the water with 20 seconds to go. I really liked it.
Wow, Kai Moriki under the priority of Kian Martin. Only needs a 5.16. We won't speculate on the score because we've been wrong for 2 days now, but that has made this heat very interesting. They all go this way in the last couple of minutes, and it's been a fantastic 6 days of competitions, 5 and a bit days. We'll get back to you with the result of that heat, but right now we'll cut to an ad break and back with heat number 6 of the round of 32 Pro Junior Men's. Stay with us, folks. We are live and we're back here for heat number 6 of the round of 32 Pro Junior Men. This is the Krui Pro 2022. And I'm joined by, sorry Chris Davison, but my new favourite North Narrabeen surfer, Jess Starling. Welcome back. Who we got in this heat now?
Oh, thanks for having me, and thanks for that. I'm glad I'm your favourite. So in heat number 6, up and riding right now in the green, that is Saxon Reba from Australia. We have in the red Roy Kanazawa from Japan. From Indo in the white, we have Ahmed Ariana. Apologies if I don't pronounce it right. And in the white from the Philippines, we have Toby Espejon. So another great heat, another international field, each surfer from a different part of the world. And Saxon got going early on that last one.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the replay of that one. There's our list of surfers up there in the top left of the screen. Just getting going in this one. 20-minute heats for the Pro Juniors because they have heaps of energy and they usually paddling aside you anyway and getting all the waves. But that last heat, looking forward to the results.
Yeah, that last heat looks like this. So it was Marlon Harrison in the blue. We'll touch back on that in a second. We have the surfer in white. This is a replay. two nice carving maneuvers for the surfer from the Philippines. So everyone's got going. So yeah, there we go. The results from Heat 5 of the round of 32. It was Marlon Harrison taking that one out. Kai Moriki in the white, getting the score in the dying seconds of that heat. Kian Martin unfortunately falling out of the draw, and the same as Sho Matsubara. So
Wow, I'm not sure if you saw it, Jess, but Kai Moriki getting a wave under priority. Kian was sitting out there with first priority and second position, looking pretty safe with a minute to go, and then Kai has just come from completely underneath him and snatched that second place out. So what a pity. He is one of my favourite surfers, Kian Martin, but lesson learnt and awesome surfing from our surfer in Kai Moriki. Wow, an upset, one could say.
This is our surfer from Indonesia. I made Ariana in the blue. He's done some great surfing on this wave so far. Just a little stall to look for this end section. Unfortunately, that white water just pumping him off his board, but nonetheless, still some great surfing done before the end section, and I'm sure it'll be a good opening score.
How is the overview there?
Oh, absolutely beautiful. Honestly, if you haven't been here before, this place is paradise. There's a drone footage of where we are right now. As you can see, the judges tower and athletes area down at the bottom of your screen, and that is Ongjung Bukchor, the wave of the hour. Hello to everyone back home. Yes, it is paradise here, so definitely add it to your bucket list. I will be coming back very soon, bringing my family back for sure.
Well, when you come back, tell me, because I don't want to be here, because I want some waves.
Noted. I'll give you a heads up.
Oh, thank you.
You know, definitely love, as you said, from Narrabeen, love a left-hand point break. And but excited for Nias, but mostly excited for that first wave of Saxon, looking in at a 6.5. Blue, I made Ariana looking in a 3.4. A surfer in white from the Philippines with just a 3-point ride, and as you can see, priority next to the surfer in red's name. So he's still waiting to open up his account in this heat, but still 15 minutes remaining. So hopefully he is able to get a good start out here. That's always what you want in your heats, is a good start. Go back out there and back it up straight away.
Strong finish.
Strong finish. 110%. All right. So that last heat, so Kian had priority.
He did, and he had secured a second place. And it looks like our Japanese surfer had just come in and kind of paddled underneath him. It's a real surprise to see that result, but kudos to our Japanese surfer. And it looks like we have the winner of the last heat, Marlon Harrison. Marzi, as we met yesterday, he's going to sit in and have a chat with us. Mate, put her there. I'm Bill. We met yesterday. Yeah. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Mate, let's bring up your heat here on the tablet. Pretty good heat total, 650 and a 625. I'm not sure if you saw what happened in the dying half a minute of that heat.
I did see the buzzer beater. It was pretty nice.
Wow.
It was interesting. I was like, ooh, that's going to be a good score.
Well, we couldn't see from the monitor.
Oh.
But how did Kian had first priority? How did the Japanese surfer in Kai Moriki get under his priority and take that wave?
Kai was like way up in the on that kind of that shelf where it's barreling, and he kind of took off a bit deeper. Got that speed and just belted it on for 3 turns, and I was sitting next to Kian a little bit down the line, and Kian was a little bit out of position, but it was just such a slow heat and there wasn't many opportunities, and yeah, Kai made that opportunity at the end, which I was pretty impressed with, and I was like, that was really well served. So.
He had that opportunity, he made the most of it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, when they're sitting up there on the top part of the reef and you're kind of watching them come down, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You're a bit of a passenger.
Yeah,
and even if Kian did kind of take that wave with him down the other set of the reef, by the time Kai got to him, he'd already rattled off 3 or 4 or 5 turns, and that score would have counted.
I reckon he would have had the score by the first two turns. So
Yep.
it was really strong surf, like that wave. So
All right. Well, do you let that interfere with your heat strategy when those sort of things are going on around you, or what was your go-to when you went out there?
I was just doing my own thing. Like, I got nothing to lose for this. I'm just really just surfing in paradise right now. It feels like I'm on a holiday, so I'm just loving life. And yeah, every heat's just a little present from Krui, and I'm really enjoying my time. And yeah, I'm just doing my thing. So.
Right on, right on. I do love to see that. You've probably done this before, mate, but just tell me where you're from, and there'll be some people watching around the world that didn't see your last interview. So tell them.
I'm Mullen Harrison. I'm 18 years old, and I'm from the Gold Coast, Snapper Rocks.
Snapper Rocks. Wow, what a nursery of talent that has been for Australian pro surfing.
Yeah, it's pretty intense.
You know all the boys up there, you know, Dino and Mick and Joel and all those guys?
You got the Sheriffs, you got the Mick, the Dingo, and the Joel, and just like they all rip, and then you got the Midi Parker and the Vassar. So it's just like, it's so cool being around that because they're all awesome, and yeah.
Now, you do forget sometimes when you're hanging around guys like that, oh, that's right, that guy just over there sitting at the barbecue has got 3 world titles.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. He's just sitting at the pub and you're just like, oh, it's Parker.
Yeah,
just like,
wow, world champion.
Yeah.
Now, do you lean on those guys for a bit of coaching or a bit of guidance when now you've just started your own sojourn through pro surfing?
Yeah, of course. Like, I'm really, like, Mick and Joel really look after me, and same as Dingo. I'm very grateful for that. And yeah, they just give me little tips, and they're always watching, so it's always really cool having them by my side. And we always have good talks just like at Snapper, so it's always really nice. So.
Now, are you a behind the rock sort of a guy?
Yeah, I try and get my waves out there.
Oh, I've never surfed Snapper because it looks like there's 20 million people out there when it's 4 foot. But I've heard that if you control the back of the rock, it doesn't matter how many people are out.
Yeah, don't judge a book by its cover, I'm going to say. It's pretty good, but it does get crowded.
Yeah, well, it has been a great nursery for Australian talent out there at the Goldie. HQ for pro surfing for a long time before we changed into the WSL from the ASP. And let's sit down here for a little while. We're about halfway through this heat, and you can have a look what we saw on the monitor there.
Slow heat, but Saxon's got a 6-4. It's pretty close. Red and green have got 2 pretty good scores. So like when you get a 6 or above, that's like a really good score for out there. So that's a really good advantage. And yeah. Oh, Saxon's in priority too, so up the Aussie.
Yeah, I like this. I like the sound of that. Yeah, well, Jamie, we did get a 9-6, Jamie Thomas.
Yeah, I did see that from down the point. I was actually seeing with Saxon. We're like, holy gooly,
wow.
That was a massive combo. But
yeah, a couple of 2 turns, but that's what they'll be. That's what we'll be comparing to, the 6.5s and the 6s. Yeah. They'll be remembering that first wave, especially because it was in the first heat of this round.
Yeah, it really set the scale.
Yep, the judges will be, in fact, playing that replay.
Yeah.
When they're comparing these rides, they score, compare, and then they separate.
Yeah.
And that's what the standard is for this round for sure. That 9-6 from Jamie Thompson.
Nah, I like that. Thomas surfed really good before, so just got to keep up with him now.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Now let's have a look at this. You like our little setup here, mate?
I love it.
That's pretty good.
Bit chilly in here too. Feels like old time. Feels like in Victoria.
Talk us through this one.
Oh, that was nice. This is a good looking wave. Oh, yeah, that was really well surfed. Yeah, that's what you need out there. Just, it's going to double up too, maybe.
Those little bonus sections is what you're looking for?
Yeah, just anything with a bit of wall. He got 2 pretty good turns at the start and then a really nice car, so hopefully that gets rewarded.
Yeah, that is Made Ariana.
From here?
Somewhere in Indo.
Ah.
Yep. I'm not too sure. You know, the funny thing is you'll have guys like Tonjo out there, the Rip Curl guy, and then you'll see his actual name up on the scoreboard and you go, oh, I've never met this kid before.
Yeah. So classic.
Yeah, they've all got they got an English name, they've got a nickname, then they've got their Indonesian name. So
can't keep up with it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You enjoying the Indonesian hospitality this time around, mate?
It's been amazing. It's so good seeing all my Indo friends and just it's always really good vibes here. I'm just loving it. So it's just froth levels are high and just good, really good time. So and you got a 5.5 for that. That was pretty good.
Yeah,
it's a good little start.
Here he goes again. Nope. Oh, just poking his nose over the front there.
Looks like a little set at the back, maybe.
And who we got? This is our surfer in red. That was a good bash, wasn't it?
Dang. Oh.
Upside down.
Dang. That was really
really critical.
This is Roy Kanazawa from Japan. What is your take on these Japanese surfers, mate? They are coming, aren't they?
I was just in El Salvador for Worlds, and they were right on the Aussies' tails. Like they were surfing so good, and just they were a bit unlucky on the finals day, but yeah, they've got some up and coming surfers that blow my mind.
Oh, Saxon Reba has
go.
just sprayed us all with his spray, and we're in the commentary booth. That's how big that turn was. Talk us through this full part, mate. You've got to be a bit patient, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. Just that last turn. If you make it, it's make or break if you fall. But yeah, he just made that count, and I think that's going to be a pretty good little score.
Toby, our Filipino surfer, now in white, making his way down to the bottom half of the reef.
Good to see there's a couple of little sets now.
Yeah, it's been ebbing and flowing all day, hasn't it?
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting what Red and Saxon get, because they were two really well surfed waves. So.
All right, well, we're rattling down towards the 7-minute mark. Marzi, we're going to let you go. Go get changed. Thanks for the talk, brother.
No worries.
And
Thank you.
keep up the good work, and best of luck for the rest of the campaign. We're going to bring in Jess Starling. Thank Marzi for his time. You're a little ripper, mate. Keep going. All right, so this heat, with 7 minutes to go, it is our surfer from Japan. Really impressing.
Yeah, I've been out of action for that interview with Marzi, one of Australia's loveliest and best surfers. So let's catch up on what's happened.
Roy Kanazawa has just caught a bit of a cracking wave. That's our surfer in red, and he has gone to the lead. Not quite caught up with our tablet, but up on the scoreboard that has come through. So we'll just wait for that score tablet to come up into the top left of our screen. And Mare Ariwana just got a pretty impressive wave too. So they are waiting on scores. We'll wait for that to fall onto the checkerboard and see what's what.
As we see Toby just kicking to get back out there after his last wave, and this is Roy. So Roy got a 6-point ride, and he's only looking for a 0.5 to get up in that advancing position, but we are waiting for another score to lock in for Roy and Saxon before we can give a full update.
Yeah, Roy Kanazawa has impressed this whole campaign. Of course, he was in the open division as well, the senior men's, if you like. Now we are in the junior men's. A lot of familiar names.
Yeah, it's been great to see all the action and all the boys starting to really flare up and get comfortable out there, as we see the replay of Made Ariana on his last wave. So a great wave, drifting the fins on that turn, which is something we haven't seen too much of this morning. Just a little bit of release and riding this one all the way through to the shore and gets the end bonus section. Great wave from our surfer in blue. So I believe that we are still waiting for that score to lock in. This just a short wave for the surfer in red, and those boys will get back out there, try to get a couple more before the heat's over.
Yeah, a series of replays, and as being the case with most of these heats, comes out the last 5 minutes, everyone gets a bank of waves, and everyone chucks a whole lot of scores at the judges. So laxy-daisy start to most of these heats, and then a whole bunch of action at the end.
Yeah, so that last wave of Made looked in at a 5.5, so pretty dynamic and a massive variety of maneuvers on his last wave. So a pretty fair score for the surfer in blue from Indonesia. Still waiting on that last wave scores for white, green and red, I believe, and it looks like the surfer in green, having a little look at that one, decides not to go for that inside wave, but only 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. So I think all the boys probably locking in their best rides on their last exchange, and there we go, 7.75 for last of Roy.
Yeah, that was an impressive wave. Saxon Reba picking up a 6.20, I believe. He is second, and it is the surfer in blue from Indonesia and the surfer from the Philippines with the work to do within the last 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, usually when it gets to this part of the heat, if you're looking for a 7.2 with around about 10 minutes to go, you still have enough time to break it down into 2 waves. Okay, I don't need a 7.2, I need 2 5s.
Yep.
Or 2 6s, but with 3 minutes to go, I think blue and white will be looking for their best waves yet. As we see Wright, our surfer from the Philippines, up and riding, just getting a little bit caught behind.
Whee!
Trying to shove the fins, but unfortunately comes unstuck. But that's the type of surfing we want to see from Toby.
Shove the fins. I like that description. So you pop the board, you shove the fins forward. And what's it called? Pop shove it.
Pop shove it.
All right, 2 minutes 30 in this one is Roy Kanazawa surfing a great heat. That 7.75 and the 6 put him into first position. Saxon Reba also having a bit of a blinder and left the surfer from Indonesia and Philippines with the work to do. 9.45 is a massive score to take that second position, and also a 7.20 on a day like today. They have been pretty rare.
They have been rare, but we did see our surfer in red lock in a 7.75, so those waves are definitely out there. It is hard with the conditions getting a little bit slower, but I'm sure Blue Made, our surfer from Indonesia, is probably kicking to get back out there, hopefully to scramble on one that these boys don't get onto. And as we saw in the last heat, anything can happen.
It's not over
until it's over.
That's right.
New motto for the trip. And the next heat coming up is going to be a pretty cracker of a heat, actually. Have you seen the draw for heat number 7?
I'm going to have a look on our form guide right now. I'll get my old blurry eyes to have a look at Bronson Maedi, Ryuki Waeda, and that is Kanoa. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce that last name. I actually can't see it. And Zane Asik. That should be an absolute ripper. We spoke about that before, didn't we?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to being on the booth for that heat. As we see Toby just trying to get something going on this wave. Great style, and he's obviously a very talented surfer. Unfortunately, just didn't get the right waves in this heat, but as we can see from his surfing on this wave, he will have great success in front of him for sure.
Palamianu is Kanoa's surname. Now I can see that. He is all the way from Korea by the looks of it. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, that one, I've been eyeing off that heat all morning. Saw Zane from Australia put on a pretty great performance out there yesterday, and Ryuki and Bronson both being the seeded surfers for that heat. So I believe it's going to be a great heat for action. Hopefully they get a flurry of waves, but with only 14 seconds in this heat, Saxon with priority and Roy with second. That's the best case scenario for those two surfers.
Yeah, I think that will be the result, Jess. Congratulations to Roy and Saxon. We're going to cut to an ad break, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back with a blockbuster heat number 7. Jess Starling will be your head commentator. Stay with us, folks.
And welcome back. We are live with the Men's Pro Junior down here at the Krui Pro at Ujung Bokcho. It is a beautiful left-hand point break down here in South Sumatra, and we have had firing waves all day. So we have a pretty cracking heat on our hands for heat number 7 of the round of 32 Pro Junior men are out there. So it's Bronson Maedi from Indonesia, Ryuki Waeda from Indonesia as well, Kanoa Palmiano, apologies, Kanoa, in the white, and Zaina Sink from Australia in the green. So some pretty strong surfers in this heat.
Really strong, you know. Knowing, say, these the three surf, the first two you mentioned, both the Indonesian crew there, Bronson, grew up surfing with him. Legend, outright, devastating surfer when he gets going. This young fella here, Rio's brother, Ryuki, is, you know, just a few steps behind what his brother does. They look similar, they surf similar, they are both demons with a rashi on, so beware of Ryuki. And I met Zane Asink yesterday out of the Sunshine Coast from Urumba, he tells me. Good friends with a former mate of mine, RIP Rune Dog, but really good friends with Rune. And Zane Asink, I know nothing about the surfer in white, but the three names I've just suggested, we're in for a real treat.
Yeah, Zane put on a pretty great performance yesterday in his heat, so hopefully he can go again today as we see him up and riding the strong goofy footer.
Again, so two quick waves, that wave not amounting to much, but just keeping the rhythm going, trying to work his way into this priority sort of lineup. There's plenty of waves on offer out there. This is heat 7, one more of these and we cross over to the women's quarterfinals on the women 5,000 side of the draw. Well, we haven't seen too many airs during this event, so a nice little worthy bit of variety there from Zane.
Yeah, that was great to see him just pop the fins out on that wave. Just trying to get a little bit of momentum going, I would say, at the start of this heat for Zane.
3 quick waves.
Yeah, some heats can be really slow. Some heats people don't even get 3 waves, so you can tell he's just trying to catch a lot of waves and get the ball rolling.
He obviously knows the quality of the opposition and paying, you know, a fair bit of respect to Bronson and Ryuki. Palmiano, apologies for not having too many stats on him. We'll try and pick up on his style and his strength as we go through the event. But that was pretty cool because, as suggested, hasn't been too many of those sort of that much of an approach to this surfing contest so far.
No, it's been a lot of just in the pocket surfing, so it's been great to see some of the boys take to the air and or men I should say, some of the young men take to the air, and hopefully we get a little bit more of that through this heat. I know that all these boys have a good air game on them. It isn't necessarily known for airs this wave, but I love the variety.
Well, I've got to tell you, Jess, last time I was here, none other than Gabriel Medina made his way into the event and stepped into round 3 at this event. The waves were firing. He was in Bali. He saw all the footage, as we just watched Bronson here. He saw all the footage of what was going on. He got into the event. Will gave him a wild card straight into round 3. And you were saying there hasn't been too many airs done out here. I tell you, he just blew up big time. 1 to 2 really big airs almost every wave he rode. So Gab Medina, that was some big props. All the boys were a little shell shocked once he fronted up and they found out he was in the draw. We've just seen a really strong wave from Bronson, another little fin waft from our boy Zane Asink. But the sections are there. Asink's definitely liking what he sees to launch off.
Yeah, definitely. He's a really talented surfer, great skater as well, and like Oscar Berry, they both have a great air game, skate together, air together, and we saw a great wave lock in for Bronson, and they're waiting to drop that score of Ryuki, so they're obviously thinking about that score quite a fair bit. It was pretty phenomenal surfing.
Yeah, there's been a lot of really high quality action so far in this heat, so the judges are probably just having a bit of a breather, Jess, and working out whose was better, comparing it to the other numbers they've thrown today and see where it sits on the scale. But a great start to heat 7.
Yeah, these 20-minute heats have just been flying by. So hopefully all the boys can get a great opportunity in this heat, and may the best man win, as we see Ryuki on his second wave. Looks like he only locked in a 4.75 for his first, so he'll be looking to improve on that and back it up. Not liking the look of the end of that wave. So
and maybe some crew online are thinking, wow, a 4, you know, some of these numbers that are coming through. But we got to remember there was a 9.6 thrown down in the very first heat of the round of the Pro Junior Men's. It was Jamie Thompson. So they've thrown some big numbers already throughout the day. They're keeping their scale fair, and in reality to the 9.6, which Jamie earned earlier. The judges still remember that. They're comparing all other scores kind of solely to that wave as well, and fair enough. It was a brilliant effort by Jamie Thompson this morning.
That 9.6 was super impressive. We actually just picked Marlon Harrison. He was in here, the winner of the last heat, and or the heat before, I should say, actually. And he was super impressed. He said he watched that one from the caddy lineup wider of the bank, and he said he got a couple good ones.
All right, well, I might boost out. I didn't see a lot of that last heat, so if you don't mind, I will let you take us through this interview, and we will welcome in Roy Kanazawa. Yeah?
Yeah, the winner of
over here,
the
Roy.
last heat. How you going, Roy?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thank you. Talk us through how that last heat was for you.
So good.
Yeah, good. And you got, here are your scores. So you had a 6 and a 7.75. That 7.75 was super impressive. How are you feeling on the wave?
I feel this wave so good.
Yeah.
And second turn, solid.
It was, and the way, it was really great flow on your wave, and we were all super impressed in the booth in here, and we were stoked to see you walk away with that win. And Saxon dropped a 6.5 early on, and then a 6.2. Did that make you nervous or anything when he had a high score?
Yeah, nervous.
Yeah, nervous. And is there anything you want to say back home?
次も頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。I'll do my best.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Roy. We're really looking forward to seeing you in the next round. Good luck,
Thank you.
We'll see you again soon. That was Roy Kanazawa, the winner of Heat 6 of the round of 32. So we will see him up in the quarterfinals, most likely coming up tomorrow. They're still on standby for this afternoon.
And he will feature in quarterfinal 3 tomorrow.
So we see Ryuki Waida getting a 4.75 and then a 7.5, which I assume was for that big, strong, committed surfing that he performed on a wave not too long ago.
Bronson 6.5 stacking up pretty good as well.
Yeah, we watched that wave from the drone shot, and a 3.4 as a backup. Zane a sink with a 3.4, so he's looking for a 6.5 as well. And our surfer from Korea, Kanoa Palmiano, just with the 2 small scores right now, looking for a 7, but I'm sure he's got plenty of time left on the clock to get 2 new scores.
All right, so unfortunately for Zane, I guess the judges aren't really rating the fin bust and the little air too much. It's been the rail game that's been getting the big points here this event. The big vertical 12 o'clock power approach seems to be the message the judges are sending out there. But either way, we have one more of these to go. And in 30 minutes time or thereabouts, we will flick over to the women's QS 5000. Quarterfinal action coming up for the rest of the afternoon. That will be person-on-person heats, 2-person matchups, all 30-minute jobs as well. You can see Ryuki just wanting to know the exact position of the heat we're sitting in. Ryuki can tell you we're at the halfway mark. You are in the lead, buddy, and obviously he'll realise needs to improve on a 4.75.
And he's sitting out there with first priority, so he is looking pretty happy right now. We see the surfer in green, Zane Singh, paddling deeper up the point to that deeper takeoff zone where it barrels that little bit more. Zane has been super impressive out there, getting barrels all through the week. I think honestly, too many to count. I think I've seen him have this week.
So you're right. He has ducked inside the boys. He's got third priority, so he's risking an opportunity here. He's gone barrel hunting, so a good call, Jess. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. That last heat, a couple of heats back, did all start off with a couple of barrels in there. He threw down a big air reverse. We could see in the background as we watched Bronson in the foreground. So Zane with a little change of tactics there. He did throw down quite a healthy air rev, so he's got a good air game, and you're saying he's a good skater as well.
Yeah, he's got so much variety in his surfing. He's a great barrel rider. He absolutely charges as well, has an air game, and when he connects on a wave, it's pretty impressive. Honestly, all the boys, or young men I should say, in the draw and in the QS draw, the talent pool just goes so deep, and we're only in the Asian and Australasian region. So the amount of great surfers around the world is insane.
Oh,
And then
it's mind blowing where surfing's gone and how much it's changed over the last decade, and the depth, the air game that's going on. Virtually, if you don't have one these days, you've got no chance of being a pro surfer. You've got to be good at airs both sides. You've got to be a demon tube rider. You've got to love the big juicy stuff. You've got to have the full game, and you've got to have something, a bit of X factor as well to really shine these days. It's a crazy world out there.
yeah, there's so much you have to be good at, and there's only a niche few people who have all 4 of those. But I think the more time you put in, what you put in is what you get out. So if you work hard and keep trying, something great will happen.
And you know, the women's side of surfing as well over the years. You know, I've watched a lot of top level surfing over the last sort of decade, and the amount of improvement that's happened on the women's side of the draw. You know, the men's have been insanely good for a long time. They're making those small increments, and we're watching that happen. But in the women's side of the draw, the improvements have been quite noticeable, and they're really stepping it up. And I'm sure that big air that Carissa busted back at Newcastle in the earlier CT this year is going to sort of now lift that whole round for the women's side of the draw.
Yeah, that air was pretty crazy. There is a young girl coming out of Hawaii, Erin Brooks. She has a pretty crazy air game on her. Another girl called Sky Brown. She is a great skater and has a great air game on her as well.
Here's Asik.
Here goes Zane. This is a pretty great looking wave.
It's wide in the stance. I'm
Yeah.
thinking, oh, he wanted to, maybe this time. Kicks the fins out, looks at the judging tower, and come on boys, give me some love.
Yeah, looking for a 6.5, so he's probably just been, yeah, as you said, a little bit of love goes a long way out there, and all these boys are super competitive, and I think whoever makes this heat.
And I think you've made a good comment as well, Jess, about the skater, the fact that a lot of these guys and girls are also good on the skate ramp and on the skateboard, because that's where a lot of these kind of trick surfing, or air game as we call it, comes from.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think the more time you can spend on land practicing stuff as well as in the water. Sometimes obviously each wave is different, so it's hard to, you know, repetitively practice airs. So if you can get on a skate ramp and just give it a go
Through
that'd be great.
the biometrics of how that all works. So Zane Assing out of Yarumba, he told me yesterday, his local beach up there. So if any of the boys on the sunny coast are watching, your boy Zane's doing all right. He now only needs a 4.51 to advance. That's about exactly how many minutes and seconds are left in this heat as well.
Yeah, only getting a 5.4 for that last wave. So judges deeming it a good wave, but not exactly the score. So he will be looking to paddle hard and get back out there. As we see our surfer in white, this has been his best wave so far. Just a couple foam climbs to get around this section, and hopefully he gets an inside section to open up once more.
Kanoa, wave fattens off. Somehow he's still there, but he's going to have to get back out and use these last 5 minutes a little better. He was chasing a 7 out of that wave, so he's going to have to go swinging again. He'll be hoping it's better than his 2.9 to bring that 7 down.
I think maybe he might be the youngest one in this heat as well.
There's the score. He does that, 3.7, so he brings the 7 down to a 6.21.
Yeah, definitely a more manageable score with 4 minutes 45 seconds. So if he can dig deep and get back out there in time for one more opportunity, who knows what could happen. As we've seen a few heats today flip on their head in the last 30 seconds.
I've been highly impressed with this Pro Juniors round, because what we're seeing out of quality acts like Rio and Bronson and Jarvis, who we've gone on about non-stop, is and then someone like Leo Casal, who's still coming through in the very next heat. We haven't seen him. Is for 20 years and under, the level of surfing is just bizarrely good. There's a real lot to like, and full credit to the ASC for putting these Pro Junior men's and women's attached to the Krui 5000 men's and women's draw, just to involve surfers at a young age, to get them seeing what's going on and how the top dogs do it, like Rio and all the crew in the men's and women's draw, and it's helping drag them up.
Yeah, there's definitely a pathway now with the juniors, then the QS, then the Challenger, and then the CT. So I truly believe that the juniors is where you learn how to surf a heat and how to compete properly, and there's definitely more room for error in the juniors, but it is still such a high field of talented surfers. I know especially the Australian field and now the Asian field is extremely stacked, so it's almost like a mini QS.
It is. They just don't include anyone over 20, but the level is right there, and that's evident with Jarvis and Leo, and you've got Ryuki and plenty of others that have absolutely outstanding performances. Jamie Thompson, Bodie. We've got Zane in this heat, who's looking like he may not get through, but has turned a lot of heads. So we'll remember that name going into NIAS.
Yeah, looking for a 5.21, so that score has increased a little bit with Bronson locking in a 4.1 on his last wave. Ryuki out there with first priority in first place with a 7.5 and a 4.7, so Zane gonna
look at
have
this
a
next thing coming as well. So Zane having a go here. He's caught more waves than anybody. He's tried to flare it up and add the variety side of life and the innovative progressive surfing with his fin wafts and his airs. Does he go for a big air here? Kind of got a little funky on the move. Maybe didn't need to do that, chasing only a 5.21. But Ryuki out the back did maintain priority. I thought there was a really good wave coming, and here it is.
Yeah, here goes our surfer in blue and current heat leader Ryuki Waida. Great first turn. Unfortunately, that wave running off a little bit too fast. But yeah, as you said, Zane, I feel like he didn't have to do that last turn. He could have just hit it, and that was probably the score if he had a road out.
I think so, yeah. If he just gave that a real heavy blast like he tried to, but then he also kicked the fins out, lost control.
He got a great, so he got a carve in at the start and then a steep section snap just here. So that's points in that turn there. And if he had just was able just to project across that one and come out, I genuinely think that probably would have been the 5.21 he was looking for.
Yep, because Ryuki's wave was a bit of a throwaway. Just a bit too big and ran off without him. So Zane's had a few opportunities in this heat. Bronson could probably consider himself pretty lucky. He surfed a smart heat. The 6.5 is better than anything Zane's done, but I think that backup number that he was chasing, the 5.21, was on offer right there. You can only make so many errors in a heat before you evaporate all your opportunities, and I feel that's where Zane Asic is sitting right now.
Yeah, Zane, I think will maybe be kicking himself at the end of this heat. Just saying that last turn, if I had just ridden out that last turn. But there is still 40 seconds. He was a fairway in, unless a wide set comes. Might be a little hard for him. Oh, speak of the devil.
How many waves has this kid caught in this heat? 20-minute heat, I reckon. This is about wave number 7. When we remember he flashed up the point, got that inside wave, tried a little air rev. He's thrown pretty much everything at this heat. Just probably needed to capitalise on those opportunities. Bronson Mady now. A lot of hype about Bronson over the years, and watching him, I remember when he was about 12, what he was doing out in heavy waves down there in his homeland of Lakey. I penned him in as a future star, and he hasn't disappointed. His free surfing clips are mind-blowing, as good as just about anybody's. And this little fella, he'll have to take a big learning curve out of Korea. We don't see too many high-profile Korean surfers, so he's a little pup. He's young, he's small. I reckon there's a lot of improvement and a lot to like about the way Kanoa has gone about this heat.
Yeah, and with that one coming to an end, we will jump to an ad break and get the results to you after this. So stay tuned, there's plenty more action to come.
All right, we're back. Here we go. Look at these waves rolling on through. It's the last heat of our Pro Junior men's. Everybody effectively heat 8. A 20-minute heat coming at us, and following this we cross over to person-on-person heats, starting with our women's quarterfinals. Billy, you've enjoyed a break. How's things looking outside?
It's looking fun. Everyone's been able to really push their surfing today. It's been a bit small and a bit more civil. So you're seeing the turns being pushed and the lips being smacked just like that.
Needed to ride out. I'll let you in, everybody, as to who we've got in this heat, because our final one here for the men's is Terita Bunta, Japanese surfer in red. Out of Sweden, Teddy Dag Billy. He's surfing in blue. That was just him. From Indonesia, Tenchi Ishii. I believe that is Devis's son. Is that right? And Brazilian Leo Casal, who has impressed non-stop throughout the first 4 days action in the men's round. So this is Tenchi. And g'day Devis, if you're watching up there on the Book It. We love doing all our earlier ISC events with you and watching his dad surf, and you know, good stuff, and thanks for the legacy, and Tenchi's carrying it on. Good work. Here we are, Billy.
Hey, there I am.
Now, I've had somebody ask me this question. They're saying, what's with Billy's neck chief? Could you want to explain that?
Well, I got gifted this by a lovely lady out the front. It's the local motif of Tanjung Setia, and I told her I'd wear it, so I'm wearing it.
So you're basically sponsored, is that what you're saying?
Fully sponsored for sarongs.
Well, it looks better around your neck than it does around your waist, so I would say that's an improvement.
Yeah, Teddy Billy has come down for the small fries, mate. We have seen him before. He was a couple of feet shorter and a few years younger, but here he is now in action. His style has really, really developed over those years since we've seen him, and that's a beautiful foam climb for a third turn. A little bit of an Ocalupo sideways jump off. Liking that style. Teddy Billy grew up on a yacht, if I'm not mistaken, first 10 years of his life.
Wow. I'm sure he's got some stories about some epic surf sessions, and I can see plenty of style in what he's brought to his surfing act. That was one of the caddies. Did a caddy just catch a wave, or did they get cleaned up?
They're sitting pretty close, so I reckon they might have got cleaned up. You wouldn't want to catch a wave on your friend's board and then crease it.
I think that was one of the Glossop boys just out of picture there. It might have been young J-Man.
Oh, who knows with those guys.
Caddying for his buddy. But anyway, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of parents involved at this level of being the juniors. They tend to travel with dad or mum or both. And Matty Glossop out there doing the work, dragging his two young boys around, his two young chargers. I think one of them is caddying at the moment. And there's a lot of parents involved. I did meet Jarvis Earl's dad just before.
Yep.
Said he went to school with Johnny Uluwatu.
You are kidding me.
You know.
No, Johnny Uluwatu went to school.
Well, it did surprise me as well. You know, in order to wag days and go surfing, you've got to virtually go to school first to wag it. So Johnny's been wagging school and stuff for 59 years of his life. And we wish you all the best, champion. Former, a friend that sat here right where you are a number of times with me, mate, announcing these events. So
yep, and I would gladly vacate this chair if our good friend can make it back up to Indonesia. Wish him all the well, and we really miss you, brother.
All right, I'm not really sure. Let's just stay with the live action here. So this is Devis's boy. He's got one of those styles you see all the time on the Book It. Flary, X Factor, variety, all those sort of things. Little rail box, sometimes you see that as well. So this is him going on through the motions here. We'll move into the lead with that wave, but it looks like he's got a full bag of tricks, and growing up on the Book It in Bali, you can see why.
Well, Dave Anglet has just told me that it looks like a throw rug around my neck. So it's good to know that people are tuning in all over the world.
It's good to see they're still heckling us as well.
Well, why not? Down there in the Gracetown area, the southwest of Australia, just down the road, about 4 hours flight if we were to get a direct one.
Margaret River Sign Co.
Yes, there you go.
Ding. There you go.
There's a little plug.
I'm not sure I'm going to buy into this flag mantle kind of crap that they keep coming up with at the AFL and Dave's alleged famous football team. Let's see where the whole AFL season goes, but they're kind of doing all right. I hate to admit it.
Oh, no.
Anyway, we digress again. Long mornings, probably haven't had enough coffee, so we've got to do something to entertain ourselves as we watch sometimes during these little breaks.
Look at this. This is
digress.
Leo Casal, our new mate from Brazil. He has first priority for a long time in this heat, and now he's using it. Impressive first turn, a really good second one. I am liking this kid every time I see him. My admiration for him increases with every turn. Look at that. He's got a beautiful style. He's got a really good concentration factor and a lovely personality. That's
Only
a good looking
17,
turn.
remember too, Billy?
Yep.
Flew from Brazil by himself to be here. We asked him day one, inspirations, idols. He went Mark Occhilupo.
Yep, straight to the top of the...
He said, people tell me I've sort of surfed fairly similar, that power base, the goofy foot stance, the stocky build. It's got shades of a young Ockie there.
You know, I was watching Green Iguana down at Dino's the other night. I haven't seen it in about 10 years. Ockie was decades ahead of his time. But let's have a look at his familiar style there of Leo Casal. Yeah, I can see that sort of kinda.
He's very composed, mate, like he does strong stuff all the time. He loves attacking the lip. It's all the things the judges want to see, and at 17 years of age, a really good package to have because he almost made it through to the quarters of the men's QS 5000 as well. He was one round short. I think he fell into third place. Would have got him into the quarters had he got through that heat, but he's won a lot of heats that he's entered, and I reckon he is a serious threat here in the Pro Juniors.
Yep, picking up a 4.70 for his first wave. Highest scoring wave of the heat thus far. He has that one solitary wave. So he'll be looking at that as his backup, and his intentions will be to get out there and get a higher scoring wave than that 4.70. Progress through to the next round. Yeah, I was watching him warm up on the beach there, going through his jogging and his stretching routine, and Jesse Mendez and his film were trying to capture his attention and wish him good luck. Didn't want to know about it.
In the zone.
No, in the zone, just paddled straight out, and they're whistling at him. Didn't turn around, just kept paddling out in the Ockie zone.
Big set on the way. Look at these lumps out the back for all the crew online that might have their heads down, but the audio on. I reckon eyes up. There is a dead set. One of the biggest sets of the last hour or so coming through at the moment. We watched Teddy to bag here, just, blowing the bag out of it. Good work, Teddy. Meanwhile, what is behind that wave? I reckon there's plenty more to come.
Yep, we saw our water photographer, Fetty, from Liquid Barrel. He copped one on the head there, so that means there is one on the way. He's been out there for about 3 hours so far, Mark. He'll be out there all day. Yeah, wow. Incredible effort, Fetty.
Well, that wave, that set turned into a little bit disjointed, Billy. It had that horrible lump kind of go through the lineup. Splits into two pieces. Surfing White Tenchi just having to go under a whole lot of whitewash there. As the tide drops out, mate, we knew high tide this morning was just after 7:30, right after we started. So low tide we must be approaching. We know this wave loves a bit of low tide. Teddy here doing some pretty good work. So as that tide drops out as well, the men's quarters, the women's quarters on this afternoon. So stick around, everybody. You've got to watch what's going on here because it's our second last day of running. And at the end of today, we'll have 4 men, 4 women remaining, and they'll make up our semis going into finals day tomorrow.
It's getting exciting. I can't wait. Just watching Teddy on that last wave. I love that high rear arm of his, a la Taj Burrow. Man, ready to strike at any time. Next time Teddy gets on a wave, see if you can pick that up.
5.35. Some really good surfing right there. Or was it a 4? Here we go, 4.65 I think was his last score. No, the 5's still yet to be determined on our screen, so that was it, his very last wave, the 5.35. Here goes Castle now, the little nuggety goofy out of Brazil. Guess it's a good pump straight into a high line rip. Another good steep section, lays it back and just shows a little bit of variety that time. Body language suggests he likes that last move. What did he need to do? Well, it's only his second wave. If it's a 380, moves into the lead.
I think he's got those two pretty snazzy turns.
But he does have a good bit of variety as well. We've seen a lot of surfing from him because potentially, I reckon he surfed about 5 heats in the men's round. That's his second or third heat. Second heat here in the Pro Juniors. So I would say this is heat number 7 for Leo. Here's the action replay. If you didn't see it first time around, a really good speed turn to get to this bowl. Lays it back a little, sticks the back arm in the way for a bit of stability. Good work, good technique.
Yeah, and Leo, I love you, mate, but watching that green iguana the other day, no one's got a style like Ockie.
Wow, what about them hair flicks back in the day?
The good hair flicks. And his boards were so much shorter than everyone else in the Green Iguana Sick Joy videos. Kids, if you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up on the intranets.
Google that fella called Mark Occhilupo.
One of the best surf moves ever made, the Green Iguana.
Oh,
Fantastic soundtrack.
Some of that stuff the Billabong crew put out years ago, and Jack McCoy involved in a lot of it. Still stands up today as pretty high quality stuff. Pump, there's another good movie.
It's a ripper.
That was a ripper.
And also Sultans of Speed featuring Matt Cattle.
Matt's here.
We got to get him in here and have a chat. He's busy though. He's got athletes left, right, and centre.
He has. He doesn't get much downtime, mate. Good luck getting him in here. Would probably have to go out to him to get a word from Matt. So Castle does move into second. The teddy bear in first with second priority. Needs to upgrade to 4.65. Now, Tarita Bunta, I haven't seen the Red Rash Vest getting around, so I'm not sure what's happened to the Japanese surfer there, Tarata. To me, it doesn't appear as he's in the lineup. He hasn't no waves. He's not on the priority rotation. Maybe something's gone on, an injury or something. There's the next heat, our person-on-person quarterfinals. Let's see if we can let everybody into the secret of who they are. In fact, I don't think I've got the draw. I don't. I've got the men's quarters.
Right on the screen there. Next up is quarterfinals, heat number 1.
Hey, how's Captain Karaoke over there, Sam Norwood?
2 Japanese surfers, Suzuki and Matsunaga.
He doubles as a TV production manager, but he is really king of the karaoke role down there at Lavina.
Well, I think he is a protege of Chris Binns. A big shout out to Binnsy. We miss you. Best of luck in your new career. And thanks for the karaoke legacy.
And also the pool pong yesterday is another feather in Sam Norwood's cap. Goes onto his CV as the second best thing he does. Country Road. Are we going to hear that 4 times tonight?
Let's hope so.
Every chance. Yep. Sam's shaking his head, going, "You guys are on. I'm keeping you up all night." Well, Lavina seems to be the party scene of the Krui Pro. And for everybody online, it is the Pasir Barat region of Lampung. So we're on the west coast down here in South Sumatra. Plenty of good stuff that goes on that backdrop. You can see on our screen there, Mandiri Beaches being one of them. And there's plenty more wide variety of waves that can hurt you, stoke you, and give you the longest ride of your life.
100%. And look at this. It is 6 minutes and 20. I'm looking at that scoreboard, and all respect to Teddy Billy, but I didn't think he would be in the lead with a 5.35 and a 4.65. He's really stamping his foot of authority on this heat. Leo Castle not far behind, but he'll have to get his best wave to take that first position off him. So go Teddy. Awesome.
So Tenchi, let's not forget about him. He's got top priority. He hasn't done his best work yet either. He's got plenty of style. We have seen a nice little blow tail. He's paddling for this wave, needing a 4.7. Son of Devis Ratif. Gets a decent section right here. All right, that spicy, goofy footer out of the book yet. Check him out. I'm sure he's done this a million times on the racetrack. It's sort of looking a bit like racetrack.
Oh.
In the afternoon with a light little onshore breeze. Chasing a 4.7, not sure about that, but he does have 5 and a bit minutes to still work on it and ramp it up a little. Yeah.
All right, mate. Well, I thought it was
taking a while. Must be down there signing autographs, but we are going to have a chat with Ryuki, winner of the last heat. We're just watching the replay here of Tenchi's last wave. All right, we're all good. I'm going to shake your hand, Ryuki. How are you? That was a great heat. Tell us about your experience right then in the round of 32.
So the first I saw hard to just a good way, but I was lucky. I was on the inside, and some wave coming, then I got seven there, but I don't have a really good backup, but still I'm happy to make the round.
It's what it's all about. All you got to do is beat 3 other surfers to win, or 2 other surfers to keep advancing. You've got to peak at the right time, which is finals day tomorrow. Between now and tomorrow, what do you do, Ryuki?
Yeah, I just
Do you stick around and watch your brother this afternoon?
No, I didn't see him. The waves right now is super hard, but I don't know. I hope tomorrow's a bit better, because today's a bit onshore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, your brother is surfing this afternoon. You do a bit of surfing with your brother. Obviously, he's Indonesia's most famous surfer right now.
Yeah.
So what do you talk heat strategy with your bro before you go out, or have debriefs after a heat? What do you do?
I just
do your own thing.
No, I just thinking how where's the position to wait the wave. Then just something like that.
Who is your favourite pro surfer in the world, and who would you love to emulate in your career?
I think John's my favorite surfer, but he was injured now. I'm so sad, but yeah, I hope he can back to tour again.
Now, what are your goals in the future for your surfing career?
I was thinking still free surfer, but I want on competition too.
What's been your best result as a competitor? Got a few?
No, I just the first. I think this year the first time I'm doing QS.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This is your first outing, your first QS event.
Yeah.
You're going all right. What are you learning from this week?
Yeah, I don't know, but I was thinking I have to more learn about the wave.
It's a pretty good wave, isn't it? Do you like the
Yeah,
Krui area?
Yeah, I know, but it's still hard. I know the wave's pretty good, but the wave how to choose the waves is really hard.
All right, well, everybody's in the same boat. I really liked your heat coming up just then, your performance, the waves you picked. It wasn't a super high-scoring heat, but you've only got to do enough to keep advancing through heat after heat and peak on finals day. So I'm going to wish you all the luck for finals day tomorrow, Ryuki. Is there anybody you would like to give a shout-out to down the camera lens? You. That's it? A man, a few words. I'll say that. So good on you. Thanks, Ryuki. We'll let you go. With 90 seconds to go, we'll bring back Billy Hangen. And a 6.50 Leah Castle goes to the lead. The backup 4.7 is looking pretty strong. So the young goofy footer that we've been sort of heaping a fair bit of praise on out of Brazil, he's really got his groove on at the back end here to go into the lead. He's won quite a few heats. He's surfed, Billy, so he's going really good.
Yeah, Tenchi calling for time there. I'm going to do a little bit of this gear.
A little bit of promo. What do you got for us? The RS chest sticker. Should put it on your neck chief, mate. So the 6.5, the 4.7, there it is. That's his new upgrade, everybody. If you're wondering what the hell Billy was just doing, he's the RS chair, the Asian Surfing Cooperative. That's who we kind of work for. And thanks to Tippy and Tim Hain, Nadia, Chica, Maria.
All legends.
Tom Chaminade, part of that team as well.
You bet. 30 seconds to go, and it is the Brazilian Leo Casal. Surfed a solid heat, very confident, very focused. That 6.50, very handy for that young man. Teddy Billy is in second, and it is Tenchi out there tapping his forearm, waiting for a time update. It could be running out for him with a 10 seconds mark.
Well, no, he's got this wave, Billy. I'm tipping one last swing here with 4 seconds to go. Gets to his feet, chasing a 5.5. No!
Bummer.
Somehow he almost nosedived there. He's going to need something big out of this. I'm tipping he needs an air. Has he got one in him? No, that doesn't look like one to me. I'm over and out, mate. We'll throw it on ad and get back with the women's quarterfinals.
All right, welcome back, everybody. That was a great little intro there. And in case you're wondering who that person is in the red swimsuit doing a massive hack, that is Giada Lagarde right next to me.
That
You rip.
is me. I get excited every time I see myself.
I like it. There she is. She's talented, she's beautiful, and she's a really good surfer. So stick with us. Her insight on surfing is very good. And we are into the quarterfinals.
Yes, I'm very excited to kick this off, and the women's quarterfinals, first heat as well, so it's looking really good.
Yeah, two Japanese surfers, Suzuki and Matsunaga. That's better. We saw them in action yesterday. Both solid surfers, really good performances. We have half an hour for these quarters now, because we nicked 5 minutes off the little kids. We can give it to the senior women's.
The kids are fast paddlers. They've got lots of energy, so it's all right.
Yeah, it's okay.
And the waves aren't much smaller today, so it is a much shorter paddle to the lineup. Would you say so?
Yeah, 100%. You don't have those big 7, 8, 10-minute paddle rounds with the big bombing sets coming through. You can just see the caddies on the right of your screen sometimes. That was getting bombarded with 6 foot of whitewater yesterday and the day before and the day before that. So yeah, you're right. It's a much more civil lineup, a lot less paddling, a lot more surfing, and that's what we want to see.
Exactly.
Speaking of what we want to see, that's where we are, folks, in the south of Sumatra. If you haven't been here before, come check it out. All those beautiful coconut plantations out the back, and friendly people, beautiful water. Why would you want to be anywhere else?
I know. As we see the first wave written over quarterfinals, our surfer in blue, Rina Matsunaga. She looks steady and ready, and it was just quick in and out.
Quick in and out, and this is Suzuki. She doesn't like what she sees down the line either.
So yes, Krui, as we were talking about, the coconut trees here are one of my favorite parts, I think. That you walk right in front of us on the road. There is kilometers of coconut trees.
You just got to be careful where you park your car.
Or careful where you walk, even.
Yep.
I wouldn't want any of those coconuts falling on my head.
I reckon there would have been a fair few of those fall when we had that storm the other day.
I agree. And, you know, that storm was really heavy. Even yesterday afternoon with those winds blowing, there's definitely a few of those falling around. So if you are ever under coconut trees, don't forget about that. Because they are painful. As we see here, the shot of those coconut trees that we're talking about. Such a beautiful, beautiful place. South of Sumatra is so untouched yet in many areas.
Yeah, look at those waves reeling off in the background there. You get in your car or your scooter and head down that road and just go exploring.
Yeah, So much to explore. Even Mandiri, you can drive and find your own break for wherever you want, actually. Any time of the day. I'm sure you can find a wave by yourself over there.
Bring it on.
Beautiful drone shots. Beautiful. Especially my favorite is when the tide is low and you can see all the reef.
Yeah, you know where to paddle out the next day when the tide is high.
Yeah. These are our drone shots from Ryan. They're working really hard. Everyone's working really hard at the beach to give out this broadcast. As the first wave of blue came in at just a 2.5, and she will obviously be hoping that this is a throwaway score. And as we see, maybe something approaching out the back. You know, after interviewing all the Japanese surfers, new names, new faces.
Yep.
All of them so polite, and it's exciting to see them in here in the mix with us.
I want to go to Japan now.
Me too. I love Japan. I've been there 3 times.
What?
Yeah, only for the ISA. I would love to go without my surfboards and just do a full Japan trip. I think it's such a special place, and you can't really compare it with anywhere.
Nanoho having a little look over there. Didn't quite like it. A lot of people from this part of the world head up to Japan around Christmas time for a bit of snowboarding.
Yes, that is very true. That's another plan of mine. Definitely in the bucket list for my future is snowboarding in Japan.
You got a big list.
Oh, you can't imagine. I want to travel everywhere, apparently. But yes, Japan is definitely in top 5. I fell in love with that place the first time I went and the last time. Every time I go, I fall more in love with the people, the culture, the food. As we see our surfer in blue on her backside now, this wave is looking a little better than her first one as it stands up on the inside.
Yeah, Rina doing a great job as this wave continues to stand up through that bonus section. That's enough. Let's get out the back. We've got 23 minutes to do it and try and put an excellent score on the board. This is Nanaho Suzuki. Again, doesn't like what she sees down the line. So she will pull that eject button and get on out the back. Have a look at this replay here.
Wow,
Giada.
what a great way to start off that wave. So much water thrown every turn here. This section just not wasting any time to get from one section to the next. As I will now step out to introduce our last heat winner, Leo Casal.
Right on. Yep, and I've got an idea. Why don't you sit down here, Leo? And we're going to put your surfboard across our laps. Right, that's going to be all right. So we'll just reshuffle the deck chairs. How do you like that? This way? Yeah, we'll get your sponsors in there. Put those headphones on and let's have a chat, mate. Well, I hope that doesn't flare out the camera too much. We get the thumbs up from the big Sam Norwood. And here, shake my hand. Well done. Another good heat. Put that close to you. You had Teddy Billy in your heat. Did that surprise you? The young kid had some form.
Yeah, I met him at the beginning of my trip. He's my roommate actually.
Oh wow!
So yeah, yesterday was funny because we were talking about the heat, like we were the same heat and we already knew it, and yeah.
Hey, there we are behind your surfboard. You like that?
Yeah. And you lose.
Right on. And these are some of your sponsors.
Yeah, there's Silver Bay here, Tokoro Surfboards, and Hang Loose, and Mormai. Yeah.
Right on. Now I saw you warming up for your heat. Doing a bit of jogging, bit of stretching, bit of focusing. Don't know if you know, but behind you was Jesse and his filmer, Jesse Mendez, trying to get your attention. Leo! And you were that in the zone, you just kept paddling out, and they're whistling at you to give you good luck. You were straight out there. Is that something you do before every heat? You get totally in the zone and block everything out so you can concentrate?
Yeah, I was like on the zone. I didn't even hear. Jesse, now he told me like, yeah, we were trying to get your attention to say good luck, but you didn't even hear. So I guess that surprised me too, because I'm not like the type of guy that can stay on the zone like too easy. I'm kind of like all over the place.
Well, whatever you did before that last heat, you should continue doing it because it worked. You didn't need the good luck. You had the plan and you had the surfing to back it up. The conditions out there, can you put us in the light of any changing wave face?
For sure. I was watching the heats before mine, and the waves were kind of like going towards the channel a little bit more. And then when I got there, I was waiting for it, like on the spot. I was watching, and waves started like going on the
up the reef.
More up the reef.
Yep.
So that was kind of changing my plan a little bit, and I didn't get the good ones at the beginning, but I was lucky to get the sad one at the end.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, you did sit there with priority for quite a long time, and only 20-minute heats in the Pro Junior. Do you have to readjust your strategy from a 25 to a 20? You want to get busy early, or are you just going to drop anchor and wait for the best sets?
Yeah, it's better for you to get busy early because there's no more 5-minute left. So
yeah, that's right.
My strategy was like on the QS was to try and get hurry up to get those guys like thinking about it, and I think I have to do that on the Pro Junior too.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not sure if you saw it or not, but Yago Dora threw a massive air in El Salvador yesterday. Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it. I was actually having a hard time to sleep last night, but I didn't know the men's was on. So if I knew, I would have been watching live. But then when I was getting coffee and going through Instagram and I saw that, I was like, Iago, I just commented like, brother, that was huge. Like, and he's like he was getting through a big injury. So that shows like his strength and his focus to be like back and 100%.
You
I'm
bet.
So proud of him.
You know Yoga?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about his dad?
His dad's a really good coach. I've been doing some training with him a long time ago, and I did like a lot of trainings with him. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw him in G-Land, introduced myself and thanked him for the work he'd been doing with Jack Robinson. A really great family of surfing and pro surfing is the Doras. And yeah, really focused coach, really focused surfer. Your favourite Brazilian surfer, is that?
I have a lot of favorite Brazilian surfers as well. But yeah, Iago is like, I have been watching him since I was a little kid because he lives next to me, like so near me, and yeah, we've been training.
Okay, well we are about to go out. I reckon Iago would have finished his heat and then tuned straight into this contest to see you surf. I reckon you look down there and give him a bit of love all the way from South Sumatra.
Yeah. Cheers, Iago, and to all the boys watching, the Brazilians, and everyone watching actually. And yeah, it's been a great, fun contest. Let's keep going.
Right on. Leo, it's been a pleasure to meet you, mate. Let's hope we get to do this chat again. We're going to bring in Jada Lagati and enjoy the rest of your contest.
Thank you so much, mate.
Thank you, brother. All right, as we reshuffle the deck chairs here, it is 16 and 40 left on the clock for the first quarterfinal of our women's. And it looks like Rina out to a pretty strong lead. She has a 5.83 and a 3.43 to her name, and here she goes again on her backhand. Welcome back, Jada.
Thank you. So what have we missed from the last heat as we were with that?
Well, I don't know. I was too busy rabbiting on, and but it looks like these girls have really got their form going and getting in tune with the changing conditions.
Wow, these Japanese surfers now really taking off as there has been probably that log I was telling you about the other day.
Oh, the log is the water. You think that's what she hit?
I'm still saying those logs are out there, man. It's probably the same one I hit, I'm sure.
All right, that was Nanaho Suzuki, and that 517 her best wave. There's a picture of the competitors area. Jesse Mendez there, of course, the mighty Tim Hain behind him. long-time supporter and worker for Indonesian pro surfing. We take our hat off to him.
Yes, so much. He has done so much for Indonesian surfing, him and as well as Tipi Jabrik. They are both working really hard to make sure these events happen. He's always the first one there to take all the shots for the ASC, and most of the surfing photos come from him.
Yeah, you can find him most mornings in Bali down Jalan 66 somewhere having breakfast. There's a little gang of dudes his age. They get together and solve the world's problems for about an hour each morning.
Yeah, it's great to see him here as well. As the last score of Rina Matsunaga comes in at a 4.43.
There we go.
That takes her to first place. This heat is still definitely not over, halfway there, and you know, with the way the girls have been surfing, a 5-1 is not a large requirement for our surfer in red.
No, it's not. Yep, it's going to be close. A 5.10 for either of these surfers is very, very achievable.
Yeah.
Still 14 minutes. I'm loving these half-hour heats. As we get to the quarters, that's what you get rewarded with.
Yes.
You go for the struggle. It's kind of like the QS, the Challenger, and the CT. You go through the struggles, and you get those hard results, and you get rewarded with half an hour with one other person out into the lineup.
Yes.
So you can be in this position that Nanoho is in, and you still have 14 minutes to sort it out.
It's a whole nother heat.
It's a whole nother heat.
So anything could happen out there still, and it's not over till it's over.
Yep, I got Jess Starling onto that.
So our Japanese surfers, one will be stepping into the semifinals for finals day tomorrow.
Can't wait.
It's very exciting stuff.
Now everything else is on hold after the men's quarters. So stand by, everybody. We might be going home early, or we might be kicking on. We'll see how we go.
Most probable, if the waves and the sun are still out, we could continue.
Bring it on, I say.
You know, so we have a nice, clean finals day tomorrow. Hopefully it doesn't drop off much more than this, which I don't think so, looking at the forecast.
Well, have you met Eric that's getting around, the American guy that lives here?
No, I haven't actually.
They're calling him the Oracle because he has predicted every storm and every swell rise and fall for the last week. He's really good, yeah. Yeah, he's like the Nick Chong of Krui.
What has he said about today?
He said it's just going to keep fluctuating the swell up and down, but it won't be flat the whole time we're here, which is, you know, only another day, but that's fine.
Any storms in view, or are we sweet and safe?
I didn't ask him about the storms.
All right.
Let's cross our fingers.
I hope so, because I do not like walking home in the rain.
No, it's no good fun.
As our Japanese surfers are waiting for another set to approach. This must be one of those. Just quick lulls, as maybe something is coming from out there. Nope, I was wrong. Just a quick motion in the ocean.
Now, if we compare the horizon line to a couple of days ago, it was like a jungle out there, wasn't it? And now it's a lot more tame, and it's a lot more flat, if you like. See that fishing boat disappearing? That's a good sign.
Yeah, it was a big swell we had the first few days. You know, we even had to call it off once or twice due to the swell. So it's good to have this calm and different conditions.
Here we go. This is Rina. Cashier, no, she's second priority, so nothing to lose. She might as well give it a whole lot of stick. She kind of puts it in the pocket there, setting up for this lip line hit. She does that also. This wave looking pretty good, but she decides it's not worth a third hit, and I'm going to lay down and get out there again.
a great looking wave for under priority.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, I don't think our surfer in red, Nanaho Suzuki, was really expecting that to come.
A bit like Kian Martin before.
A little bit, yes. Very upsetting.
But that is contest surfing. You know, if you've got priority and there's 2 minutes left, go over and sit on that guy.
Yeah, doesn't matter if you're on the peak and he's all the way down. I would go and sit right next to him. As this is our Japanese surfer, just a 2-turn combo here. The second one was definitely very smooth and powerful and straight into the pocket under the lip. So we will be seeing the scores come through soon. She is trying to prove on a 4.43, which just comes a little under at a 4.40, does not go into her top 2.
Yeah, so Matsunaga will be out there again, looking to trash that 4.43. She'll be looking for something in the good range or better.
Yeah, for sure. She's, you know, still plenty of time out there, especially 2 women. 2 women heat. It's lots of opportunity, so she has nothing to worry about just yet. As we see in picture, our surfer in red, Nanaho Suzuki. Our surfers both from Japan, coming all the way.
Yeah, all the way down from Japan to the south of Sumatra. I don't know how you get here from Japan. I imagine you go to maybe Jakarta.
Most probably.
Yep, and then I suppose it's a pretty good haul down here.
It's a long flight, actually. It looks like a pretty, kind of a mission.
Yep, and so all the way down here, then they've got to reset, reacclimatise and get ready to surf these waves. I suppose coming from the colder climate to the warmer climate is not such of an adjustment. We have seen some Indonesian surfers come to Australia and just kind of freak out how cold the water is and how thick wetsuits are.
I
You're
feel
raising your hand.
identified.
Yeah, even after a whole season here, you get back to Australia and you kind of freak out. It's almost summer.
Yeah, I remember I had a winter jacket in almost in December while I was there.
Right on.
I was freezing, still 4 3s, 3
Yep.
2s. Yep, it's cold, definitely colder than around this area. Even in the summertime, it's not that warm.
Well, there has been a big global shift to get into the cold water. Wim Hof championing that cause. So it seems every athlete under the sun has a workout, then they jump straight into an ice bath.
Yeah.
Down in the southwest and in the Victoria, around that way, the South Australian surfers, they just go for a swim in the ocean. It's that cold.
Very, very cold stuff. But yes, I agree. You
Don't
even
need ice bath.
Yeah, don't need no ice bath. Just jump straight into the water. I guess in Europe, I guess they have the same situation.
Yep.
Just especially during the winter, you just have to take a dip in the ocean after a good workout, and you're sweet and you're ready to go.
Now, you're representing Italy. Do you know Claire Bevilacqua?
I do know Claire Bevilacqua, and I do love her as well.
She's a little ripper. She's the pride of Western Australian female surfing, in my view. She's busted down a lot of doors through Hawaii back in the day when she was surfing for Volcom, and I've got a lot of admiration for her.
Me too. She's definitely someone I look up to a lot, especially the way she takes care of herself. She's always on it. She tells me all these advice about competing every time. We have been to a few ISAs together. She won the last European Open, so she's still reigning European champ because they have not had one yet.
Oh, wow. Before COVID?
Yeah.
Oh,
just
okay.
before COVID,
Right, the reigning
so
champ. Cool.
She is still the reigning champ, and she's such an amazing athlete in person. So much going for her whole life.
Yep, she's a little ripper. Big shout out to Clairsy if she is listening down there in Yowsy land. Let's have a look at this one. Just under 6 minutes remaining. It is Matsunaga with the lead, and Suzuki chasing that 5.10.
Yep. Not much on offer in the last 5 minutes. So as we're reaching our last 5-minute mark, we will be seeing a lot more action, hopefully. Seeing if Suzuki can get her score she needs.
And the next heat up is heat number 2 of these quarters, and it looks like Paige Harab taking on Ella McCaffrey. Ella McCaffrey, scintillating form through this competition so far. Every time I see her, she impresses. And Paige Harab, of course, an old hand at these sort of things.
Yes, it'll be a very, very interesting heat to watch. A veteran with a newcomer.
You bet.
See, Ella has been absolutely killing all her heats lately.
Oni Onwa taking all the credit for that, as he reckons he's just passing on his coaching knowledge.
I can see. I can see that. So we are waiting last 4 minutes 20 seconds of this heat. There is not much on the horizon, as actually I could be wrong. Red taking a look at this insider under priority. Let's see if she manages to take it off.
Oh no. Just not in the right position. Maybe about 2 meters too far out to sea. That's very frustrating, even when you're free surfing, let alone needing a score under 4 minutes. So it looks like the two surfers sitting apart from each other, and it looks like Nanoho is down the reef, not even getting worried about the surfer with first priority. I'm pretty sure we'll see that change when it comes to the junior man and the men. If someone is needing a score, I'm sure the men have no mercy. They'll be sitting right on top of each other, and maybe a little bit of smack talk.
Yes, if I was blue right now, I would be definitely staying close to Suzuki, making sure I am always in the best position. But that is just me. As we're reaching the last 3 minutes. Wow, even 30 minutes heats go by really fast when there's so much going on.
Yep, you are in the hot seat here, the commentary box, for an hour now. 2 heats on, but it does go really quickly.
It goes very fast.
All right, Suzuki making a move now. She has just under 3 minutes to do it. She spied something. It looks like Rina is out of touch there. She still has 3 minutes left, but she is going this little burger. She needs a 510. She's going to have to go absolutely through the roof on this small wave. Small insider just manages the one floater thus far, and a little bit of a pocket check. And a finishing maneuver. Yes, no. So I'm not sure that's a 510, Giada.
I don't think so either, but we could be wrong. I mean,
we have been before.
Yeah. With only 2 minutes left, she is going to have to paddle her life to get up to the point to make sure she gets another chance, hoping that our surfer in blue, Rina Matsunaga, does not go on top of her as we see a big set approaching. This could be the last chance for our surfer in blue.
This could be the last chance for Rina. It's a big chunk of Indian Ocean. She has to go under it, maybe down the line. Namahu is in position to get it. Who knows? Look at that one on the outside pouring through. That looks good.
We have not seen a set like this come by in quite a while.
That's right. And that will be the trap that surfers fall into. They'll be on the inside looking for those smaller waves to get a 3 or 4 or 5, and then these things will hit them on the head. Really not the place you want to be with 1 or 2 minutes remaining in your heat. 120 left in this one. It looks like it's going to be congratulations to Rina Matsunaga.
Wow, what a great wave. Just gone unridden.
There's blue. See if we can see the red rashy.
As there's only 1 minute left on this clock.
There she is.
There's
Noho. They're right next to each other, and blue has picked up first priority. Yep, that must be suspended priority when she went under that set wave. So blue will retain priority with 45 seconds remaining. Hoping for another 2 wave set coming through now is Suzuki.
With only 35 seconds left.
Yeah,
Rina.
that last wave of Nanaho zone coming into at
267.
Yeah.
Definitely does not go in her top 2. 25 seconds left as Rina Matsunaga has 1 foot in already into the semifinals, just waiting for the last.
She'll be stoked.
Last 15 seconds.
Yep, the next one after this, it is the New Zealander taking on the American in heat number 2, Paige Harrib and Ella McCaffrey. That's going to be a bit of a blockbuster. So wherever you are around the world, we're going to cut to an ad break, but stay with us for more surfer on surfer action after this.
So welcome back to the Krui Pro 5000. We are in quarterfinals heat 2. I am here and we have Paige Harrib and Ella McCaffrey in the water. It's New Zealand versus USA.
Two completely contrasting styles as well. Giada, we have Paige Harrib, the low, compact, goofy footer who is a former CT surfer, up against the taller backhander there in Ella McCaffrey, who's pretty much blitzing her way through the field. She's won most of her heats, and straight into it, Paige Harrib.
Wow, what a great first turn, and what a way to start this heat. She is definitely going to be happy with that turn. As we see also blue paddling back out, meaning that she probably caught her first wave too.
Maybe either that or Paige took off a long way up the point.
Could be either or.
We'll find out in a moment, and we'll get that to you. So 30-minute matchups, person-on-person surfing. The good news is for the judges, I saw one of them out there earlier, said, "How's your day?" Oh, we've been pretty busy. It's not too bad, but the person-on-person action, half as many people in the water, so half as many waves get ridden, so a little bit of a breather for the judges, but they've still got to get the right. They've still got 2 decisions to make as to who goes through into the next round of 4-5. So Ella did get a wave. Paige's turn and ride. Let's see how that squares up against Paige.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ella.
Well,
there it is. Better. The judges go better. 5-1-7.
5-1-7. It would be nice to see Ella McCaffrey's replay if it's possible. Otherwise, that was a great wave from Paige Harrib. She absolutely destroyed that first section. And
well, she did. That's why the judges posted a slightly higher number of 5-1-7. Yeah, didn't see Ella's. Maybe it wasn't caught on camera because we were doing our little ad break. But 2 surfers off to a ripping start, so good work.
Yep. As we see, this
I think we have a replay.
Is
so this is Ella. Go.
This is the replay. Her surfer on her backside. Wow, great first turn as she just gets a little caught behind on that wave, so does not manage to get a second one in, but that was a great start. 4.5 for just 1 turn.
No, good work. So the judges, they want to see that top to bottom surfing. They want to see the spray flying off the top of the wave. And Ella, when she gets it together and really has a red hot go on a backhand, she's been drawing big numbers the whole time. So well done. Interestingly, Paige gets back out there though in time for priority. So must have flicked off just in front of Ella. That's what we saw. So that's why the priority stakes sit. It is around about lunchtime, 12:30 down here at Tunjung Setia, the beach right in front of the wave, the piece of reef they call Ujong Buchur. And we are watching quarterfinal 2 of the women's. 3 quarterfinals coming at us. I have the draw in front of me, and the next one for me, and with no disrespect to the other quarterfinals, but Sophie McCulloch up against Philippa Anderson.
It's going to be a great heat match to watch. I'm very excited, especially after what we saw in the last heat. Sophie McCulloch catching that 7.5 in the last second.
Yeah,
that was a great, exciting heat.
She really used to get out of jail free yesterday because I think it was a Japanese surfer that was leading and could have taken off and dropped in her and used her priority that way. Didn't do that. Sophie got the free track down the line, got the score. Anyway, let's see if that comes back to haunt the crowd, the rest of the quarterfinalists here in the draw. And interestingly, 2 Japanese surfers again in quarterfinal number 4. So our 8 remaining female surfers in this event, out of the 8, 4 of them are Japanese.
I did have a chat yesterday afternoon while we were watching the sunset with Sophie McCulloch. You know, I told her how we were all on our toes when we saw that last wave. We didn't get to see exactly what happened, as just the cameraman missed it, but we saw her finishing off, and I told her how excited we all were, and she was like, she did tell me that is definitely not how she planned her heat out when she paddled out, and that she got very lucky. And
very lucky Blue didn't pull the trigger on priority and actually drop in it.
Yeah, she told me that she's not a very emotional person when she's out in the water, but after that she did do a little hand gesture and a little yes of excitement, which was very nice to hear from our surfer Sophie McCulloch, coming up next in Heat 3.
And before we get there, a battle between 2 completely different styles. Paige Harrop, the goofy footer out of NZ, as I was suggesting earlier, off the CT, had a number of years doing the rounds there, very experienced campaigner. Up against a newbie doing the rounds, Ella McCaffrey has, in her credit, done some of the Challenger series.
Yep.
So she definitely has quite a few stats herself. We know she's got a wicked backhand going on. So let's see if she can get it together this time on the wave and really impress the judges. There's that hit we talk about. It's a really good one. When she puts the board above the lip is a sign that the judges look for, of somebody that's really having a red hot go. A couple of times there, the board, perhaps it's just a little under the lip. But when she does get it together and really goes bang, board above the lip, it's amazing, and the judges love it. So,
yeah, I've been spending quite some time with Ella McCaffrey these few days. Such a sweet girl, and a great competitor. I am always impressed every time she's out there, putting up some really high heat scores. Even in the juniors this morning, as this is a replay of her wave. A smaller one under priority, but still really well served. Her timing is impeccable, always.
She's got a lot of power. You always see a lot of spray flying off a board. Looking at that, I would say it's going to be a good backup score. As a coaching tip, I think if she could just hold that look over her shoulder just a smidge longer to get the board above the lip, then she'll definitely be extracting some huge scores.
Yes, Ella McCaffrey, sorry. Our surfer from USA. Great heats so far from Ella.
Yep, ripping away through the juniors as well. Here goes Paige now. Not ideal wave selection right there for Paige. She'll realise that, so bail straight out. Is she in front of Ella to get out there and regain priority? Maybe.
Maybe. Red just disappeared.
Is Blue.
There is Blue, and we haven't really seen our surfer in red since she pulled off, so I guess we'll see. Nope.
Ella gets priority.
Yeah, Ella does get priority. So a dangerous situation because
she'll go to the lead as well once that last score locks in. So Paige, plenty of time though. There's no need to panic. There's only 2 surfers in the water.
Yeah.
All you got to do is get higher numbers than, higher 2-wave total at the end of the next 21 minutes. So Paige spent a lot of her career surfing person-on-person heats on the CT Tour, so she'll know what's required right here.
Yeah.
The number in at a 5.67 for Ella. So a pretty good score.
Yeah, it's a very good score for our surfer from USA. As Paige only needing a 5.01 with 20 minutes remaining. That's an entire heat.
It is. It's an entire pro junior heat. Did those things at 20 minutes this morning. So a 5.67 right there. 4.5, not too bad of work. So what I see out of Ella's surfing, her strength, one of her strengths is her actual strength. Because when she does turns, there's water flying around all over the place. So that last wave of hers, the 5.67, really showing that power base that she has, digging in deep on the heel side. And I think, though, if she can get the board above the lip, the judges will take note and start to really ramp up these numbers. Either way, a lead's a lead, and it is the American with that lead. Paige is waving a hand. She wants a little bit of input. Exactly 20 minutes to go. Priority sits with the American. Set rolling through. Here we go.
Let's see if there's going to be any action with this set or if it's just a wide breaking one.
Yeah, seems to be heading off the screen here, so potentially not quite zoning in on the takeoff point. Both surfers sit up. Yep, Paige is still wondering what's going on. Let me know.
Maybe
Mardo Joey out there giving her some updates. Beach announcer. Yep, we can even hear from here belting out the audio, trying to give Paige some fresh info.
Just so she can hear clearly what's the situation and what she needs to know.
All right, well, she's not hearing something out there. She's not getting the input she wants. I can tell you right now, Paige, you need a 501. You've got 19 minutes. If you can hear me, Paige.
Our surfers, both very talented. Paige with the experience and Ella with the power, which Paige has as well. Ella coming up.
Yep, it's you know, a bit of nobody's broken this heat open. I don't reckon. There's no 7s or 8s on the scoreboard. That last heat, tell me a little bit about it. Was there some high numbers? How did that go?
No, actually, our last heat did not have very high numbers. It was both came in with a 5, and this backup score for the winner was a 4.43, and our girl in second place was only looking for a 4, so it wasn't a very big difference. It could have been anyone's heat, to be honest. There was not a big heat difference.
Okay, I think we're going to hear from Billy with the after heat interview with Rina Matsunaga. Go, Billy.
All right, thank you, crew. I am here with Rina Matsunaga. You're into the semi-finals. Congratulations.
Thank you. ありがとうございます。
Now, how many times have you been into a semi-final in contest before? Your first time?
No, first time じゃ初めてじゃないんですけど、でも QS の海外の QS に出るのが初めてで、それでセミファイナルに行けて嬉しいです。
Beautiful. And the conditions are changing. The wind has kind of stopped. The waves are a little bit smaller. Is this an advantage to you, or do you find it harder?
そうですね。ちょっとコンディションは波が下がっちゃって風が吹いてきて難しかったんですけど、その中でもいい波を乗れてよかったです。
Beautiful. Now, is there anyone you would like to say hello to back in Japan? Straight down that camera. Anyone you'd like to thank for their support?
応援してくれている皆さんありがとうございます。皆様のおかげでセミファイナルに行けることができました。セミファイナルも頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, Rina Matsunaga, remember that name. She is all the way to the semi-finals. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, well, that was quite funny. Billy speaking in English, and the Japanese surfer there giving her responses in her native tongue, Japan. So, yeah. I'll have to ask Billy what she said when she comes back in and put him right on the spot. I'll wait till I'm on camera. I'll go, Billy, so what did she say?
Let's see if Billy understood anything.
He was pretending to know, but meanwhile, Paige is paddling back out. Stuff's got really close here, less than a point separating them now. A 4.23, I think, for Paige's last. Does not give her the lead, but not far off. She's within striking range now. Here is the last wave of Paige Harrop, the Kiwi.
Yeah, what a great looking wave. She definitely surfed all the right sections and it went and opened up for her all the way down to the inside as it slowly tapered off. As we see that happen a lot with the lower tide, the wave just like slowly, instead of closing out many times, we see it actually taper off onto the reef.
Definitely prefers the lower tide out here, which
Yep.
we must be getting pretty close to. The high tide was 7:40 this morning, so it is now 12:30. Yep, I reckon we're about an hour off rock bottom low. Paige's wave, pretty good. Didn't get the number. Had she been a bit more brutal on one of those first two turns,
Yeah,
she would
I
have got there.
agree.
Here goes Ella.
Ella always with that powerful backhand as she's waiting for a third section to improve a 4.5. What do you think? Do you think she got it?
No, I don't really think she did. To just give you my opinion there, you know, the judges want to see it is, you know, quarterfinal time. There's only 8 surfers left. Approaching finals day tomorrow, the judges will probably be really wanting to send the message that they want to see something a little bit more brutal. I think Ella's strength is piercing the lip with the board. So you can see there, that was the best turn. It was once again still a little short of coming above the lip. Didn't quite connect right there. This little turn here again, you can see just how early she pulls the board back around. Watch this. A little bit of a mid-face turn there for me. So she needed to improve on the 4.5. I'm not convinced she did that. If I was Ella's coach, I would really be getting her to just rotate through the shoulders a little bit longer and waiting till she could see the board starting to go above the lip.
Yeah.
Because many times she just pulls it, I believe, just a smidge early, and she could really get that visual going a little better. Board above the lip, judges want to see that, and they take note.
I'm sure they do, especially how they have the replays and can see a few waves over and over again to make sure they get the score exactly right.
Okay, well it comes in. It's a smidge better than a 4.5. So I reckon if she wants the big numbers, I reckon she really needs to just blast that board above the lip. That'll push her into the 7s and 8s. She's definitely got the power base. She's got the big wind up off the bottom. So she's got a pretty good base, and I can see that there's room for improvement from Ella. So
Here is our surfer in blue, Ella McCaffrey, again up on
great
this
looking wave.
What a great looking wave. Under priority, catches this one on the way back out. As there is a little bit of whitewash on the face, makes it hard to control, but she manages to. What a great and powerful surfer, Ella McCaffrey.
Yep, that was a good looking wave. Got the attack pretty right on the first opening hits. At first at the wave, I thought this is one of those waves that's going to run all the way down the reef. It might have come a little short. She did a good job. She is definitely a strong surfer. There's a reason she's still in both divisions.
Yep.
She's really good.
Here is the heat replay.
This was a nice recovery here too, because she kind of just about overcooked it, and straight away turned that bit of a fumble into another hit directly. So great recovery.
Great surfer, Ella McCaffrey.
Yeah, I liked a little bit more of the criticalness about that. The little fumble there. You know, I'm going to turn the fumble into a great recovery, because just to stay positive here, it was pretty good. Surfing right in the pocket. Yeah. 12 minutes.
12 minutes remaining. Wow, these heats go by fast. And I can't even imagine being out there.
Well, imagine being the grommets this morning that had 20.
Wow.
But, you know, they don't have much sense of time or awareness of what's going on apart from their grommetism and the next wave and all that stuff. So they probably like,
just frothing to catch the best wave.
That was all right. What do you mean, 20 minutes? Is that how long it was? Half of them probably know. We're watchers, don't know. It's no, there's some grommets in that you know, pro junior men's that we saw earlier that, you know, give them 20 minutes, they'll still get 6 waves.
What a great pro junior event as well. A dream location. I would love to be a pro junior out there, as especially be these two women getting half an hour out there with 2 people out. Tell us a little bit about how would you like to be out there with half an hour, 2 people out.
Well, that'd be ideal. That's what I'd need to catch 2 waves. I'd need a bit of time with no one else. Ella's last score, thanks for that little segue there, but I'd love to have 30 minutes out there, even 20 minutes. The last wave did improve, so a 5-3. So what I'm seeing in a scoreline here, Giada, all her scores very similar.
Yeah.
So the judges are watching it. They're buying into her power factor and what she's doing. And she could really ramp it up, I believe, into the 7s and 8s, rotating a little longer and stronger through the shoulders.
Yep, as Paige Harrop waiting patiently out there with priority. You know, she knows what she's looking for.
5-8.
Yep, and she's out there hunting for it. As we see Osset approaching, things are starting to get exciting here. She decides to go on this one. Let's see what our surfer in red from New Zealand, Paige Harrop.
Right.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Just.
Well, it's a pity that didn't have more to it.
Yeah, that would have been a great score. What a great turn from our surfer in red, Paige Harrop from New Zealand. Looking for a 5.8.
Does she get back out there and get first priority here? This is an important little part of the heat because that was a bit of a wave choice error, I believe, by Paige.
Yeah.
It's easy to say that from here, but she will realise that she probably should have been a little more patient there in the dying moments. A 5-8, 10 minutes or 9.5 to go. Priority here is going to be really important. Ella probably needs to really put in the massive paddle up here. Well, Paige has been swept past us, so it's academic that Ella's going to get the P in the column.
Yep.
But I reckon, yeah, Paige probably should have just been a smidge more patient there. She just, I imagine, really liked the look of that first section without thinking too far ahead, and what was further down the line, the wave just dead set closed out after that one hit, but it was a good hit.
Yeah, maybe she was thinking she could have gotten at least 2 turns in yesterday.
Needed to. I believe she needed to get the 5-8. First
Yesterday,
turn looked unreal. She's got good style and form. Just needs a better wave.
Yeah. As yesterday, they were giving scores out for 2 big turns. They were going into the 6s and 7s, so maybe she had that strategy in mind, just not working out for her as she would have liked.
Well, just a little tough to extract a 5-8 off one turn.
Yeah.
It's probably, the bottom line right there. Came in at a
4.77.
4.77. Geez, had she got any sort of second hit going on, we probably would have seen a reverse on the leaderboard. There's about a point separating these two now.
Yeah.
So this matchup has been neck and neck the whole way. Ella has had way more opportunities. All her scoreline very similar. Paige has had limited opportunities. Can the Kiwi come from behind and strike in these last 8 minutes?
Yep. As I've said time and time again, it's not over till it's over.
And the door is left open here for Paige Harrop.
Another heat with very close and similar scores. There hasn't been any surfer that has really taken the lead just yet.
No, there hasn't been any real runaway results, has there? There's a lot of close heats been going on. There's a lot of heats that have been won after the siren, and we sort of have to get back to that result once we come back into the next heat.
Yes.
So the judges must be getting a little fried with the endless amounts of close heats, the endless amounts of results after the siren. It is real nail-biting stuff. So
those must be the hardest ones to judge, as it's just that point difference, to make or break the heat. So hard stuff and hard work from our judges, especially with that strong sun all day up there.
Whoa, sitting out there in the elements pretty much, up there in the judging tower. It's a job I don't envy. It's the toughest job on the block.
Very, very stressful as well.
A lot at stake. So we are watching the women's quarterfinals, quarterfinal 2 of the big 5,000 QS event here, coming up after 2 more of these quarterfinals. Men's quarters, a stacked field. We will whittle these fields down to 4 men and 4 women by the end of today. That'll be 20 heats involved to get us through day 6. Obviously, finals day tomorrow, we will have the round of 16 of the men's. I'm pretty sure that's about where we're at with the women's as well, in the pro juniors side of life. So we'll probably have close to 18 or so heats to punch out tomorrow to finish up this event. We've been making 7 o'clock calls in the morning. We've still got a long way to go to finish this day. We have an absolute arm wrestle going on here in quarterfinal 2. Paige Harrop has got second priority and chasing a 5-8.
Yeah, Paige have not a big requirement from our surfer from New Zealand. As we all know, she is very capable of doing that. A 4.77 for just one turn on her last wave.
All right, Ella now dropping into what's probably wave number 5. Get up there and blast this thing. She thought about it there. Make sure she gets around the section firstly and puts in a fairly non-threatening manoeuvre. She did look at those first sections and probably balked at them 1 or 2 times, but that's her choice. That has left the door open now for Paige.
Yep, Paige with priority and 5 minutes 30 seconds. This could be, you know, a critical moment in this heat for Paige, as she really needs to start getting that score down. The ocean going a little calm right now.
There's plenty of time for Paige here. 5
Yep.
minutes. We've seen a lot of waves roll through today. The ocean hasn't really let us down in the consistency stakes. There's been enough waves for 4-person heats. Definitely enough waves out there for man-on-man heats, person-on-person heats. So I reckon Paige won't be too flustered.
I
She'll
agree.
probably realise she hasn't really had the wave she's wanted to. We can see by her form, she's got a really tight hack going on, facing the wave, her forehand approach.
She has also have the experience to stay calm under these pressured conditions. So Paige looking calm and collected and ready for her next wave.
Yep, never panic. That's when you start making stupid mistakes. If you panic, got to keep a level head regardless of the situation. Surfing with a rash vest on is all about making smart decisions, managing your emotions, regardless of what the clock says and all, you know, who's buzzing around you or what the other competitor's doing. You can only control the things that you can control. We've heard that a lot of times, and there's a reason being. People in elite sports all around the world talk about that thing, that you can only control your decisions, so no point fussing around on anybody else. Otherwise you're losing focus and your concentration isn't where it needs to be.
Agreed.
Paige will know all these things.
As she has very probably been in these situations before, so not her first rodeo.
No, she did win an event I was involved in years ago down in Margaret River. I'm pretty sure it was maybe it may have been a CT event back then. It might have been a high prime, maybe a 10,000 or a 6,000. I can't remember. I think it was 2008 though, and I think she won over at Southside. I do remember the result. I just can't remember the status approach to the event, attached to the event. But here she goes now, a small inside wave. So this has got to be clean, and it's got to offer a couple of hits. A little bit of an error on the wave choice front.
Yep.
3 minutes remaining.
3 minutes remaining.
Ella's got out there and got priority. Paige, a little error.
Oh.
Right when we've given her a massive rev up. Her last two wave choice efforts have fallen a little short of perhaps where they needed to be. But
Yep,
it's
a little.
easy to say here. I feel a little bit for Paige here. Let's see if Ella can hold on here and play defense for the last 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, just as we were saying, but as you said, it's easier said than done. As Paige takes a look at this insider under priority, let's see if she can get the score she needs. Great first turn, but the wave doesn't really work with Paige.
She probably just needs to paddle away from Ella here.
Yep.
2 minutes remaining, no point sitting shoulder and shoulder with Ella unless she happens to ride a wave or a good 2-wave set comes through.
Yeah, if I was Ella, I would definitely be sitting next to Paige right now.
I think she probably hasn't really realised that that would be a good tactic.
I've seen that a few times, that people with priority in first place not chasing down their opponent. I've definitely used that one a few times in my heats.
Philippa Anderson out the back coming into the screen. She'll feature in blue next up against Sophie McCulloch, a battle of the Aussies. 2 natural footers up next. We've just got to finalise this one here. Who becomes our second surfer in semi-final number 1? At this stage, it is Ella, but there's less than a point separating them. It could still go either way, although for Paige, she'd like perhaps a little bit more time on the clock here.
Yep.
Ella's wishing it just bounced down, and where's that hooter? Paige, hopefully, obviously now looking for a wider set.
Yeah, just 1 minute remaining, and I don't see Paige on the screen, as I do see Ella starting to come closer to Paige.
Yeah, it'd be a good idea to just really stick close to Paige here. We can't afford to give somebody with Paige's pedigree any scoring opportunity here at the end.
I agree.
This could be a two-wave set here. First one's a little small. Here goes Ella. Paige wants it as well. Ella's got it. 35 seconds for Paige to look over her shoulder. But let's stay with the act that Ella's been putting together so well in this heat. These dynamic backhand blasts. That was 2 pretty good hits.
That could improve her 5.3.
So she's decided that's enough. Things bottom out there. Be careful. Hutty for those spins.
Paige out the back on another one. This could be Paige's last chance.
Well, it is with 9 seconds to go.
She's going to be looking to milk this all the way onto the reef.
She won't care about her fins here. Dives off. The heat is over. Once again, we're going to go get out of here with a break, and we'll come back with the result. Wow, how many times today have we done that? Another buzzer beater. Here we are back. We can see Paige Harab there. The end of her wave was super shallow. That was the end of quarterfinal number 2. We are rolling with quarterfinal number 3, and we're still yet to determine. I think there's still a score to come in for Paige. She's on the rocks. She might be in a little bit of distress, or she's just super nervous here because a score about to drop from the judges will be super critical. I think Ella did some pretty good job on her last wave also. We knew there was just a point, less than 1 point separating these two, Billy. It was another one of them real nail-biting efforts.
Yeah, Ella McCaffrey coming in with a 6.03 for her last wave.
That might have shut the gate then on
I think
Paige.
it did.
Yep. All
Yep,
right.
a
So
4.23 for Paige. So well done, Ella. She continues her impressive form. And we're in the morning now with Sophie McCulloch, another very impressive surfer, and Philippa Anderson, one of Newey's bests.
For sure, and as we said yesterday, probably the veteran out of the QS Tour on the women's side of the draw, but Sophie McCulloch ripping straight into a great looking wave. This is the wave that Paige Harab needed at the end of that heat. Sophie winding up. Paige couldn't find the open face like this wave delivered, so Sophie just helping herself to a ripper of a wave.
Mate, I've got to tell you, this style and poise on this young lady is nothing but impressive. Bang, look at that, vertical, rides down without a bump on the way down the roller coaster. Sophie McCulloch, really, really good stuff.
Yep, what a great start. 30 minutes matchups. There hasn't even been 2 minutes off the clock, so just not wasting any time. Loving what's going on here. We're watching quarterfinal number 3. 2 Japanese will feature in quarterfinal number 4 to round out this division. Then we flick the switch to the men's quarters as we're approaching 1 o'clock here in Krui time, mate, South Sumatra. This is the Pesisir Barat province of Lampung, which equates to the west coast of the Lampung division province. We'd also like to thank the Ministry of Tourism and the Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Governor of Lampung, Telkomsel Indonesia, PLM, which is the electricity company of Indonesia, keeping things all rolling down here on site, Earth Island, Garuda Indonesia for bringing all us officials and many of the competitors to Krui. Great wave. She had a good read on that section, mate.
I love the way her back leg is locked in there. The knee knocked forward, and she allows her to do bottom turns like that. a lot of front foot. You can see her front shoulder there kind of hovering over her front foot. That means she wants to get going and get to that next section and destroy it.
All right, so the judges having a think about that. They'll square that wave up against everything else they've seen in the preceding 2 quarterfinals. For me, an absolute ripper of a wave. I'm expecting a big number. A 5.83. Well, that's a good way to start your heat, let's put it that way.
Yeah, while I was gushing over her style, I kind of forgot to look at the turns.
The turns weren't bad. There was no massive moments, I suppose, which is it went almost 6 points, so just about into the good range. Still a worthy start. She will be brimming with confidence. Probably needed to turn one of those waves into a big major hit to perhaps boost into the 7 range. But Sophie, good work. If anyone can answer back, it's Philippa Anderson.
100%. She has experience, and she's done this a lot. I don't want to say hundreds, but probably hundreds of times. One of Newey's best, and a big shout out to Blinky. I know he'll be watching over there in Newcastle. And Trini, good on you. You are a fantastic part of the Australian surfing community, always looking after our West Aussies when they go over to Newey. And hats off to you, and a big hello.
All right, so we didn't see Philippa's opening wave either as we were on that 1 minute break. So they both got off to a start here. 3.67 versus a 5.83. Priority sitting in Philippa's corner. A long way for Sophie. You can see she still hasn't even got back into position to pick up second priority. .30-minute heats, quarterfinals. 2 Japanese surfers next. Men's quarterfinals also to round out a useful day 6, mate. Tomorrow will be finals day. We'll be down to semis in these 2 divisions.
Yep.
Quarterfinals in the Pro Juniors divisions, men's and women's. So we'll have about a 20 heat day tomorrow, I think, to ramp things up. Here goes Philippa's opening wave.
Yeah, rightio. A little backhand turn there. Something must have happened before that because she got that 3.67. But it's coming unstuck there on a second attempt.
Now, what did you make of all the action this morning, mate, the Pro Juniors?
The mood and the pace around the competitors area, as soon as they got in, just lifted another 10%. There's so much excitement, and there's a lot of slapping boards when they lost, and big Cheshire Cat smiles when they won. But yeah, the temperament and the pace of the competitors area just lifts as soon as those groms are out there.
There's a lot of emotion out there, mate, and those 20-minute heats were quite high turnover, so you just get a result confirmed and see all that emotion going on, and then bang, there seemed to be another heat finished with more results and more how you goings and high moments, low moments, feedback moments.
Rapid fire 20-minute heats. Yep, you're right.
Quarterfinal number 3 going on here. For me, on paper, no disrespect to the other quarterfinals, but this seems to be a heavy matchup, or a battle of the titans right here. The veteran and the newbie on the block knocking on the door and wants in on the top level of surfing possible. That is coming from Sophie. Philippa has been in the game for a long, long time. She has thrown her best effort at becoming a CT surfer. It hasn't happened, but she's a QS warrior. She's probably quite happy with where she sits in her career. And Sophie, not happy with where she's at. She wants more. She wants in on the big show, and she's got to get over someone like Philippa to do it.
Yeah, well, Sophie is just sitting down at the dinner table, and Philippa's been there for a long time. She is hungry. Here goes Philippa Mark.
All right, so let's have a look at this wave number 2, a good clean green first section. She just does the business and gets up there and just grabs our attention early. Winding up down the line, you can see that horrible section coming at her, a little bit of a right-hander, just absolutely deleting her any opportunity to get a second hit in. So she's going to have to get out there and use that priority a little better. So that probably won't bother the scorers too much. One manoeuvre wave, it won't feature come the end of the heat. You wouldn't want something like that being in your 2 wave total, or you could probably consider yourself as a second placer.
Yeah.
Sophie's wave, she did how many turns to get that number, the 5.83. Well, Philippa's score is in. It's only a 6.502 wave total, so temporarily in first.
Yeah, that previous heat mark was also pretty stacked. Paige Harab and Ella McCaffrey. Not much really in that.
Yeah, for me, you know, Ella got busy. She rode a lot of good waves. You can check her scoreline. She had probably 5 really good scores there, all in that 4 to 6 point range.
Right.
And Paige, probably a couple of critical wave choice moments that if she had again, she might not have done, and still turn in a pretty close result. Here we go now. So Sophie McCulloch, take us through this one, Bill.
Yeah, this is the young natural footer. Really hefty slice off the top for that first turn. Finds a pocket on this one and free falls out of the lip. She's going to be happy with those 2 turns. However, I reckon sitting on the inside will pay rewards now. So she's decided to hit the eject button and get on out the back.
That second hit was so good. That was squared up, right in the pocket. Let's have a look at all this again. So she'd probably done half the surfing on this wave to her previous ride.
Bang.
But I reckon she potentially gets a better number, Bill. Look at this.
Yeah,
this is as good as we've seen. Judges will eat that up.
Yep.
You can see, thanks for the slow-mo replay as well, Toto, because we can really see where the board went. We can see how vertical it was. We could see that the braking part of the wave was just about on her back, so you couldn't have done that much tighter than what she did. So I reckon stand by for a really solid score.
You notice after that second turn, she'd completed the turn and was riding out of it, and the whitewood was her spray was still dropping around her.
Yep. So Philippa yet to really convince the judges that she needs a big score. The 2.83 was the 1 turn wave. Sophie, though, in contrast, will have the 2 best numbers of the heat. Judges would be looking at that replay. I'm loving that slow motion act from our production team. That was really cool. And I know head judge Ty is always on about quality over quantity. So they'll be having a good think about this. Probably a little bit of debate going on at 8.17. My goodness. Oh,
Philippa
hang
Anderson, Mark, has gone through the roof on that first turn, showing the fins to the people out the back, being the competitor in Sophie McCulloch, and following it up with a couple of really good turns. Philippa Anderson's best wave by a mile. She has just found form on this wave number 2.
Probably at the perfect time as well, because time ticking away. Sophie's put a blockbuster number up at the 8.17, probably 6 points off that big squared up hit in the pocket. So right on cue. She probably would have heard that number before she stood up and went, hell, I better unleash something.
Yeah.
The big fin waft. Hopefully we can get a slow-mo on the fin waft from Philippa, because it was brilliant. I loved it. The head judge will take note of that, and the boys in the scorers now have something to think about.
Mate, how is that? 18 minutes and 20. This heat has just come alive. Lunchtime here at South Sumatra. Look at this, Mark. Have a slow-mo look at this first turn. Board right above the lip.
Oh, that was...
releases everything.
I haven't seen that on the women's side of the draw yet, mate. That's the first time. That was a bit of a Hail Mary there for Philippa that absolutely paid off. Threw everything at it. You know, rivaling the single big major manoeuvre that Sophie threw. It was a completely different move to what Sophie threw, so the judges are now going to have to scratch their heads and go, the big power hit in the pocket or the massive fin waft, 2 completely different sets of risk.
Yep.
All right, so let's see where the number goes.
I mean, 2 really good turns from Sophie and that 1 belter from Philippa. It's going to be interesting.
With some other good work for Philippa, so it wasn't all about the 1 hit, but she's going to have to try and extract a little bit more from the judges following the big move, because it was unreal. Loved it. Well, is that it? Have we got our score at 5.6?
Yes,
So that was
5.60.
it.
Just that one turn, I reckon, got the most of that mark.
Yeah, for sure. Probably 5 points, really. That was unreal. The judges have really been hanging their hats on the power element of the surfing in this round. And, you know, a big heavy fin waft, like high risk for me. It was so sick, that weightless feeling. But the chook feathers didn't really go flying. The spray wasn't quite there. And as opposed to Sophie's big squared up vertical bash right in the pocket, the judges have gone, we'd prefer to see that, please.
Yeah, we look at the wave of Sophie's, and it had that section where she could do 2 of those major manoeuvres. Philippa's wave only allowed her to do 1 of those major manoeuvres, and when you look at that score line, it's pretty much the difference. If Philippa's wave would have stood up and she could have unleashed one of that backhand turns again, I reckon it would have been right neck on neck. We have Ella McCaffrey with Giada out in the bullpen. Let's see what they've got to say.
So I'm here with Ella, our last heat winner. You know, until that last wave, the point differences were only by 1. Tell us a little bit about your nerves and what you're feeling out there.
Oh yeah, definitely a bit of nerves. The heat was super close up until, actually the heat was super close the whole time. I knew I needed to get another wave, and I knew the best option would be to get one and keep her off, and that's what I tried to do.
So you've definitely been a standout in this whole event. What are you going to change anything in your strategy going into the semifinals, or are you going to keep it all the same?
My program feels pretty good right now. My equipment feels great, and I feel good about my surfing, so probably just stick to what I'm doing.
Have you changed any of your equipment since from the first few days to now?
No, I've been riding the same board. I rode this board because it was a little bit bigger on the first few days, and it felt good, so I just stuck with it.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Hi Mom, hi Dad, hi Cole. Hope you guys are still watching. Thanks for your support, and thank you to my sponsors.
All right, thank you so much, Ella. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
All right, good work, Giada and Ella McCaffrey. We've heard a number of times interviews with her because she just keeps winning heats, Billy. It's a good theory moving through to finals day in 2 divisions. She's got a bit of a workload on her hands tomorrow.
And how confident is she and forthright in her thoughts about her surfing and her strategies? They're no longer like young kids giggling their way through heats. They've definitely got a pathway.
Well, you can't just luck your way onto the championship tour where they're all trying to head. You've got to have a clear pathway, a la Rio Wider when you spoke with him the other day. And Ella seems to be pretty confident. She's had a taste of Challenger Series stuff. She wants to upgrade that and turn it into Championship Tour stuff, with the 3-tier system being the World Championship Tour, the Challenger Series, and we're here doing a big 5,000 event. That's how you work your way through, you know, out of your pro junior days, your amateur surfing, and a clear pathway as to how you become a World Championship Tour surfer. Well, for some reason that wave is unattended. Must have looked like maybe a closeout down the line. 14 points in Sophie McCulloch's corner. A 9.27 as a 2-wave total for Philippa, leaving Philippa chasing a kind of a whopping score here. The 8.4. Here are our action replays of what has happened. So I'm pretty sure this is Ella's 8.17. So this was, Sophie. This was her setup turn. It was pretty good.
That's a good turn.
All right, but it was all about this one here. This thing is just brilliant. A-grade surfing every day of the week, in the pocket, top to bottom. Really drew her bottom turn from deep behind the whitewash to square it up in the pocket. And
not much after that.
Two pretty good hits.
Let's have a look at Philippa's now, Mark. Straight off the bat, a real deep bottom turn releases. Oh no, this looks like it's live through the inside section. It is. My apologies. This one offering a few more turns, so a bit more to the Novocastrians' liking. The tide dropping out now, Mark, and running down the reef a bit more. Off on that is our surfer in blue. I'd like to see the replay of her scoring wave.
Yeah, I'd like to see the big fin waft again. It was that good. So this will potentially turn into her, the 3.67 will be gone. No real huge moments along the wave on that wave, mate.
No.
Just some good stock standard manoeuvring. So the judges will probably look at it that way and just stick it somewhere in the middle of the scoring scale. Won't be the 8.4 she needs. because Sophie's wave to get into the eights, it had that big moment. It had a good start, it had a monstrous moment, and the judges went, that's what we want to see. Throw an excellent score at it for everybody listening and watching. Take note, if you want to bust into the high range, you've got to take that sort of a risk. Whereas I don't think Philippa's wave had that section. Lots of good surfing, so it'll probably just turn into a mid-ranger.
Yeah, I agree.
12 minutes. Philippa rode that wave a long way, so you're just paddling out past the caddies right now. It is, let me see, on the O clock. It's 1 o'clock down here at Krui.
Yeah, we should finish up about, I don't know what we've got, 4 o'clock, I reckon. We've got half an hour heats.
2.5 hours.
Yeah, we've got six there, 3 hours more to go.
3:30. I noticed we did have all the other divisions on standby.
Yeah.
Whether we do keep pushing through, I'm not sure. I think we still have 20 heats on finals day being tomorrow. We're pushing through 20 heats here today.
And I tell you what I love seeing coming through for the messages and all that sort of stuff. It's our good friend Lane Alva down in the southwest of Western Australia. It's his lunch break and he's sitting right in front of a computer screen with Krui Pro written right behind it.
Oh, good on you, Lane. Enjoy your break, mate. Philippa does improve her situation, a 4.83. So still playing catch up. The 8.4 is still the requirement. So I imagine Lane's got the heater on, maybe the wood fire, maybe the Uggies,
yeah.
tracky pads. You and me, we're quite boiling when we walk outside in boardies and my t-shirt's just a sweaty mess. You just destroy a t-shirt down here in one day, don't you, Bill? There's no chance you get 2 days out of that.
No way.
All right, well, that's what you get on the tropics. We're pretty close to the equator. Southern Sumatra is probably 1 or 2 degrees south of the equator. It's steaming hot, the water temperature about 29 degrees. Every competitor that's got out of the water after a heat, Billy, says how taxing it is.
Mm-hmm.
You try and get people in here for an interview, they're like, just a minute, I just got to get my water bottle.
Yep.
So they're all feeling it. It's just what happens when they come out of a heat, paddling around pretty ferocious pace with a rash vest on. Is, you know, it's surfing heat and waves that are this long. They've all come in and say, the first thing they say is, man, I'm buggered. It's tough work.
It is tough work, yep. Yeah, probably not the Japanese surfers. They're very tired.
What was going on? I'm going to say to you, you interviewed that female surfer before that won the first quarterfinal. Yep. You're asking her questions. She's answering in Japanese. What did she actually say, Billy?
I have no idea, but the people in Japan, know exactly what she said. I asked her before the interview, would you like to answer in English or Japanese, and she chose Japanese. We went through the questions before, and yeah, I'm kind of digging it. We are in the Asian region, mate, for the QS regionals. We're co-hosting Australia for this QS 5000s, a couple of them. So yeah,
You've got no idea what she said.
I've no idea.
That's pretty funny.
But I'm digging the international flavour that this QS 5000 is bringing.
Good on you, mate. I'm sure all the people at home will appreciate that. I wonder what time it is in Japan, but for the people that are watching, we have 2 Japanese surfers coming up next. Let's give them a little bit of airplay. We'll work out.
Minamai Nonoka in the red and
Sumomo Sato, who will surf in blue. Team Japan been represented well. That's 4 out of 8 into the quarterfinals. So a strong representation here from the Japanese surfers. Sophie McCulloch now in the lead. She's wisely sitting the other side of Philippa with 8 minutes remaining, with top priority, giving herself every opportunity to maybe take a wave off Philippa if it looks good enough. Probably a little too early to be fully defensive. But with the 817, she's got to be pretty happy with the work she's done. That wave was an absolute gift. And Sophie really helped herself to, surfing to the criteria, blasting in the pocket. It was beautiful stuff. It's a highlight of the quarterfinals on the scoreboard, the 817. Good work. Yeah,
we had to kind of clear off the crowd out of the post-heat interview area. There's a whole bunch of locals out there again. It's that time. It's about lunchtime. They're starting to gather. Love seeing the international athletes getting around. Lots of selfies going down. Lots of hello, misters.
Well, I'm probably going to have the opportunity to interview Sophie after this heat, so I might get her to respond in English if you don't mind, Bill.
No problem. I'm sure there's people in Japan very upset.
I'll ask her how her Japanese is first, and if she would like to respond in English or Japanese. I'll give her that choice as well.
It's good though. We talked and exchanged a lot of polite smiles, and that's the way you get through a lot of countries when you're new to them.
Well, smiling as an international language all its own. Thumbs up is another international side of it's all going well. Anyway, what do we got? 6:20. 8.4 is Philippa's requirement. Hasn't changed for quite a while. The two Australians right here in our other quarterfinal. We did see a Kiwi up against an American. Either side of those quarters has been full of Japanese surfers.
So there will be one Australian through to the semis.
At this stage, Sophie McCulloch's got both sort of footprints on that semi-final. There's our backdrop. That's cool. That's where I walked down to yesterday, Billy, where all those little boats are. Just have a look around. There's a little cool little river mouth right there. A couple other waves. Look at the people fishing out there on the low tide, making the most of that.
I reckon they got the motorbike helmets on too.
Probably a rock or two going on out there as well. The backdrop is cool as, look at this, Billy. It's how good is it, you know, to see no high rises, no big concrete, you know, messes going on. A cool jungle. Our drive in here from the airport is up over that monstrous ridge, which is just raw, untouched Sumatran jungle. And there was I said this to you on the way in, there was a sign on the side of the road. One time when I went over there in the daytime, we went and checked it out. It says, do not walk into the jungle because nobody will come and save you, basically. In other words, meaning it's super thick. There's lots of animals that live there and we're just visitors, so keep moving.
Oh, there he is, Jesse Mendes, the former CT surfer. Absolutely rock starring it up. The locals love to look at the background, all asking for a selfie.
Photo, mister.
Photo, mister. It's a good scene. Yeah, you're right, that jungle out there, mate, is impressive. It's taken 1,000,000 years to get that vista. I don't know why you'd go chopping it down and putting up big high-rises.
There's Ella just cruising around the contest site, the competitors area, the hairbrush is out. She realises she's got the rest of the afternoon off and will feature again in 2 divisions tomorrow, a quarterfinal in the Pro Junior Women's, a semi-final in the Women's. She's going to have to rest up to win 5 heats tomorrow to win 2 divisions.
Wow.
If she gets there and keeps advancing, that's a big ask. So relax, maybe a coconut, feet up, stay in the shade.
All right, just under 4 minutes. It is Sophie McCulloch out with that very handy 8.17. Philippa Anderson with the work to do, and second priority, she's looking for an 8.40. We know she's capable of it, and at the moment she'll be hoping for a set to come through with 1 or 2 or 4 waves in it.
So what's probably happening right here, Billy, which is providing not a lot of opportunity for Philippa. We're probably right on rock bottom low. Water draining off the reef, you can see there's probably not even 100 mil of tide on that, so maybe the ocean's just having that little breather as the tide turns, which is probably not going to be soon enough for Philippa. We'll probably see a flurry of waves as we're getting towards our last remaining heat in the women's quarters, 4 quarters coming up for the men's, but I reckon the consistency will sort of ramp up after sort of 30 or so minutes of rock bottom low tide.
Yep, gotcha.
Philippa's just kind of stranded a little here. She needs a really good wave to extract an 8.4. So is this it?
Nope.
Has a squiz.
She knows what an 8.4 looks like, and that wasn't it.
No, definitely not.
Well, all she has to put in her mind is if a wave offers her the opportunity to do 2 of those massive turns she's done before instead of 1, she can get that score. She can get 5.60 off 1 big turn. We don't know where she's going to go if she gets a opportunity to do 2 of them on 1 wave.
But right now, Sophie will be thinking, I'm not going to give her that opportunity. She'll block her out of any good wave that rolls through. So Philippa really has to hope 2 waves come through. Maybe hope Sophie paddles for a wave and misses it.
Yep.
Something along those lines. There is some sets coming. Billy, sunset coming.
Yeah, everyone put their eyes into the water.
We're referring to one of our famous judges, Wayan Pitcher. He's got a Bahasa language all his own. It's quite funny. Anyway, that was a private joke. Sorry, crew. Long day. 2 minutes.
Yeah, we were talking about this, Jada and I, before in the Pro Juniors, how at the end of the heat, they were kind of apart from each other. You know, Kian let that, the Japanese surfer get one from under priority, and was saying as it gets into the women's and the men's, there'll be no sitting separately. If you have, there'll be no letting anyone get a free wave.
So that's what deleted Kian out of the draw earlier, is that right?
That's right, he had a priority and someone snatched one under priority. And
we saw the reverse situation of that happen with Western Hurst. One of the grommets earlier out of Lakey was qualifying to second. For some reason caught a wave, went past the person that had priority ahead of him. The other person decided to take the wave. Instant automatic interference on Western, and it was a real pity because I love Western. Out of Lakey Peak, a big tall goofy footer. I think he was in heat 2 of the Pro Juniors this morning. And you know, he'll learn from that. We've already had a bit of a debrief, so we'll see more good things out of Western in the future. He's only 13, for God's sake. Kid rips.
He's tall.
Yep. Powermonger. It's looking like curtains though for Philippa Anderson. So the matchup for me and the hype on this quarterfinal number 3 was warranted because the 817 from Sophie, just showing her brilliance, her skill set. The fin waft from Philippa was unreal. Probably one of the best turns of the day for my money. Has not had the opportunities that you know, that Sophie had, but Sophie maximised her potential, really lived up to it, did some epic surfing. So well done both the Australian girls, but more so Sophie. See you in the semi-finals. Over and out, Bill. We'll have a quick break and get on with the next quarterfinal shortly.
Boom. All right, we are back live, and I'd welcome in my fellow goofy footer, Gianna Lagarde. How are you?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
I'm good, I'm good. I'm liking this quarterfinal action from our women, and here is quarterfinal number 4.
Yes.
Who we got there?
We have Minami Nonaka from Japan, as well as Sumomo Sato, also from Japan. We have all Japanese quarterfinal.
Yeah, all Australian quarter before, all Japanese quarterfinal now. We already have an American, a Japanese, and an Australian into the semis.
Yep.
This will decide the final spot. It's getting exciting.
Yes, it is. And these 30 minutes heats are giving plenty of time for the surfers to catch any wave they desire, unless you don't have priority.
Yeah, and more importantly, 2 decent waves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It gives you that extra 10 minutes from the Pro Juniors to get out there and try and find 2 set waves, and the people who have been doing that have been absolutely dominating.
Yes, I agree. As we see the lineup of Krui right here, Ujung Bochur. What a great place, and so much to offer as surfers.
And how is your Indonesian, Jada?
Pretty good.
How is your Italian?
Good.
How is your English?
Oh, not good.
It's fantastic.
It's
So
good,
just
it's
3
good.
languages?
4. I speak Spanish as well.
Wow, what a woman. Fantastic.
Yeah. My mother is Argentinian.
Ah, right on.
So
Gotcha.
we speak Spanish at home. If you're listening, I love you, Mom.
Well done. Well done.
And yes, so my mother's Italian. My mother's Argentinian, sorry. My dad's Italian, and I grew up here. Went to an international school, so we studied in English.
Which one?
Chango Community School.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. Got a few of my mates from there as well. People I grew up with. And close to home, just ride my bike, my scooter.
Right on.
And then finish at 3:30 and go straight to Echo. Or Brawa before Echo, actually.
Yeah, well, it's changed face in the last couple of months, hasn't it?
Yep, it definitely has. As we see our first wave ridden in Heat 4 of the quarterfinals, our surfer in blue, Sumomo Sato. She is on her backside, some great looking turns, and a great wave as well. This wave really cleaned up for her, taking it all the way to the inside, giving her an extra little punch on this section. She pulls off. What a great wave. What do you think, Billy?
I think it's a solid way to start your heat. Going from the surfing we saw in quarterfinal number 3, that will not go sky high, but it'll be pretty solid.
Yeah, I saw a big 817 drop in the last heat, as this is our surfer in white, in red, Minami Nonaka. Also on her backside, another great looking wave. It sure looks like it has gotten more consistent for this heat, as she tries to control those bumps with that whitewash face and finish off very nicely. She must be feeling pretty good for the first wave of the heat.
Well, there's the 2 girls down there duck diving together.
Yep. They'll probably be trying to get out back as fast as possible. As we see the wave, Billy, talk us through this one.
Yeah, Momo shoving. I thought she was going to go above the lip there. It was a good choice not to, because she would have got stuck and not got this bonus section down the line. Yep, that was a really good turn. Probably the money shot of the wave, and then it kind of peters out into the smaller shoulder. But yeah, that is a solid wave. Probably looked better on the second look than the first one. And the one from red, Miss Nanoka. That's a really good looking wave from the bottom turn. When she got up there, it kind of filled full of water and didn't offer that opportunity to really hit the lip until she check turns here, and the spicy chicken section at the back hits the lip and rides out of it beautifully.
Upside down.
Upside down. So we've got one major maneuver at the end of the wave and one major maneuver in the middle of the wave. Ooh, it's tough being a judge.
It is. I would not be wanting to be a judge right now, as I will let my spot right now for our last heat winner, Sophie McCulloch, take it in.
Alright, I am joined by Sophie McCulloch as she wipes the water off her face and wrings out a rash vest. Another good heat. Give me one of those. Bang. Have a look at your scoreline. 8.19 for your 8.17 for your second wave. Conditions out there, you still get half an hour. They're getting better, you think, from this morning?
Yeah, definitely. This morning felt a bit disjointed, but now it's starting to line up a little bit more, and the waves have clean faces. So yeah, it's pretty nice.
Beautiful. I'll just put your microphone there. There we are on the screen. Rightio, yeah, I was pretty impressed with that 817. A couple of really banging moves in a row. Looks like the waves out there where you can put a succession of major manoeuvres in a row are hard to find.
Yeah, they definitely are. There's obviously the wide sets that don't really, they don't really wall up. I find the smaller inside ones have been the ones to go to. Would have liked to have got another opportunity out there. It went pretty slow for the second half of the heat, but happy to get the 817 on the board.
It really did. I'm not sure, after that wave you were paddling out, I'm not sure where you were in the lineup, but did you see Philippa's manoeuvre?
I did not.
Oh my goodness me. She, the wave after your 817, she took off and pretty much released everything on the top of this wave, and then it didn't offer her much down the line there. But if I was you, I'd watch it on replay because it was pretty impressive. And so you've done extremely well to beat an absolute veteran of competitive surfing like Philippa Anderson. Do you know her at all?
Yeah, I know Philzy pretty well. She kind of took me under her wing for a couple of events a few years ago in Martinique and Barbados. So yeah, that was really awesome to be able to travel with her. And since then we haven't really traveled much together, but always see her around at events, and she's always happy to have a chat. We get on. Awesome.
That is great to hear. And I imagine the friendship is off for half an hour of the heat time?
Yep, absolutely.
That's the way. All bets are off and all the dice is loaded. Well, I can't help but be impressed with that. When you want to stick around a little bit and check out this heat, two Japanese surfers. I'm not sure where you are in the lineup for the semis, but you could be meeting one of these girls.
I think I will be, yes.
Yep. Yeah, the Japanese surfers featured in the first of the quarters, and they're going to feature in the last of the quarters too. So just for information, of course, you got through, and Ella got through with a strong performance, and Rina.
Yeah, I've definitely been really impressed by everyone's backside surfing. Ella definitely had a heat on her hands there with Paige Harab, really good goofy footer from New Zealand. I saw her last wave from behind and saw her spray out the back, and then heard she dropped a 667, so it was going to be a score in that sort of realm. I knew it was going to be hard for Paige after that. So good on Ella, and the Japanese surfers are kind of dominating this one. We've got a couple of Aussies and Ella from America, and then I think the rest are Japanese. So
That's right.
They're definitely ones to watch out for.
It's going to be interesting semi-final, very international flavour. Now, who has been? Did you take a caddy out there today, even though the waves are smaller?
Yeah, I did, because I actually wasn't too sure on which board was going to feel best out there. I've been riding my step up every day, and I chose to ride that one in my heat. I had Noah Stocker today,
nice.
riding, sort of just sitting on my shorty out there. And if I got another good score, I was maybe going to just have a swap anyway to see how my shortboard felt. I've been really enjoying my step up on the back end, and it's got a bit more volume, so it's nice and easy to paddle into the waves.
Oh, how good's that?
Yeah.
Yeah. As you get older, you put more foam into your surfboards. Have you noticed that?
I'm starting to find that. But it's funny, the boys, I had Alistair Reginato caddying me yesterday, and the boys are finding it pretty funny taking my 5'7", 22.4 leaderboards out there. They reckon if they duck dive, they're not going to come back up. So
Yeah, might as well throw it behind you and start swimming out, right?
Yeah.
Gabby Medina has a lot of foam in his surfboards.
I've heard that,
yeah.
Looks like there's a set approaching. Blue's having a look.
Go and talk us through this one.
All right.
Oh,
Or
not
it looks
much
like
to
she
talk about.
might be a little bit deep on that one, trying to get around the section, and just got ankle tapped in the white water. Yeah, it's really hard to kind of pick the ones that are going to run. It's really easy to get caught behind. And I guess that's why I've also been liking my step up, a bit more foam. It gives me a bit more juice down the line.
Yeah, you've kind of allows you to take that, as soon as you get to your feet, you can take that high line, instead of going to the bottom of the wave and it running away from you.
Yeah, exactly that.
Now, did you catch any C2 action overnight?
I watched the first heat of the women's. Over a game of cards with the boys, but after that I got pretty tired, and I thought I might have a few heats today. So I tried to sort of get my rest.
So you would have seen Lakey.
I saw Lakey. I thought Gabriella Bryan looked really sharp in that heat too. She just probably wasn't on the right waves. Here goes red on this one. Oh, that was a nice snap, and looking like she's going to go straight into another one. This is lining up to be a very nice wave. I think one of those came through in my heat and I missed it. But Manami is just going to belt the end section. Wow, that should be a good score for Manami.
Yeah, I think you're right there. That looks like an absolute belter. 16 and 45 to go. Yeah, I can tell you after that Lakey heat that Courtney went absolutely bananas.
Yeah, I
down
saw
in El Salvador.
I saw the scoreline, and I guess you kind of have to go bananas to be able to beat Carissa. And she did exactly that. I'm guessing, with Courtney, it was definitely a lot of power surfing on display. And then I also saw my good friend Isabella got through her heat, which is very nice. It's good to see that. We've been messaging back and forth here, and it'll be hopefully nice to join her on tour one day. But stoked to see her go through to the quarters, and I think it's a nice little bowly right-hander, suits her to a T. Growing up surfing Noosa Points, and then obviously now she lives on the Gold Coast, but she's got a really nice tight forehand attack, so hopefully she can get another finals finish in this CT event.
Yeah, she did really well at Margie's. Couldn't get any better. So Sally also came up goods there, but I did see the quality of the waves. Doesn't matter if you're on a CT or a QS, slightly onshore at El Salvador, and you've just got to make the most out of every opportunity you're given, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It still looks pretty rippable over there. I remember there was a QS 6000 there a few years ago I went to, and it's just the funnest wave. And I guess I know it's sort of Central or South America, but it's kind of a similar vibe to here in Indo, I feel. The water's warm, the waves are fun. It's a really good cultural experience. I remember they have this traditional bread thing that you have over there. I forget what it's called, but it's quite delicious. I'm sure they'll be hooking into a few of them over there.
Rightio, we'll have a look at this. This heat has just got a little bit closer.
683 for Manami.
Yep.
That was for that nice long left-hander. It's good she got the end section on that one. I find that the end section is really hard to land, but when you get it and you can capitalize, then it's bound to be a good score. Now we've got Blue out there with priority. She's doing really well to be patient. It's kind of hard when you have a left-hand point to yourself to just kind of sit and wait for the best waves. It's easy to kind of froth out and want to take every wave, especially, coming from the sunny coast. It's not often you get these kind of conditions to yourself. So, really grateful to be here. But, when you got priority, it's really hard to sort of make sure you pick the right one.
Now, looking at the forecast, are you ready to go right and you're ready to get tubed?
I'm actually not going to Nias.
You're not going to Nias?
But I would love to go right and get tubed. I'll be watching everyone, and I'll be there in spirit with all the Aussie crew and the Sunny Coast crew. But it would be nice. I'll just mind surf, I think.
Are you heading to Bolito?
Yeah, I'm going home to Australia first.
Okay.
And then over to Bolito.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, very excited. I've heard the conditions in Bolito are not dissimilar to the East Coast, Southeast Queensland, kind of a wedgie beach break, open to swell, especially this time of year. I've heard, I don't actually know, so don't quote me on that. But hopefully it's not too cold and we get some good fun waves.
Yeah, well, South Africa is an incredible part of the world to visit, and we'll be watching on.
Yeah, thank you.
With interest after getting to know you and getting to see your form through this contest. I'm very impressed, and I'm super glad to meet you. And as we click down to 13 minutes of those, I'm going to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Going to do one of these things. I don't know how kids shake hands anymore, but it's like
I don't know either.
I'm skinny and I'm white. But we're going to thank you for the time. We're going to bring Jada back in, and best of luck for the rest of the campaign.
Thank you very much.
See you later. All right, so these waves continue to roll in, and this is Sumomo on her backup wave, so she would imagine, because there's not much on offer for major manoeuvres. Bit of a bummer, but there's still 12.5 minutes remaining. How cool, Sophie?
Wow, she's the coolest. I've met her just this trip, but I really enjoy her company. I was with her a little bit yesterday afternoon. As we see Surfer in red. Just taking off Minami. What did they end up giving her on that last wave? A 6.83.
Yep.
She must be feeling pretty confident now, you know, just 1 foot closer into the semifinals.
Yep, Sumomo not out of it yet, though. That 6.41 is
Yep.
very achievable.
I agree.
Still a lot of time left.
Very true, especially in a perfect left, like here. So we'll be seeing that. Hopefully give her the chance to catch a wave, like to give her the opportunity. We'll see what happens.
Right, straight off this will be steaming into the men's quarters. That's going to be exciting. Have you got a heat draw there?
Yes, I do. Would you like to see who's in the next heat?
The anticipation's killing me.
So in the first quarterfinal, we have Jarvis Earl and Mike Clayton Brown.
Wow, that's going to be a ripper.
An all Aussie heat.
All Aussie, mate.
I wonder if anyone brought Vegemite over.
I may have.
That's pretty funny, actually. Could you get Vegemite here in Indonesia? No.
You can get it from Bintang Supermarket.
Oh, but didn't it burn down?
It burnt down, yes. So things are desperate.
You should have asked one of the boys in the contest or one of the girls to bring some over for you.
Yep. So the supply of Indonesian Vegemite went up in flames with the Bintang Supermarket, but they have rebuilt it. It's looking pretty good.
The only time I actually can tolerate Vegemite was when I was traveling in Australia with a crumpet. Do you know what a crumpet is?
God, I certainly do.
Just a toasted crumpet with some butter and Vegemite on top was delish.
Stop it, you're making me homesick.
But besides that, I can't eat Vegemite.
Yeah, right. 10 minutes to go, the song remains the same. It is Nanoka out in the front and Sato looking for that 6.41. Still time enough to get out there and get 2 waves, I reckon, in 10 minutes. Not much of a paddle out today. And there's a couple of different takeoff spots. As we see Blue sitting up there with priority.
Yep, Blue is with priority, looking for a 6.41. Very, very doable in conditions like this today. It is not over till it's over.
That's right. Look at Manimi. She is on the stroke, going really fast to get up there and sit next to her opponent. She won't be giving her any free waves, I don't think.
I don't think so either. She will be there waiting for Sato to make the first priority mistake to be able to catch a second score and improve on a 5.17. While Sato is only sitting on a 5.60, she will be waiting to get rid of that 1.9.
Yep. So that 5.60, she'd be looking to put that down into the second column and sit above the 5.17 of Nanoka's.
I agree. You know, she's definitely got time. 8 minutes 35 seconds left in this heat. And 2 people out for 30 minutes is a dream.
It certainly is. We have done a couple of contests at HTs and Macaronis back in the day. Lee Wilson absolutely lighting Macaronis up. And HTs was off the hook. I think the first wave ridden for that contest was an 8.
Wow.
And there wasn't many people around, so we got to have an officials heat. Went for an hour and a half. It's never seen anything more funny. Oni Ondwa and Andre Onwa sitting on the edge of the Macaroni's reef. And there's me and Mark Clift and Tim Hain and everyone out there just stumbling through these lefts. And the boss of the contest has told them if they go out there they're going to get fined or lose points, which was absolute rubbish. But they were salivating on the edge of this end of the Macaroni's reef. It's never seen anything more funny.
Wow.
We got it to ourselves for an hour and a half.
that is actually the dream heat.
Yep.
2 people out for half an hour in macaronis. That is unthinkable.
Now, besides Canggu, your favourite wave in Indonesia?
Desert Point.
Oh, yeah, it's a beauty.
Desert Point has my heart forever and ever.
Now, we are goofy footers, so yeah, I like the... I'm a big fan of macaronis.
Yeah.
I don't mind Desert Point, that's fun too. But right-handers?
I actually, the only right-hander
Let's stick to well-known right-handers.
Probably Kramas for now, because I've never been to Nias. This is going to be my first time going there, so I can re-answer that question after we have been to Nias.
All right, I like that.
But yeah, I did get to live Desert Point in a different way than it is actually, as I only went there during the pandemic.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I would react now to the crowds over there.
Everyone around the world has been hungry for a couple of years, and it's on again there for sure.
It's definitely on, and I did hear that it's quite crowded already, so it's hard to catch waves, and it just hasn't quite done its thing just yet, as the trade winds haven't fully kicked in.
They haven't kicked in. It's a very strange year.
Yeah, and we're already in June.
That's a funny thing that, you know, a lot of tourists haven't been able to come to Indonesia. So the tourism sector is struggling.
Yeah.
The only ones who have come back are surfers.
Of course.
In droves.
The only desperate ones to actually come back.
So probably the first people to come to Indonesia, the first Europeans to come to Indonesia were surfers. It's kind of history repeating a little bit.
Yes, I agree. I've had all my European friends messaging me that they're either here or on the way here or coming or planning to come here.
Wow.
So I'm sure that everyone has come to Indonesia once this year.
Yeah, well, stand by all the Australians. As soon as you can, get up here, get amongst that Kudara area. Come and do whatever you do for a couple of weeks while you're in Bali. That really helps out the locals, and get into it. It's up and rolling again. Let's hope these last 2 years never repeat themselves in our lifetime.
Yes, I agree. I do not want any more PCRs done on me to get on a flight.
No way.
That thing up my nose I've had enough.
Anyway, back to the surfing. Sub 5 minutes. It's still our surfer in red with that comfy lead. Our surfer in blue with priority. Only looking for that 641. She wants to get rid of that 190. As we see the front of the competitors area on the beach. Not a bad place to hang out all day.
Yes, a really gorgeous beach, white sands, turquoise blue water, especially now with those tide pools coming up. You can have a little dip to refresh from this South Sumatran sun, as it is very hot out.
Look at that. We can see that blue has first priority and red has second. There's no 3 or 4, so there'll be crosses through there. Our priority judge, there is one guy that's his sole job to call priority, and you really need it because it's a super important part of professional surfing now.
Yes.
A big shout out to Ratso Buchanan, the best priority judge in the business.
Yes.
He's the CT guy that gets around. Absolute New Zealand legend. He'll be, it's just past midnight in El Salvador, so he'll probably be on his 3rd beer, thinking about going to bed in a couple of hours. Just spent a couple of weeks with him in G-Land. He's an absolute gem of the surfing world.
That's very important role in surfing competition.
Former New Zealand champion.
Without it, we would be scratching and scraping to catch waves.
You bet. Also, your co-commentator Mark Clift holds an Australian title.
Oh, really?
He does. He'll probably tell you all about that if you ask him the next heat. Here is the wave she needs. It's a 641 Sato. That's only that one turn that is on offer, and she can't complete it. So with under 3 minutes, it's looking good for Nonaka.
Yep, as she is sitting out the back with priority, as our surfer in blue Sato needs to go out and try catch a wave, maybe under priority.
That's what you got to do.
Otherwise, I don't see it working out in any other way. Our drone shot from above. Our surfer in red.
Manimi, she'll be feeling pretty comfortable with 2.5 to go and priority and the lead and sets coming in. So what do? Do you wait for your opponent to get out there so you can sit on it, or is there a good wave coming through? Do you just have to go?
Sitting in that position, I would go if a good one comes.
Me too.
You know, you're out there by yourself and a good set is coming and you could potentially improve a 517.
I think she's going to take your advice, Jada,
What?
and go for it.
She did take my advice, and we see her on her backside going for the first hit. This wave is looking really good. A second upside down turn and hoping to finish this one off well. Just gets unstuck. I am sure if she didn't, she would have definitely improved on that 517.
Yeah.
A great wave from our surfer Minami no Naka as blue just gets stuck. 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. She needs to make it back out right now, otherwise.
Yeah, just 90 seconds, Jada, and you can tell by body language she may have thrown in the towel. That paddle out and turn around on that little set wave may have been her last gasp.
Yeah.
It's a pity. Get her out there. You never know what can happen because it's not over
Till it's over.
That's right.
There we have our surfer in red making out the back as we reach our last 60 seconds of this quarterfinal heat 4 just before we move into the men's. So it's been a long day of competition, 4 more heats left, and we'll see how the rest of the day rolls out. 40 seconds left. Our surfer in red just trying to make it out the back to gain priority over the surfer in blue. I don't see anything in the horizon, so I don't think our
there's
surfer.
not much urgency about that paddle, is there?
Yeah.
Yep. Kind of resigned to the fact that she will be watching from the sidelines from now on. Nonaka continues her way through to the semi-finals. They will join an Australian, another Japanese surfer and an American. It's an international flavour for the semi-finals. Wherever you're watching around the world, I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. It's a pleasure to bring it to you. I'm going to head out of the booth and hand over to Mark Clift as we cut to an ad break. Stick with us, folks.
So everyone, welcome back to the Krui Pro 5000. This is Heat 1 of the quarterfinals men. And I'm here with Mark Clift. Who do we have in the water?
These two guys, Jarvis Earl, pretty much hot on everyone's lips at the moment. Everybody's talking about this young man, and he's up against Mike Clayton Brown out of Lavina, staying down there with us. Out of Australia, there's two Aussies. The men's have been waiting. They were scheduled for yesterday afternoon. We had that little rain squall come through, the little blow, and it put these guys on the sidelines until now. But look at that tide in the background there, Giada.
Yeah.
We're at about rock bottom low.
Yeah, it's really, really low out there, and it's hard to paddle in and out. I see some of the surfers struggling. Even the caddies, as there has already been a wave ridden from our surfer in red, Jarvis Earl, the man of the moment.
For sure, high-speed surfing from this goofy footer. There's a lot to like about this guy's act, his composure, the manoeuvre selection. I don't think I've seen him fall off once during this whole event. He's already got one of the two most only outstanding tube rides on the men's side of the draw. So he's absolutely killing it. He's all over it. He's straight off the second placing, I believe, at the ISA World Titles. He's out of Cronulla. He's friends with Johnny Uluwatu, and if you're friends with Johnny, you're a friend of mine.
Oh, Johnny! I haven't seen Johnny in a while. It'd be great to see him soon. Hopefully, see him on this side of the world again. So, as we see that first wave of Jarvis was so beautifully surfed that he's definitely going to be a hard man to take down.
100% he is. Like he had a heat last time he surfed with like a 6 and a 6.67. It was about the lowest two scoring waves he's put together in the whole equation. So even when he's not on and not getting the ripping waves, he's still putting up the totals that count. And he's dead set a name to remember, everybody. For all the crew online, we're not messing around. I'm not pulling your leg. Jarvis Earl is the name.
And Jarvis Earl, such as Jesse has called him, he's the smiling assassin.
Well, the young fella, he's got a lot to smile about because he can see what's ahead in his future. And I reckon if I was Jarvis Earl, I'd be grinning like a Cheshire cat as well, because the kid has that brighter future. I mean, you're sponsored by Red Bull, you're 16. Hurley have jumped on board, you know what I mean? The things that are going on in Jarvis Earl's camp, he must sleep very soundly at night knowing that it's all set up. It's right there in front of him.
I can imagine so. So, do you know anything about Mike Clayton Brown?
100% I do. He's staying with us at Lavina Surf Camp.
Oh,
He's been lording it up around the pool. He loves a bit of karaoke. And he rides a motorbike.
Wow. That's
only because I see him every day doing those things, so I don't know. I have spoken with him before. He's a tall, lanky unit. He's down there having a great time. Wave number 2, he opens with a 6. Fin drift right there to kick things off, showing a bit of variety. That turn there is his signature move. Boom. Explosive surfing, eye-catching stuff. Barely ever puts a foot wrong. Can mix it up as well with the progressive, innovative side of life. And we're just giving big props to the fella. The wave choice, I don't know where he keeps finding these waves.
Where have these waves been in the past few heats?
He must keep them in his back pocket, because every time he goes out, he just dials these things up. And I think he's got a direct line to Huey or something, because it's ridiculous. This fella, MCB, his first 2 waves have looked like that. Jarvis's have looked like amazing.
Wow. What a difference, and what a great wave selection that he has, especially at such a young age. Being able to read the ocean in that way is such talent.
MCB now, Mike Clayton Brown. Wave number 3. This is the only wave that hasn't shut down on him so far. That's better.
Upside down on that turn. That was, for now, the money turn of that wave. He will definitely be feeling pretty good if he can tap this one finished. That'll be a great score for him as well.
Yeah, it's going to be for sure. And that's exactly what he's got to bring. He will know that this side of the draw up against Jarvis is a tough position to be in. So for Mike Clayton Brown right now, he's got to dig deep into everything he can do. The judges, as we've seen, Giada, have really been heaping a lot of points on the big 12 o'clock hit, if you're
Yeah.
on your backhand, you've got to show that power, you've got to take that risk. And if Mike Clayton Brown doesn't take that risk right now, Jarvis is going to run all over the top of him.
Yes, I imagine so. As now we see a little bit of a paddle battle to get priority out the back. We see some caddies as well.
And look at Mike look over his shoulder at Jarvis, who's kicking and thrashing like the frothing young grommet he is. And Mike's like, hang on. Am I going to have to... He's just ridden the wave. He's probably hurting. That's what's going on with MCB. He's just ridden a really long wave. We've talked about what the elements take out of you, and MCB's just cruising now. He's happy to let Jarvis take priority, I think.
He
can't do
just
much
came
about
up.
it.
Yep. Not especially not now. Jarvis will definitely be taking the priority in this heat. So much energy, and he just wants to get out back first thing.
Look at the difference in those two approaches. Jarvis Earl has been doing that from the moment he saw MCB kick off his wave. He's got a couple of board lengths on Mike Clayton Brown, who's, I think, relinquished that option at the finish of this wave because he's probably hurting. He's done a lot of good surfing on this wave.
Wow, this turn
that was
upside
sick.
down,
Yeah.
straight into the lip of the board at 12 o'clock. I love that turn as he does get to finish the turn, this wave, with a nice little finisher, a snap up the top.
Really strong start, a well-surfed wave from MCB. Numbers starting to come through. I think I'm not sure what the
He
one
got
single
a
hit was.
6.57 on that turn.
He did. I think we've still got a wave to come through for Jarvis.
Yep.
I think. Maybe not. Maybe that was his opening wave. We'll just refresh our
We
screen.
do
There's
have
still a score to come.
a wave coming for Jarvis. Wow, great surfing for the Heat 1 of the quarterfinals.
Well, a 6.57 for Mike is exactly what he needed to do. You don't want to fall too far behind at the start. So right there, though is a bit of a worry, a bit of a concern though for MCB.
Came in at an 8.33.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you can see why. He ticks all the boxes what the boys in the judging stand want to see. Grinding rail turns, done in the pocket. You know, that's a bit of a setup move there, but he doesn't mess around. He doesn't fluff his manoeuvres. He really takes and grinds the whole face using the full top to bottom approach. I think that was his first wave.
I agree.
His 8.33 is yet to be replayed, but it went on forever. He does a lot of turns when he gets his groove on. I think we are going to hear from the winner of the last heat.
Yes, we will be hearing from Minami, the winner of the last heat. She is our 4th quarterfinalist. So tell us, where are you from and what's your name? Are you happy to be surfing here in Krui? So you are in the semifinals. Is this your first time in the semifinals or not?
中国で3年前に5000で3位になったんですけど、今回もセミファイナル行けてよかったです。
So anything you would like to say to your friends, family or sponsors back at home?
次のセミファイナルも頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much for joining
Thank
us
you.
here in the booth. We'll get back into this heat soon. So I'll be back with Mike. As we see the wave of, we've seen another wave of Mike Clayton Brown as well be ridden.
Well, that was a very cute little moment, mate. She said when she said this, she's like, I can't speak anything. I'm like, well, let's just do some of that one and a little bit of thumbs up and a little bit of smiling and gritting. So good on you, Giada.
Yes, she's a very sweet girl. Came in and didn't understand what she said, but I'm sure it was all good.
She's stoked, and that's the you can see. You know, you don't have to speak all the languages of the world to see stoke, and she was.
Yes.
She's all over it. So into the semi-finals, got to be pretty happy with that. All right, so Jarvis Earl, the 833. Did we get to see a replay of that? I wasn't sure, but
we did. It was
brilliant.
A great wave, but we already got to see the replay, and while we were in the interview, Mike Clayton Brown caught a 7.40.
Wow, this is what exactly he needs to do. There's only less than half a point separating them now.
Yep. Looking for a 794. Seeing from our last wave, he can do it. It's not impossible for MCB, as you call him.
Well, we have been heaping heaps of praise on Jarvis for obvious reason, but let's not forget about Mike Clayton Brown.
Yep.
He is a very polished surfer himself. He's gone upside down on the 6.57. The 7.4 was obviously better. So a well-matched opening of our quarterfinals. What a way to do it. We've been talking all day about the fact that these quarters went on standby yesterday afternoon and did not run. That backdrop doesn't look too favourable. It's some more rain on the horizon.
Yep. It's looking a little bit like yesterday.
But we did see that yesterday. It was a good analogy because it didn't last long. When the rain hit and things went a little, didn't last long.
Yep.
So although it's looking like a bit of a storm on the horizon, that I don't think is a whole lot to be worried about at this point.
I agree. It's just a little dark and a little cloudy, but it could just be a 5-minute rain.
So, you know, out of all the heats I've seen Jarvis surf, he hasn't been seriously challenged at this stage. Right now, Mike Clayton Brown's thrown him a real, every jab that Jarvis has thrown, Mike's thrown back another jab, and they're right neck and neck. So Jarvis, let's see how he deals with a little bit of pressure and his response, trying to burn off that 6. We can see MCB needs a high 6, almost 7 points to regain, to get into first. We've still got, the good news is we've still got more than half this quarterfinal to sort it out.
Yep.
We can see our next contestant right there, Stokesy. Taj Stokes in the red, another Australian coming up against Jesse Mendez, the Italian. This is what the walkout looks like, the start of your walkout. It's quite shallow. He's going to have to do a little bit of rock hopping to get out and be able to jump on the board and paddle. Seems to be a little bit of a keyhole there to start things off, but you can see now Jarvis just prowling the lineup with priority.
With priority, knowing that Mike Clayton Brown can get the 694 that he's looking for, so
he will be buoyed by these early numbers.
Yep.
Because there's probably not as many people around here that have been talking about Mike as they have been about Jarvis around the contest side, etc.
Yep.
But you've got to be a good surfer to be into these quarterfinals. Might have been a slight under the radar sort of moment to get here for Mike Clayton Brown, but he believes, and good on him. And he will be totally buoyed by the strength that the judges are digging what he's doing. The 7.4, I didn't see it, but I did see the 6.57, that upside down blast. So he's a very polished natural footer.
very, very well done in his last wave. That upside down turn was definitely one of my favorites throughout this whole competition, I'll have to say.
I like the way he just paddled straight past Jarvis then.
Yeah.
You know, he's got his wave, he's heard his scores, you can see that he's feeling confident. He wasn't prepared to just sit the other side of Jarvis and take turns. He's gone, nah, follow me, young man.
Follow me down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit there and talk to you. I'm doing my own thing. I'll just paddle on your inside, even though Red does have priority. Mike's sort of sending him a bit of a message there that he's not intimidated.
Yeah.
I reckon that was a good move.
I agree. He is showing that he can go up against Jarvis Earl. He's showing that confidence, which sometimes is 50% of the job.
Jarvis is a young pup. Mike's probably looking at it that way. He's probably thinking, well, hang on. You know, you're still just a junior. You're still in the other side of the draw. He's even looking at this wave, hoping to sell a bit of a lemon to Jarvis, who doesn't buy into that. But I'm liking Mike's challenge here. This is I think the exact way he had to surf this heat. He had to stay within striking distance. That first wave where he went upside down for that backhand blast, I thought This guy's brought a really good game plan here. This wave here was probably just something to try and sell Jarvis into thinking, well, if you want it, I want it.
Yep, I agree.
Jarvis didn't. But Mike, he's throwing everything at this young fella. Jarvis doesn't get that wave. Does Mike have a squeeze? You might as well when you don't have priority.
As we see Mike, some more of that upside down surfing. The wave clearly didn't look like it was going to give him what he needed, but he
Doesn't
gave
matter.
it a crack.
Everything he's doing here is intimidating. He's not prepared to just sit there and watch the clock burn down. He's been highly competitive, I feel, not just in his surfing, but what he's doing in and around Jarvis right now. You know, catching waves, one hit, doesn't matter. He's staying present. He's got the big backhand blast. He knows that'll just be a nothing, but that was just a bit more practice at the hit, giving Jarvis something to think about. Where's Mike going now? What's he just doing? Boom.
I agree.
I'm just loving the in-your-face stuff that he's bringing to Jarvis Earl here. This is pretty cool.
He's definitely putting the pressure on, which is great to see. We haven't seen anyone really put the pressure on Jarvis just yet, as you said earlier, so it's going to be nice to see how Jarvis reacts under these conditions.
Yep, and the good news is everybody online, we still have 12 minutes to sort this out. 2 Aussies in a quarterfinal, 5 Australians in the mix. We have an Italian, we have a Kiwi, and we have a Brazilian. I think. No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't have it. We have we have a Kiwi, we have an Indonesian, and an Italian. Rio Wider in Heat 3 being the Indonesian. But this scoreline is really good. Entertainment plus. The 8-3-3 has been about the point of difference at this stage. Here goes Mike, just there we go. He's put himself some distance between him and Jarvis. Jarvis saw the fact that Mike's paddling for this wave. It obviously didn't drop into his lap. So Jarvis, though, is looking over his shoulder, and I haven't seen that all event.
Yeah. As you see, Mike just swing around and
too far out.
just bit too far out. Wasn't able to get onto that.
Maybe this one.
Maybe this one. If Jarvis is not in the position
He's
to
too
catch
deep.
it.
He can't do anything about that. This
Mike.
wave might swing down to Mike's way.
As we probably not, actually.
Mustn't have. All right, so that mustn't have. But bit of cat and mouse going on here for the crew online and for all the other perhaps less experienced people on the beachfront that are watching what's going on. As a coaching tool, I say to people that I coach, Giada, to watch what goes on in the heat, not just the waves that get ridden, but what happens, where people sit after waves, and the little games MCB's playing right here. Win, lose or draw, I think I'm going to see Mike this afternoon at Lavina, and I'll just say I like what you did in this quarterfinal.
I agree. He's showing that he's not afraid to go up against Jarvis, and he's showing that confidence, which, you know, could, as we've said,
could turn into a win.
Yeah.
Quite, you know, 694, substantial number. He's right there. He can do it. I'm sure everybody else in these other quarterfinals will be watching this matchup because, you know, out of the women's quarters, the men's are on. It's a whole different ball game, so they would all be just eyeballing this. It's basically like the first heat of the day.
Yeah.
They're watching this going, right, what's going on? How many waves are coming in? Where are they getting them? What are the judges throwing numbers at? So it's a complete reset for all our following 3 quarterfinals.
I agree.
I'm just loving what's going on here. This is really got my attention, this heat.
To some big scores being thrown, an 8-3-3, a 7-4-0, 2 6s. They're
0.36 separating them.
Yep, it's a great heat, and it was all very back to back. There has been a little lull now.
Where's Joel? Well, here's Mike. Iron Mike, about to strike again. He goes this section he loves. There's that move we've been on about. Can he do it again? He's probably got to get up there and hit it. Whoa, a little late to the party on that second hit, but keep swinging, Mike. This is all pretty good stuff.
Yep.
Didn't quite pan out that way, but Jarvis won't know that at this stage. He'll just know that he's taken off. It's like, what happened? Whoa. He's got this little fella looking over his shoulder.
See Jarvis standing up on his board, seeing if anything is on its way from out the back. So this is exciting stuff. I'm sure that last wave will not go into top 2. He just got a little stuck behind that one. But what a great heat.
So once again, Iron Mike, I'm going to call him from now on. That vertical hit he did on that wave, once again, just keeping his confidence going, just keeping him in the moment. Here it is again. So look at this wave, everybody online. This is what he's been doing, earning some big points for. A nice little slow-mo there from Toto. Squaring it up a little late on this hit there, so he'll know might as well just get off anyway. If you don't get it 100% right, you might as well just abort the mission and move on. He paddles back out. There's still a substantial amount of time on the clock. He's doing everything he can to try and track down the 694. Jarvis burst out of the blocks, probably hasn't ridden a wave for about 15 plus minutes.
Yep.
So
still plenty of time left.
How's the composure of this young man? Look at this wave. Is this his opportunity? Do you want to take us through this one, please, Giada?
This is our surfer Jarvis Earl, the current heat leader, as he does a nice opening wrap to start off this wave, and he did not like what it had to offer. He will definitely be paddling quickly back out to try and get priority over
Iron Mike.
Mike Clayton Brown.
So 15 minutes to sit there and do that. Is that a sign of some ruffled feathers?
I could say so. He definitely had to have a little bit of a nervous choice-making moment. 15
minutes to, just throw away your priority. He's going to regain it, though he does. Iron Mike is tracking him down. He's going to get back in his face here, I'm tipping. He might even paddle right past him again like he did last time, just to kind of see where old mate's nerves are at, young mate's nerves are at. Jarvis, though, we're looking at this thing. Is it all just takeoff? Yep, obviously no wall on it, so they both let it go. But it'd be interesting to see where Mike parks himself. He's now going, right, well, I'll just rip back here and just keep the fellow young guy guessing.
As, yeah, definitely paddling a lot of back and forth to keep Jarvis,
you know what? This is really good stuff by Mike. Just staying active, regardless of win, lose or draw. What's going on here? So Jarvis looked over his shoulder there and saw him take off. I noticed that. A good hit, a nice section here. Doesn't quite get the chook feathers flying out the back, so he just throws himself off the back. 5 minutes, plenty of time. But I noticed Jarvis watch him take off there and was just looking to see how that first turn panned out.
I agree. Wanted to see what he was going to have to deal with after that wave, but unfortunately for Mike Clayton Brown, it did not give him what he was looking for. As we see a replay from the beach of Mike's last wave, there's that backhand turn that we love so much.
Yeah, 2 of them, pretty good.
But yes, maybe he'll be looking for something a little bit bigger.
All right, so some live action here. Jarvis has pulled the trigger. You can see the intent he's surfing with. He's looking quite determined with these first 3 hits. He falls off. He'll give the priority over to MCB as we look at the ridge in the background. It's turning dark, and I'm very into this heat. This is really cool. Jarvis is down. Priority will no doubt go to Mike shortly. 4 minutes here. It's rare that we've seen Jarvis perhaps cash in his priority on a wrong wave. It's rare that we've seen him fall. He does fall at the end of this.
A great way to finish.
Nice little fin waft, but he probably won't get full credit for it because he doesn't actually ride out in front of the foam.
I agree. Mike Clayton Brown paddling quite slow for someone who needs to get priority. Or believes he's already out the back. Very composed.
Okay, so there's less than a point separating these two. A 737 is what Mike needs now.
So Jarvis
did upgrade a little.
Yep.
I guess that's what just happened. Maybe he got full credit for that end move. That score is in a 6.43, sitting alongside his 8.33. Mike is a surfer that's swung the blade a few times. His last 3 efforts haven't drawn him too much love from the judges. Still sitting on the 7-4 and the 6-5-7. So Jarvis, a little worthy, little upgrade there to the pressure he's putting on Iron Mike. 7-3-7. He's already done that once this heat. 7-4. It's just got to stay confident.
Catch the right wave.
Yep. We need Huey to deliver a moment here for Mike, because I'd love to see him have the opportunity, given the fact that he's done a whole lot of different things in this heat to try and disrupt Jarvis, to try and become a semi-finalist. Big points on offer. The cash is just a bonus, what goes along with these points, but you can't buy QS points. There's 5,000 up for grabs, which we'll sort out tomorrow.
Yep. I agree. You cannot buy points. You can only surf them. And
so what a great way to kick off our quarterfinals. We've got another hour and a half of entertainment coming at us, Giada. These boys have just definitely really lit up our screen. Crew on the broadcast. I imagine there's a lot of people at home tuning in right now. I'm digging this heat. Mike Clayton Brown, come on down. 2 more minutes. Send him your mojo, people at home. I'm digging what Jarvis is doing, but I really like what Mike's brought to this heat.
It was a great heat.
Kick our quarters off, looking into the distance there. So there's our cameraman, Ryan, on the drone footage, just trying to see what Mike can see. He might have something to choose from. Looks like there's a couple of lines out there.
He must be begging the ocean to give him something to work him one last chance before the heat ends.
Does seem to be a couple of lines heading their way.
Let's see if it will come and give Mike Clayton Brown what he needs.
All right, we can see the movement now from our beach camera angle. So Jarvis is like, okay, I've upgraded my total. There's not much I can do about what old mate does next. The ocean just needs to deliver here. 50 seconds. All right, here we go. This has got to turn into just over 7 points. Mike's chipping away. We can't see what's going on down the line with this wave just yet, but Mike will see what's on offer, so he's hanging in there. Lots of good rail work. There he goes, stabbing the lip. He'll get up there and repeat the dose.
Wow, from this angle, it looked like a really great wave. But
I'm looking forward to seeing the beach angle.
Me too. I'm excited to see the replay of that last wave of Mike Clayton Brown. Only 20 seconds left in this heat.
It's pretty shallow. You saw him standing up on the reef, and this is the answer back now from Jarvis. You can see him just biding his time, trying to hope for the wave to stand up. Boom. All right.
Wow.
A nice little jump off the wave there from Jarvis. Maybe another one. Boom. Spins the wheels again. Can't quite ride out of it though, but
hopefully
good variety.
Yep. Hopefully didn't land on the reef in that last one, as this heat came to an end, and we'll be going on a quick break. And
we'll be back with that result.
Yes.
You. And we are back with quarterfinal number 2, the men's QS 5000 here at the Krui Pro. To confirm to all the people online, it was Jarvis Earl that took the win in that last heat, the 613 of MCB's last wave. I'm pretty sure he needed like a 737, I think was the ask, a 613. Mike Clayton Brown went down swinging, but the Earl train, you can't stop it. The 833 was the difference in that heat, but Mike Clayton Brown, he did all the annoying things you can do in a heat, and paddled around the young Grom, caught a lot of waves, smashed a lot of big turns. I'm sure not a disgraceful loss at all there for Mike Clayton Brown.
Caught 8 waves.
He went for it. He really went for it. He paddled around Jarvis once he had waves. He got right in his face. He gave him something to think about. I don't think I've seen anyone else ride 8 waves in any heat throughout the whole event. So he stayed super busy. I'm going to give him a big rev up and a pat on the back when I see him down at Lavina this afternoon.
Me too.
Tell us about this heat, Billy. Quarterfinal number 2.
Stokesy and Jesse. Taj Stokes out of Australia and Jesse Mendez out of Italy. Just can't see Jesse in the screen. There he is. I saw him go way down the reef to drop off, and at the 5-minute mark we weren't sure if he'd make it down in time.
All right, come here. I'll be late for that crossover if you want to heat.
All right, so Mark Cliff has just handed over the headset to the one and only Oni Onwar for the first time today. He's done all his coughing. He's put out all the info through the beach commentary today. Well done, mate. Give me one of them. Bang.
Thank you, sir. Hello, Mr. Billy and everyone on live. I'm having too much fun on the what's it called? The beach commentating.
Yeah.
Was a good hit. I know. I was just watching that. Jarvis Earl won his hit.
Wow.
That kid just unstoppable.
Yeah, he's pretty good. And so is Mike Clayton Brown, to be honest. I wouldn't say unlucky, but he threw everything at him.
Yeah, I mean, he tried, and the waves keep coming, but Jarvis just doesn't stop. Getting 8.33, and I love it the way he serves. It's really fast. It's like fast forward.
Really fast and really drifts that tail all the time. But this heat we have in front of us, Oni, is Taj Stokes and Jesse Mendez, and people poking their nose over the frontal waves now. It looks like Stokesy is the first up the Australian. A nice bottom turn to start things off. A bit of a hook in the pocket. That is a tighter one, and that's a better turn. He gets a bit of speed down the line, but not enough. 2 turns only on that wave from Taj Stokes. Here goes Jesse.
Oh, I love how fast he goes. Look at it, check 10. Bah! I like it. And look, this end section right here. Boom. I'm sure he's gonna make it, no doubt. So that's Jesse Mendez.
All right, so both surfers with a score on the board. The caddy,
Yeah,
look,
the
revving
caddies.
them up. Good wave, good wave. This is fantastic. Feelings are starting to come into play now. It is quarterfinal time. 4 places in the semis on the line. Getting serious. People are getting upset. People are getting excited. And why not? It is a QS 5000. Can't believe we've got 2 of them in Indo this year. Right here at Krui. Next week up at Nias. It's a good time in it, Oni.
Oh yeah, I'm loving it. As time goes fast here. Like this guy. It's going really nice and smooth here. Oh, I love that check turn. It's kind of, I don't know, check turn?
A little bit of a functional turn on here. It's a little bit lateral, but it did allow him to go down the line and have a go. This is the money turn of that wave. Right at the end, he hit the lip, came down with it. So there was consequence there. Could have fallen off.
I love you can do slow-mo on your replay too. Huh? So Jesse Mendez was 7 point now. Look how different the score is, like a 7, then a 4.17 for the first of red. I love the flow of Jesse Mendez, just can't beat it. You know, like really connect his turn. He's looking really sharp, throws a lot of spray.
Wow, 7 points pretty much from that last turn and those couple of lateral turns from Jesse Mendez. The judges loving it. A whole long way from the excellent range, but the same amount from the good range. So Jesse will be happy with that. And Taj will not be happy with that. He'll be on the hoof, getting out there and wanted to garnish a wave score much bigger than a 7.
Look how fast Taj is paddling. He's like, come on, give it to me.
Yeah, he's pumped. He's
I'm
full of beans, and he wants to take down the former CT surfer in Jesse Mendez. This is quarterfinal number 2 of the Krui Pro 2022. We thank Earth Island and Garuda Airlines International for their support.
Yep, that's it, Mr. Billy. How's your day been, Billy? Are you enjoying yourself in here?
I am loving watching this surfing contest. There's some really seasoned campaigners in it, and there are some new faces. Really loving the Japanese contingent. Some people I've never seen before. I didn't know if they could surf or not, and they really can. Really polite, really focused, and really on their way to places is the Japanese surfers.
So who you think is going to make the final?
Well, we're
As you can see.
We're looking at Jesse Mendez and Taj Stokes looking to take on Jarvis Earl. He's got to be a favourite, Jarvis Earl. The winner of this heat has to be a favourite. And let's just have a quick look here. That's a bit of a lateral movement there. He gets a bit wonky on this one on the way down, bit of an overbalance. I imagine what the judges are loving. He eyes the lip here, comes down with it, releases the fins, and almost falls off. No, really well done. Bit of Adriano de Souza-esque landing.
Yep.
Chest right over the front knee. Super
Yep.
solid, riding out front of the whitewater. So he can see that we have completed that ride. Looks like Jarvis Earl has been sent in to talk to me.
Yeah, okay, welcome. The winner of last heat. Hi, Jarvis. Hi, good luck, brother.
All right, take a seat, mate. My name's Billy.
Nice to meet you,
Good
Jarvis.
to see you, mate. You've always spoken to Mark after your heat wins. You've had plenty
Yeah.
of them this campaign. Let's have a look at your heat here. There we go. Jarvis Earl, an 8.33 and a 6.43. Let's turn over the page now and look at Mike Clayton Brown's heat. 8 waves. He didn't give up, did he? He was paddling
Yeah.
all around you.
Yeah, once I got that 8.33 and I was sitting in the lead, he was like on my inside trying to get the double ups to get the score, but I came out with the win, so I was stoked.
Yeah, that's right. Do you get a little bit nervous when someone like Mike Clayton Brown starts paddling around and getting all hyper and scoring some pretty good scores? Look at this, a 7.40. He might have got a bit nervous around then.
Yeah, he definitely got a couple that I missed or underneath me, but yeah, I was a bit nervous sitting out there hoping to improve my score to make it harder for him, but I still came out on top. Luckily, I improved a bit in the end, but yeah.
Well, I don't think there's much luck involved in it, mate. You surfed a very solid heat, that 8.33 and the 6.43, enough to get you through. Could you hear the whistles out there?
Yeah, I could.
You know who that was?
No, I don't.
That was Philippa.
Oh,
it was good. It was good to see. There's a bit of feeling starting to come into the draw now, isn't it? We're
Yeah.
getting down to the pointy end. You're through to the semis.
Yeah,
So
I'm stoked.
emotions get heightened either
Yeah.
way. You know what I mean? High
Yeah.
or low. So
I know.
yeah, it's going to even get more intense as this competition goes on. So, mate, you'll be meeting one of these guys, I'm pretty sure, Jesse Mendez or Taj Stokes.
Yeah.
There's really no easy road, is there?
No, there isn't, but it should be a good match-up anyway, and this is my best result in a QS 5000, so I'm stoked to be over here.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, Matt, I've never seen you surf before, but I wouldn't have guessed that. I thought you might have at least won one.
Yeah, no, I haven't. It's like tricky conditions at home on the beach break, so yeah, I was stoked to surf a heat in like some pumping waves.
There goes Stokesy, mate. What do you make of that?
Yeah, he's surfing really good. He went like pretty vertical there, so we'll see what they come through the score. But yeah, it's definitely a good matchup. Jesse's obviously been ripping, and same as Taj.
Yeah, and look how shallow it is. We've just surfed that wave through.
Yeah.
Now, how old are you?
I'm 17.
So you got 3 more years left, 2 and a bit more years left in this division.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh no, this is Opens division, and then
Oh, sorry.
the
Yep.
Pro
Yep.
Junior.
Then you got the Pro Junior. You've got the
3 more years
2
for
and a
the
bit.
junior. Yeah.
And so you're looking at this as a bit of a bonus, or you're fully going after the title?
Yeah, I think, I'm finishing school this year. Oh, that was sick.
That was sick. Let's stick with this wave, mate. Go for it.
Yeah, so he just fin throw to reverse and then 2 nice wraps. We'll see what he can do for the finish.
Jeez, he's pretty polished, isn't he?
Yeah, he's surfing fast. Yeah, that was a sick wave, so should be a decent score.
Yep, and so those playing along at home, if you do complete a major manoeuvre right at the beginning of the wave when it's big, to put it in layman's term, and it's dangerous, that's where you're going to get all the points from. And it looks like Jesse got on this wave, did a bottom turn, and did a major manoeuvre in the dangerous part of the wave.
Yeah.
I reckon the judges are going to lap that up.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. Did it on a critical section, so yeah, high risk manoeuvre. We'll have a look again.
Yeah, have a look at this. He takes that high line to get a bit of speed down to the bottom now. Bit of slow-mo action.
Sick.
Yeah, full rotor. Not quite a full rotor, but a rotor there.
Yeah.
And follows it up with a pretty tasty cuddy and then a little flick off the top. So, yeah, most of those scores coming from that first manoeuvre. You watch these replays, mate, for a bit of coaching and stuff like that?
Yeah, I love watching back on the heats and the good scores of the day after I've surfed. It's definitely good to reflect just to see how your waves looked and how everyone else is surfing as well.
Yeah, you bet. Now, where did you get to in the Pro Junior?
I just surfed my first heat this morning and I got a heat win. So I think we're into the round of 16 for the junior.
That's right.
Should be on tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, and we're just looking at Stokesy's 5.50 here.
Yeah.
Nothing too major there, was there?
Yeah, he tagged it well, but it was a bit of a smaller wave, so hard for him to give too much of a big score.
What about this guy?
Yeah, Rio, he's sick. Ripping so hard.
We'll just stick with Stokesy here. That's a better manoeuvre from the backhander. Just hoping for a bit more speed and a bit more power out of the wave, but it's not going to deliver it. Now, he's probably maybe the most talked about surfer on the planet at the moment, Rio Wyatt, isn't he?
Yeah,
Everyone's having a dig at him.
I'm pretty sure he just won the Challenger at Manly, and then he went straight into the CT comp at Manly. I'm at G-Land, sorry.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a wobble there for Stokesy after his first turn, but that's a ripper. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, when you're riding along and then the spray is still falling around you, you know you've done all right.
Yeah.
And mate, you enjoying your time here in Krui?
Yeah, this is my first time in Krui, and yeah, the waves are so sick, and I'm just liking getting out of the Aussie winter into the warm weather.
Now, I saw you and your old man having a coffee yesterday and a bit of a chat.
Yeah.
What about the dad? Is he liking it?
Yeah, he's loving it. He came, I've been in El Salvador for the World Juniors, so he came over with me for that, and then he's come straight here for Krui, so he's been liking it, and then I'll head off to Nias. Dad's going to go home, and I'm going to go with Reef Hazelwood.
Oh, that's not a bad in or out, is it? Reef Hazelwood. Heaps of experience and such a great surfer.
Yeah.
Now, is your old man a surfer?
Yeah, he surfs. He loves it, but he hates the crowd, so he's been ducking out for a few little surfs, but not when there's 40 QE surfers out there.
On the froth.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Now, is he claiming that he's taught you everything that he knows?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's why you have children.
Yeah.
Yeah, I taught him everything he knows. All right, so let's have a look at Jesse's second score there, 7.43 for that aerial manoeuvre straight off the bat. And have a look at Stokesy's high-scoring wave there.
Yeah, sick. So
7.50.
Judge is rewarding the big turns.
Yep, so he's definitely not out of it. 6.93 is very gettable. Just stick it between those two scores of his. He's looking to get rid of that 5.05 Taj Stokes. Reckon he can do it?
Yeah, I reckon.
100%.
It should be close towards the end. Both of them improve on their waves, then it'd come down right to the last minute, I think.
Now, finals day tomorrow. You'll have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 heats to surf.
Yeah.
What do you do to prepare for tonight?
I'll probably just go home, have an early dinner, and then just get to sleep early. I've been like pretty tired because it's so hot over here, but if all goes well, hopefully I can surf all 5 heats.
Oh, of course you can. I've got all confidence in your surf.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a ripper.
Yeah, I can't wait. Hopefully the waves should be fun.
And have you been to Nias before?
No, it'll be my first time to Nias as well, but that should be sick to surf with a few other guys out in a heat, so I can't wait for that one.
How do you go in big heaving right-hand barrels?
Yeah, there's a few like slabs and stuff back home in Cronulla where I'm from, so I've had a bit of practice, but we'll see how it's different in Indo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know, I think you'll be okay.
Yeah.
It's a not fun, but it's a kind of a perfect wave to about 4 foot.
Yeah,
and then you put another couple of feet on top of that, it becomes a bit of a scary monster.
Yeah,
but
slabby.
no, you'll be fine.
Yeah, should be sick.
Now you're from the Nulla, that's
Yeah.
right. And who's your favourite surfer from there?
Probably my coach is Louis Egan, so he's sick, and then also Connor O'Leary, who's on tour now.
Yep.
Also, he's been ripping, so it's good to see how he got a good result in G-Land, and then hopefully he can get a good one over in El Salvador.
Yeah, come on. What about Dog Masters from there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's also a Cronulla boy, and
You're still claiming Ockie?
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely is a Cronulla guy.
And then Kirk Flinoff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. A few others as well, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of goofy footers.
And who's your local board riding club?
Allura Board Riders.
Yep, and you're in that?
Yeah.
All right, I reckon that is the strength of Australian surfing, is the board riders clubs around the country.
Yeah, they go pretty good.
Yeah, really no other country like it, although Indonesia's really having a good crack at it. The Padma boys, Legian, halfway board riders. Yep, and they call them family gatherings now, as opposed to board riding meetings, which is really cool. Yeah, involving all the kids and all the rippers.
Yeah.
All right, mate. Well, it's clicking down to the 12.5-minute mark. I'm going to shake your hand one more time because I think you're an absolute bloody legend.
Thank you.
All right, go the Nulla and go Jarvis Earl. Good luck tomorrow, mate. Get some sleep and get some water into you.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Boom, boom. All right, isn't he great? I'm glad I got to talk to him. Mark Cliff's got the honours for the last few heat wins. What do you think of Jarvis Earl, mate?
I love that kid.
Yep.
Stoked, always stoked and smiling the whole time.
Yeah.
He's a good attitude too. Huh?
Good attitude. His old man's a good bloke too. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Let's have a look at this. Jesse Mendes has got a 7.43. That was quite impressive, but Taj Stokes a 7.50.
Wow.
Yep.
That's good, huh? So it's only 10 minutes, 11 minutes. And 40 seconds, still plenty of time to get that 6.93.
You bet. He'll be wanting to put a big pen line through that 5.50. Here goes Mendes, though. Has a quick look out the back to see what's going on. Nope, in and out. Not bad, is it?
Not at all. I don't think will be a big upset if Taj Stokes beats Jesse Mendes in this heat. Because everybody's like pointing more Jesse Mendes are going to win this contest, or between Rio or...
Yep. I reckon that young man that was just in with us then, Jarvis Earl, Rio and Jesse will be 3 favourites, I reckon, to take this whole contest out.
Yeah, exactly. I think just coming into a wave selection and how they play tactic to the middle of the start of the heat to the end of the heat.
Yep. Now, if we just have a little bit of a fantasy talk now and pretend that Jesse wins the whole contest and Rio gets second.
Yep.
Those 5,000 points on offer just kind of disappear into the jungle, and Rio gets the points for the second. Yep. And same if he gets whatever points that he has now, Jesse, they just disappear.
Okay.
It doesn't get handed down exponentially.
Yeah, I guess Rio would probably love to see Rio hold that 5,000. He probably don't need it. He's gonna already qualify for the CT anyway.
No, mate. He'll need a couple of maybe to win this one in a couple of solid performances after that. You'd want to aim around that 20,000 mark to be nice and safe for the Challenger Series, you know what I mean?
For next year, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, no, he won't be sitting back on his laurels at all. He'll be trying really hard.
Yeah.
So, Rio, he is up in the next heat. He's going to take on the might of Solly Bailey. Wow, that's going to be a ripper. This is a ripper, and that's a ripper.
Yeah.
We have an Italian taking an Australian, and the next one we have an Indonesian and an Australian. The last heat of the day, mate. Who we got there?
We've got Reef Hazelwood and Billy Sterman.
Yep. Australia versus New Zealand.
No, sorry.
All right, 9 minutes left in this one. This is Taj Stokes. He's looking for a 6.93, folks. He likes the look of what he sees. Does a really deep bottom turn. Oh, it just comes a little bit of a stumble on that initial turn, so he's not going to race down the line. He's going to get out of there and get out the back with 8:44 left. There's plenty of time to get another wave. What a pity. That was a good-looking section. As we see the rain starting to fall out there. Oni, hopefully this is not a massive storm like yesterday and blows the lineup out of control, because we're kind of running out of time when we can't afford to call it off as soon as that wind makes it a bit ugly.
Yeah, like yesterday, same, almost like halfway through. The rain and storm came.
Of course, this was the round that got called off yesterday after that squall. After the squall came through, this was the men's quarters that were going to happen yesterday. So it's going to go ahead now for sure. We're halfway through it.
Yeah, so Taj Stokes just lost the priority.
Yeah, he took off on a wave and kind of stumbled on his first turn, and that didn't allow him to get around the section, so he bailed, and he's back out there now.
Yep. So now he's trying to get a 6.93 under a priority. How's that going to work? And
Well,
sitting right next to Jesse. Will
that's
that
pretty-
work?
We've got 7.5 minutes left, so Jesse, although he's just wiping his nose and looking super cool, he won't be too comfortable with Taj prowling around under him either. So, if there's a decent wave comes through and Taj shows any interest at it at all, Jesse's got to go. Then he's going to leave him out the back with 5 minutes remaining. So the chess pieces are moving around the board. It's becoming really interesting. This is quarterfinal number 2 of the men's division of the Krui Pro 2022. It's a beautiful part of the world, and we do have some people to thank. The government of the province of West Coast of Lampung. Thank you very much, that office. Also, the Republic Indonesia Ministry of Tourism and the Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. We thank them for their help. The Governor of Lampung, absolute rock star. PT Telkomsel Indonesia, Telkomsel Indonesia, and also PLN. They are the electric company of Indonesia. Earth Island, your boys, we want to thank them, and Garuda International. They are the official travel partners of the ASC, and highly recommended on a personal note is Garuda International. 6:20 left in this one. It is Mendez out with the lead, and it is Stokes looking to make that comeback wave of a 6.93 at least. He can definitely do it because he's garnished already a 7.50 up there. Oni, there you are. You're good looking on the telly, and it's time to get this thing going with 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I think the Earth Island is really cool branding coming out soon.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I
The one
think,
on your t-shirt?
Yeah. Check this out, guys. Earth Island, they're making like a community in Bali. They want to make like a coffee shop,
Oh, yeah.
surf shop, clothing, area where you can chill. So
Now tell us about this little symbol on the front of your shirt. What's that represent?
So that's like, it's like life is comes and up and down, but it always comes to an end where it goes all to neutral.
Right. So you
And
gotta ride the highs and the lows
Yeah.
to find some happiness at the end of it.
Yeah, you go up and you go down, and at the end always goes in the middle. So that's how I say, like, don't take life too seriously. and don't take it for granted. And when you're up and down, can you enjoy it? Up when you're up, you still appreciate it. And in the middle, always end up in the middle, I guess.
Brother, I'm going to give you a handshake for that piece of advice. Moni Anwar, you always surprise me. You're a little character, cheeky guy, and then you come out with a bit of bloody knowledge like that. I'm loving it. And who are the big wigs involved in Earth Island?
So TP is my boss, I guess, and there's a couple more that I haven't really met them all yet. So
Is that scenario. That is Taj Stokes slipping under the priority of Jesse Mendez. He couldn't quite scratch over the lip. So that is a good lip line to start off with for Stokes. He finds it again on the third turn. This wave is going to stand up inside, but he has to get there. Bunny hopping his way through to the bonus section. Kind of checks down off that, hoping this thing stands up. It looks like it is. We can't really see him from the back. But as we see that rain squall in the background threatening to come along, that was a bit of an interesting chess move, wasn't it?
yeah, I mean, also if I was touched, I already had that turn. I think he just kicked out after that. You don't need to keep going because you know that section never really been the best section the whole event.
Unless you got that one breaking into you too, like that
Exactly.
closeout one. Look at this. Jesse couldn't get over the top, so Taj goes, right, I'm going to go. And I'm going to find this to do that down the line maneuver. A little bit of a balk at the end, but he got a little bit aggressive with his second and third turns. That's great to see. And then kind of, you know, hoping to get over to that section. It didn't really deliver at the end. That's not much in that last maneuver. So Taj Stokes putting his best foot forward. We'll see how these things play out.
Yeah, I guess that's what kind of error you make if you don't. The difference between the guys like Jesse Mendez who making hits a lot to someone who didn't make it, that just pressure, you know. Look, Taj Stokes have to decide to choose better wave now to get a 6.93. Pretty much you need a 7. So you need like a mid-range set and just 2 or 3 belt.
But I think that last one came in at 4.70, so it's back to business for Taj Stokes. His two best waves are 7.50 and that 5.5.
Yeah.
Looks like wave number 5 a 4.70 for those couple of pretty tasty turns.
Yeah.
So the song remains the same for Taj. He needs that 6.93. And he's got 2 minutes and 15 seconds to do it. Jesse sits out the back with the priority. It is advantage to the Italian.
So I think there's 2 minutes left. Jesse's gonna go, okay, I have priority. So this kid's needing a 6.9. He obviously need a score, like big wave to get the score. So I think he's sitting a bit wider here. And it's coming more closer to an end. I don't see there's a chance for Taj Stokes.
Yet he'll be waiting for, in the last 90 seconds of this matchup, he'll be hoping there'll be a set come through with 1, 2 or 4 waves in it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So at least one good wave each. Then he'll be looking to the heavens to hope that Jesse Mendez falls off. That never happens. And he will surf the wave of his life.
Yep, that's it. Really, I hope there's a wave coming where I want to see some action between those guys too. It's a minute to go, so I think if there's no set, that power back out will be not. Oh, here we go. You can see the sets popping up.
A little bit of Indian Ocean showing its face now. At the back there's a couple of lines of corduroy, isn't there? .45 seconds left in this one. It's going to take a small miracle, but we've seen a couple of them today. So it's not over until it's over. But I think time might beat young Taj. Jesse Mendez, the performer, has put someone else to the sword.
Ooh, you're right, Billy. His set's coming.
Yep, and Jesse has no choice but to go this, I would imagine.
Oh, the time is ticking. You're right. It's gone 10 seconds. Uh-oh.
Slapped
not
under
enough.
them. All right, 10 seconds remaining. Oh, you would imagine that the surfer with priority will take this one, and that could be the end of the road for Taj Stokes. Congratulations to Jesse Mendez. Wherever you are around the world, stick with us, and we will be back for quarterfinal number 3. We are live and we are back, and we are looking at quarterfinal number 3 for the Krui Pro 2022. It's Rio Waiata and Sol Bailey. This is going to be a ripper. I'm joined by Mark Clift, the former Australian champion. It's
G'day,
great
mate.
to be here.
Oh, so good. And what a heat this is. Once again, on paper, everybody was talking about this heat because Solly Bailey's been smashing it. He's an ex-CTer, goes big, nothing much in between, big or nothing. And Rio White, the man of the moment in Indonesia, fresh off that win down there in Manly. Now, the wind squall has kind of started to come up a little, but they've decided to run with it. Most of the surfers that were sitting down there watching Billy, I was just in that area, they're all more than happy to keep rolling because they're like, this is about as good as it's been. I hope they keep running.
Keep on
We
rocking.
are.
Well, this was the round that got cancelled yesterday afternoon, Mark. So there were the same surfers would have been cancelled two days in a row. That's just not going to happen.
And generally yesterday the rain squall didn't last long. It fluffed over, it backed off, stuff smoothed over. It's not really doing too much damage to the lineup at this stage, so it's play on. And it is Indonesian's top surfer up against a guy that wants back in on the big tour in Solly Bailey. And everybody has also been talking about the way Solly's been smashing his way through the rounds.
Really clinical, and he has a definite plan and a strategy going into every pro contest that he has. He's only a young man, but somehow it feels like he is a veteran, Sol Bailey.
Kinda, yes but no. And he was another one of those guys we talked about with Kian earlier. He came down and did the small prize years ago in Yallingup and won back in the day. So he's been doing the rounds for a long time. I'm not sure exactly how old he is, but he would be right in his prime.
Well, we went to Macaroni's in 2010 on a surf trip, and he was there with all the Byron Bay guys, and they were doing a magazine article. And he was only young, but he wasn't afraid to go right up the reef at Macca's and give it a crack all the way through to the takeoff section. He was there with Danny Wills.
All right.
And the commish.
Okay, Kieran Perot.
Yep.
Of course, Byron Bay putting a lot of famous surfers out of that neck of the woods. So I imagine there was some blowing up and some antics in the evening as well on a trip like that.
Well, it was, 12 years ago now. So that's how long he's been around, Solly Bailey. Let's not talk about Rabbit Bartholomew and those sort of lads dropping in for a wild night.
He was there.
No, he was there for a couple of nights, yeah, Rabbit. And Dingo, he dropped in.
Dropped in. That word goes with the name Dingo, doesn't it?
He wasn't surfing, he dropped into the bar for a couple of nights. But yeah, it was a great trip, and some memories made there in 2010. If you haven't been around Indo, folks, and you're thinking of coming up, now is the time to do it. They really need your support, and grab it on a boat trip or stay at a surf resort around Indonesia.
Visa on arrival.
It's always good fun. Yep, visa on arrival. Things are getting easier. You don't need your PCR test, and you can look at things like this. Rio Wider taking off through the rain on his backhand. Things get a little bumpy and a little bit ribby up the face. So he has decided to opt out of that wave.
Well, things are starting to go a little dark outside. That wind's starting to come a little more out of the north. Either way, these two guys have put their hand up and said, let's surf. So it is the same for both of them. Let's see and hope we can get some clean green waves rolling through for the boys. Some sort of good scoring sections. It's getting a little dark out there. Tippy might have to put the lights on up there in the judging tower.
Well, he can do a lot of things, Mark. Tippy Jubrick. I'm not sure he can put the lights onto the ocean, though.
He's the boss.
He can do anything.
Tippy Jubrick. We love you.
Solly Bailey sitting out there with priority. Only half a wave ridden. Only half a point gotten.
Half a point gotten.
Yep.
All right, so I watched that last heat, mate. It looked like quite an interesting one as well, and a well-served heat from both those guys, and falling short by just over a point, Stokesy. But once again, on his giant killing way, Jesse Mendez, pretty good. The 7-4-3, I saw that, mate. It included an air reverse. It had a nice little mix-up to it. Jesse, a bit of a favourite. He's gone through the draw. He's won every heat he's been in, except the one where Jarvis beat him on the first heat of the round of 32 a couple of days back. So he goes solid now. Dropping into this, looking over his shoulder. You're going to have to just keep some rail in here and be quite strong with your manoeuvring. That wind coming up the face, it could be quite easy to just either drift over the back or hit an untimely bump and sort of blow a ride. So a finish, a completion right there for Solly Bailey. It's not a massive number as what we've seen in the other quarters, but at this point, a wave and a completion, he'll be happy with that.
I think you've got to get every point you can get during these conditions. You can't sit there and wait for conditions to improve in the next 20 minutes until you've got a smooth face. If you can go, just go and see if you can rattle off some turns like he does right there, Solly Bailey.
There's quite a little bit of bump and stuff going on here for Solly to negotiate and to factor into his manoeuvring right there. An almost nosedive, so a pretty good recovery, I reckon. 3 turns in a dark old afternoon down here at Krui. The judges will think about this and factor in what's going on and every other number they've thrown in the preceding quarterfinals. It is quite dark outside. So Rio, a replay here. So this might have been his very first one. No, it wasn't his first wave.
No, it was only half a point his first wave. I think it was a replay of his most recent.
Must have gone on while perhaps Solly was finishing up. Looks a little bit affected by the wind there for Rio Wider. But a lot of hype on this heat. A lot of Indonesians really keen to see if Rio, in the big scheme of qualifying for the championship tour, can just about see the finish line up there. It's a very alluring thing here for Rio. We know he's very level-headed and all the good things you like out of a competitor that's just about to achieve one of his dreams. He's just got to maintain some composure, get the job done. Conditions are the same for both surfers, and we still have no idea on Solly's opening number, or do we? There it is, a 3-5. So Rio's got a couple of scores. So Solly with the opening that's slightly better of that exchange. Plenty of work, plenty of room to move in the scale going up. The wave's still there from what we've seen before. I hope Jesse Mendez gets in here, mate, because he's staying down at Lavina with us. We've watched his act every day, and his eyes have been fairly focused on what he's doing here. I don't know how easy it's going to be to find him out there in the rain, but I'd love Jesse to come in here and have a chat with us.
Yeah, well, he's been kind of on the periphery of the crew hanging down there at Lavina, but you can tell he wants to get into the action. He wants a bit of sing-sing and a bit of sip-sip.
Well, he's going to have to wait another day because he's through to finals day. And as we're saying, he's won probably 5 of the 6 or so heats he has surfed on the men's side of the draw. He's also here doing a little bit of filming. He's brought his filmer with him and getting some clips, putting together something. For what reason, we're not sure. Bit of promotion, but I would love to have had a chat with Jesse and just seeing what his intentions are at this event.
Well, mate, we've got all day tomorrow. He's going to have to surf. Yep, he's an old guy now, so he has to surf twice. So hopefully, for his sake, you'll be talking to him post-final.
Or maybe post-semi-final.
Yeah.
With a win, hopefully. We'll see how it goes. We're sort of looking into the future here. It is going to be finals day tomorrow for all the crew online. Day 6 here of our waiting period. We had 7 days to bounce this thing down. There was a lot of heats. I think we had about 48 hours of competition. So we're down to about 20 heats to go tomorrow. We are kind of maybe thinking Pro Junior quarterfinals this afternoon. Will Hayden-Smith is the commish up there that's going to come up with that decision. Squaring those thoughts off against the head judge, Ty Connigan and Tippy Jubrick. If we do not stop during these quarterfinals, there's every chance the Pro Junior quarters men's will roll out.
Yeah, if this squall just passes over, that'd be cool. I've just filled in the names for the first semi tomorrow.
Who
Java
is?
Searle, Jesse Mendes,
Oh.
Double J.
Mm.
That is going to be an absolute barn burner.
I don't think Jarvis has dropped a heat, and the only heat that Jesse's dropped is to Jarvis.
Oh, that might have got his nose out of joint. Who knows? It's a grudge. I'm calling it a grudge match.
Yeah, all right, okay.
I'll put that down under here, grudge match.
Grudge. All right, remind me of that tomorrow. Either way, that's going to be an epic way to kick off our men's round, the QS 5000. Once we do get to it, at what point that happens, we're not sure. We'll still have a bit of work to get through tomorrow on finals day. We still have Pro Junior men's quarters, Pro Junior women's quarters.
Yep.
So at this stage, if we don't run into any of those rounds, we've got 20 heats tomorrow. Today is a 20 heat day already.
Wow.
So let's just see where we get to this afternoon. It's a little bit annoying that this rain kind of kicked in. It was such a good day. It was looking really good out there. It still kind of is, but the opportunities are a bit more limited. It won't bother Rio one little bit. He's such a pro. He'll know that you just got to keep the focus. He's right there, neck and neck, with the 3-5 of Solly Bailey's, the 3-3-3 of his own. 18 minutes to sort this out. Solly with priority. There he is, the Australian in blue.
How far do you reckon you can see?
He can probably see red. Yeah, they probably don't have a real good read on what's happening beyond maybe 80 to 100 metres out.
Well, it's not that heavy that you've got to tread water and put your surfboard above your head. You've been out in those squalls, haven't you?
Oh my
Absolutely
God, I had
horrible.
a blizzard hit us at Lakey one afternoon during the wet season this year. That was, you couldn't even see the towers, and you know how close they are to where you sit. We were getting swept towards pipe pretty quick. Most people did have their board. The smart ones that went in were probably laughing. The stupid ones like myself that stayed out. We had the boards up. You couldn't see anything, and I'm looking at the towers going, oh my God, I'm drifting a pipe pretty quick.
Oh.
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And I just had to turn around and bite the bullet and paddle in as well. So it's not nice. The good news is the rain's coming straight down. It's not coming sort of horizontal straight into their eyes. So the wind isn't a real factor. It is the rain and the darkness that's kind of a bit of a concern.
Also Rio on the prowl there. Looks like he's gone from up the point down to the mid-range takeoff place. He has second priority, so he's probably put a bit of gap between him and Sol.
He's a thinker.
He's a thinker.
He's a mean competitor. You know, what he's brought to the QS table over the last, well, say 1 month.
Yep.
You go down there and you win Manly. He was at Snapper. He then went to Manly. He then 2 days later fronted up in G-Land.
Yep.
Beat Toledo straight up.
That's right, the world #1.
Yep. The selfies that were going on at that opening ceremony in G-Land, Billy, who was the hit of the day? It was Rio.
Well, or Tippy.
Well,
yeah.
But anyway, we even got a selfie with Rio.
Of course we did.
Yeah, all the Surfing WA boys. So we got that, me, Juddo, Pascal, you and me. So even we were in the groupie wagon there. And then he's come here. He's in a quarterfinal. So an outstanding month and a bit for the young fella. And most Indonesians are looking up at him going, I want to be Rio right now.
100%. And like you said with that interview the other day, he said he's got a lot of admiration for Jack Robinson. He's also a thinker, not a drinker. So he's kind of following his example there. And you can kind of see it walking around the competition side. He's very focused.
And even the answers he gave you, you know, you interviewed him,
Yep.
and you said, okay, so where are you looking at? What's on the horizon for Rio? He's gone, well, I just want to improve with every day and every surf. I'm into just getting better regardless of what I need to do it. That's my immediate focus, because he's gone, I want a gold medal.
Yep.
And then I want to make the championship tour and be world champion.
Well, why do it
Clear.
half-hearted?
Clear cut.
That's what you want.
So he knows where he's going. He trains hard in gyms in Bali. If he's not surfing, and everybody tells me in Bali, he's one of those guys that'll surf Canggu in the morning. They'll see him at Karamas at lunchtime,
Yep.
and he'll probably wrap up a surf at Ulu's late in the evening. He moves around. He's not prepared to just sit and be a local at one spot. He wants a taste of everything he can do and every chance to become the pro surfer and the world champion he wants. We did see him paddle onto a wave. You can see Solly there look over his shoulder going, where did he get to? We're not sure either. Cameraman couldn't see him, so they didn't follow him. He's out there somewhere.
Yep, it looks like he
Did he even take off?
Oh, who knows? Who knows with the rain? Looks like Solly now having a dig at this one. Really low and really powerful on that bottom turn. Hardly any setup time at all, but he still managed to squeeze a turn out. And that one's a bit more than a squeeze. He releases a tail, but hits a bump on the way down, so one complete turn only. Look out there and see Federico still out there doing the water photography in the teeming rain. What a legend.
Look, I like Solly's thinking right there, because you know, that would have been a huge point of difference, blowing half the back of the board out on that. It wasn't a mistake that he overcooked the turn. He clearly wanted to bust the fins. He clearly wanted to send the judges a message that here's something different. Give me a different number, because at this stage they're duking out 3-point somethings. So a good train of thought there, Solly. Almost got the execution right, but you can see he knows he's in a big heat. He's definitely trying to bring his A game.
Also the presence of mind just to, as soon as he blew that turn, to turn around and paddle out to
Here it
try
is
and
again.
regain that
This
priority.
is what happened with Rio. So I'll take us through this one. You look at the next one, Billy. So some decent work. That was a nice turn from Rio. Board above the lip always looks good. One big blast perhaps to finish. All right, there was a semi-little moment where he gave himself a little hurrah.
Yeah, and this is the second turn off Solly. Yep, you're right. Let's try and blast that tail. Just, I don't know what mistake he made there, but it was a small wave and he did it so well to get up there above it anyhow. This could be live
I'd
action.
say this is a fresh wave from Rio. So a really big high hit above the lip. The judges are going to note that. A really strong third manoeuvre. Well, forget about the fall. The turns he did before that. Wave of the heat for me, Bill. His other wave was a 5.5. I reckon that was eye-catching stuff. Board above the lip always looks good. He did it a couple of times in rapid succession. So I'm thinking his 3.3 is definitely gone. He'll ramp that up and put a fair bit more scoreboard pressure on Solly Bailey.
Yeah, that was a really tasty opening turn. This one a bit of a check turn, and he's seeing things are standing up here. That is money. And a follow-up little foam climb. Bonus section in here, upside down, board above the head. Judges love that, and another little vertical attack, which he just stumbles on the end. But like you said,
wave of the heat, I reckon.
Yeah, wave of the heat.
So Solly will be chasing something more significant than the 5.34 that is presently on our screen. Rio wider, starting to show his professionalism in some tricky conditions here. Made a 7.33. There we go. So now, geez, young fella from Australia needs a 9.33. Rio wider, stepping it up big time.
Or a couple of fives.
Well, what Solly needs now, the 9.33 is a big number. The 12.83 is a more perhaps manageable way to look at this. A 6 and a 7, and he'll be there. So Solly's just got to keep the belief going here and going, okay, well, he's had the better waves. There's still plenty of time. Solly has priority. He's been around long enough to know that you don't panic. You kind of break that equation down to put it in manageable perspective.
Yep.
So let's see what he can answer back. But I'm tipping something's got to happen in the next few minutes to give himself a good opportunity to really get back and challenge Rio here.
Tick under 11 minutes. The rain still teeming down. The playing surface looking quite smooth, though. It hasn't got that squally wind of yesterday that totally messed things up. Rio on the move. Solly with priority already. And
Solly
here he
Bailey.
goes, Mark.
All right, so wave number 3, I think, for Solly. He looks down the line, flicks off in disgust, and it's gone, hell. No more time for errors now for Solly Bailey. 10 and a bit on the clock. He'll have second priority. I'm just preempting that because I think Rio's probably paddled past his point of where he is in the lineup. It's a bit of a pity there for Solly. He waited a little while. He's now looking again. Not kind of what he needs. Not the right spot for the takeoff. No priority on the board just yet. Looks at his watch, listening to the announcements. Wishing he hadn't been listening to a 9.33 required. Toll. But that 7.33 of Rio's was just good work rate, mate. It was reading every section to perfection. The board above the lip, judges have said all event. They want to see that. Top to bottom surfing. He really did some fierce top turns and rode away. There it is. So you think Solly gets priority? He does indeed. Here comes the Sumatran Tiger.
Sit right on. No, not even on him. Just straight inside. Didn't even see you, mate. See you later.
He'll probably sit up and wave and go, what does he need again?
Oh,
Let's call that out. Call that out. What? A 9.33. Did you hear that, Sol? That's a 9.33.
Now does Solly think, well, where's he going? I better follow him.
This is what, and I saw Mike Clayton Brown while I was on my break. This is what Mike did to Jarvis in that first heat, and I gave him some pats on the back. He said, yeah. I was just trying to get him to take something he didn't want, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, mate, that doesn't matter. I said, I thought you gave yourself every chance. Very competitive effort. Here we go, Billy.
Yeah, this is Rio. He's snuck away from under Solly and really belts that first section. You can't give this kid a little sniff because he will take the whole lot. That is turn number 5, lost count, but everyone has a bit of substance to it. So Rio Wider, don't give him an inch.
All right, Solly now a small inside wave. He's thinking, well, I've got to narrow the gap shortly because it's getting away from me. I think Rio will probably add to the requirement there of Solly's. Some pretty fierce surfing. His 5.5 was his backup number. I really like the way, the aggression in Rio surfing. Now he's got his confidence up. He can sense that he's got this fella on the ropes. So Solly, it wasn't a bad answer back here, but it wasn't as good as Rio's. There's nowhere near the 9.33. That little fumble, you might as well get off.
Well, he's a big bloke, isn't he? He's a big lad, and these smaller waves aren't really playing into his hands. This guy, light, strong, and nimble. Super fast maneuvers, and love that really drawn out, tight arc backhand attack that he's got. A couple of different speeds of the board during the one turn, and it makes all that spray. It makes it look really dramatic.
The 5.5 is gone for me, mate.
Oh yeah, that was super cool.
7.20, Solly Bailey is just about getting the 8 count from the judge the referee right now, because once that number for Rio drops through, and it's I've got a bet on this heat as well. It wasn't my fault. Tonjo dragged me into this the other day. I'm walking up the road by myself in the morning. He goes past on the motorbike, stops, goes, get on. And he goes, wow, a big hit tomorrow. Rio and Solly Bailey. I said, yeah, that's a tough hit. He goes, you want to bet? I went, yeah, all right. And he goes, bintang? Whatever, his hand came out. I had to shake it. So I had to take the bet. It's now blown up to a 9.9 requirement.
Wow.
Do I have to buy Tonjo a bottle? Probably. And he was that confident. Right after we've made the bet, he's gone, so Walker, when you come and bring me the bottle tomorrow, make it please a cold one. I said, hang on. Maybe you have to come and see me. He goes, no, you buy me beer.
Now, Mark Cliff, you have been kicking around Indonesia for a good 30 years. You should know better than to make a bet with a Padma boy.
Well, I'm back in the Aussie. Rio there, I love what he does. It's insane. How's Tonjo's slow-mos? Toto's replays and slow-mos here are really cool. There is another one. Vicious work here from Rio on a small kind of just an inside wave most other quarterfinals probably wouldn't have looked at, and Rio's turned that thing into a high 7.
4 different turns.
All right, so I think we've got some live action here now. The big fella out of Byron Bay. He's just he's under so much pressure here that he's just about grabbing rails, but he did keep that clean in contrast to what we saw out of Rio. Oh, the big fella will have that kind of sinking feeling. 5.5 minutes. Rio Wider, he's the man of the moment, probably across many nations at the moment for a reason. So Solly Bailey is probably a little down in the dumps, but he's being kind of schooled here by a guy that has been schooling everyone.
Yeah, it's true. Yep, it's not some kid just fluked his way into this out of Kuta Bali. He is a seasoned campaigner now, all around the world, in through Australia, in through Japan, all through Indonesia, Thailand, everywhere that the Asian surfing crew has gone.
And at any level on the 3-tier system, the CT, the Challenger, the QS, at any one of those levels, he is no longer an underdog. He will be considered a major threat no matter wherever he rolls up in the world at whatever tier of event he contests, such has been the year and the season that Rio is putting together. So Solly, you can feel a little bit for him. He needs a 9.9. That's a huge number. No one's gone there. I think the 9.6 of Jamie Thompson this morning is about as close as anyone's got.
And that was massive.
So the rain looks like it's starting to back off, Billy. As we look out the window, I can sort of see the jungle back out there in the horizon. So we weren't able to see that earlier. I think maybe the worst of it has gone. So I'm pretty confident quarterfinal number 4 will take place and bounce down in 4 minutes' time. It's going to be Reef Hazelwood and Billy Stearman.
That is going to be a ripper. Bilbo Baggins.
There's Bilbo in the blue.
Yep. Check him out. He'll be clicking his fingers and tapping his toes, ready to go in quarterfinal number 4. Here goes Solly Bailey. Things aren't looking good for the big Australian.
Nah, well, as we said earlier, no disgrace here. He's put up a fighting challenge, the 6.6, the 5.33. He's thrown a lot at this heat. He's thrown a lot at Rio. Rio's thrown every bit of it back. 2 high scores sit in the red column, and he's just come up against an in-form and a red-hot surfer, full of confidence in Rio Wider. The whole nation's on his shoulders here. And he said sometimes when you asked him that question, do you feel the weight of the country? And he goes, I just try and get better. And I keep my head. He goes, win or lose for me, the same.
Yeah.
I just move on.
If you are an opponent of that young man, that would kind of make things confusing, wouldn't it?
It would freak you out a little bit because he seems unruffled. Yes, he seems unruffled in his approach and his train of thought. He's just got these serious blinkers on for where he wants to go, and everything else is just outside noise that doesn't enter his train of thought.
And you're in the way.
Yeah.
You're in the way of his goals and his train of thought. So
win or lose, same for me.
Yep.
Oh, I've never heard anyone say that.
No, just loves it.
He loves it. He loves the rash he on. He's a born competitor. He's a brilliant surfer who is got a super strong touch of the smarts. His confidence levels is through the roof, Billy. So he's got all the things it takes to be successful. Rio Wider, another feather in his cap right here. So an 8.63 is the requirement now for Solly. It's still a huge number. It's still 2 minutes. Let's not write off the Aussie.
Because it is not over until it's over. That is the
wise words from Giada. Here goes Rio. Of course, he's taken this wave off him, Billy.
Yep, this is Rio Wider. He had to take that as Sol Bailey was pressuring him. Bit of a strategic move by Solly, but then you look back and you see this massive fan of spray.
Doesn't matter. There's only one of them. Will not improve at all. Won't even go near one of his top 2 waves. So Solly, I reckon, a nice sell. He's got one opportunity here with 90 seconds to go. There is a set coming, Billy. Needs an 8.63. He's been putting together big numbers and impressing the judges all event.
It's getting exciting.
It sure as hell is. As much as we just gave Rio the biggest raps in the world, Solly Bailey can still turn this around. Mark my words. In the big surf throughout the week, Solly has been an absolute standout. He's spied something. He's got his paddling shoulders moving here, Billy. I'll let you take us through this should he take off.
Yeah, he is turning. He is going. The advantage he has is the weight and the power in his moves. There is one. He releases the fins out the back of the wave for that one. He repeats the dose in the second turn. This is looking great for the guy from Byron Bay. That's a good looking 3rd or 4th turn. I've lost count. This wave, he's going to have to get over that full part and rattle off a couple more turns on the inside to garnish that 8.63. He's given himself every chance. There's only 40 seconds remaining. Let's have a look at his body language. I don't know. He's given it a clap. He's trying to talk the judges into it. Why not a bit of a fist pump? The Australian with a late charge.
Wow, how good's it going to be watching this replay?
Wait.
Hutty, 20 seconds to go. Those first two turns, big fin drifts, absolutely going flat out, redlining that whole first couple of sections that came his way. He's definitely given himself a chance here. It's going to be over to the judges with 10 seconds to go. Rio's just given Reef Hazelwood a bit of a high five, a bit of a finger click on the way past, but a really strong response from Solly Bailey. We're not going to preempt where it goes, but hell, this could turn into a pretty close result.
It will, mate, and we're going to have to come back for that result. We'll cross to a bit of an ad break. Wherever you are around the world, stick with us because that is an exciting result. We'll see you in a second.
We're back in the afternoon semi-rain squall. We are looking at quarterfinal number 4 of the men's, Reef Hazelwood and Bilbo Stairman. And it is the Australian in red, Billy in blue. An epic heat. We've just watched Giada. Did you
Yes.
pay that heat close attention?
I did. I was watching that heat, and Rio's a good friend of mine, so I do hope he passes that heat. We're still waiting for the score of the last wave of Solly Bailey. I'm sure the judges are looking and re-looking at this wave.
It was pretty sick. I still didn't see the replay of the wave. The first time around, there was a couple of big fin drifts. There was a lot of top to bottom surfing, which has been the theme the judges have been throwing out there as what they want to see. There was some release of the tail twice, so it was pretty high risk. He went on down the line and added a couple more moves to it. So here is the action replay. So that was the first hit. Boom. That was the second hit. You can see the tail busting out the back twice in a row. Boom. Right there was the second big tail drift. Then another strong grind. Solly Bailey. He absolutely stepped up to the challenge when he was seriously in need of a big score. For all the crew online, I'm not sure whether this next heat has even started. The judges have not thrown their numbers, so I imagine the next heat is on hold. And score waiting. The whole world's waiting for this.
Yeah, all
This is a huge moment. This is a huge moment. Needed an 8.63, gets a 7.97, does not advance. It's going to be Rio Wider moving through to the next, but Solly Bailey, huge pat on the back. What a way to go down, and he went down absolutely swinging hard. Rio Wider moving through to the semi-finals and continues on his giant killing way.
Yes, wow, what crazy moments just now. I'm sure all the Indonesian team right now are breathing a sigh of relief.
That was so hectic. I mean, congratulations, Solly Bailey. You know, he's up against the most informed surfer going around at the moment. He's lost by, say, 3/4 of a point. The 7.97 saved his best for last. Just the 6.6 was just a little low as your backup score when you're against a raging in form Rio. But here goes Reef Hazelwood.
Another really great performance and a standout of this event has been Reef Hazelwood as he starts off his quarterfinal really strong and a great looking wave.
It was. I liked it. He squared up a lot of times, bored above the lip on pretty much every hit. He's got a solid campaigner in Billy Stammond out there now with priority. So this heat only just started. There's 40 seconds off the clock. While waiting for that official result, it was a nail-biting moment. Rio Wider will look at that and go, that's a turning point in my Krui campaign, because it could have gone either way.
Yeah, for sure. It really could have, as we see a replay of Reef Hazelwood's last wave. Great way to start his quarterfinal. You know, sometimes just getting into that rhythm and finishing off nice and strong. You know, he must be really looking forward for this heat as well.
Yeah, 4 really strong moves right there from Reef. So the judges will have taken a deep breather after that last moment there in quarterfinal 4. A 5-3-3 it locks in at. A lot of good work done right there. I was just having a chat with Reef about an hour ago on my break. Said he's been a little under the weather health-wise. He's had a little moment of some issues with stomach viruses, etc., but this fella here has got no issues with anything. He's just blasting away. This is Billy Stammond. He's got one of the most lethal backhands you've ever seen. It doesn't quite pan out the way he wanted. He did some good work out the back. This is another solid matchup.
Yes, we have a goofy versus regular. So it'll be good to see who takes the top scoring waves here, as Billy's last one came out really nicely. The first few turns were really crisp and sharp.
There was a moment where he kind of fumbled, and he'll regret this. I think it comes after this move here. Just that little moment there, but a good recovery and straight into his biggest blast of the whole heat. That is classic in-form Billy Stammond there. That's his go-to move out of NZ. He's got you know, we're talking about Rio with the weight of the nation on his shoulders. Well, that's where Billy sits in the NZ side of life. An 8-time national champion.
Yes, I've heard that in one of your interviews with him.
Yeah, he's a good fella. I met him a bunch of years ago down at Lakey Peak. There's been a whole lot of good Kiwis that have come up there and been super impressive over the years. And he's an outright character, and sure he's got a monstrous fan base down there in NZ because he's a champion.
I have seen him a few times representing New Zealand in the ISAs, and a very strong surfer and very friendly as well.
Yeah,
always says hello and has a smile on his face.
Yep, he's got a lot of time for everyone. He's a good fella.
Yes.
No ego attached to Billy Stammond. All right, so it is a battle of the Anzacs. Reef Hazelwood, the Australian, Billy Stammond, the Kiwi, and at this stage a minor lead to the Aussie. 5-3-3, plenty of time to sort out a result here in our final quarterfinal of the men's side of the draw, potentially rolling into Pro Junior quarters, the men's. Let's see if that happens. What is the time down here? It's 3:30. So we do need 2 hours to finish that round. That would put us at 5:30. That's getting pretty dark. Plus 26 minutes in this heat puts us at 6 o'clock, which is black. I'm doubting whether those quarters go ahead, to be honest.
Me too.
Garda.
I would maybe 1 heat or maximum 2.
It's kind of hard to do that. The other guys go, well, you know, if tomorrow's really good or really crap, they'll go, well, thanks for not running us all yesterday, or you know, they're a bit reluctant to do that. So I doubt whether there'll be, you know, if there's not one, if there's not 4, there won't be 1.
Yeah,
I think we're going to run out of time.
I think so too, but we never know. So as the waves did get really good out there, and I'm hoping they don't run so I can go for an afternoon surf.
Did you have one yesterday?
I did, and it was very, very good.
Out in front?
Yes.
Well done, you.
And everyone was at Mandiri somehow, so
So
there
you
was no
scored.
one out. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. I would love to see some more action out here. It would be great to see the Pro Junior quarterfinals.
25 minutes to go. I imagine we'll know within about 20 minutes whether we have any more of today's format remaining. Billy's just hustling around trying to get something under priority. Reef is a cool customer He's done the rounds. Both these guys have done the rounds for a long time. Could just about be considered, at this event, could just about be considered elder statesmen of the QS. They've both been around for a long time. I know Reef is still not an old guy by any stretch of the imagination. Billy's been around for a long time. I imagine he's still within his peak years. Without knowing their ages, they have been going the rounds for a long time.
Yeah, and Reef is a name you see a lot on Instagram as well, known for his airs. I've definitely seen a few videos posted by Stab of Reef's airs, and such amazing work, as I saw him catch one of the best waves I've ever seen at Krui in a free serve. So
are they doing an interview with you?
as we don't see, we see a few waves coming through, but nothing that the men are interested in. So, a very exciting finish in the last one.
Well, it was outrageously good, and Solly Bailey can seriously hold his head high walking off this beach, coming well within striking distance of a rampaging Rio Wider. Was less than 3/4 of a point at the end of the day, Giada. So, the Byron Bay boy, he'll probably be a little disappointed, but you can't be totally bummed at a performance like that. So
yes,
it's the times you really make mistakes and let yourself down, and you lose a close one. You go, damn, I blew that, and you get a bit, a real down on yourself. But I don't think Solly made too many errors at all. I think he really flew the Aussie flag well. And you lose a heat like that, you go, well, I just got out-surfed.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the other guy. I did well, but you did better.
I agree.
Keep going.
It wasn't a matter of luck anymore. It was a matter of, the best performance and the best waves that were being selected. So it was a great heat to watch, and congratulations to Rio Waida. The local crowd must be going pretty ham out there, excited that the local boy did pass his heat.
All the crew in Bali that would be watching online, in the Rio camp. He's got a massive fan base back at home. He's an absolute rock star down in Bali. He surfs a lot. He surfs at all the different spots. He trains hard in the gym. He's full focus, laser focus on where he wants to go, and that's just another step forward for Rio. And I think Billy Hangen is down there actually having a little bit of a after heat interview with Rio, so maybe we'll get to hear that shortly.
Yeah, it would be great to see and hear a few words of what's going through Rio's head right now, right after that heat. Especially those moments are so nerve-wracking, and getting into the semis is a big result here in the 5,000.
Oh my God. After a heat like that, I'd almost love to have a chat with Solly as well. I don't know how possible that is, but just to give him some props. Maybe I'll see him tonight at the karaoke machine down there they call Lavina.
Yes, I actually have not been into the karaoke just yet, but I've heard so much about it. So
do you do karaoke? You get up there and have do you have a sing?
I don't. I'm more of a dancer. I'm more of a get on the dance floor for a boogie type of person. But definitely would like to see some of the action going down in the
You're one of the only
karaoke.
You're one of the only people that hasn't been down there. I tell you, our premises has been well attended by pretty much most of the crew in the event. The noise goes up, and the party shoes come out. So only 2 waves have been ridden, so a little bit of a slow start here. At least you can see the rain's cleared off. We can now see sets that might be coming in the distance, and just that little rain squall only lasted for pretty much a majority of that last heat. It was still quite high scoring. It was a brilliant heat to watch. Everybody tipped this heat, quarterfinal 3, as the main event, and it sort of really lived up to it, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it was a great heat to watch, and super entertaining. And it was good to see. I was down with the Indo team a little bit before Rio's heat, and it was good to see them all supporting him there.
Of course they are. we're just moments away from potentially seeing, in the big scheme of things, potentially seeing Indonesia's first full-time CT campaigner. So I think we are going to get Rio in here to have a chat with us, and that'll be good. No, he's not. Billy's done an interview, so we're going to throw
All
it out
right,
Billy.
how
Yeah.
lucky am I? Again, I get to speak to Rio Waida. You had a big, long wait at the end of that. Sol Bailey had a cracking wave in the last 40 seconds of the heat. Were you nervous? Were you looking for another wave? What was going through your head?
At the end?
Yeah, at the end.
At the end, it's only 1 minute left, so I can't, and he had priority, so it was all about Soli. I can't do anything, so I don't know, I think he served good. He got 7.9, so good job. So he was served really good in this event. He was the favorite guy to watch in this event, so it was hard. What can I say? He's the hardest guy to beat in this event, I think. So I'm happy to beat him.
Yeah, he was a big scalp, a big threat in this competition. Just saw him there. He wasn't happy, which is expected. He wanted to win, same as you wanted to win. You both got out there, and it was really raining hard. The wave seemed to stop for a little while. Does this make you do a different strategy because the wave disappeared?
Yeah. Soon as heat started, big rain came, and then I took off one wave, and I couldn't see anything because it was so windy and rain going to my eyes, and then I start to panicking, and then start to don't know where to sit because it was not many waves. It was waves got weaker and got slower, so I was like, okay, sit down and take a deep breath, and okay, he hasn't catch a wave. I haven't catch a good wave, so I was just, and I didn't have a priority, so I just want to catch little one, and I got 5-5 and start to build my confidence, and then luckily there's one little wave came, and then he didn't go, so he didn't go, so I just went and got 7 points, and then from there I just, okay, play the game, sit next to him and live it off, put him deeper and stuff. That's what I did, but little bit of mistake at the end. He sold me that one wave and I went. It was pretty bad wave, and then that's the only mistake. So next one I'm gonna fix it and hope better.
That's right. Well, you played an excellent strategic game in that heat. Also, every wave you caught, your turns were looking really crisp and really powerful. Do you feel like you're on a bit of a run, a bit of a flow?
I don't know. I just feel strong, I guess. I feel like strongest that I ever felt, and the fit. I don't have any tired body or any that bother me. There's nothing that bother me. So I just doing my normal surfing and just follow my strategy.
Beautiful. I also saw you getting a debrief from your coach over there, Dylan Wah. How valuable is it having him here, the national coach?
Yeah, it's good to have someone next to me, and we just have normal conversation. He doesn't tell oh, you should do this, or I should do that. He never say that. We just have a normal conversation. Just okay, look like the second wave looks better and stuff. That's it, just normal conversation. But it's good to have someone next to me and help me a lot.
Well, you betcha. Well, all these people are here. Ladies and gentlemen, Rio Waida into the semi-final. Come on!
Well, how cool was that, Giada? And that's a good look into the mindset of Rio Waida. Some of his answers just, really in depth, and really happy to share everything he was thinking about then, and the confidence of that young man is outstanding.
Yeah, it's great insight, and he really did share everything, as you said. It was great to see insights and, explaining all the mistakes he did and what was going through his head, and how he wants to improve in the next heat.
Oh my goodness! If you are an up-and-coming surfer and you heard that interview just then, take that on board. He gave us a breakdown of the whole heat, even to the point of he sold me a lemon and I took it, and then I just went, well, okay, and and everything he said to Billy was really cool. Here's some action replay of Billy Stearman just went nuts on this small inside wave, so I imagine we're still waiting for that number to drop. And Reef Hazelwood, a quick in and out. So yeah, that was brilliant. Young Rio, he's a real thinker. You can see by what he gave us then at that interview that he just was thinking non-stop throughout the heat. He, would give us 1.5 minute answers as to what happened at that point. It was brilliant. So thanks for opening up there and not shutting us out and giving us 1 or 2 word answers. That was unreal. Thanks, Rio. Look at that 6-3-3. That was Billy Stairman 6-3-3. The couple of vicious hacks in rapid succession.
Yeah, it's that famous backhand you were talking
it's
about.
that good.
It's such a great style he has, and once he starts, he really does look unstoppable.
Well, it is a severe weapon. Anybody would be happy to pack that. Over the years, it's earned him thousands of points and probably a whole lot of money as well. It is a really reliable, consistent go-to move from Billy. So he'd be pretty happy that this is held on a left-hander. It's his weapon.
Yes, I imagine so. I can see him practicing lots in, is it Raglan that way in New Zealand?
Yeah. He would have practiced. I don't know how many thousands of times he's practiced that move. Here he goes again. Let's maybe see some more of that.
Just checking a wave out, but does not commit. But yes, as 13 minutes and 30 seconds left, we see a 6-3-3 from Billy Stairman and a 4-10. Reef Hazelwood only looking for a 5.11. It's not big requirement.
He got more than that on his first wave, so Reef's a believer. It's right there.
Yes, Reef is a very talented believer, and he's definitely capable of getting that 5.11 in his sleep, for what I have seen in his other heats.
Yep, he's been doing the rounds long enough. One of those guys I've seen competing for a number of years through juniors, Aussie titles, Subway juniors. He's been in some CTs. He came to Margaret River and got a berth there. So, there's a lot to like about Reef Hazelwood. He's been knocking on the door for a CT call-up for a while. So he wants to do a Rio and get up there and keep his dream alive and blast into to that next realm, full-time on the CT.
Yes. So what do you know about our surfer in blue, Billy Stairman?
I love what he does. He will just stay with this. This is Reef screaming down the line. We know he's got a good air game. He widens the stance. Can't quite land it, but it was really good work. I'm pretty sure we are going into the junior boys quarterfinals. We'll confirm whether they're still held at 20 minutes or not as they get going. All day they've been 20 minutes. I think potentially they're 4-person matchups. They're coming at us next, so I better find the draw and see exactly who's in the very next heat. So everyone online. It is Jamie Thompson who will be featuring in red in the very first quarterfinal. He owns a 9.6, the highest number thrown out in the last 6 days, so he'll be a danger. Onu Reiha out of Japan will surf in blue. Java Searle, you've heard about him, non-stop. He's in white, and Varun Tanjong coming up next in green.
Yeah, it has seemed like in the juniors, Jamie Thompson has been quite unstoppable. He has really let loose and relaxed throughout this whole junior event. He is also someone to keep your eye out as we see some sets coming towards the surfers. We'll see if Reef Hazelwood does not manage to catch that.
It's still really clean out there. That's what I'm liking. The decision to roll out. Look at the surface of the waves here.
Yeah.
It's still highly contestable. Here we go, Billy now. Quick up and down for Billy. Cashing in priority, potentially a little mini mistake there. Handing Reef Hazelwood an opportunity, chasing just a 5.11. So here goes Reef. He had a good look. He'll probably lose priority now. He does. Billy Stairman gains the P, so
he got really lucky.
A little fumble from both the boys right there. A little back and forward moment with the priority. Back to Billy.
Yep. Billy did get really lucky knowing that Reef can catch that 5 in even a small wave just by landing in air, maybe.
Well, it was a little moment, a little brain fade by Billy, and then a little brain fade in return by Reef, and they've just tossed that priority around, and it sits right where it left off about a minute ago. So Billy Stairman.
Yeah.
Billy just needs to improve on the 4.1. Reef chasing something just over 5, so Reef now a little moment, just having a look down the line, not what he needs.
You can really see on on the surface of the water, the onshore really picked up. Even the way.
Billy Stammen's got an overhead left-hander, and that spells danger.
Wow, what a great start of that wave. I would like to see if he did do anything before that.
I don't think he did, Giada, but he's pumping now. He knows he needs an inside track here. He's going to get it as well. He's got a whole lot of speed as the wave doubles in size. Big crunch.
What a great wave.
Well, Billy's 410 will disappear off his score line. He'll add another pretty solid number, I reckon. And Reef Hazelwood, that 511 will probably add at least a couple of points to that requirement. I reckon he's going to be in need of it. We are back. Can't see our TV on at the moment. We'll have to get Sam to maybe come and have a look at that for us. It's just coming back now. A little moment of madness down here at Krui at Tanjung Setia. I think we had a little lightning strike pretty close to the site. Stuff went offline right as Billy jumped to his feet and was screaming down the line. The score, where is it? Billy's last wave.
Could it be 493?
Oh, come on. Really? All right, well, at this stage with 6 minutes remaining, all right, Reef at this point is chasing a high 5. We apologise to the crew online. I'm pretty sure there was a moment with our electricity supply. There was a lightning bolt outside in this storm this afternoon. So frantically, we only lost about a minute off the broadcast. But we are back live.
We are, and just that was a quick reminder that we are indeed in the jungle still. This is in the middle of nowhere as Reef now on this wave. Billy getting a 493 on the last one.
Wow. Reef just a little touch of the fumbles right there, chasing about 6 points to go back into first. Billy's wave looked really good to me with that bonus section down the end of the Reef.
I agree.
So I'm not sure, but you know, we're not sitting up there judging and comparing numbers and looking at the screen for replays there. So it locked in at a backup number for Billy. Anyway, he's still in the lead. It's still quite close. 594 needed by Hazelwood. Much highly anticipated surfer. He'll be hoping for a better opportunity than he just had on this wave, I think, where he falls.
Yep, this is the replay where he did just come unstuck.
Yep, hit an untimely piece of chop mid cutback and down he went. So priority goes to the Kiwi. It is a battle of the Anzacs here. That is Billy out the back prowling the lineup, trying to find where is Reef. He'll probably think, okay, you know, 4 and a bit minutes to go, pay a bit of respect to your opponent and just go and sit fairly close to him. He's looking and asking for an update.
4 minutes remaining in the last quarterfinal of today as we go into the Pro Junior Men's quarterfinal.
Yeah, so we just announced who was in that. There'll be 4 manners. Not sure of the time frame attached to these quarterfinals, but Jamie Thompson, Onu Reiha out of Japan, Jarvis Earl and Varun Tanjong up next. I'm sure a lot of crew online would have just gone, okay, we better reset and get online. I'm sure, as we've been saying all day, Varun's dad will probably be watching. You know, Jarvis's dad is out here on site. Some crew in Jamie Thompson's corner. He's got a whole bunch of the Lavina boys there that are in his corner. And also the Japanese fella up next. There's a lot of his mates getting around as well. So
yeah, it was nice to see a lot of the Japanese crew coming down and supporting each other as well. So it's a great energy down at the contest site, as every time I come out I see everyone coming and supporting each other and giving each other, you know, the best for the heat and that good mojo.
Yeah, and even like Rio was saying, having Dylan there, he said they just have regular chats and this and that, and Dylan doesn't tell him what he should or shouldn't do, but he said it's just good to have someone there.
Yeah.
A la all the Japanese campaigners as well. Got a lot of bunch of their mates there. Billy Stearman, a 2-turn hit wave at this stage. The end section beats him to a finishing manoeuvre. Trying to improve on a score just below 5 points. Reef chasing something just below 6 points. It's another one of these heats that is well positioned for a blockbuster finish. Here goes Reef Hazelwood. Giada.
Looking for a 5.94 and looking good as well for the requirement he needs. If he can finish off this last one, just comes unstuck, maybe just overdid it a little bit in the end.
he was kind of on his way, you know. He was doing some really good work. It's rare that you see Reef take perhaps the wrong approach and the wrong manoeuvre selection. Threw in a monstrous air. That would have been the biggest error of the event had he nailed it.
For sure. As
So
we see Billy's replay of the quick 2 turns.
Yep, so that won't factor in. He'll still be trying to improve the 493. Now, this is the wave in question. It wasn't a bad opportunity here for Reef. He kind of, ditched the fins on the first turn. A nice spicy whip, a third good hit. This fourth hit here probably just needed to be a little more of a stock standard approach and just a good solid belt to maybe give himself a better chance.
I agree.
We're down to 90 seconds. I think the judges have still got something to think about there with Reef's score. I feel it's definitely better than his 3.9. It needs to turn into his absolute best wave. Another one of these nail-biting finishes, Jada. The judges that must be doing their head in to have so many close results over the whole day.
It has been all day, those last few minutes of the heat.
It's just under.
So,
I just got to put a quick shout out. I just got a message that Jimmy Two Rocks Trengrove is watching online and he's given me a shout out. So Jimmy, woohoo! He's outside. Oh, we'll get back to that. All right, I'll get to him in a minute. I do have a break in 40 seconds. The stuff just got really close. Hazelwood's number just under what he needed. It's one of the, it's 5.33 or the 5.3. I'm not sure exactly. Let's have a look on here for me, Giada. Let's see what that number locked in at.
It's
Either way, there's 2 scores very similar for Reef Hazelwood. He needed just below 6 points. He needed the 5.94. He got the 5. It's either, I think it's the 5.3. Here goes Billy with 5 seconds remaining.
Run for Billy. What a great start to this wave. Let's see if it gives him what he needs to finish it off.
He's pretty happy. He gave himself a full fist pump there. He would have heard that Reef's number was a little under what he needed, so he rode that last wave as a bit of a victory lap into the beach. It's going to be congratulations, Billy Stearman, with a slender lead over that heat there from Reef Hazelwood. So go the Kiwi through to the semi-finals, everybody. We'll be back in a minute to start the Pro Juniors.
Everyone, and welcome back to the Krui Pro. We are now into the first quarterfinal of the Men's Pro Junior. In the heat, we have Jamie Thompson from Australia, Ono Raya from Japan, Jarvis Earl from Australia, and Varun Tanjung from Indonesia. And in me, I have Mr. Oni Anwar.
Hello everyone, and hi Giada.
Hi Oni, how have you been?
I'm good. It's just raining out there, so it's good to be sitting here and chat with you. And that last heat was pretty gnarly too. Very feisty with Billy Stearman.
Yes, it was. It was a very close heat, and Reef just not getting what he needed. As we saw an opening ride from our surfer in red, Jamie Thompson. So we'll be waiting for the replay. Here it is. Talk us through this one, Oni.
Yeah, I like how smooth he's surfing. The waves are firing. The rain just came also clear out the bumpy section. Looks so nice. Bam, explosive. Throws a lot of spray, this guy. And yeah, I think that would be a good score. Open up with a couple of big slabs.
I agree. So Oni, tell us a little bit about your day. Like, what have you been doing in and around the Krui Pro?
A lot. I've been doing the beach commentating. It's pretty good. You like waiting for the scores and some like upsets between Rio and Soli Bailey. That was really gnarly because I think that's definitely the highlight of the day for me. And here you go, Varun Tanjung.
Varun Tanjung. Great way to open this heat. This wave is looking really good. You know, as we see that offshore wind really, you know, hitting that wave. So, tell us a little bit. What do you know about our friend Varun Tanjung?
I know he's a frothing grommet, hang out with Bronson a lot.
Yeah.
This guy's a cool, you know, as stepping down from his dad, Rizal Tanjung, and Varun is another new character for me. I like him, and he's just definitely have a bright future for this kid. And yeah, doing both events, the juniors and the QS. I think made a couple hit the QS, and they're staying in Mandiri with Bronson, Weston. Yeah, I think we want to see him do well in this contest.
Yes, as Jamie Thompson's last wave came in at 7.17, sorry. What a great way to start a heat, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I agree. Definitely. But you still have to wait to see and Jarvis Earl. I think that's one of the favorite in this event. In the QS still going, and junior still going. How do you have so much energy to do both events?
I think Jarvis has surfed 3 heats today already, and one of them being half an hour. So he's got a lot of energy. I'm sure he's resting a lot in between his heats because that's a lot of power inside that young man. As you see, our Japanese surfer, Ono Raiha.
Good job at trying to pronounce his name. For someone out there who can help us pronounce this, oh no, Raiha. And he's still going.
Great wave from our Japanese surfer. You know, quite an international heat here. We've got Indonesia, Japan, and Australia.
Yep, I like that when there's a lot of different nationalities in the heat. I'm always excited to watch because then a lot of people just watching, you know, from different countries, you know. Especially Varun Tanjung represent. Of course, me, I'm like, yeah, go Varun. But then, yeah, Jamie Thompson, Australia. There's a lot of support from Australia here, as he posted a 7.17 for that, and everybody will be cheering for that on the beach.
Another really interesting one is Jarvis Earl. You know, he's definitely been a standout in this event, and such a great surfer, so mature in his surfing as well.
I agree.
He is into the semifinals of the QS 5000, if I'm not wrong.
Yep, I think he surfed against Jesse Mendes or something. No, Billy Stearman.
It's gonna be a great heat to watch. As the surfer in white right now, Jarvis Earl, is on this wave, taking it all the way to the inside.
He's not tired. He's still going his kid. Whack. A lot of Red Bulls. Like he's sponsored by Red Bull. He gives him wings.
I agree. He's probably gotten quite a few Red Bulls in him. So, you know, it's going to be a great afternoon full of action. We have 3 more quarterfinals to go.
Yeah, and then tomorrow is our final day, yeah?
Tomorrow
Are you excited to watch that?
Finals day. I am. I'm very excited to see finals day. It's going to be a day full of action. So, I think it's going to be great. What do you think?
Yeah, looks like Rio surfing and oh here you go, Farun. Oh, like that spray coming out of that thing. Super strong surfing by Farun Tanjung. I don't really like that catch, but let's see what the judge say about that. Yeah, there's still skinny little arms and legs, but still throwing sprays. And this is the man, Japanese fella. Oh no, Reiha.
Oh no. Oh no.
A couple of the last name was Ota. You know the Ota?
Yeah.
Here you go.
I went up to him the other day and asked him so I could pronounce it properly, and he
Yeah.
said it's Ota. Oto. Sorry.
Oto.
Or Ota.
I think it's Oto.
Oto.
You're right. Oto. I like this finishing. Whoa. Did he make it? Yeah. Here you go. Who's this? What? That was the last hit. Okay, sorry, that is just little bit things for the technical thing. Okay, here you go.
Oh my. That looked really painful. That was not a very nice thing to go through.
Oh, is he okay? He's struggling to get on the board. I think he hurt himself.
No.
Oh yeah, look.
I think he's
think he
okay. I think he's okay. He's paddling back out. Just maybe
Oh look, he's struggling. Oh, I think he's gonna feel it tonight, not now because his adrenaline.
yeah,
taking
so
over.
much adrenaline, and he's been surfing so well throughout the whole day, and especially in the juniors, he's caught already a 9-point ride. The first one since the event has started. You know, so it'd be.
Okay.
It's great to see him out there.
So this is a 20-minute heat, yeah. Before it's 30 minutes.
This is a 20-minute heat, as it's a 20-minute heat with 4 people out. As we see the surfer Jarvis Earl.
Oh yeah.
Pulling into that wave. Talk us through this one, Oni.
I hope he does big. Oh no, never mind. I thought he's gonna do. If he lands that, I want to see him big airs. Like Reef Heisey would try and do airs, and I want to see Jarvis Earl do some airs in here. I want to see what judge score for that.
It'd be great. We haven't seen anyone really go for the airs just yet throughout this event. So it'd be interesting to see who starts. You know.
Yeah, look this wave. I thought they're gonna cut it off so I can go surf out there. Oh yeah. So Jamie Thompson with that 717.
Yeah, Jamie Thompson just looking for a 183 to go back to first, as Jarvis did take the lead with a 5.67 and a 3.33. So it'll be interesting to see what Jamie Thompson can do now after this. It'll be a great day tomorrow, full of action. It's our finals day tomorrow in this Krui Pro. Before we all head over to Nias.
Yeah. Are you excited to go to Nias?
I am. It is my first time going there. Any tips?
Yeah, just go for it and pick dog. Pull in. It'll be hard on your backside, but should be just.
I don't know if I'm not quite sure if I know how to pull in on my backside.
Well, we're gonna practice.
Yeah, hopefully get a few days before.
Yeah.
I definitely know my forehand, but not my backside.
Practice makes things perfect.
Yeah, I like that. Practice makes perfect.
Epic. So, oh no, Reiha still haven't got it back up yet.
Oh no. As we see, oh no, right now on this wave. Such a strong surfer, very strong backside. Wow, what a great wave choice. And let's see if he can manage to close. He comes unstuck as the lip just pretty much eats him up on that last one.
Yeah, I think I like that how he's just going for it every the end section. He just hit it. All the Japanese is going for the doesn't hold back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
it's
don't
good.
hold back. Jamie, our surfer, looking for a already got a looking to improve a 193 on this one. We'll see. I definitely think he will be improving. We'll see how what the judges think.
Yeah, I think he'll definitely get better than 1.9. Should
Yeah.
extend his lead, but Jarvis is gonna do something crazy here, or he was just trying to hold on in to hit 2. I mean, second place, hit 2.
Byron has gone a little quiet as we see him sitting out the back with priority.
Yep, he's playing smart. You don't need to rush. We still have 7 minutes to go, and he only needed one big set and a couple of big slaps, and he will probably get through second place. He required 4.68 to advance.
Yeah, the scores for second place are still really open to anyone, really. There hasn't been any big scores besides Jamie Thompson 717. As we see Jarvis pull in on this one and make it out. What a great wave from our surfer in white. You know, he's definitely been a standout in this contest. And he takes it all. He doesn't finish there. Wow. That is going to be definitely a big score, in my opinion, by the surfer in white.
Yep, definitely put him in. I don't know if that would be a 7.
As we have Billy out in the front with Mark and doing a quick post-heat interview.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, winner of the last heat, Billy Stearman. It was a battle of the Anzacs in a close result. Billy Stearman, how the hell are you feeling right now, bro?
Yeah, I'm stoked. I knew that was going to be a hard battle. Reef's gnarly in the air, and like the wind just came up for him, and I knew he was going to do some big punts, but fortunately for me, he wasn't sticking them, and I just managed to get a few little ones, and I'm stoked. I had a goal of doing one better than last time, so I've ticked that off, and now hopefully I'll make that final tomorrow.
All right, well, the heat before yours, there was a lot of rain going on. It was doubtful, you know, whether we should have gone ahead. It really cleaned up for your heat, so it was a good decision to keep rolling at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. The waves are pumping out there. It was just a bit sketchy with that big storm coming in. Yesterday, the same thing happened, but it got real windy and pretty hard to surf. So fortunately for us, it was pretty fun out there, and I'm stoked to go left. Like I say, I'm from Rags, and yeah, I'm having fun out there.
It's your real weapon, your backhand blast, mate. So coming to this big long left-hander for 5,000 points up for grabs was a no-brainer. I could see on your way in on that last wave when you looked over your shoulder, there was a little moment where we could all see how much it means to Billy Stearman.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Like, I knew that was going to be a hard battle, and I kind of played it well towards the end. Luckily for me, Reef kind of fell at the end. I knew that was going to be a big score, but yeah, fortunately for me, he fell, and I managed to grab that last wave and kind of use priority wisely, and yeah, it paid off.
You did indeed. You've been in finals day a number of times, so what do you bring to tomorrow?
Yeah, I guess it's much of a muchness. I'm feeling super comfortable here now. I've kind of gotten over the jet lag and kind of getting into the swing of things. My boards feel really good, and I think it's meant to be dropping a little bit, which is kind of good for me. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I just want to say a big shout out to all my family and friends at home watching. I know it's like 9:30 or something, so my wife at home and the little animals, and Vicky, Dad, and Reef, and yeah, all the boys. Oh, Washed Up Kooks, that's who I look for. Shout out, Washed Up Kooks, you're the boys.
Unreal, Billy Stearman, you're a lad. All the best for the finals day. Cheers.
Cheers, cheers.
Okay, looks like Billy Stearman is so happy with that heat win. He'll jump straight in the semi-final with will be Rio Waida, is it? Let's see who's the winner. Yeah, I'm excited to watch this. Semi-final number 1. Yep, you're right. Rio Waida will be surfing with Billy Starman. Oh yeah.
That will be a good heat to watch as well. You know, both surfers on their backside, really strong backsides as well. One after the other, it's going to be super sharp and very entertaining to watch for us here on the webcast.
Yeah. Yeah, I love how much energy he's coming out of in the water, and people in New Zealand will be cheering for him in Raglan. You know, this wave look like Raglan.
Really? Have you been to Raglan?
Yeah, I have. Actually, I love it. When I was probably like 15, went there for surfing for the ISA for World Junior.
Oh wow.
Yeah, for Indonesia, and that was fun. We stayed in like caravan park, sleeping in this caravan for Indonesian team, and we've been eating mee goreng for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. One of our team got sick. Yeah, it's just fun experience. It's so funny though.
That's actually sounds kind of epic.
Actually, that's not in Raglan. I went to Piha, but we drove to Raglan, just to make it clear. And yeah, I love New Zealand. New Zealand is one of my favorite place to visit. You gotta go visit.
Have you gone back since?
Yeah, I have. Went to the before Corona, 2019. I did the QS there in Piha. As we arrived, the contest got cancelled. As the next day we arrived there, and we're like, oh, we have to fly back to our country, you know, either be Australia or Indonesia. Then I fly back to Bali, and I stuck in Bali since Corona. Then I never went back to Australia, so I'm excited to go back to Australia soon. And oh, here we go, Varun. Oh,
Just comes unstuck on that wave. As the last wave for Jarvis Earl, in our surfer in white, came in at a 7.70. That pushed him straight back into first, making the requirements now much higher for Ono Raya and Varun Tanjung.
I know. Like I said, this kid is flying. Wow. That's big turn. This is a barrel. That's 7.7?
Yes, this is a 7.7.
Yeah. I like it.
Such a great wave from our surfer Jarvis Earl in white. This is, everyone, our current heat leader. You know, he's definitely feeling confident. He knows he caught that good one, and he's sitting in a comfortable position now, you know, with only a few minutes remaining. This is our Japanese surfer looking for a 7. Just coming unstuck, and this is Varun Tanjung, everyone. A replay of his last wave. So, yes, both our surfers looking for a 7.27 and a 7.74 to advance.
Yeah.
Not impossible, but with only 35 seconds left, they are gonna be looking for a wave to allow them to do that.
Oh, Jarvis Earl, another big score again. Varun, big score looking for Varun, yeah?
Varun looking for a 7.74, almost an 8. Let's see what our Indonesian surfer can pull out of the bag in this last one. And as he finishes this one off, we'll have to see what the score comes in. And that heat has finished, as we're going to go on a quick break while we wait for the next heat to start.
We can do the next one. Okay, we're back again live. We've got the last heat. Jarvis Earl took that one, and Jamie Thompson into the semi-final of junior men. And we got Mr. Oscar Berry and Febri Agriawan and Bodie Williams, Noah Caps in the water quarterfinal heat number 2. And we have got my brother here, Billy, and as you can see now, White looking really sharp here, and that's his first wave.
Yeah, hi, Oni. Sorry, mate, I was a little bit sidetracked there. Yeah, this is quarterfinal number 2 of the Pro Junior Men, correct?
Correct.
Rightio, Oscar Berry. He was really, really impressive yesterday, as was Noel Caps, our man from England. He goes down on that occasion, but as we saw earlier on today, he's got the goods in the bag.
Yeah, really happy to see Febri from Indonesia. Huh? He's making this all the way through the quarterfinal for the juniors, and it's almost similar. Look like he's in the first priority. He haven't got a wave yet, so can't wait to see him surfing.
Yeah, Bodie Williams out of Australia, as is Oscar Berry. Noah representing the United Kingdom, and Febri Agriawan, and representing Indonesia.
Yep, that's it. And there's not many Indonesian guys still in these juniors. So Farun just knocked out then, and here we go. Febri Agriawan. Oh, I love his surfing. Oof. Looking really sharp there, Billy.
Yeah, he doesn't fall off very often, and then falls off as soon as I say that. But when he's coming down after a major manoeuvre, he does a bit of a wheelie, so very rarely nosedives. Do you know anything about him? Where's he from?
I think he's from Medewi.
Oh, from Bali?
Yeah.
Oh, rightio.
Yeah. Medewi, yeah. I think that's why he surfed like similar to Medewi.
Yeah, he's got a big long left.
Yeah.
This one's got a little bit more punch to it than Medewi.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely similar.
Yeah, I saw Dayat is Kamal's younger brother.
Oh yeah.
I know those family, and yeah, they're traveling together here. It's really nice to see them here and like supporting Febri Agriawan.
Do you know any of the Medewi board riders?
Yes, I know all of them.
Well, give her a big hello, big shout out. I reckon
Yes.
they've got to be watching in Bali, don't they?
Oh, here you go. Yes. Hello to everyone in Medewi, Muklis, Anwar, and all the boys. And yeah, we'll be cheering for Febri.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw him earlier today, and I just didn't know where he was from. I don't venture up to Medewi very often.
Yeah.
But yeah, it shows his form in those big long lefts. Medewi, of course, sits on a river mouth. It's got the river stones on the inside, and it can run off a long way. But you have to be pretty crafty to get through those full parts of that wave and get into a place where you can hit it. So conditions today probably favouring February.
Yeah. I think we're just going to have to wait and see how he can surf against these guys, you know? Like all these guys are crazy surfers. They're good surfers, you know?
Yeah, it's down to quarterfinals time, mate. So no passengers from here on in. And have a look at Febby. February has a 5.33 straight to first. How good's that?
I like it. So I want to see more of this.
Yep, that sits atop of Bodie Williams 4.33. Oscar Berry and Noah Caps really not fired a shot in anger yet. Still 15 and 30 remaining. Of course, the juniors down to 20-minute heats. Makes it exciting. Makes it rapid fire, and they can't stop moving for 20 minutes.
Yes, I love it when you surf around this time because there's no sun too.
Yeah.
No sunburn.
That's the only time I can surf without a shirt on.
For the Aussies out there that worrying about no zinc or no sunscreen, no problem for you because there's nice and rain, cold, almost like Australia out there probably in the cold.
Probably not. But here goes Oscar Berry on his backhand. It is lethal when he gets it going, and you can see why with turns like that. That's an even better one second time round. Hope he keeps improving. He does. Spreads the wings on that one to stop him from falling off and really wraps it around that time. That could be the fourth. I've forgotten how many turns. But this one delivering all the way through to the inside. Has put a lot of energy into this wave. It's his first real one of any consequence, but Oscar Berry looking really good. This is Bodie Williams.
Yep.
Oh, just coming unstuck.
I saw this guy surfing at Mandiri yesterday, actually.
Oh, the beach break.
Yeah, they got some barrels. It's like a moment where I realized, no wind, nice sunset, some barrels. Yeah, we had fun. And okay, Oscar Berry, look at the wave, look at the scores.
Here goes your man.
Hey, let's go, February. Okay, that was a bad wave selection. They're still in. Okay, he just lost priority. Okay.
Yeah, Noah Cap sitting out there with first priority, the Englishman. There he is there, just poking his nose over. I don't think he will lose priority after that little action.
Yep. And here we go, February, Agria one, going really fast.
Ooh.
Okay. He's trying to figure out which wave to take. Probably there's a lot of good waves out there coming that tricks you to get on it.
Yeah, you got to learn how to read this lineup.
Yeah.
Only way to learn how to read it is spending hours and hours out there. Here we go. Have a look at this and talk us through it. What do you like about this one?
I like
this
how
replay.
so much spray he throws. Boom. No pump. Really solid stand. Bam. Right there. I really like it. Throws so much spray. He has the leg look super strong, you know.
Powerful, yeah.
Yeah, powerful.
A bit of extra just maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Krating Daeng. Yep.
February really not interested in that one or that one. And this was our boy Bodie Williams. That was a pretty cool little turn. I don't think I've seen this wave before. That was a bit more oomph into that one. Maybe this happened while we were watching the replay of the other waves. But no, it just comes unstuck on top there. That's the last turn we saw of the live action. Oscar Berry again, burying that rail and swishbuckling it around then. Not too interested in that wave is Bodie Williams. Oh, I'm sorry, Oscar Berry. My mistake. It's been a long day.
No, it's all good. It looks like a Berry Williams out there.
He's a big solid boy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
I said juniors? Okay.
yeah, righto. Yep, he'll probably be up around that 80 kilo mark. You're a pretty big lad for an Indonesian Oni.
Yeah, my leg, yeah.
Yeah, your legs, your broad shoulders, but the typical body type is, someone like Joey Barrel, who was a really good surfer, and he kind of hasn't grown since he was 16. You know what I mean?
Since
Do you think that is a little bit of a disadvantage for most Indonesian surfers? I mean, Rio trains a lot, so he's big and buff now. But I'm sure if he didn't train, he would be quite slight, and it's hard to get those big, powerful moves going. He's got it going, but you've really got to work at it.
Yeah, it's all that gym and training. A lot of training in the gym will make your legs super strong, you know. But I think Barry, I don't really think he trains. He's just naturally big guy.
Yeah, I agree. Noah Caps, the Englishman, hooks it in the pocket, but comes unstuck.
Unstuck. Yeah, I think when I grew up in Australia, we do a lot of gym training.
Oh, look at February. He's in the tube. I don't think he's coming out. He's a long way back. Disappears, and this is Oscar Berry taking advantage of that on the end. He doesn't like it either. So priority sits with Bodie Williams. Now surfer in white. Kind of cruising out the back there.
Yeah, I wish that barrel coming out. I wish that February get in the barrel and come out and done huge air.
Oh, I'd love to see his his claim. If he came out of this thing, it's a long way back and it ran off really quickly. Probably pinched him just after getting into it. But you got to go. You'll never know if you don't go.
Yeah.
All right, half done and half to run. Thank you, Chris Benz. We have just under 10 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal number 2 of the junior men. And this is Bodie Williams now, using that priority. Beautiful looking wave and grab rail through that hack. What's he got on this second bit? A little bit of a flick. This one's a nice drawn out one away from the curl of the wave, but something different. We haven't seen many of them today. Hoping that the inside will give him a bit of lip, but it doesn't. He bails out and looking to do better with 9 and 24 to go.
Yeah, there you go. February matching up his game. Still the bad wave selection.
Or inside, maybe offering something on it.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay. I think he needs to do find a better way, better with the wall.
He looked pretty happy with that. He gave the
Yeah.
old finger click on the way down. Maybe that might have won him the Madawi board riders. But Jarvis Earl is with Giada, and they are the post-heat interview. Let's listen to what they got to say.
So we're here with Jarvis Earl, our last heat winner. Jarvis, this is your 3rd heat win of the day, the 3rd time we see you at our post-heat interview. How happy are you right now?
Yeah, this is my 3rd heat win of the day, so I'm pretty tired, but the waves are still really fun, so I was stoked to get through another round.
So now, what do you do during your your downtime? You know, how do you recover and get ready for your next heat, knowing that you've got so many?
I've pretty much just been going back to the place and sleeping. But yeah, and then just come down and watch a few heats before and then back out there again.
You know, they call you the smiling assassin, and it's very true. So is there anything you'd like to say to anyone back home?
Yeah, thanks to everyone back in Cronulla for all the support. Hopefully I can get through a couple more and bring it home.
Thank you so much, Jarvis. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
All right, that was the smiling assassin from Cronulla, Jarvis Earl. He's deadly and he's cute apparently. So look out, ladies, and look out, surfing world. Bodie Williams going along his way in this heat. He has a 5.83 and a 5.53. You're hoping that wave will better one of those scores, the 5.53, of course. But we'll have to wait and see. Let's have a little recap with 7.19 to go. Oni, it's Noah Caps in 4th place with the work to do. That little score update. He needs a big, hefty score to advance in that 2nd position as that beautiful wave just goes unridden through the lineup. Wow, wouldn't you mind surf that every day of the week?
That'll be me out there later.
All right, here goes Noah. That's a good looking turn. Bit of a free fall out of the lip. It really chunks up now. This wave can't quite handle that free fall. And Bodie Williams. Yeah, nice turn. Bit of a speed run. He couldn't afford to really wrap it around on that first turn. He does on the 2nd. And good, really intentional cutback there. Looking towards where he wants to go.
Yeah, I really like how powerful Bodie Williams is surfing, yeah. Everyone's surfing really powerful. And February too. Hopefully he can build more of those legs like Rio.
Yeah, come on. Build it up,
I
get
think
to
he's
the
only a
trainers.
junior. Still a junior, so we'll see him next year. Maybe then he'll build some more legs. More nasi goreng.
More nasi campur.
Oh yeah.
Now you are born and bred Indonesian. What's your favourite makan?
I prefer leg of lamb.
Oh, you like leg of lamb?
Yeah.
No nasi goreng or anything like
roast
that.
dinner.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. Grew up in Palm Beach, eating roast dinner most Thursday night with my family. It's the best.
Nice one. Now, where do we see Oni Onwa in 5 to 10 years? Do we see him in Australia? Do we see him in Indonesia? Do we see him crossing backwards and forwards like Mark and myself?
Yep, like you guys, living the dream. go
Right
to
on.
Australia, hang out with my family, come back to Indo, surf perfect wave. I like that mix, you know.
Yeah.
It's good to have that. How close we are next to each other. Only 5-hour flight, direct, no transit.
No transit.
No transit. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna be at.
You betcha. We can't wait to see you back in Australia. Let's have a look at this thing with 4:35 left on the clock. Noah Caps with the work to do. He needs a big hefty score, as we were alluding to before. He has second priority, and February Aragewan from Madawi. He only needs a 6.03 to take that position off Bodie Williams. He's looking to improve it with this wave. I thought he was going to go to the air. He does, just slides along on that nose. No fins in the water. Very hard to control. So that won't bother the scorers for Bodie Williams' scoreline. He is looking for a big 8-4 to take that first place out. He'd be happy with second. He'd love to get first. Oscar Berry looking sweet with that 7.50 and 6.57. He's got just under 4 minutes to keep the rest of the field at bay. We'll see how he goes. He also has second priority, which is a big advantage out there.
And everyone's requiring really big score to jump into first place.
Yeah, probably the person in the driver's seat is February. He only needs a 6.03 to move up above Bodie Williams.
Yeah.
So all eyes on our surfer from Madawi for the next 3.5 minutes. February, go at it, son.
February's not paddling deep enough to get the priority because Bodie Williams just regained priority.
Where is Blue? Can't see him on the screen. He might have a different tactic or a different strategy in mind.
Maybe he just doesn't know. He doesn't know what to do. Just paddle slowly. That's what most this kid doesn't have, you know, like.
The aggression?
Yeah.
Just under 3 minutes to go in this one, Oni Onwar. Great to have you on board. Lakey Peak legend, Currumbin High School legend.
Palm Beach Currumbin.
Palm Beach Currumbin
Yeah.
legend.
No,
You're going to put yourself in a legendary category there?
Not yet. I'll be like one day.
Very well known around these two countries is Oni Onwar. Pretty well known in Japan too, so we're lucky to have him. Look at this good looking wave.
I think I'm gonna bring my epoxy out there later. Get some barrels at Mandiri.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Down the road.
Just down the road. Maybe not the rain though.
Oh, it's looking a lot better than yesterday. That wind is not accompanying the rain, which has allowed us to push through for the remainder of this quarterfinals of the junior men. It's going to take a lot of time off tomorrow, and also it means that the winners of these heats don't have to paddle out another time tomorrow. You know, if they had to surf 4 times, you have to surf 3 times tomorrow now. So really good decision to keep going and pushing through this rain. As you can see, the waves are still pretty good. There'll be a lot of contests around the world that would give their eye teeth to have waves like this.
One minute, so February Agriawan only need a 6, so I think he just sit wide.
There he is, right there amongst the caddies. So he's probably sitting down the line, which is a bit of a weird move because there's the rest of the surfers up there. That's Bodie Williams trying to solidify second place. 45 seconds to go. It looks like February has thrown in the towel or has a different strategy. I'm not too sure. But the Indonesian only needs that 6.03. Here he goes. He's in the tube. He's not going to come out because the lip smacks him right upside the head. And that's a pity, but it's been a great campaign by the boy from Madawi. A big hello to the Madawi board riders. I hope you're listening and watching in from up top there in Bali, up near Gili Manuk. 15 seconds to go. Looks like that is going to be the result. Oscar Berry continues along his way in this contest. Really impressive young man. Bodie Williams is joining him into the semi-finals. We're going to cut to an ad break, and we are going to be back in about 1 minute's time. We are live and we're back for quarterfinal number 3 of the junior men's. I'm joined by Mark Clift.
G'day, mate. Straight into it too. He goes blue, so this is Bronson Matey. Bronson out of Lakey. Conditions are looking really good. Great decision to keep rolling this afternoon. Bronson, a massive blow tail. This kid has got every move in the book, ladies and gentlemen. He's a dead set charger. He's got the air game to die for both sides. He loves it when it's steep and sucky and shallow and all gnarly things that most people balk at. Bronson eats that sort of stuff up for breakfast. So a good start to Bronson. He's also up against Marlon Harrison, the Australian, in red. Roy Kanazawa, Japanese surfer, in white. And the teddy bear out of Sweden in green.
Rightio. Roy Kanazawa was... he's had a pretty good contest, hasn't he? His name keeps popping up.
He does, and you know, let's just stay with this though, because here goes me boy, if you don't mind, Billy. Watch this blowtail here from Bronson. All right, he's a heavy hitter from Lakey. He's had huge wraps on him since he was about 12 years old. He's been living in Bali with Varun and his dad Rizal for a long time, and he is a seriously good surfer. Some of the highlight clips he's put out and some of the free surfing he does is equal with just about anyone in the world, really.
Yeah, you're right. He does get to surf some perfect waves just about every day of his life.
7.5.
There you go. Great way to start off.
Now, the last heat, the February out of Madawi, will have to settle for, I think, a third placing, was it there, Billy?
That's
that last
correct.
heat? Okay, so a little side story there that I got from Peter as we just watch the teddy bear here in green. Little side story I got from Peter out of Madawi. Boom, good work. About the Outcast project, he said he's taken someone like February under his wing. Peter is a Boule, an expat who lives up there, has been kind of mentoring all the crew up in the Madawi region for a long time. Gave me some really good feedback today about Feb, and he said, you know, he won a board years ago from Darren Handley. He won the under 14 Rip Curl Gromfest. Pete's been doing a lot of work with some underprivileged kids out of Madawi for a long time, and the Outcast project. He gave me a good rundown exactly what it's all about. I said at some point, Pete, we'll mention that, and the fact that February is now out of the draw, probably our last opportunity to go there. But thank you, Peter, and the Madawi boys. We're just seeing a bunch of waves ridden. The teddy bear with locking in a second wave. Bronson open with a 7.50 dead set highlight. We've had Marlon Harrison, Marzi the boys like to call him, with a pretty good start and super clean conditions. It's unreal.
Yeah, that is a good backstory, mate. It's great to see people coming to another country and staying here for a while and also giving back to the community. So good old, what's his name?
Peter.
Good old Peter. Good on you, mate. Kudos to you. Yeah, and while you were telling that story, it was Marzi catching a pretty handy wave, but Teddy right behind him with some impressive turns. So this heat does not look like it's going to wait until the last 5 minutes to get interesting. When these scores drop, it's going to even the playing field up pretty much. It looks at Roy, over to Roy to get a decent score.
Yep, so a good three-way exchange there from the top of the leaderboard. Bronson will be hard-pressed to anybody to go better than the 7-5 at that early exchange. Marlon, some good work. Teddy, pretty well done. 15 minutes in a long day, Billy. It's going to be 24 heats at the end of the day. So the team that's been working tirelessly, our broadcast team here in Sam and Toto and Ryan, they're filmers in Ochim, Ropic. Thank you very much. Sean Gilhurley doing the rounds out there as well, keeping the media side of the event ticking over.
Federico in the water.
Yep.
And also Tim Hayne on the stills. Don't forget the big boss.
Wow. Wouldn't do that, but what a great decision to keep rolling this afternoon as Marlon Harrison here, the beneficiary of the decision to keep these heats ticking over. They were borderline whether the junior quarterfinals would run, and I'm sure Marlon says thanks for keeping things ticking over, boys. A great wave, some super poly surfing from Marlon.
Wow.
And I was suggesting about the Bronson wave. I reckon this is right there as well. Marlon Harrison, non-stop crunch town, and he's not done with it until now.
Yep, man. That
Brilliant
was
surfing.
That was some great surfing by Marlon Harrison. Old Marzi getting his groove on, and when he does, he looks a whole lot better than when he's just dropping anchor and waiting for set waves to come.
The matching red board shorts again seems to be a theory with the red rashi. He's also got a red eyeball.
I was just about to mention
a
that.
burst blood vessel in his right eye.
That's not stopping him.
No. So he's well colour coordinated here on a gloomy afternoon at Tanjung Setia in the west coast southern province of Lampung.
Sumatra Selatan.
Yep. Good place. The rain's definitely set in. Lucky the wind's not attached to it, mate, because it is quite a groomed surface out there for everybody. One more quarterfinal to bounce through in the next 13 minutes. And it is Ryuki Waida, brother of Rio, coming up next. Kai Moriti out of Japan. Leo Castle from Brazil. And the Australian Saxon Reba.
Wow, that's going to be a ripper to end the day off.
Yep, a full international heat. Teddy the bag.
Right, bouncing his way along here is our surfer in green. Finds something to hit. Does a pretty good job, but comes unstuck there. That was about 5 minutes ago, that wave.
Replay over the handlebars on his opening manoeuvre. 6.93 for Marzi. I think he has 2 scores actually, so...
Yeah, we'll just wait for all those to drop. Oh, 6.93.
Yep, and a 7.3.
Yep.
So 2 ripping scores there to throw a heat squarely back over onto Bronson, who opened in fine style, but now he's been seriously challenged, and having dropped into second place, he won't like that one bit. And Kazawa and Teddy Bear in green with, I think, still some more scores to catch up to their campaign. Almost as clean as we've seen it over the whole 6 days, I think, Billy, right now.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the quite often happens that you get a bit of a score and favourable wins. That's a favourable turn from Marlon Harrison.
I reckon
that's probably the turn of the heat so far. Coming down with the lip and really sticking it up there again, but coming unstuck. He gets me excited, this kid, when he surfs.
Yep, he goes about his business really well. So Teddy the bag there, a 7.86 needed. Does go ahead of Bronson via the 6.37. So Bronson's gone from top of the leaderboard comfortably into a serious position now in 3rd.
Look at that one.
That was so sick. Thanks very much, Marlon Harrison, for attacking that second section. Did not balk at it. Good work.
Well, mate, he's got a 7.30 and a 6.93 that everyone can see there, so it's a solid lead. If his coach would probably give him the right time to go bonkers now and see how high you can go. You know what I mean? Instead of surfing at 80%, 90%, whatever you're thinking, now's the time to go upside down, inside out, and above the lip if you can, and see what you can get.
Bronson, meanwhile, just put together a 4.93. Didn't quite see that wave, so enough to go back into second place. The Teddy Bear now 6.07 and a combo of 12.43 for Mr. Kanazawa to get out of the bottom of the pack. Does have priority and 10 and a bit minutes. Day 6 down here, so it's Thursday afternoon.
Thursday.
It is about 4:45. We're running on Jakarta time, of course. To all the crew that might be online still watching, I'm sure there's plenty of parents out there and fans of these Pro Juniors. Thanks for tuning in today and watching what's been a hugely successful day 6. We're at heat 23 of the day. It's been a long day, but it's going to put us in really good stead for tomorrow. What have you got for me, Billy? Thursday night football, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, make sure you got your footy tips in. It is Richmond v Carlton.
Is that tonight?
That's tonight, Thursday night. We'll find somewhere that's broadcasting that. Probably down Lavina. Have to interrupt the karaoke for the football, but bad luck.
I was going to say, I hope we can squeeze in that game before the karaoke king comes back from broadcast here.
So I'm not sure if you noticed before, but I asked Oni Onwa, he's born and bred Indonesian, and what his favourite food is. Is it nasi goreng? Is it nasi campur? He goes, I like lamb roast. Now he's hoeing into a donut.
Oh yeah, good Aussie Tucker. He's spent probably half his life in Australia, so he's been well westernised. Doing the duties here, helping us out on the broadcast and coaching a few of the crew here as well. So giving these tips, and he also competed in the Open Men's and will be coming to Nias for a barrel fest. Well, these juniors must be licking their lips at these conditions.
Yeah, well, we
could have walked away from this with that rain squall, but it would have been a little bit, in hindsight, would have been a little bit of an egg on your face to drive away from what's going on here for these boys.
It's almost perfect for, it is pretty much perfect for these Pro Juniors. It's not threatening or intimidating. They can really push every turn they want, get that back foot going, and you couldn't ask for better conditions really for the junior surfers. The junior men, the junior women, they've been entertaining all day.
Yeah, so at the conclusion of the day, I imagine all we have left to run is the Women Pro Junior Quarters Semis Final and Semis and Final of the other remaining 3 divisions. So I think we're going to throw over to Oni Anwar. He's going to have a chat with Oscar Berry, winner of the last heat. Oni, go.
All right, we got the winner of last heat, Oscar Berry. How are you, mate?
I'm pretty good after winning a heat. So yeah, stoked.
You look really sharp on that last hit. Tell me, what's the secret?
I really don't know. Don't get to go left too much on the Gold Coast, so I think I'm just trying to keep it simple and just look at it as heats on my backhand and getting to go left. So yeah, it's working for me. So hopefully carry it into tomorrow and keep going.
All right, we'll be cheering for you and good luck for the semi-finals.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the Oni Anwar tag. All right. Oscar Berry, all right. Pretty cool, good stuff. And Oscar all smiles, and Oni asks him, so what's the secret? He goes, I don't really know.
Don't know.
I just look at it as some backhand surfing, and hey, I got through.
Get out and bash these things to bits.
So we've got a little bit of unfinished business here in quarterfinal number 3. Bronson opened with the 7.5. He's been well tracked down by Marzi Harrison with the 2nd best number and the 3rd best number of the heat. Looking pretty comfortable right there. Bronson needs to boost into the high 6s to regain the lead. The teddy bear in green doing some really good surfing. A 6.07 is not behind him. He's in 3rd. The 12.43, a little bit of a concern for the Japanese competitor there in Roy, and with just 26 minutes, only 4th priority. He's really going to have to dig deep, so here he goes. Go, Roy.
Yeah, Roy Kanazawa. He's had a great campaign, and you can tell why by surfing like that. Just pump his tyres up and overcooks that one, losing control on top of the lip, top of the tube section, in fact. But
yeah,
Roy's
pity. It was totally timed to answer right there and get out of combo and give himself every opportunity in these last 6 minutes. So from here on in, it's going to take an absolute get-out-of-jail-free card for Roy Kanazawa.
Yeah, old Marlon and Bronson sitting out there having a chat, pointing up the reef, going, "Look at those tubes." It's
Should we go there?
That's a grommet's dream.
Yep, and it will be just about twilight by the time we wrap things up here this afternoon. No sign of a sunset. clouds all the way to the horizon, still dribbling a little bit outside. But it's been a great host has been this venue, Ujong Buchor. Tanjong Setia, the beach, the locals are most friendly. They've all been coming down on force, Billy, watching the surfing, even though they don't really know what's going on. A big wipeout seems to grab their attention, or a big flick out.
Yep, they love an interview of a post-heat interview amongst the gang.
But they also love a selfie with a boule.
Oh my goodness,
Photo,
mate.
mister. Thank you, mister.
All right, mate, 5 minutes to go. Let's have a recap of that leaderboard. It's Roy Kanazawa with the work to do. He needs a big combination of waves with only, less than 5 minutes. It's Teddy Billy. He only needs a 6.07. He's got second priority, so he's well in the driver's seat. Bronson Maedi has had a really good heat. 7.50. He'll be looking to torch that 4.93. And Marlon Harrison, he's looking pretty.
Marzi, yep. He doesn't have to do much more apart from probably just attempt to burn off this 6.93. There's some big requirements to go to get all the way to the lead. But I reckon he'd like to finish on a high going into tomorrow and improve his 2-wave total. He's got 4 minutes to do it. He has to probably bide his time and wait for Bronson and Teddy to burn off their priority. So I reckon every chance Marzi will get another chance to ride a wave. Backhand surfing, red hot, razor sharp, all the good things, structuring a pretty good heat. That second hit on wave, a throwaway score, his last ride was brilliant. Landed one of the turns of the afternoon for me, and the wave didn't offer much more after that, but noted the approach from Marlon Harrison. Could be a serious contender on finals day tomorrow.
Yet the favourites are starting to put their hands up. Marlon Harrison, ripper. Jarvis Earl, another little ripper.
Oh my God. We've given him plenty of airplay for a reason, everybody. Right there with Rio Whited, the campaigns these two guys are stringing together. It's just dead set, outrageously good, and really opened our eyes to the next generation of shredders coming through that will be around for a long time.
100%.
And will have probably 15-year careers ahead of them at the very top level.
I also like the look of Leo Cassell. He's up in the next heat. Super focused, super ready to take out a title. So, there's without thinking about, there is 3 major contenders.
And that was a good interview you got out of Rio before, mate, when after he won that real close heat with Solly Bailey. His expansion on his answers and a little insight into his brain waves and how he thinks and processes a heat and the current situation was just, as an upcoming surfer, if you could rewind and re-listen to that interview, do those things, think that way, and you will give yourself every chance of continually getting through heats. That was just really good stuff from Rio's interview.
It really was. Here goes Roy, probably his last wave of this campaign, unless he can pull off a 12.43 on one wave. But his name's not Shane Brescian, but this is awesome surfing. He's signing off in style. We'll never forget Roy Kanazawa from this contest.
All right, so he will well be out of priority now, mate. He's probably going to be looking at about an 8-point ride to feature in the semi-finals. He's still got a minute 45. He's going to need a hell of a wide wave to miss these guys, to come down to the back end of the reef and drop on his lap, because that was a really strong surfing. 2 really good hits, a little late to the party on the 3rd move. Would have been pretty handy. Does he get in there with 90 seconds to go and have one more opportunity? Either way, it was a handy sign off if that's what it turns into, Bill, because he showed us he's got this vertical attack. His backhand's as good as just about any other person I've seen with their back to the wall, and really strong surfing. Just left it too late. It's going to run out of opportunities.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. One of the boys kind of lazing around out the back there, and they, I think they're pretty happy with where they're sitting, as with the exception of Teddy Billy. He'll be trying not to have a conversation with Bronson. Bronson
Kanazawa moves up a 7.03. Wow. My goodness, he needs a 5.41, ladies and gentlemen.
He can do it.
So Kanazawa, 2 major blasts. Bronson's going to have to get rid of this 4.93 to remain solid in a qualifying position. So starting to wind up now. A good steep section right here for Bronson.
Love the way he looks skyward when he does his bottom turns, Mark.
And looked over his shoulder to see what was behind. He figures he better stay with this. 25 seconds to go. He can't see Kanazawa. He won't even know. I don't reckon he even heard the 7:03.
Well,
but for the Japanese surfer, dropping that number can go home. And here he goes.
He's up. He's up. Can he do it? Prove me wrong. Let's hope so. Come on, Roy Kanazawa. Stick it to it, son. There's 8 seconds remaining. He's got to finish this to give him any sort of chance. I don't know if that is any sort of a claim, but wow, he's right in the mix there, Mark. And for about the 6th time today, we won't know the result until we come after this break. Wherever you're watching around the world, stick with us because we are going to find out the result of this heat in about 1 or 2 minutes' time.
Yo. Here we are back at the Krui Pro, everybody, in the South Sumatra region. It is our final quarterfinal of the day, event and heat number 24 for a long day, but a good day. It is Ryuki Waida out there representing Indonesia in red, Kai Moriki from Japan in blue, Leo Castle, Brazil in white, and the Aussie Saxon Reba in green. And I'm going to steal a phrase out of Oni's terminology and go, oh, right, Oni Anwar. How are you, mate?
Good, Mark. How are you?
What a day it's been. Oh, Bronson got knocked on.
No!
Yes, Roy
Wow.
Kanazawa absolutely came, he's resurrected from the dead. He was dead and buried with 4 minutes remaining in that heat. I reckon we've got to have a chat with Roy somewhere along the line because I cannot believe with 4 minutes to go, he was comboed.
Yeah.
He needed 12.43. He needed Bronson's 2-wave total. 4 minutes remaining. Dropped a whopping 2 incredible hits. Fell on his 3rd turn for the 7:03. Backed it up right on the absolute death knot for a 5.77, ladies and gentlemen. Bronson will just be going, hang on. Is that for real? Is that a misprint? What the hell happened? You got Roy Kanazawa out of the draw.
Oh my God, I just still can't believe it. You know, that's a 5.77. And honestly, I'm sad for Bronson.
So am I, but I'm super stoked for the comeback effort. Best comeback in the whole 6 days from Roy Kanazawa. That was just unbelievable stuff. Comboed with 4 minutes to go.
All right, all right.
That's what he's probably saying right now. All right.
This is another good hit, Mark. Rio's little brother here, Ryuki Waida. Rio's been smashing this hit today, so I'm sure that his older brother gave him some tips. And also the guy in red, white, Leo Casa from Brazil.
Killing it. Killing it, mate. Been turning a lot of heads this event.
And your favorite surfer, also Saxon Reber, the stylish master. He's in this heat as well. He's in green.
Yep, so we've got an Australian, a Brazilian, a Japanese, and an Indonesian.
Yep.
I'm still shaking my head at that last result. I mean, Bronson opened that heat with a 7.50, did some of his best surfing I've seen in a rash fest. It was really good. In a commanding position, then dropped in a second, dropped in a third, went back up in a second, was happy days, him and Marlon.
Yeah.
Oh, Roy Kanazawa, like dead set, resurrected from the grave. He was Gonski. Unbelievable scenes here in the second last heat of the day.
Yeah. Big upset.
Well, a big upset. Roy will not be upset at all. He'll be taking a whole lot of mojo into tomorrow, because when you do something like that, he's got nothing to lose from here on in.
Yeah.
He shouldn't even still be in the draw. He is. Stuff like that doesn't happen very often. You've got to pick up the ball and run with it when you get those kind of gifted opportunities. Unbelievable stuff. Here goes Leo Castle.
Yeah, he's from Brazil. He's setting up his first 10. Nice big float. Oh, unfortunately, he thinks he's a pro junior. I can just go big, but no, he still need to take it easy.
Well, this is the approach that's been winning him a lot of fans and winning a lot of heats. He, as we were saying, in the open men's, got all the way through to the round before the quarters and won a lot of heats on his way there. So his approach has been faultless. He said his favourite idol is Occy, and Occy never messed around either. He went flat out at it. So Leo Castle, keep up the good work. Sooner or later it will click. And in a heat like this, that's what you got to do, I reckon.
I agree, Mark.
Take the risk. He's in the lead with a 1. Tactics working.
Tactics working. Well, we'll see. I guess the rookie is still waiting, hunting for that big score coming. Can see him paddling out there. You see it in red. Also, the guy Saxon Rebbers next to him as well. So who's gonna catch this wave? Here we go.
Boys don't like it. Must be a closeout or just wallless.
Yeah, no wall.
Yeah, no steep sections. Doesn't matter what you do. The judges will still torch it and throw down a low 2-ish or 3 max. Here we go. This could be a little better. The boys look down the line. Saxon not one bit interested. Blue says, well, let's have an investigation.
Yep.
So Kai Moriki. That'd be why Reba left it. Had nothing going on down the line.
Yeah, like Kai Moriki and Ruki Waida, they're good friends. They just been hanging out. I think they stay in the same place.
All right.
Same room, even same bike. Sharing a same bike. So I don't know what they're gonna do before they paddle out. And it's like, hey bro, we're no more friend now.
So who are you sharing with up at your digs?
I have Ella McCaffrey. I'm coaching her, and I'm supposed to be staying at Krui Naka with the team as the commentating. And oh, you stay in the other side.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But it's just I like it closer to the contest. I can walk here and easier. And yeah, I'm sharing with Ella, and TP staying there too, and Suri, a couple of the judges.
All right.
Yep.
And there is plenty of good accommodation options around here on the point at Tanjung Setia Beach. It's a Krui area. If you're thinking of bringing the family, the accommodation is most suitable. You're right on the coast. There ain't no busy road, so it's all very children friendly. There's shops, the food's really good. There's lots to do in the region. There's plenty of surf spots as well. So for the crew that are listening, and if you're thinking, what will I do with the fam this year? You could do a lot worse than investigating the Krui region, I reckon.
Yep. It's beautiful here. It's green. A lot of coconut trees.
Man, if you take out the small amount of buildings that are on this beach, it would have been coconut trees all the way to the shoreline, because it's thick. The other side of the road, thick full of coconut trees, bushes. It's a beautiful spot.
Yep. This reminds me of Philippines a bit.
There you go. Good call.
Yeah.
Similar climate.
Yep.
Right in the tropics. We're about, I reckon, just a couple of degrees south of the equator. Here goes Ryuki putting in a monstrous paddle for this wave. Go for it, Ollie.
Yeah, I love how he set up this turn. Look this. Whack. Really powerful, and learning from his brother. I hope he's make this one. Unfortunately not.
So we'll only get credit on his opening move, which was still pretty good. He would have loved to have banked a solid second move here, because here comes the Castle train. Leo now steaming down the line. He's got Ryuki's foam on his wave. He's still doing a pretty good job with it. A fourth reasonably good move. And over and out. So advantage out of all of that. Leo Castle will increase his lead. Ryuki, no doubt, will drop into second place. Here goes the one real spicy hit from Ryuki coming up. Really dug into this turn. Boom. Good stuff. Maybe just got a little overexcited here and just a little bit of momentum loss coming out of that maneuver.
Yep, agree. Not took control of that turn.
Castle, meanwhile, just some stock standard moves done on a small wave. Just ticking the boxes. He fell on his first. He's gone enough of that. I've got to finish my next wave to put myself in the hunt.
Yeah, that's a really bad waves for Leo Casa, but he surfed it well.
So I'm making a note of Roy Kanazawa's amazing recovery. So we can ramble on about that tomorrow when he gets into the semis.
Yep.
And fronts up for his semi-final. That was unbelievable. 12:14.3 required. 4 minutes to go. I still can't say enough good things about that come from behind. Bronson must be shaking his head.
Yeah.
Open with a 7.5 inside the first 30 seconds.
Wow.
And you end up in third. It was just outrageously good. That's what you call keeping the belief alive and not panicking. Roy Kanazawa. I'll keep referring to that moment all day long tomorrow.
What time did he? How long did he get the score?
He had 4 minutes to go.
Yeah.
He got a real clean left. We'll get back to Ryuki's wave in a minute. There was 4 minutes left. He got a left-hander where he just belted a thing twice. Fell on his third turn. 7.03.
Okay.
Giving himself needing a mid-range 5. We saw Bronson ride the last wave. He's looking over his shoulder thinking, last wave of the heat, I've killed it. I'm in second. I'm doing pretty good. There was one more wave. Roy was on it. He needed a mid-5 and he got a high 5 and pushed Bronson into third. It was unbelievable finish. Meanwhile, let's stay with Reba. His first appearance, his first wave, he waited 9.5 minutes. He did some reasonable work. Will give himself an opportunity. Ryuki's one turn hit before a 4.17. He goes blue now. Kai Moriki cashing in his top priority. A pretty spicy first hit. Nice little wrap to stay with the power source. Crunch time again. Repeats the dose. Needs to ride out of this, but just a little overcooked there. Kai will be spewing about that. 10 minutes halfway through the final heat of the day, everybody. Here goes these replays. So this is the Australian, Saxon. Setting things up with a nice fast whip twice and a finish. All right. No real major moments there, but a score that will put him back in striking distance of a second position. But meanwhile, Ryuki's got something to say about that. This time needs to finish. He does. A good high hit above the lip to finish off. Pretty good wave. What did you make of that, Oni?
Yeah, like smart surfing by Rookie. You know, he only need to back up that 0.77 so to get him back into the game again and then put him right first place now.
Well, Saxon Reba earned a 6.5 out of those 3 hits, so the judges must have been loving that top to bottom approach. 3 pretty sort of well surfed, standardish moves on a decent wave. 3 of them, 6.50, best wave of the heat. Ryuki. So a pretty good start to this wave. A nice second setup turn to really crack and crunch that third move. All right, so Ryuki goes to the lead. Reba advantage out of that exchange with the 6.50. Castle needs to answer back, doesn't need much, and neither does Kai Moriki.
6.5 for in green, and he has a party. He'll definitely get a good score. 2.77 easy. Look at this, paddling now.
Reba with Prioritas, winding up, something big coming up from Saxon. Boom, sends the chook feathers flying. He's got another pretty good section, and again he just tags it. 3 pretty good hits, a 4th, and really mixing it up. That looked good, that great last turn. So a really solid effort right there. For sure we'll go to the lead and probably whack in the second best heat score right here.
I like his style, bro. Really nice style.
There was a lot of winding up for this, and here comes the first move. Boom. Second hit. Third was no downtime between those moves, and then just flared it up a little bit on his end hit. A lot of waves being ridden in the last heat of the day, so the opportunities are still there. 7 minutes, everybody. I imagine there'll be a call about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning with what we roll out first, due to the fact that the Women Pro Juniors still have their quarterfinals to go, and that is the most we have remaining in any division. I imagine the women's quarters will probably roll things out tomorrow morning on finals day. There we go, Reba, a 7.33.
Oi.
Judges are loving his act.
Yep, I like it too. So that is scary because Leo Casa has priority right now.
Well, he's in an unfamiliar spot, sitting in third. He's chasing just a low 4 to bother Ryuki. Actually, I did see Leo the other day, mate, go from 4th position with only a couple of minutes to go all the way to the lead off one really strong wave. So Ryuki's going to have to do something quite bossy here and get rid of the 417. A big hit coming up. Rides out of it and gets straight out of there to hopefully utilise the back 6 minutes to his best advantage. Does that better his 417 on him?
Rio's out there caddying him.
Yep,
See
he'll be barking some orders on his way back
He's
out.
telling him like, go left, go bit wider one, wider one.
Two pretty good turns on potentially the biggest wave I've seen ridden in this heat, I reckon. So I reckon Ryuki does improve his 2-wave total. There it is, he busts into the 5s, not enough for the lead, but now leaving Castle chasing a 5.4. Moriki needing a 6.07. Priority sits with Castle, and that's always dangerous. The Brazilian on the ropes tends to always respond. Here he goes, not on that wave, Leo. Was that the end of priority? It was. There we go, so a little priority change. That's an error. Leo may come back to rue that should he not get an opportunity to track down the 5.4. Priority switches over to Reba, which is fair enough because Leo Castle had a solid paddle for that wave and missed it.
Yep.
5 minutes. Leo. It didn't look like a very good wave anyway. It was perhaps a little brain fade, a little brain explosion from Leo in that moment. Needing a 5.4. We'll never know what that wave looked like down the line, but unable to scoop it up. Handballing, a very important priority situation over to Reba. And Moriki in second priority needs a 6.07. Leo will probably be fuming with himself a little bit there. Golden opportunity to hang on to priority and really make it count in the back 5 minutes. He's having a little bit of a think about this wave. It's another small, tiny reef hugger. Might as well let it go.
Yeah, I don't know what he's trying to do.
I think I think the panic button has been hit here by Leo. Even looking at a wave like that was another melting moment.
He's thinking like, oh, I only got 1 as a backup. I need to get a 2. No, you need a 5.4 to advance, actually. Oh, here's a wave.
Again, so still frothing around on the inside. He's going to have to do some pretty good work. A 5.4, they don't hand them down easily. A small little wave. He's really going to have to tee off and do something eye-catching here. Some stock standard surfing. I don't reckon he gets there on that ride.
No,
and he's down to 4
no.
minutes. And now goes to 4th priority.
Yep.
But Reba, some good work on his last 2 waves, 7.33, the 6.5. He's got a fairly vertical forehand stab. He just repeats that winning move and has got himself into a winning position. A 13.83 2-wave total is pretty handy. Ryuki now just repositioning. He was probably going to think, well, I've got to keep my eye on Castle and Moriki here. Due to the fact that he's only got 3rd priority, might as well let Reba go. Chasing an 8.53 is a huge number. More importantly, he's probably a bit more concerned about where's blue, where's white. So Ryuki just goes shoulder to shoulder with Leo here, who he probably thinks is the danger man. I wonder if Rio's given him any advice from the channel about what to do with this It's only third priority, but it is one ahead of Castle, who is immediately behind him. Bit of a cat and mouse, bit of tactics coming into play here.
Yeah, you can see there's a lot of wave coming now.
Some of your highlight moments of the day, Oni?
Oh, like with
been a long
Rio
day,
with
but-
Solly was really gnarly hit. That last buzzer beater. Actually, he didn't buzzer beater because he's trying to get an 8. I want to see this hit first.
Wow, this is a good way to finish for Ryuki.
Oh man, Rio's gonna be mad at that one.
Well, he did some pretty strong work. He's only trying to improve on a 5-1, but this fella here needing a 6.07 if he hasn't improved. So, let's see. Could be another one of these moments where we won't know the decision till after the heat. Some pretty good surfing, perhaps not quite brutal enough to extract the 6.07. I think Ryuki may have upgraded his 2-wave total. Some pretty strong surfing on that wave.
This one, look at this guy.
This is Castle. He's got an overhead wave, the dangerous Brazilian. Look at this wave. Does Ryuki Rue taking that last wave? Boom! Hang on. Castle is charging. The Brazilian has proved himself most dangerous the whole event, especially when he's behind, chasing a score down past the caddies. This wave's still growing. I really like that second hit. He really totally spiced it up with that layback hack kind of under the lip. Ooh.
But I think Rookie just upgrade his 5.1.
I think he potentially will. So maybe the 5.4 is a bit of a phantom number that we're looking that Leo needs. Leo did some great surfing. The heat's almost over.
Yeah, I think he's still
replays.
Rookie's one is better, more explosive.
Castle took a risk here. You watch this. Boom! The judges are going to love that. That was sick.
Oh yeah,
that was an A-grade move.
Okay.
I think Ryuki's going to have to hope he upgraded his total because just purely off that one high risk, even his first move wasn't bad.
Yeah,
it was a bigger wave. It's a pity he never got another hit out of this. But I reckon Leo, he answered the challenge. He took a risk. Here we go again at this time of the day where we've seen a lot of last-minute results. How's his photo? He looks nothing like that now, folks.
He looks like a 10 years old.
Kid's got a beard. He's got about another 30 kilos over that baby photo. That's come out of his school file, I reckon. I'm not convinced that's actually Leo.
Oh my. That's my highlight of the day, I think.
It's pretty funny. So I'm not sure whether Rio upgraded his total yet. We're just going to have to hang in there and just see where we go. I can't read that, Billy.
Okay, look.
Here's the replay. So the judges are probably doing likewise as well. That first turn even was pretty good, but this for me was just a dynamic maneuver. That was so high risk.
Okay. I like to see what the. I trust you, Mark.
Look at the numbers coming.
Ooh.
Look at this. Leo Castle, 717. That's probably enough for the lead.
I know. Let's see if he does. Maybe change the Rebel. Saxon Rebel.
That
maybe
second move, mate. I've said a lot about it. He doesn't challenge Reba for the lead. He does delete Rio wider, Ryuki wider out of the draw. What an insane result. There's another huge highlight today. Leo Castle still hasn't heard, I don't think.
I think he's going to.
Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Leo
it.
Castle is an outright favourite for a reason. He's come from behind many times. That was a brilliant challenge on that last wave from Leo, taking a high risk, being rewarded. Everybody, my name is Mark Cliff. This is Oni Anwar, and I'm going to finish with a all right.
All right. Have a good night, guys, and I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, everybody. Make sure you're here for a 7 a.m. call. See you
all
then.
Right. See you guys.
All right, how lucky am I? Again, I get to speak to a real wader. You had a big, long wait at the end of that. Sol Bailey had a cracking wave in the last 40 seconds of the heat. Were you nervous? Were you looking for another wave? What was going through your head?
At the end?
Yeah, at the end.
At the end, you know, it's only 1 minute left, so I can't, and he had priority, so it was all about sorry, I can't do anything, so I don't know, I think he's so good, he got 7.9